American, bro.
Because you guys were saying like, oh, Africans don't show you guys love, man. This is an African costume, like the African American girl was wearing, man.
Wait,
So
the
we
girl
show,
that's wearing it right now is she Black American?
yeah. So like we show love, man. Like so, like don't be listening to
Yeah.
what a lot of people
She
like
looks
think.
beautiful in that too.
You get
That's
what
your
I'm saying?
wifey?
Like, yeah, you got like. Then just don't be listening to a lot of like YouTube, man. Like, I mean,
No, I
you
don't. I
can't
know.
just
Me personally, I don't. I
no.
don't.
I mean, like Dante, man. Like, cause
Yeah.
that, yeah, nah, they fuck with you, man. Like, I mean, Africans are not like that, man. Like,
No, Dante can be a cool guy. If you meet Dante live, he live just be honest. Sometimes might because he don't really understand, might be the way some African role, but in real
yeah,
life,
I hate
Dante,
Africans, bro.
you
I ain't
exchange,
got no issues with Africans.
talk together. He can be a very cool guy too. You understand? So we just human being. You understand what I'm saying? So Dante can be like, oh, Africans don't, mess with the come around them, maybe the church and everything. But
Yeah.
actually, if Dante have to meet one on one with an African person, he might
Yeah.
not be like, oh man, you people don't like us. You might be dealing with human being to human being.
but
You
when
understand?
but also like church too is like a business thing too. So you gotta look at it from that angle too.
Uh,
So do you mean in terms of like they having to like you want them to join your church or like just a few of them just coming to attend your church once in a while? Is that what you mean or what? Like, because like
Nah,
when it comes to like churches though, like most Africans just don't go to any. If they like were Pentecostal, they're gonna
mm.
go to Pentecostal churches.
Baptist gonna
Yeah,
go to Baptist, but
yeah,
even within Black American community, bro, like people are separate when it comes to church. Like
yeah, very
like you said,
sectarian. Yeah,
certain Baptists won't. They're not gonna congregate with a Pentecostal. You know what I mean? Like it just
I
that's
mean,
that's the thing.
As a Muslim, I'm not going to no freaking like Nation of Islam mosque because I don't. They don't follow the right. They don't follow the rights Islam, man. I'm not gonna go there.
Easy,
But it
But
easy,
doesn't.
Jack,
easy,
But it
easy,
doesn't.
easy,
But,
easy.
but no, no. When but it doesn't mean I don't fuck with them. You get what I'm saying?
Mm,
I'm just
but,
saying like from like religious wise, right?
yeah,
Based on religion, I'm just not gonna go there because they say like Elijah Muhammad is like a prophet, and any Muslim know that this is a freaking lie, right? So I'm just
yeah.
not gonna go there, right? But it doesn't mean that.
To you, it's haram.
Yeah, exactly. It's like shirk. It's shirk.
Sure,
Kaiser,
sure, yeah, sure.
Kaiser knows
but,
that, right?
but,
Kaiser.
Okay.
but,
No, the
but,
Kaiser's a $2 Muslim man.
but
He
Jack,
don't.
Oh, for
You
real?
have to understand,
Yeah.
most churches in America, most churches in Nigeria, most churches here in Nigeria, they also have affiliation to some of these big time Black American churches. You have to
Yeah.
Clifford Dollar have a branch in
Like TD
Nigeria.
Jakes and yeah, yeah,
PJJ. So most of these churches in Nigeria you're seeing now is that they also have affiliate. That's the funny thing, man. That Africa don't mess with us, man. Clifford Dollars always fly on those private jets to Nigeria. You understand me? But he's a
yeah,
Black American. They
yeah,
they are beautiful, people there for him. When he comes in,
yeah.
they they,
But
they call him that. They call him all kind of Christian. The way they call their pastors over there, daddy or man of God.
Yeah.
What do you call that guy again? Jake. TG Jake have a. So some of these churches in Nigeria also have affiliation to Black American mega churches in United
Yeah.
States.
yeah,
You
True.
understand me?
yeah,
So
yeah,
so
yeah,
so
I agree.
the Africans in America might have their own church, as Dongo says, it's a business. But if you have to check the big picture, most mega churches in Nigeria
Yeah.
have a mega church in America because
Hmm.
have a mega affiliated church in America because that's where sometimes they train their pastors also in Nigeria in the American form. In
Oh.
United States, they will bring them back again to Nigeria. You understand
Uh-huh.
me? To preach like the style of the Black Americans way. You saw that
Yeah.
would draw more um people into their churches. You understand me? Like sometimes they play like
Uh-huh.
Lean on Me. These are Black American music. You understand me? These are not
Yeah.
Nigerian music. You understand me? Some of these
Yeah.
Nigerian churches also. So it's not just they just train this pastor only in Nigeria. No, they send them to United churches to sometimes of this dollar of a guy churches and Jake churches to train some of these their pastors how to
Mhm.
preach that shows empathy. You understand? To show empathy
Yeah.
and emotional way of speaking, so that would drag in more
It's a
people.
business. It's a business.
And you say, yeah, it's a business. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. It's a very
They just
big
want
business, man.
more tithes and more money.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
so a lot of things are. So nobody. So I don't like it because you're Black American. I don't like it because you're Nigerian. No, don't fly like that.
No,
Yeah.
not
No,
a
even like
reality. Not a
Like that,
reality.
man.
even
Yeah.
like
Just like,
my Black American friend that I have over here, like I mean, he was the one like at the bar. He's the one who approached me though, like, hey, what's up, like and then we kind of exchanged contact, and since then we became like buddies.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
oh
And the
yeah,
reason and the reason and the reason why he became my friend is like I mean, uh, like when you go outside with him, he doesn't like violence, he doesn't like stuff like that. So I can like observe, oh, this is a cool though. Like I can roll with this guy. He doesn't like he's always he avoid like problems. He doesn't try to create like he's not
Yeah.
aggressive and stuff like that. Like yeah, I can roll with this guy. You get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Yeah, stuff like that. So I don't think the Africans don't they don't mess with you guys. Nah. If anything, Africans like they man they came to the U.S. man they didn't freaking know anybody man. They didn't want someone they can call their family. So
Yeah.
but then if you have some kind of shaky, because you got to remember like any African that comes to the U.S. the first thing they tell them is, I mean, I'm sorry to break
Just
the news.
stay away from the black people. I know.
Yeah, but when they say that stay away from they don't mean they come from a family point of view, like the problematic black people. Because even in Africa they do the
Yeah,
same
but they
thing.
don't never
Yo-
specify who the
Yeah,
problematic black people are.
they don't specify. You're right. They don't specify. Even in Africa too, if your mom tell you stay away from them, that's
Mm,
because those kids are very problematic.
yeah, bad kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Black people don't never say that in America.
yeah. I'm
But my
sorry.
people, like, not like that.
But
They
but
just
but
we ain't
Dante, we
never
do
been
have our
taught to do
parents
that.
that do the same thing, bro. They tell us to stay away from certain bad kids that's in the neighborhood and
That's
stuff
the
like
shit with the
that.
bad kids. But they have to
Man,
say some niggas
if
just
you stay,
cause
wait. Look, when I visited my girl in Chicago, do you know what she told me? Don't
But
go outside for a walk. You get what I'm saying? Like, she told me like to stay away from the black people. Like, nah, I shouldn't mess with them. You get what I'm saying?
you said that's what your black girlfriend told you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
back in the days when I was like kind of new, like we used to like uh roam around in the neighborhood, and we used to see like those boys like in Chicago, how they be like like these guys from 6th just started in the front of the hood and stuff like that, just
Yeah.
dressing for the summer. Back in the days, when I came here new, I didn't used to get it. What are they doing? Like all dressing clean,
Why are they loitering? Why?
they
Do we
dressing
all have
clean.
the day off today? What's going on?
Exactly right.
Yeah,
I
but
was
you get what I'm saying, that most of Black Americans will see that and avoid that too. They would just walk right past it, like, all right, let me just stay away from
and
these people because I got
she
some.
told me that nah man they
Yeah.
don't, she told me like man just forget those guys man they didn't know what they're doing man they're just a bunch of lazy
Mm,
people. That's what she told me.
yeah.
So I'm gonna pick what she say because she's the
Yeah.
one I know. But then
What you do?
I started watching YouTube and they started speaking about those kind of places like 63rd, and I kind of like put on the address where I used to stay. It's like 25 minutes away from like 63rd and those kind of areas. So I'm like, whoa, I never had idea like I was staying in like this kind of areas. So yeah, those places really like kind of like certain place in the black neighborhood is really dangerous. Trust me, like I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes you can be a gunshot at night. But here in Washington State,
certain
you
places
barely
in Africa is
you
dangerous too.
everywhere you have this kind of thing. In Nigeria here, there's some areas, man. In Lagos, you can't even dare not, don't just go there. You can't even park your car there. If you park your car there, man, before you say let me buy bread and come back, your tire will be gone out of that car. You
That's
start.
gonna be
So it's
sitting
not
on
just
bricks.
yeah. So you just have there's some areas people daytime or nighttime don't just go there. You understand?
and I
Because
kind of and I
those
also
guys are
want to say
crazy.
like, and a lot of times I don't feel like a lot of black people want to stay there, like the so-called black community, because they want to stay over there. I think because certain circumstances kind of keep them like in staying over there.
Oh yeah,
Because in my like, I think my girl like when she was growing up, she kind of messed up her credit, and she was a registered nurse, but she just couldn't move because she just couldn't have. She was making good money, but she just couldn't move because she didn't have good credit. But once she had a good credit, boom, she's gone. You get it? Like sometimes certain mistakes you can make. This credit system kind of like it kind of screw people a lot, and then you could keep them in certain neighborhood that they don't want to stay over there. You got to know people on a personal level, got to understand their
Yeah,
problems
don't
too.
let nobody. But everywhere have a bad neighborhood, So Africans cannot just come and say, "Oh, that place." Africa, where you coming from, man? They also have this. Here in Nigeria, we have what they call courts. They call them courts, secret courts.
Yeah, man.
These boys are like, they're crazy, man. They're like blood of the Crips in America. They fight. They fight each other a lot here. Call them the black ass and the green berets, and man, you kill one of them, man, they go after the other group also.
Are you gonna ask Kidola? Kidola, do you guys talk with Afidamos behind the scenes before on show, or what? Do you have his?
No, 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 no,
Oh, you just only
no, no,
online.
no. What I just
Hey,
make,
but listen, hey guys,
all like,
guys.
what I just have fun, with it. But sort of at first my big daughter thought I was like serious, but later part I said, no, it's just a joke. Because he don't really like what I'm saying sometimes, Then my wife asked me, why are you always fighting there? So I went to the secret room. I just went to the secret room to sit.
Canola.
I just went to the secret room
Hey,
to sit.
Canola, just like the time last week when you was getting into an argument with that Black American guy on Flow Stage channel.
Oh
You
yeah,
was screaming at the top of
yeah,
your
but
lungs,
just
man.
yeah, so I just bring up my phone, but like kind of wear away my time, but really deep inside me, man, it just all kind of like I just laugh, I say, man, god damn, this is stressful. But until I don't know who told my brothers, they tune in, they watch some of my past. So man, they were like, whoa, what the hell you do there? I was being warned heavily to get the fuck out of that place. You understand me?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
I said, no, it's a joke. I have to really explain myself a lot to them. This is just a joke, At first, man, they were pissed off. They just
Yeah,
would just
it's funny. It's funny too. One minute we will be arguing with each other, and then the next stream everybody will be best friends.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
I have to explain to them. Look, this is just a battleground place. It's not the risk to pull off your glove and let's punch your backs. That's what we're doing. There. It's not really serious. That okay. Then that's okay. Please, temp that shit you're talking about there, man. Like they didn't really buy into it at all because these people have multi kind of we have multi type of people in our family. I got I have white wife. They're all everywhere. You understand me? My brothers and everything. So it's my
Zongo, what's so funny, Zongo?
Kido's white wife is like his trophy, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Man, that's a golden cup, bro. With the white sauce. Who do that?
Yeah, you don't stuff like that. You don't say
White
stuff
sauce,
like that over here in the US, man. They gonna laugh
mashed
at your ass.
potatoes. You know what I mean? Apple pie. What's up, bro? Who is that? The only one that that.
This is why the NBA shouldn't bring in the Africans because they have like some kind of strange mentality, man.
No.
Can you imagine you give Kidola a position of 30 in the US, man? Man, he's gonna sell your ass out, man.
Zongo,
He's gonna forget.
I've been with my woman for about. I met her 1997.
I'm just playing with you, man.
The truth of the matter, I didn't really know much about colorism because it's not what we promote. My father even promoting our family, even self, So my father met my wife, everything, So it's not like we promote that aspect, because I understand what is going on. I understand a lot of things, So the truth of the matter is, I didn't really have that because I didn't grow up with such a colorism in my head. You understand me? I didn't know much about racism. Rather, I'm right in book those days in Nigeria. In my school, I might come across what's the meaning of racism. Even this so-called homosexual would never really be, expanded was real homosexual. They just this, that, and finish.
Yo, Kaizo Kifaru's in the background. He's trying to jump on the panel. But hey, guys, I'm about to tap out, man. I just dropped the Telegram group where we all kind of like correspond outside of YouTube.
There,
if you guys want to join the Telegram group,
the link expired, man. Can you drop it again, man? I tried to like.
Yo, Kidola, everyone wants you to join, man. So we've been trying.
Yeah, I saw. Can you share the link, man, so that I would type.
All right, so let me get a new link.
What time are you in that place?
there, Jude, you know, everybody's there. Kaizo.
Yeah, even Judah told me to join the last time, man.
What is it? Battle? I hope it's for peace there, not a battleground like.
No, it's
Alpha
peace. It's
Diamonds,
peace. It's peace.
Oh
Nah,
no, man, that's behind the scenes, man. It ain't nothing.
yeah.
Like
So sometimes we have like even Kafaro's there. Sometimes me and Kafaro will call each other in the morning, talk about business, talk about
Ja,
it's
Ja, are
just-
you married?
yeah.
Okay, so I thought.
Yeah, I'm married. I got 2 kids. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, man. That's good. No
Jai's
problem.
lying, man. He's not married, man. He got a baby mama, man. That's what he has.
Nah, bro. If I turn my camera on, listen. If I turn my camera on, I got a big house right now, man.
He says he's
my
gonna take
kids
his
in it.
kids. He says he's gonna take his kids, man. He got a baby mom, man.
Nah, hell no, man. I'm married, bro.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but listen, just conversate with me on the Telegram group. I'll show you pictures and everything.
Oh, that was good. I'll be there, man. That was
Share
good
the link.
business.
Share the link again, man.
All right, so this is a new link, so it shouldn't expire. But man, I would love to see you guys over there, man. Dante,
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Carl's
Man.
already there.
I'll be there. You know.
Yeah, Dante, you been here for a long time, man. You gotta. No,
Wait.
sorry. I mean,
I'm at
Hey,
work
so
right
guys,
now.
it was good talking. It was good talking to you guys, man. Salute, man. All
Man,
love
yeah,
and respect to.
Yeah,
All right,
man.
bro.
And, that who you voting for, man? Trump or Biden?
Hey, look, bro.
You don't vote?
who is that on the right next to you, Kidola? Who is that?
That is Ja, man.
Huh?
Ja is gone. That is Dante.
No, there's Dante. There's another person too, who is not even speaking.
You know,
Okay.
Ja?
No, Jai is gone.
Man, the
There's
hell
Shu
you,
Kai.
man.
There's
Concrete, man. What?
there's Kaizo, you, Dante, myself, and I can see properly on the screen on the PC screen. You know, the names doesn't appear.
I don't know, man. Hey, if you're new, man, what the hell you are?
You want to talk? So Dante, are you still in Texas? Or
Yeah.
oh, okay. So like you are
Yeah, yeah.
like you are FBA like FBA to the core. FBA. Yeah, I'm in Washington State. Yeah, close to
Dante,
Canada.
you driving a big truck?
This is
Dante, you driving a big truck, bro?
Don't worry about everything that going on. You know?
You have a
Nah,
big truck?
nah.
Zongo, you know, I like American cars, man. You know, I like American cars a lot, especially those that are big trucks. You know, those big wheelers.
what kind of trucks are you
I'm
talking
trying to
about?
get some cows from Africa. If y'all can hook me up with some
Those are
cows.
is it F-1500 or F-1500?
F-150 Ford.
Yeah, man. You know, I like those. I like those trucks a lot. I like those are big Escalade. You know.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
usually-
you like
I'm
are
usually
you are using the Escalade? One of the
No,
Escalade?
I'm using the Infinity One, man, 2010 model. I'm not really using it too much anymore, but I bought it in 2012. You know,
Oh, okay.
it was 2 years old then. I bought it in America in LA, because that car was huge at that time. But my wife uses it more now because of my kids. I'm more using like Mercedes Benz now. You know.
Oh, okay.
But,
Yeah.
but I bought that car there in the United States. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you live, yeah, I think those kind of cars is kind of like suitable in the terrain in the West African terrain, especially our roads are not really that good like that. So you can go on the dirt roads and also come back on on the tarred roads too.
Yeah,
So
because
it's like,
the tank is big. It's about five. My car is about five point something. It's about 5.7 or 5.9 liter car. You know, people said, oh, it take a lot of gas or petrol, but it doesn't matter, man.
yeah, you
Because
have
I'm very,
land, man.
Because
You
I'm
are
very
rich.
tall.
You are
Because I'm
rich,
tall.
man. How tall
No,
are
no,
you?
no, no,
Hold
no,
on.
no. Because I'm tall, man, it's far more comfortable for me than me using some of these smaller cars. These smaller cars, I start having like hip pain because my legs have to like
How tall are you, man? You still having a spot.
without shoe, man, I'm 6'8".
What?
Without shoe, I'm 6'8". With shoe, I'm almost about 6'9".
That's a lie, man. Kidola, man.
I swear to God, I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, my wife is 6'2".
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Hell no, man.
my kids are tall. My son is into basketball.
Man, you
He's
have to let
about
him play. You have to
he's
let him
about
play
one
basketball.
meter. Is 10. It's about 1 meter. It's about 1 meter 62.
Man, you gotta let him play basketball, man.
Oh
If
yeah,
you
he's
in
playing
the US,
basketball right now. He's playing basketball right now.
if you in
I
the
play
US,
basketball a lot, bro. I used to be a basketball player also. I play.
if you in the US, man, from right from infancy, you start training them. They're gonna be in the league, man.
Yeah, I was trying to apply for Texas University, man, Sarah University.
Yeah, but it's too late, man. It's too
Yeah,
late.
no, then. I'm telling you, then, man. I play in Nigeria. I play for my state. I play for my university days. They are
But
trying to get.
how is the basketball league like in Nigeria? Like, I mean, because I know, like, for instance, like if it was soccer, like football, or so to
Well,
say,
yeah, basketball
if
league in Nigeria. The basketball league in Nigeria at that time was good, was tough. We play what's called power basketball, like the American system.
oh,
You
okay,
know,
then that's good.
whereby everybody played the whole. Uh,
Because
I
I'm
used to
thinking
play
in
with a
terms.
guy. I used to play with a guy that died in the United States.
Oh,
Alakaja.
oh, okay.
I also used to
Because I'm
play.
thinking of in terms of like, because you say you wanted to bring them out of university, so it means if they train very well like in some kind of academy, maybe in Nigeria, then once they come to the US, like the like their skill level or their technical skills level is like comparable to like that of like the American players.
Yeah,
You get
yeah,
what I'm
because
saying?
yeah, but the problem at that time they have academic level now in Senegal, whereby they draft all of them there to do trials and scouting. But
Where
at that time,
In
well,
Senegal?
yeah, at that time there's NBA academic level there, but at that time they don't have these things. So we have to show our pictures and video to a school that might pick you up. And I started too late, so you have to start started too late. Then Akim Olajuwon, not Shaki, was at that time was 19. I was being drafted to NBA. So when I started applying for university and schools in United States to see
When
if I
Amer-
could have
when
a grad, I
Americans
was
speak
playing
about
Scoopy already at that time. I
when
was playing.
Americans speak about the Pookies and stuff like that, if you are that tall, like 6'2", 6 something, man, and especially your kid, like light skinned man, they are the Pookies, man, because they be getting all the girls, man. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna lie to you.
no, I was
'Cause
very
they like tall guys, man.
uh,
American women like tall guys. That's why those guys be hitting.
but my dad, my dad said you can't just focus on basketball. You have to have a backbone. You have to go to school. You understand? So school without school without basketball is just useless because
No, no,
it's,
no, but I mean the thing is, it's almost like you are going to school and you're also doing sports at the same time, man.
yes. So one way or the other, I was just like in university playing my university game.
Yeah,
You
but you
know,
do like you're just not gonna teach them. You're just not gonna let them to just play basketball. Come on, man.
no,
You have
no,
to.
no, 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 man. I'm working. I'm working what I studied, man. I
Yeah.
studied.
No, no. No. I mean the kids. Like you're not gonna just let them like just play
No, no,
basketball.
no, 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 no,
There
no,
has to be
no.
school and football. You get what I'm saying? Instead of them playing soccer, they focus on basketball.
My
Or
daughter,
instead of focusing on
my first daughter now is now in Holland going to school there because it's a
yeah,
university now.
or instead
So
of focusing on playing video
yeah,
games. Yeah.
my two children, the other my two children live with me in Nigeria. The other one just
Damn,
left.
man. Damn,
Yeah,
like what are you
because
at, like 6'8"? God
this state is
damn,
at school, man. I'm using
man.
my shoe.
Sometimes we be speaking down on you. I mean, I'm sure if it was in
Oh,
Nigeria,
my shoe size is 50, 50 and a half, man.
I'm sure if we were in Nigeria, we probably have kicked our ass long time ago, man.
No, 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 no,
Because we spent,
no,
man,
no,
I'm
no,
like,
no,
damn, like Kidola is huge,
no,
man. He's
no,
gonna kick
no,
your
no,
freaking
no,
ass.
no, no. You know, 250. I was 250 pounds weight before about 220, 230, 25
Man,
now.
no, Kido, then you
After
are slim, man. You are slim.
I tried to get slim, bro.
I used to be
I was
220,
at
man.
250
Pounds?
something. I was in let's say in kilos. I was before way back when I was playing basketball. I was between 104, 105. But later when I stopped, I turned to 110. Then at the time when I was eating a lot of food, man, not trade, I was 120, but I put it back to 112, 111 because my daughter said at that time I should not go too low because of my height. You understand? But now I'm about 117, but I'm training a lot now. But try to build not fat but muscles. Try to convert most of my fat into muscles. You know what I mean? So I try to carry weight. I jog less, but carry a lot of weight. I play basketball with my son on the free time because he's playing basketball on a. They have a clinical basketball here that these children are doing now. But my own time just play basketball. I just went to Rome, but I just have to do something to control my weight a lot, because I don't just want those shit around me at all. I eat
Okay.
more a little bit healthier now, because my wife always asks me to eat some greens. I know this,
Oh, really?
yeah, salad. I know this with some salami in and
Yeah, I think you gotta go outside often, you know?
yeah, take a walk. I play basketball a lot, man. I eat a lot of pickles and these are not like Nigerian food mostly, but I eat Nigerian food also. But salad,
Yeah.
some of these things a lot. When I
Yeah.
want to eat like meat, maybe I eat a little bit, some cheese inside, small, tiny cheese inside. Those block cheese, in the bottles. But a little bit the powdered yam, a little bit reduced because of that. They have a high calories, man. I mean, so just
Which one has high calories?
the fufu.
Oh yeah, man. You know damn well, man. High calories, high sugar, high
Yeah,
starch.
the fufu have high calories, so I reduce the
Man,
fufu. So,
diabetes, man.
oh
Diabetes,
yeah,
man.
I reduce the fufu. Then
That's what. So that's why, like, a lot of time when I come, because a lot of people like do it like saying like I have like some kind of secular view. You know, sometimes like I mean the fact that something is our culture doesn't mean we gotta follow it blindly. You get what I'm saying? Like
I
we
just
can
yeah,
always,
man.
yeah,
You just have to control what you take in sometime. Try to eat some
yeah,
fish and try to
yeah,
eat
Kidola,
a walk
man.
because we're blessed with the weather. That can easily drain you. And a lot of vitamin D's and other things. We eat
I swear,
vitamin D's. We have a lot of vitamin D's here in Africa,
yeah,
but
here there's no much. I had no knowledge that if I'm not getting vitamin D, I should probably be taking pills, man, because there's no
yeah,
vitamin D sometimes, man. You
yeah, man. I know that
get
when
what
I
I'm
was
saying?
in Europe. When I was in Europe,
Yeah,
man,
I didn't know that,
and
man.
that's,
It was
that's when
late. I knew that at a late time, man. Because growing
people
up in Ghana, you wouldn't think about some vitamin
no
D and
because
stuff
because
like.
most of the food you eat is vitamin D. You breathe vitamin D. You eat vitamin D. So those are the things. The only problem we have in Africa is that this our people after eat this big fufu or pepper soup, they don't walk. They just go into their cars or bike and go home again, sit somewhere.
Man, after eating fufu, man, they don't go no freaking way. They just sit on
Yeah.
the
So
couch and go to bed, man, or
yeah. So
probably
so
watch
so that these
TV.
are the things that we need to do. We need to do more. Way back, I used to run my kids. My kids would be on top of bicycle. I just run 10 kilometers, sometimes 12 kilometers. Those days I used to do that. I still run, but might be 3 kilometers now. They carry a lot of weight. Do intensity exercise. Make it tense, sweat, tense, move. Basketball. I enjoy playing basketball because you work with all your body, all your muscles.
Yeah.
You
Kiddo,
you
what's the time over there?
uh yes, 2021 Nigerian time. I'm free today. I have my
Tw-
off day.
10:21.
So
What? AM or PM?
in the morning time,
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, you good.
so I'm free today, man. Then take a shower. I'm gonna take a shower,
No,
do
you
what I
good,
have
man.
to
Even
do, man. Then,
I'm working from home today anyway, so I'm good.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Just free today, man. I'm
yeah,
gonna take my.
I'm working from home, man. So shit, man, I got a good job, man. I don't have to like go to work all the time, man. That's good,
Yeah.
man.
So you're doing well, man. Have you been to Ghana since you've been to United States? Have you ever taken?
No, no.
Man, you rich with that dollar you're earning, man. You
No, Kido, you got a big mansion, man. Kido, man, you fucking rich, man.
no,
Kido, stop.
my wife don't earn in naira money here, man. You earn in euros.
Man, Kido, we got a freaking big mansion, man. You're a big man, man. When
Mansion. I live,
yeah,
I live, I live in I live in a 4 bedroom house here, man. That is not a mansion, but I have a mansion in my village.
oh, okay. But anyway, it's still a house, 4 bedroom. Like, no, that's not a small house, man. It's like a bungalow kind of thing, like something like that,
No, 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 no. A double,
like a
a parlor.
duplex, like a
Yeah,
duplex,
a parlor.
like a
What call it sitting room downstairs, then
like a
family
sing,
room.
like a single family home, like family home or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah. It's like it's a separate home. It's a it's a detachable home. Living room, family living room upstairs, downstairs living room, then 4 bedrooms. You know, and in my village, I have a 6 bedroom house, 3 living rooms, with huge balconies, posh. Then I'm building one now in my town for Airbnb. That's about 6 bedroom, similar but different style. eh, You know, but I want to use it for Airbnb.
'Cause how do you convince your wife to come stay back in Nigeria, though?
I met her in Nigeria. She working Total F.
Yeah, but, man,
You
it
know,
gotta be your height, man. Kidola 6'8", man.
she's
That's crazy.
she's 6'2".
Yeah, you said 6'8", man.
I'm 6'8"
That's
without
man,
shoes.
man. That's crazy, man.
You know, I met
Damn,
her.
I never thought like you were that high, man.
I'm tall, bro.
If I was play with you, you're probably gonna raise him with your left hand and throw him in a you're gonna throw the Gambian guy in the
I
freaking
used to buy because sometimes it's difficult for me to get the shoes here. I used to get shoes from because in Holland they have taught people. So my wife used to now that all that experience to bring me things. So when I'm in Holland, I buy my things, bro.
oh,
You know. Now my first daughter now is now in Holland studying.
oh, okay, that's great.
You know, so I can ask her when I'm there. I buy jeans a lot from if, if I don't get it in United States, you have some my sisters, my junior ones live in United States too. You know,
Man, Kidola, man, 6'8", man. If you were here in the U.S., man, oh man, god damn, man.
if
Forget
you
about
if you
those.
come,
Forget about
if
people
you
saying those
if
they
you
don't
come to my
like you.
house, if you come to my house in my village, the doors are about 7 2 feet doors.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so they all because I'm
Man,
tall. My
man,
house
the
is
U.S.
is
all
have
you
a
have
lot
to
of
know
space.
if you are that tall, cause like most of the ladies over here, they're like tall guys. All you have to do is just know how to dress, man. If you go out, you getting everything, man. You get
Yeah,
what
I
I'm saying?
understand, man.
So when a lot of people just be saying, "Oh, this and that," man, you don't count, man. Because a lot of people just people with low self esteem. They're the ones complaining all the time, man. They try to project their problems on everybody, and it's not.
So give me
Try
two
to,
seconds.
all right, man. Trying to project their problems on everybody. Is Kaizo working today? Kaizo, Kaizo, are you working today? Kaizorian Empire, are you working today? Damn, man.
Longo,
Yeah.
you see, you see, my life more live like an international man. That's where I built it. You know what I mean? My wife work here, but he have his pension being paid in his country. You know what I mean? He's saving it there. You know what I'm saying? So even when she pension here,
Is
she,
that, is that your wife? Is that your wife speaking over there?
that's my daughter. That's my daughter. Man, somebody just ring that is supplying us
Oh,
things.
okay.
You know?
So,
That's my daughter.
where do you stay? You
I
stay in
live in
Abuja?
I live in the island.
Oh, where? Lucky or what? This thing?
Yeah, Lekki. Yeah, I live in the Lekki. I live in the Lekki area.
Or you live in
Yeah,
that place? What
yeah. I
happened to
live in
that place? What happened to that place? The place that they were building, like, what's the name of that island that they were building?
talk about Eco Atlantics.
Yeah, what happened to that? Man, we saw
Man,
George Bush and
it's going on, but you have to be really super rich to live there.
it's still going on though.
Yeah, still going on. You know,
Oh, okay.
the houses there are really very expensive. You know, we uh we buy our house. I didn't build it,
So
but we use it.
how can people, how can Nigerians still be blaming the
Yeah,
government?
but you see,
Do you think these rich people, they complain? Because I mean, those people, they are,
look,
they
if
think
you have
different,
good
man.
job, if you have yeah, if you have very powerful job or politician, and you can afford it because yeah, I'm staying. I bought it through house allowance. I bought it
If you
through
are
a
in Lekki,
house allowance.
it means you are in Lagos State. Are you in Lagos State or
Yeah, I'm
something?
in Lagos State. Yeah, Lagos Island. So I bought it through a house allowance.
Mm.
My wife company and mine, they give us house allowance. So they pay it. They give you the money to buy it. Then they start deducting from your salary.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's our body's house. You know what I mean. So but the one in my village and the one I'm building now, those things actually come from my savings, from my pocket. It's not me alone. It's between me and my wife. You understand me? So we'll be the one in the village separate differently. Then building one now that's going to be for Airbnb in a place called Benin City.
Oh, okay, but yeah, I heard of Benin City. Yeah,
Yeah. So
Benin City is in which state? Benin
it's
State.
in Edo State. It's in Edo State.
Okay,
But
okay. Edo State.
I want to use that house totally for Airbnb or
So the
something like that.
Airbnb business is really like, is it really like moving well?
Yeah, it's just starting now, but you can call it. They can call it. You somebody will take it over. I'm going to give it to somebody that know how to run. That is very used to people in diaspora. They will build it.
Also, yeah, because mostly the diasporans are going to stay over there, man.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just if not, I just use it to if I'm Benin City,
Mike,
I
you know,
just
I'm not gonna lie to you. If I, let's say I'm going back to Ghana or something like that, so ever since I even went to Cyprus, right, and I came back to Ghana, I wasn't even moving like the way I used to move in Ghana, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, no, man. Like, I remember, like, before I wrote my exams to come to the US, I was staying in Airbnb. You get what I'm saying? Like, I was
yeah.
using Uber and stuff like that. I was like, I just want too much convenience, you know. I wasn't going like the traditional route, you know.
Zongo, the truth of the matter, man. Before I was working for F,
Hmm.
the F was not so doing well. Then my wife was working for
F,
Toto.
F, is it a company?
Yeah, it's an F oil company
Wait,
in Nigeria for a very long time.
like, is it like a gas station or what? A filling
It's like
station?
petrol. It's like I'm working for petrol company like Chevron and those things.
Wait. What kind of like industry are you located? Are you like upstream,
I'm into
midstream, down,
I'm into
upstream?
I'm an employee of oil company.
Wait. Because you know, like I think. Oh,
You have oil company. You have oil company in Ghana. You have Chevron. You have Total. You have ExxonMobil and all these things. You know,
oh yeah,
they
yeah.
Ghana,
They
right?
have the they
Okay,
have
I'm an
almost right.
employee. Before I was an employee of F Company. F Company
Mm,
is an oil company that deal with
yeah,
oil
but
product here in Nigeria.
oh, okay. So it's like a like a refined product, refined like the downstream. Okay.
Yeah, there was working on that shock. I work in a offshore for about 2 weeks, rest out of on inland, 2 weeks offshore, 2 weeks. So I was
Oh, so
working
that,
on the rig.
wait. So that's upstream, man. That's upstream, man.
Yeah,
You
so
go.
I was working on the ring, man. The guy that
Oh,
I was turned those pipes up, man.
with
Drilling
the
with
rig?
oil. Yeah,
You work on the rig, man. That's
yeah,
upstream, man. That's upstream, man.
yeah. So I was working there. Then by 2003, 2000,
So what kind of work were you? What kind of like were you the what kind of like?
2002,
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
2002. So they
you
was
showed
having
the.
reorganization because the company was not doing well at the time. Then Total came to take over it. It now become like F Total.
It's like a joint partnership.
Yeah, so I almost been kicked out, bro.
Yeah.
You know. So I was
Yeah,
almost be out.
but you know like the how the way the oil business work is like you do like it's like if they discover the reserve like the reservoir the oil reservoir, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just estimate the oil though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
we have this quantity of oil, but we are not really sure like we can really extract everything, right? So sometimes your investment cost, your cost of production, and if you look at what you are really producing, it's not really matching your expenditure, man. Man, you gotta cut it out. You gotta cut your expenditure down, and that's where the lane of the workers come into play. You know,
Yeah.
maybe.
Because in Nigeria, I work in Nigeria. They have I work in Port Harcourt. You know what I mean? I work in Port Harcourt a lot there by, work in Port Harcourt for some 4
Do you
years.
know why? And do you know why these Gulf countries have money? Because most of their oil are not offshore, man. It's on land, man.
Yes, that because yes, that's you're right, man. Because it takes a lot of money
To build this
to
platform, to build this
yeah,
platform.
you have to platform, you have to
Because
walk there, and then this.
because
I'm not the type that wears suit. I didn't came in there to wear
yeah,
suit
yeah, 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 yeah.
and
No, no,
tie
I,
and stay in the.
no, no.
I'm the one that wear the overall
Yeah,
and the
I know,
boots and start
I
ringing
know.
that
When
shit up, man.
yeah, when you say no, no, when
With
you say you are working on the drill rig, man. No, but
no,
actually, man.
not anymore, But that's where I used to start before. You understand me?
Yeah,
Now I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
working
yeah.
under the human resources now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. So I started there before. Now I'm under the human resources. You understand? So you can see that when they were doing kind of like reorganization, um,
So wait. Let's speak up before you go there. Like the offshore, when you go like offshore, like do they come to pick you like with a chopper or like you just take the boat?
so no. Sometimes I move with chopper because I live in like in the area called
Wait,
around the
wait.
Bonny
Where
Camp
were you working?
area.
Were you working on the Agbami field, oil field? Where that's where you work? The
No, I
Agbami
work in
oil.
the oil field. No, I work in the shore. With the platform they build, you just fly in or
Have you
you
have,
fly
you-
on
have
the
you
boat.
have you heard of the
You know,
Agbami oil field? The one close to the Lagos State like area, the river over there.
no, I've never
Or, t-
worked there. I
or you
work in
work
Port.
or
I
you
work in
work
Port.
more.
I work in
Oh,
the ring. I work in the ring in Port Harcourt a lot. You know what I mean?
oh,
For
okay.
4 years there. Then what they would do at that time, they would
Wait,
send you to France again for training. You understand me?
wait. So
So
Port
so, so
Harcourt.
that's what I said. That's what I said I was in Europe.
So
So
so it's not a sea. So it's either a river or a lake.
no, it's a sea, bro.
Port Harcourt. How?
Port
Port
Harcourt
Harcourt.
is a sea. Port Harcourt
Where's
Port Harcourt, Port
where's
Harcourt when
where's
you fly. Hold on,
where's
hold
Port
on,
Harcourt?
hold on.
Where's Port Harcourt
Port
located?
Harcourt, Port Harcourt, the one you fly in, right? It's not you live like in a what do you call it? If you ever see the Mexico one?
But I always thought like Port Harcourt was somewhere in the middle belt. Hold on, let me see the
No,
map.
Port Harcourt's in that side. They also you can walk also see Port Harcourt. I live in the Bonny side,
Is it
for
close
some
to
time.
Lagos State or what? Is it
No,
close to
no,
Lagos?
Port Harcourt is down south.
Oh, really? Close to the sea?
Yeah, so yeah,
Oh, wow.
Port
No, I
Harcourt's
had.
Port Harcourt soil is almost like Lagos soil also. You understand me? The soil
Oh,
is very
yeah.
yes. So
Yeah, you're right, man.
so
Oh,
I walk
yeah.
in the ground also. If you throughout that Bonny camp, they also walk.
So even
There's oil you can walk. I walk
so
in the
even
ground. I walk in the sea. You understand? So you can drain the oil also from the ground. Also, you can drain oil also from the sea. Also,
so
so
even
I was
worry is even along
yeah,
along the coast.
what is there? What is done by the sea also? So in Port Harcourt, you have the one that you walk by the sea, you have the one that walk by the ground. So by the ground also, saw the same type of ringing also you want to do. That's what you want to do. You understand me? So I'm the type of ones that walk around with boots, with overall at that time, dirty.
So
Um,
which tribe
helmet.
is in,
I'm
which
not.
tribe is
I'm
in,
not on a. I'm not an analyst at that time. I was not an analyst. Who come and what called market analyst of the company. You understand me? So I'm just the one
Mm.
that let's get dirty at that time. So I worked there for 4 years. Then they have to send me to France for training for 3 years. Then come back. So when I went to France for 3 years, then I came back. Then I do some courses over there. Then slowly I now find myself slowly now going towards the human resources aspect of it. You know, Simon. Then my wife was like a marketing analyst of the company.
Oh, okay.
You see the differences, the economic analysis, because she studied commercial marketing economics. You understand me? So she was the marketing analyst of Total Oil Company.
Well, Total.
Yeah,
Total is it like a Dutch company or French?
No, Total is a French.
Yes,
Total is a
French
French
company.
company. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
Total bought F. Then
It's Unilever is Dutch, right?
Yeah, Unilever
Oh,
is Dutch, Anglo. Uh, uh, Unilever is a Dutch and Anglo company.
oh, okay.
So 2003, 2002, I almost lose my job, but I was lucky enough.
Yeah, the
My
oil
wife at
business
that
is
time.
a yeah, the oil business is just all the prices just always dictate everything. Yeah,
And my
2003.
friends who lose their job now. Chevron's leaving Nigeria. So my friends who lose their job. Zonga, are you there?
I'm listening to you, man.
My friends who lose their job for who were working for Chevron. Chevron is leaving Nigeria slowly. That
Oh,
who just
really?
yeah, my friends they lost their job, man. They all run to Canada because they have when they were
Recently?
working in the Chevron. Yeah, man. One of my Igbo guy who lost a job, then one of my Tan guy who lost a job, but they're all living in Canada right now because
Yeah.
they just you see, even no matter how they have their houses in Lagos, they have a beautiful life, but man, they cannot just continue because once you lose that job, your standard of living will decrease. You
Oh,
understand?
yeah.
Yeah, so
Because
they just
the
take their
house is
last.
a liability. The house is just like,
Yeah, you need
you
even
need
your lifestyle,
constant. Yeah, you
your
need constant
lifestyle,
money flow. Yeah, you're right, man.
your everything will decrease. So they just have because they just took their family already to Canada when they were working in this company already. So when everything
Mhm.
just collapsed, they just shake their passport up, and both of them now
Why
living
is
in Canada.
why is Cheryl leaving now? They're not making profit or what?
Nigeria economy, man, is getting fucked up.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with Nigeria economy, man. Come on, this oil business,
Yeah,
man.
no, Nigeria economy just really getting fucked up now.
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah,
kind of like still,
not
I'm just
really.
kind of like still, we just kind of like still hanging on. I can tell you,
Yeah,
I
but
can tell you,
Chevron.
I can tell you clearly that I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Yeah, somebody like my wife job is far more even secure than mine at this moment. You
Yeah.
understand? Because
Yeah, like
Uh,
what I'm saying is that because like I used to work for like I did a small internship for Ghana National Petroleum Company, right? GNPC,
yeah,
like a version of NNPC from Nigeria, right?
yeah.
And like the oil, like most of these oil companies, like the oil that they drill, because I mean they are just drilling the oil, right? So what does Ghanaian economy has to do with the oil being drilled over there, though? Like I don't get it. Like so, I kind of and the market is like when they drill the oil,
Hmm.
they don't sell it to the Nigerian market, man. They have their own market. It's like the way they kind of like the way the business kind of structured is like okay, let's say NNPC takes 30%, and maybe the private company takes 70%. So when we drill the oil like in a barrel, you take 30% of the barrel, the government, then we the private we take the 70%. We share it among ourselves, and we decide where we want to sell our oil to, right? So how does
Yeah,
Nigeria economy impacts that though? Because I'm trying to get it. Because
yeah.
I used to remember when
You see,
I was in Ghana when they do the oil offshore, man, they are
yeah,
not selling it to Ghana. It just goes straight to wherever it goes, man.
yeah, yeah. You see, Ghana have a platform in the sea where they drill this oil, right?
Hmm.
Nigeria also have such a platform also in the sea also,
Of
whereby
course, man.
you walk. They are the ones checking the quality control. You understand me? People with the quality control, mostly be done by women from European countries, and also Nigerian and
Mhm.
Nigerian men. They're the ones who are like doing the dirty job there, understand? So I was the one doing the dirty job. Yeah, I don't know how to explain to you more better.
No, it's
Then
everywhere, man. I mean, here to do the same thing too. Come on.
sometime I work also in the not the platform, not the offshore. I work on the ground also doing the same job also.
Hmm.
Then then I don't know when you were working in Ghana, did they give you like car allowance? Did you people have like house allowance?
Yeah,
You know,
I was an intern, like an attachment
okay,
level.
okay, okay. So
Man,
see way
Ghana,
back,
they don't give
yeah,
nothing, man. They only gave me $100 for 1 month, man. God damn it.
yeah. You see,
They
most
didn't give me
oil
nothing.
big
But they just
France,
give us
France,
free
France
food
was
and
sending
stuff.
this. Yeah, France was sending this oil at that time to Europe and America for business. Not even most these oil companies are not be some of these finished which these products are not be actually be sold in Nigeria, but they pay their tax, and Nigeria also making money percentage for all these
Yeah,
things
and exactly, and
because
that's why
if you work,
that's why I was saying. That's why I was asking, like, how does Nigeria economy has to do with the with
man,
Chevron?
Nigeria, yeah, Nigeria have to do a lot with them because Nigeria also making money from them also. You understand?
No, no, no.
You
But the
know.
Nigerian economy, because Nigeria is just taking the money from them. You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
They are not.
yes. So
They're
so
not operating with their
that's
customers
not
is
there's
not
a lot of
in
corruption.
Nigeria.
Mhm.
Their customers is not in Nigeria, unless maybe they are selling some of their gas to maybe I
No,
don't
no, no.
know,
Their
like
their customers are not really in Nigeria. Gas might be different, but
yeah,
the oil
because like
business.
like the gas you can't really store it like that, so it's highly volatile. You have to just sell it right away, right? So in Ghana, like the way they kind of do is like, because because there's a West African gas pipeline that kind of connect on Nigeria to Ghana. You remember, like, you heard of like the West African gas pipeline?
Hmm.
We used to buy like gas from Nigeria. Yeah, so our gas to like when we produce from offshore, we kind of sell it to Ghana Gas, and Ghana Gas kind of like use that to sell to other customers, generate electricity from maybe like some of these power companies. You get what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
when they get their money,
We have that
good.
NNPC control the Nigeria market,
Yeah,
also external
exactly.
market.
That's
So
what I mean.
so the NNPC, if you work in NNPC Nigeria, you live pretty much good also heavily at that
Oh yeah,
time. At that time, because they own some of these oil refinery in Nigeria at that time, and you just have you still if you're into oil business, you're an employee to some of these oil platforms.
mhm.
You earn pretty good decent amount of money
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
at
yeah.
that time. I came in.
I know.
I struggled into came into this that
I was
business.
even here too. I was gonna get a job in an oil company in the U.S. The reason
Yeah.
why, like, I think my last interview, man, something happened to my laptop and I kind of missed the final. I passed the first and second interview, The last interview, like my laptop kind of fell down and crashed. Someone kind of crashed my laptop, and the
You
interview
can see
was,
it with like,
let's say, like
with
the way
like
we are, let's the way we
yeah.
are talking right now, and the interview was like 8 o'clock in the morning, like tomorrow morning, and the laptop fell down. My presentation, everything, I couldn't find it, man. I was
just
dead.
collapse.
I swear to God, it fell down, and
You can see the way like busy talk, he talk boldly because he work in a company, I think in Europe, you can see him, you can see that he's making
yeah,
cool money the way he talks, he's working on your company.
yeah. Nak,
So
he knows something. Yeah, he
yeah, no,
just,
he worked there. He's making a lot of big living
yeah,
there. You know what I mean? I don't think Busy will ever. I don't know what he's doing now, but I don't think we ever leave such a lucrative whatever he's doing in Europe that just come to America. Except he finds such a other company in the United States, possibility that might brought him to United States. I think so, but at this moment, I don't think we just leave that job, man.
yeah. But I mean, but the fact that you are in the US doesn't mean you know every job. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, some people,
Yeah,
like, there are people
I have
here
a
in the
friend.
US.
I have a
They don't
friend.
even
I have
know. Wait, wait,
a
listen. There are people here. Some of them, they don't even know where where oil, like, where,
friend.
how do you get oil here in the US? Yeah, man. I'm being honest with you. So you have to be actually in that industry to know.
Yeah, you can see this
Yeah.
guy. I have a friend who work in Aramco, this Saudi Arabia.
Aramco,
Yeah,
Aramco,
yeah,
Aramco.
Aramco company in Saudi Arabia. You know, he work not in Saudi, but he work in Europe. The guy is making a hell out of money, man. Is the one. He's kind of like he's always traveling. Every week he's always
Yeah,
traveling.
but I mean, you know what I mean? At some point in time, man, aren't you gonna get tired though? Like, if
But
you were to
yeah,
come there.
but at this moment, man's making a lot of money for himself, but he's the one that travel there. He's been to Indonesia, he's been
Yeah.
to everywhere. China, Singapore, he's always moving, man. If I call him right
If you are
now,
married, yeah. If you are married, then that's a good thing though, because you always know when you come back to your wife and kids, right?
yeah,
But if you are
so
young and trying to find yourself, and then the job always take your time, man, how are you gonna even meet your wife?
if you want
It's
to,
gonna be a,
if you want to visit Ghana, I think you just have to build your own house or, or whatever.
no, no, no.
Now,
Kidola,
Ghana,
I'm not building. I'm not building a house, man. I'm just buying a house, man.
yeah, that's the thing. You buy a house, then you can come back in and you live in the United States, man. So you have access. But I will advise you, man. I don't know what you like. I think because if you live place like United States, man, I just advise you to look for somebody that is good for you there, man. In terms of say you want to have a partnership, somebody that will know much about you than actually coming to Africa to marry somebody might be seeing you
Oh no,
because
no, 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 no. I'm not coming back to no freaking Ghana
yeah,
to
that's
marry
what
anybody.
that I was talking about, man. So you have to just be with somebody that's what I said. Marriage is strategy. You have to
Yeah,
strategize.
marriage, yeah, and
You
also
have
like
to
in
be
the US, because also US is different, right? Because US,
yeah.
even if you want to get married to someone, you're gonna marry to someone that, even if things doesn't go as planned, you don't end up losing everything.
No,
The person has to be making good amount of money just like you. That way, if
it,
you if you go, like, if you both divorce, nobody's losing anything. You get what I'm saying? But generally, if you make
yeah.
more,
When
you lose more. You get what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. I mention my wife a lot, because she saved my life, man. Otherwise, I'd be
I
broke
know.
ass.
I know.
You
Well,
understand me,
I mean,
man?
come on, man. Kidula, when I kind of like, when I kind of, Kidula, you know YouTube. It's all fun. We
Oh
don't have
yeah,
to
man.
always.
I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'll be like broke ass motherfucker,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. When I tell you that, oh,
You
when I
might
tell
be
you like,
see me. You be
yeah, when
seeing
I
me
tell
somewhere in Lagos walking around with dusty shoes.
Yeah, yeah.
You
When
know,
I told you
you
like
know.
slow bunny, man, don't be listening to what we say, man.
No, no,
Kidola, man,
man.
come on.
Nah. Because that's what I said. You can learn a lot from other people's type of
Yeah,
culture too. How to be patient.
yeah.
How to
Because
be.
the last time I was telling like Judy, like I said, man, Kidola. I was still like, I was telling the last time like I fuck with Kidola, man. I know sometimes Kidola just be going hard on the FBS and stuff, and
No,
sometimes
they just scroll, man. Sometimes just scroll. I'm
and
just
some
scrolling, man. I
and
don't really
sometimes
know
and sometimes he had issues with me. See, like Ghanaians just be hating on, but
no,
but but, but when I listen to when you speak about about maybe relationship like topic about you and your wife, I'm like, man, Kidola is speaking sense, man. He knows like about understanding the woman. I'm
oh
like,
yeah,
yeah,
you have to be, man.
yeah. I've heard you like make commentaries about how to stay with a woman, and I'm like, nah, man, Kidola,
Yeah,
yeah, he knows
yeah,
something.
man. Yeah,
Cause you like
see,
you the last time you were speaking about how uh you and your wife like, cause you see uh like you like Nigerians, like they say Africans that are mostly emotional people, and they are not like like they are not
yeah,
like they
yeah.
don't show much emotions.
No, they don't
I
show
think
much.
yeah, and I know yeah, Kidula is very observant, man.
No,
Like
because
he
you have to
understands it.
understand. You have to just understand that these people are far more.
Do you know like I have one of my coworkers to his name is Gary Houston, he's the Dutch guy. He's tall too. He's the tallest guy in our workplace.
Yeah,
I swear to God. And he stays in my neighborhood over here too. Gary. He's a very nice guy, man. The Dutch people, they're really nice people, man.
they're nice. They're very very nice.
Very calm,
So,
chilled,
yeah,
collected, man. Yeah.
yeah. They have this kind of character. What's called let's live and let's live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, let's live and let's live. I'm not bothering you. Don't bother me.
Yeah.
Just let's enjoy life. See, one thing people don't understand about is this. You can we Africans, we black people like things. We're not so strategic, you know, not so strategic. Also, not so focused. You understand me? We want to do things that what our emotions are pushing us to do. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad, but most of the time it's always
Like
bad.
what? Like what?
Okay. Let me tell you this now. Um, let's assume I have a lot of money, right? We Africans, we want to buy cars, bling bling. You know what I mean? We want to show up. We want to let people make noise. You understand me? We want to do a lot of things then
Like impress people.
here to impress people, which is not even necessary. You understand me? It's not even necessary. You understand me? So sometimes then when everything fall out, we're not actually not taking accountability of our mistakes. You know, so we want to blame unforeseen things. We want to blame ghosts and all
Yeah,
superstitious things that
exactly.
actually don't exist. You understand me?
But these
You know
are
what I'm
mostly
saying? Yeah,
yeah, a
that's
lot
what I'm
of
saying. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, for me. I learned a lot because first of all, my other half is seeing things in an economical way. You understand me? That's what I said. He work down here in Nigeria, but most of his pension and money is being paid in euros, not in naira. You
yeah, because
understand me?
she's employed
Expat.
as a Dutch worker.
So me that paid in a total different form because I'm a Nigerian citizen, I live here, but I have to also think not to be emotional about money. You understand me? That is one thing. You have to be strategic. What goals do you want? What goals do you have? What do you want to achieve? And not by emotional something. Yeah, I have a lot of my family
I
cousins
think
a lot that
that's what I was gonna say. I was saying maybe that's because you think about everybody other than yourself.
yeah, so I have cousins a lot to schools and everything. Also, there's some family members also that I also don't talk to anymore because I gave them money and they did do well with the money. I give second, they say I just call them off. You
Mm,
know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
just call them off and
they're gonna blame
I
you
move
for
on.
not taking care
Yeah,
of them.
so yeah, so things are not the way normal Nigerian person would think. I might be very like, oh, come here, troll everything. But before I do anything, man, I would think deep about it. We have to come because I'm not so good in finance and all these things, but I have to take deep and deep a lot. That's what I said. If people say, "Oh, I just built my house in Lagos," this, but no, I didn't build no shit, man. I bought it with my house allowance. You understand
Mm,
me? With my house allowance, and I started paying for it. You understand
mm.
me? That's what it is. Sometimes I have car allowance with them. With them, I take the money and invest it. You understand me?
Yeah.
I just invest it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not building no
yeah.
freaking
So
house.
a lot of things I'm doing that that Zongo. If you come to Nigeria, you see me. You will never see me with a wristwatch. You will never see me with necklace.
We gotta
You
link
understand
up
me?
when we gotta link up when I
Yeah,
come to Nigeria.
so I'm a guy. Maybe the car I drive, maybe okay, a little bit above middle class type of a car. You can say, okay, this guy might have something. But if I comes out, you never see me with such flashy, heavy, flashy things like so. Oh, no, I just myself. Yes, I used to buy some of this when this American clothes was raining at that time because of my height also. You have to start. Most of these American clothes are like
Yeah,
tall, long,
there's nothing wrong
long.
to wear flashy
Yeah,
stuff
I
though.
buy like
So,
Paco jeans from United States. I buy like Rockefeller jeans from United States. You know, so if I don't buy like some of these Dodge clothes at that time, I buy like other some of these black American stars were having their own clothes at that time. You understand me? You know, so I just like go to United States or whatever, I just buy a lot, they start using it. Then I just wear my clothes, you know, to this. But I'm thinking about if I pension, I don't want my standard of living to reduce. You understand me? And
yeah.
no matter you have to understand as a man, no matter what it is, man, you know, you must have to still plan for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. Because at some point in time,
so
you're gonna be
yeah,
weak.
that's why I told you my friends who lost their job for Chevron, they have big houses and everything, but they don't really they didn't think strategically. When the
God,
company run them out, they just woof with the visa they have with that passport to Canada. You understand me?
straight to
They're
God.
staying there now. They might not have similar type of job anymore. Okay, they might have the houses they built, but they have to go and start from the beginning, from the start again. You know what I mean? You know,
Oh
for
yeah.
guys that are living the lifestyle,
Unless
driving big
maybe,
cars,
maybe like they can apply a master's, right?
yes,
In
yeah.
cruise
If they
school.
want to, if that's what you know. These
Just,
guys are old.
just,
These
just
guys are
like,
brains no longer
like,
working
like,
on
yeah, just like I did, right? Yeah.
yeah, Kuyank
It's my,
have already taken over their
yeah,
head.
yeah. Because masters is just like just 2 years or one and
What
a
do you
half.
study? What was your discipline when you were in university? What's your field?
I did my bachelor's degree in petroleum and natural gas engineering, and my master's in petroleum engineering.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do zoology, man. I do geology.
Okay, geology. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That was I studied in University of
But
Cambridge.
currently I work as an environmental engineer. So,
So you can also okay. So you did deep,
oh yeah,
you
yeah, I
know.
did like engineering. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
But
Kidola, man.
you but
Sometimes,
why don't you
sometimes,
like why don't
sometimes when
you
I, sometimes
yeah
when I come on after that, like they'll be like, I be going, like I really be doing it a lot. I be going to a lot of places, man. Like, I be going to a lot of places. Like there are people from the governor's office and stuff like that going to like big
yeah
see new technology that is that's gonna shape like history and stuff like that, man.
yeah
Man.
so
But
Zogo,
sometimes
now
sometimes I get bored. I just want to come online.
yeah, the same thing, man. Yeah, today I'm free. Today I'm free. I can just buy this, just wake up,
Yeah,
just pump it, but you just sort to while away your time,
yeah. But
take some
sometimes when I
of your
come
mind.
and
But
man, the
Zongo,
lot
Zongo, the environmental. You say you work as an environmental
engineer, yeah.
engineer. Is it kind of like Are you testing the quality of the soil, or if the soil is
Oh
being
yeah, but I mean, I
polluted?
think specifically I work more in air quality, air quality.
Okay, you work on the not the soil, but you work on the just the air
Yeah,
quality of
yeah. Cause
hazardous.
like yeah, no, no,
Yeah,
no, yeah, yeah. Hazardous, yeah,
air quality. You're
air,
talking about
yeah.
the hazardous.
Air
The
pollutants,
hazardous.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. I
okay.
mean, pretty much like pollutants, yeah.
Wow.
Air pollutants,
Yeah. Air pollution. So because they have different
yeah.
type. They have the one of the soil. So you just do general.
Yeah, the air quality, yeah.
Wow.
That's
Wow, man, if you
my
don't
area
like
of
them,
work.
you can your with your feed, man. You can have a job all over the world. You can be like United States. You can have a job with some of these big oil companies in
So
especially
I
in the
was
Middle
like
East.
I was like supposed to like I was like going to work in the oil and gas, but like oil and gas, because
Yeah,
I came
yeah,
here as an international student, so you get what I'm saying.
yeah,
So
yeah.
they're gonna ask you a whole lot of things. Yeah, but here like they gave me this work, they're gonna do everything for me,
You
so I just
study,
stay with it.
yeah, man. You study something that will put a lot of big food on your table, man. You study a lot that you study some that make you very,
Oh yeah,
very rich. You me,
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that's for sure, man. That's a fact, man.
Yeah,
We're
you
not lying.
didn't just study. You didn't just study. You didn't just go and study nonsense. History. Somebody start just want to start
Oh
studying
nah,
history.
man.
You study about
Nah,
history, man. Fuck that shit. You know.
nah, man.
Yeah,
Even now,
that's
like even now, I'm not even like I'm not, and I'm not like like, when you say about flashy things for me, I was like, okay, you can wear like flash. What I mean, you can wear flashy things. I don't mean wearing flashy things. I'm not saying like buy expensive brand. Just like look good.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
like
You
for
have to
me,
look
like
good. You just have to
yeah,
look good.
what I mean is like a lot of time people focus more on brand, but you
Yeah.
can focus more like on your style. Like you can buy cheap but look good in your
But
appearance.
yeah,
Yeah, you get what I'm
I wear
saying?
native. I have my native. We'll call it. I wear some a lot of native sometimes, but also sometimes a lot of yeah
Yeah,
shirts,
yeah. Here, like I don't buy like
t-shirts, polos. But most of my
yeah,
clothes actually are native with sandals or palm slippers or this kind of things, man. Yeah, but still you can understand that life is just about really what you make out of it. Money is good, but money cannot actually make you happy. You understand?
yeah, yeah,
So,
exactly.
so you have to find how to make yourself happy. You have to appreciate every day
And
of your
that's why,
life
yeah,
that you
that's why I
see.
was telling you
So,
like it's not about just making money. Cause here, like they really have a good work. Like my current workplace, like the reason why I like this place is like they have a very like good work balance over
that's
there.
what's right. That's pretty.
Yeah,
Zogo, 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 you hear my wife's voice? I
yeah,
just
yeah,
want to say hello to you. Want to say hello to you. you know,
yeah.
speaking about clothes to washing the shit, man. You know?
Is that Dutch?
Yeah,
She
that's
got
my
it.
dog. That's my
Yeah,
dog.
I wish my friend Gary was speaking Dutch because he said his dad was from Netherlands. I wish I knew some few words that I can. Yeah, I learned.
Do you there's a Dutch that went to United States that actually can't speak Dutch anymore? Yeah.
No, no, no. His dad came to the U.S., but he was born in the U.S. But he knows he come from the. He's a Dutch guy. He knows he's a Dutch man. So we
Okay.
speak about yeah, born and raised. Yeah, I mean, he was born here though, but then his dad was from Netherlands.
Oh,
So
okay. Okay. Okay.
yeah.
So my wife said they claim Dutch, but they can actually speak it. You understand me? You know.
No, but his dad. No, no, he's Dutch.
No,
He knows a lot.
yeah, it's not in Dutch. You said
He,
because
he,
they can't speak it because they're Dutch, but they cannot speak the language. You understand?
yeah, but we speak about like he knows I like soccer, so we speak about the Dutch
Yeah.
national team, about football, Johan Cruyff and stuff like that. He knows a lot. Yeah, he knows a lot about stuff like that.
Yeah, so you could see
You know?
that. You could see that. I still maintain some of my Africa culture. You see, my wife is picking my clothes, man. what she did,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can see that in life is about sharing. Compromise. You
yeah, yeah,
understand?
yeah.
She just pumping asked me, where do you put some of those your pants that are dirty? So that's
No,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
So
I
see,
think,
life is compromise. You understand me?
yeah,
You
I
can't
think,
leave.
I think, because a lot of times they tend to blame like the Western women, but I mean, there's a lot of either white women or black women that
It
when
doesn't really
you
matter.
meet them, yeah, when you meet them, they're gonna do stuff like they're gonna take your clothes. You get what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah, you see, one thing we Africans, it's something that I said. I never said I built it alone. I always said, include my wife. We did it together. You understand me? You have to
yeah,
understand. You have to be. You don't have to let things get to your head where you know you're not only the source of the whole thing. My wife is more far more better than me. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
doesn't mean
That's not.
that uh, yeah, that, you just have to, life is not is different. But I still appreciate what I'm able to achieve for myself, and
Mhm.
and have somebody that understand with me. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? That just the real truth. Don't move.
Yeah. The problem
That's
in
what I said.
the U.S. The
That's if
problem
you
is
see
because
whenever you come with link up, man. If you see you see just the way I'm at.
yeah,
I don't sugarcoat nothing.
yeah.
I
No,
don't
no, no, no,
nah,
no. A
man.
lot of the time,
That's me, man.
a lot of times when you speak your personal style, it's just like sometimes we just be, we just be going at you, like it's all like it's all love, man. It's all love,
Yeah,
man.
because at the end of the day, that's what someone said. Oh, Kidola hate Kidola. No, man. That's after explain. Like, look. I have
It's
to
a
explain
show,
my
man.
background. It's
After
a
that
show.
is doing a show, and
Oh,
sometimes
Afrodamus
he,
account. Afrodamus. If you
he,
don't take Afrodamus account, know how to play into your emotions. You know
exactly
what I'm
who tell you
saying?
to go at them,
You'll be asking. So that's what I try to tell people my background. No, man, I'm just
the
telling you
last
sometimes.
the last
Sometimes
time I was
we just
on
like to
this
see.
was on this
Okay, you
show,
do me
the last
this, let me tell you
time,
this. You do me this, let me tell you this. If you do me this, let me tell you this. You feel me? But it's not the way that I feel. Sometimes I just bust out laugh when I leave this platform. Like, God damn,
yeah,
you know.
the last time I was on the show, he kind of kicked me. I'm like, man, I forgot this man. Now all of a sudden, he doesn't allow people to express their views.
No, you always have to express that's what I'm saying, because let me just tell you the truth, Zogo. You can live in anywhere, both Nigeria, Ghana. You can live very powerful because of what you study. Because one, you live in United States right now, which is the powerhouse of economy. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Mhm.
you know what that means, man. That's what I said. You have to. By the time you come, you have to work hard. What you're doing right now, if you want to visit me, you buy a better house for a better place for yourself
Oh
with your
yeah,
lady. You just come over there, man, enjoy
oh yeah,
yourself, then go back again. You know what I'm saying? Until you
yeah.
find a strong base of something you want to
Yeah,
do
but
in Ghana that can
I think
keep you to that standard of living you live in United States. You understand me? That's what I mean.
yeah,
Because
but I'm just not living. I think maybe like I'll probably come to when I'm staying in Ghana for good. Maybe retirement, man.
oh yeah, oh
Maybe
wow,
retirement, yeah.
man. I just at this moment, man, and take.
Yeah, but Kido, you have to understand, like like I come from Zongo, man.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not really from like I'm a freaking minority in Ghana. You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
if you're not really connected, man, fuck that shit, man. Like your future is very
Zo-
bleak over there, man.
yeah, Zogo. My dad was kind of like he was like educationalist. You understand me?
Hmm.
He have a PhD degree from United States, but man, that guy would tell you, I don't have money in the bank account for you, but whatever I can give to you, education is what I can give to you. When I give you that education, that is the key to the door. That you have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
go and
yeah.
open it yourself. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't
Yeah, especially,
really,
yeah, yeah,
and so
especially if you come over,
I didn't really get that juicy,
yeah,
juice
yeah. If you
in my mouth like that. You know what I'm saying?
if you come from a
So
poor background, man, education is the key, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
yeah,
Mhm.
so
Is your dad
after
tall
I
too?
really
Is he tall like you too?
no, my dad is my dad is about 5'11", but my grandfather is
What?
a 7 feet tall guy. You
What about your
understand me?
mom then?
My mom is 6.
Oh, really?
So, but
And you
both of
became
but
you
my
became
grandmother from my
six
father's side,
eight?
my grandfather from my father from my grandfather, the one that gave birth to my father is 7 foot, but my grandmother is a short woman.
Oh, then your dad became 5'11". That's really
Yeah,
strange though.
my dad, because but my uncle is 6'2".
So it's
You
in the
see, so
genes already. It's in the genes.
yes, so
Yeah.
my mom's
Even
side, my
even though
dad
your
is
dad
tall.
be yeah, even though your dad became 5'11", it's still in the
Yeah,
genes. So how do yeah.
yeah. So the height came from my grandfather's mother. That's how the height came from.
So
You
what
know.
about your like the daughters, man? Do you think
Oh,
like
my daughters are very tall, man. My
so if they
daughters are
become six,
tall.
man, is it gonna be hard for them to find a man to marry? Like it's
No,
with kind of
no. I think with women they slow down later. With women they slow down later by the
because
time they
a lot of women they like taller men than them too. You know,
Yeah, oh yeah. Some of them, my
some
wife
of
also, she's tall,
because
but she found me attractive
yeah,
because I was tall. So
yeah, you taller than her, man.
yeah, yeah. So that was
There's gonna be
actually
some way if she's taller than her man. How they gonna dance? You know,
yeah.
It's-
But when I
yeah.
came to Holland, when I came to Holland, man, they're very tall there too, man.
No, oh, I heard that tall, the Dutch people are very tall people
That's
here.
were very tall, man. With they drive their bicycle.
What
They also,
what is their food, man? What food do they eat, man?
uh, they eat all kind of different type of food. Really, they eat mashed potatoes. Really,
Oh, okay.
they eat rice.
That's
But
right.
the way they sometimes the way they do their rice sometimes depends on the family or where they grow up from, or what kind of farm.
Mm,
Sometimes they cook rice, they pour like milk inside the rice also, you know what I mean? You
oh,
know,
okay.
like cook rice with milk, pour some milk inside, then they
It's
have
like
some
cheese.
hamburgers surrounding it
It's like
and
kind of like cheesy milk
cheese
or
and
something.
yeah, kind of like cheesy milk on it. They have like their pasta with broccoli, with some kind of food inside. They
Mm.
also have some imported type of food they also brought in from Indonesia also. You understand?
Mm.
So they also eat a lot also. You understand?
Oh, so they
So
imported the culture from
yeah,
the
so
Indonesia.
some of their snacks also. So I learned the Dutch language a little bit. Let's say in between 40 to 50% speaking Dutch from house. So you understand because give me a lot of Dutch classes
So,
on my
so
own.
when you went to Netherlands, did you connect with Nakmizi?
No, I don't know. I'm mostly in Amsterdam territory. You
Did you
understand?
call him? Did you
You
call?
can even hear my daughter speaking with their mother. They speak the language, but they didn't grow up there. You
Did you call?
understand me?
I mean, well, of course. I mean, she's gonna
Uh,
speak to him
so,
though. Of
so
course, man. No, so
I
Kidola,
learned.
let's say you came like you were in the U.S. and let's say you were married to a woman from your hometown and then you live in the US. Are you telling me your kids are not going to speak your local language? They're going to speak because you're always going to speak the local language to them, right? Hello?
The other thing you should understand is this: you teach your children the language what you wanted to teach. I teach my children my language. You understand me?
Yeah.
The way embedded on it. You feel me?
So what are you, Kidola?
What my language?
Yeah,
I speak the Edo language.
they do like okay.
From Nigeria.
So they do people like you are the ethnic group, right?
Yeah, where those people are ethnic group. You ever hear about the Benin Kingdom in
Yeah,
Nigeria?
of course, yeah, of course, man. I do, yeah.
I'm from the Benin. I'm from the
Oh,
Benin Kingdom. I'm from the Benin Kingdom of Nigeria.
really,
That guy called
there's a
that guy
lot of
called you.
yeah,
Yeah, that
there's
guy
a
called
lot of,
UFC or Nigeria First. We're
oh,
from
it's
the
from
same state. Yeah, it's like
yeah, he
we're
said
from.
like a lot of he said a lot of the Edo people when it comes to new channels, they are really in control of the new channels and the media or something like that. Is that true?
In Nigeria.
Yeah.
They you see because we're kind of like minority in Nigeria. You hardly see us. You hardly ourselves. We have to introduce ourselves.
Yeah,
But
but I mean, what about I thought he said which news
what kind of
channels
media is he talking about? Is it entertainment media? What kind of media is that?
no news channels and what's the name of this channel? News channel.
Yeah, there's some TV channels that is being owned by people from the Edo state.
We do those states, right? Yeah, I think
Yeah, some in Nigeria. In Nigeria, there's some TV channels. There's some media related type of business that actually that they involve into. You understand me? But still the largest group are still the one pumping like the Yoruba group, the Igbo group. Those are the ones still like still dominating the scene.
why do you always call them the House of Fulani though? Why do you do that though?
I'm not one. They call themselves that way.
I
That's
don't.
what we know. The Fulani
It's,
attach themselves to the.
it's not a one. They don't want people though. It's not
No,
one.
but the Fulani attach themselves to the outsiders in Nigeria a lot. You
Yeah.
understand? Before I thought
No,
all of
no,
those
they have like yeah. Adamawa is not a. It's not a Hausa
be-
state. That's like a Fulani state.
before I'm not gonna lie to you, before I thought the outsiders and and the Fulani was one. You understand me?
Because this
You know.
guy, Atiku, is a Fulani guy, man. He's not an Hausa guy.
Yeah, but
He
you okay? I
doesn't,
think it's a Fulani.
yeah, he doesn't speak Hausa properly. His Hausa is not even that good.
I don't really deal with the Hausa people really like that. I deal with more with the Yorubas and the
You
Igbo
have
here
to
a lot.
observe. You
You
have to
know.
be. If you don't deal with people, you don't listen to what people say. Just
No.
observe.
Because I just do
You
I
just
met a
observe.
lot. I also do I do sometimes come across and do business one or like once in a while. Oh yeah, they are very nice people. They are people that not the way people want to portray them. That's what they are really. Let's just be honest to you. You know, they are very honest businessmen here. Also, man can be very, very honest in terms of business.
But
You
why
know,
do they have a bad rep in Nigeria, though?
they
Why?
don't have you see
Why,
politics.
let me just
It's
say, why do the Southerners portray them like us? I don't mean
is
you.
it
I don't mean you, because you like it just.
who are bad reps? You talk about the Hausas?
Anytime you come to like YouTube spaces and like you want to see someone criticizing Northern Nigeria, it's always someone from the like South.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
Why?
this latest attack from the Fulani, but not the Hausas. And not even all the Fulanis, you
I
know.
think you see like more of like the Northerners. They see like the Northerners.
Yeah, but you see, if you don't really understand, I don't much understand the northern people before, but slowly I started knowing much slowly about them. So you is since this Ubuari came to government that this whole thing just changed. You know, it's not today we have northern people ruling Nigeria or northern we live with them or with the Fulanis. You understand me? But the politics of something just changed. You
I'm not
know,
gonna
but
lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, Kidola. I mean, I grew up in Ghana. Like, I mean, because I come from Zongo, we speak Hausa, so obviously culturally we might share certain similarities in terms of like the God that we worship, the food that we eat. You know, just only maybe in terms of politics, because I'm from Ghana, they're
the
from
dressing
Nigeria.
also.
And yeah, the dressing, right? You get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of similarity. So when I met them I've never been to Nigeria, they've never been to Ghana. You know, a lot of them like they were surprised, like, oh, how do I speak Hausa? And I'm from Ghana. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A lot of them they are young, so they don't know much about history. So you get what I'm saying?
yeah.
But I mean, as far as like how we related, you get what I'm saying? Talking, we go to pray together, we eat food
But the
together.
Yorubas, the Hausa people, they're more to themselves. But if
But
you do business with them, you can also make a lot of money with
yeah,
them. But
let me tell you something too. I was like when I was in Cyprus, I'm not saying yeah, I was like the house people, they're nice, man. They're nice people. Just tell
yeah, they're
like
nice, nice.
if you try to see them like they are fools, then they will show you like they are real self, right?
Yes, oh yes.
Nobody wants trying to
Most
outsmart them.
some Igbo people, what they will not acknowledge to you, some of their richest men was being made billionaires by the Hausas at that time.
Yeah.
You understand?
But I would say too, even the Southerners too that I met, the Christian Southerners too, very nice people too, like very
Yeah,
God
yeah.
fearing. But I mean, a Southerner too is gonna like dupe your ass too, like because I remember like when I was in
Don't be the
Cyprus.
best people you will enjoy in Nigeria. Just be honest. Everybody can see the Igbo can see the one they want to talk about is the Yorubas.
You say what? The best people what?
The in Nigeria for the south for the
Yeah.
southern part,
Yeah.
this best way you will enjoy. The Igbo can say something else. You will enjoy the Yorubas more.
Oh, okay.
The
Oh, okay.
Yorubas are very simple, free, just like that Mike Oluwole. You
Oh, yeah,
understand
yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah.
They
Mike.
speak their mind, but they don't have hatred for anybody. You
Yeah,
understand
it's true.
me?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
that's
tell
what
that.
good. That's why we could all of us could live in their land just like that. You understand me? They're welcoming, they're heavily sympathetic, eh? Let's just be honest to you, they're very sympathetic.
Yeah,
Every some
my,
Nigeria culture on their own side, but me that live in the south, me that live in the southern part, uh, uh, I enjoy the Yorubas more in the southern part. To talk, I also enjoy my people and
yeah,
everything, Port Harcourt,
because
wherever. All
even
this.
in the southern part, I used to have families.
Because I live in Yoruba land.
Yeah,
Anybody can say, "Oh, Lagos is no man land." Yorubas owns Lagos, my brother.
yeah, that's their land. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
And
I used to have
you
like
see,
extended families. Listen, I used to have extended families that stayed in Lagos, and these people came like they stayed in Lagos. They speak Yoruba. Okay, okay. But
Yeah.
they also speak very good Hausa too. They came back, they didn't like just so you can tell like this all this tribalism that people kind of portray. Nah,
Yeah,
that's not really true. Nah,
if
man,
you
they'll
put
let you.
tribalism, it's not going to work because that's what I'm telling you. I'm not a Yoruba man, but I live with them. I eat with them. My brother, they're very simplistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're very simplistic, and their
I met
simplisticness. Sometimes
yeah,
people take it for as a weakness. You understand
yeah,
me?
yeah. I met
That's
them.
what is going on in Lagos.
Yeah,
Lagos today, because the Yorubas are very simplistic, they take life very simple. Let's enjoy and enjoy. Sometimes people see it as part of their weakness. You understand me? You
yeah.
know, like, oh,
Well,
they're
some
very
Igbos,
this is
some Igbos too are very nice too. I mean,
yeah, Igbos are nice,
one of my
but the
director of
problem
socials.
that you can never really live in Igbo land if you're not a real Igbo man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
You're right.
understand me?
You're right.
They can't sell you their land to build a house easily. You
You can't
understand me?
trust them, you know.
And yes, and in your back, they will be speaking Igbo really against you without you not knowing, especially if they don't understand, you don't know the language. You understand me?
Yeah.
So for you to buy a land and live there will be very difficult. They're not going to sell you that land like that. You understand me? But they're the ones to any other certain part you can buy a land and like my state, those states, a lot of Igbo people buy land and build houses there in Port Harcourt.
Do
But
you know
in
like
the
my mom and dad they stayed in Lagos too, you know?
really,
Yeah, during like the gold rush, during the time the oil boom in Nigeria, man. My mom she speak fluent, like she speak fluent. She knows Yoruba, man.
yes, that's what you see. That's what I said. The Yoruba people are far more the simplistic people that
Before my mom
you
started, because my mom she's a businesswoman. She
uh-huh.
sells African cloth and jewelries. She used to go to Togo and Lagos to buy her because a lot of Yoruba people know more about lace, the lace cloth.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's what people carrying them to most part. Like Yorubas are in my state. You understand me?
yeah,
They're doing business, but you only find the Yoruba in the east. You hardly, you
really,
hardly see them
yeah.
there. You understand me? That's what I'm talking about. That this so-called Nigeria politics of a thing that the Igbo sometimes take offense or they'll be oppressed in Nigeria that's one sided story. The
Yeah.
other story that they don't talk about is the
So,
Igbos never really create
to,
space in
to
their
be
own
honest,
place
no,
also for people to come in, also integrate there with them. You feel
why
me?
they like the Edo people like we don't actually unless someone who is more in tune with Nigeria is going to know more about the Edo people, right? If you are
Aha,
more in tune.
that's what I'm talking about,
Because a lot of time
So
when people say like even in Ghana, when people say Nigeria, they actually in their mind like someone who doesn't know about Nigeria, they say Nigeria, they are actually thinking if they watch more of Nigerian movie, they're actually
they
thinking
want
of
to move from the south.
yeah, actually thinking
They
of
want to
Igbo
move from the
people.
south, you understand
Yeah,
me? So
if they
we in
listen
the
to
south,
if they listen
even
to
we in the south
music,
have problem.
they are thinking more of like the probably the Yoruba people or something like that.
Yes, yeah. The Yorubas, you see the Igbos and the you see Burna Boy is from Port Harcourt, right? His mother is a Yoruba. You understand me? Burna Boy is from
So I
the
have a
Port
question
Harcourt
though. I
state.
have a question for you though. The
Yeah.
question is because a lot of times on this platform when here most Nigerians come to speak, they mainly speak about the big tribes. And you being someone from the Edo state,
Yeah,
do
the
you
minority one.
do you feel yourself included though? Because a lot of times it's almost like majority are going to benefit. You know,
Though
the majority.
sometimes not, sometimes because we share let's say the big tribe, let's say the Yorubas, the Igbos, because sometimes we share similarity. We
Hmm.
think not in a way of beneficial to us similarity that what happened with Tinubu right now, where they brought Tinubu to power, right? Where they were looking for somebody for the South. You understand me? Then what happened is the old South had kind of like gang up together. Even though Peter B was like good, but then no Peter B might not have the power, the money to
No, no, no.
run and
No, I don't mean. Don't go too much
no,
into.
I
I mean,
understand that when they talk about the big tribes, right? You have to say,
I don't talk
okay,
about. I don't really talk about Nigerian politics though. I'm just talking about
okay.
just
We talk
like
about when they talk sometime about the big tribes in Nigeria, right?
yeah. I mean
Sometimes
on the
we
platform
fall
like
under
'cause
this
even
umbrella.
when they're speaking of even the FBAs for instance, right?
Yeah,
They're going to Nigeria. Most of them like they go. The FBAs are minorities in America. Like you know what
yeah,
I'm saying? They don't like the white people because white
yeah.
people dominate, right? But then when they go to Nigeria, they are in bed with the majority. That's almost like they go to America. They are in bed with the white people. Why are they
Yeah.
not messing with the minority just like that?
Okay,
Because
or you mean okay if they come to Nigeria, they might come across Yoruba man and Igbo man are forced, right?
yeah, they are not messing with
Yeah,
the
oh yeah,
minorities. They don't.
yeah, that is possible. You, which is
Nobody's speaking
I can
about.
tell you
Yeah,
100% possible that if they embed themselves in Nigeria, they might come across with a bigger tribe first, but for inside that bigger tribe, or they might come across with also with a minority tribe, but he or she might be taking it with a Yoruba or Igbo person. You understand me? Until that
because
person have to say no. I'm
times,
from I'm from
yeah,
Edo State.
I think maybe if they do their, I doubt like if they do their like ancestry, like I think man, it just doesn't make sense that they might probably be either maybe Yoruba or Igbo, man. They got some of them have to come from this minority tribe, man.
Yeah, no. Some of them,
Those people,
you see why the
those people,
Yoruba tribe, you saw why the Yoruba tribe is like, and the Igbo tribe, the Igbo people were selling their people a lot in from that Gulf of Guinea.
yeah, but those
Yoruba
people,
people came,
those people to sell people too.
yeah, yes, Edo people sold
Eventually,
also, so, but you have to understand the Edo selling is very few compared to what the Igbos were selling in that Gulf of Guinea. You know what I mean? But Yorubas have to
but you
bring,
gotta understand too, like our people wearing like just selling like they sold thieves,
yeah,
bad
they sold
criminals,
all kind of people. The
and
Yoruba one was like the Oyo Empire.
and you can also sell like maybe if you captured other tribes, you can sell them too. They too, they can capture your people and sell your people too. You
Yeah,
get it?
it was not like it was. It's not really. The whole thing is complicated. Very complicated of it. That's why the whole thing you can't really pinpoint or you can't. Really, it's just about dominant or be dominated. You understand me? And you have to understand why some of them have large quality of Yoruba ethnic people that come from that side is because of the Oyo Empire battle. Want to
No,
expound.
the point I'm trying to say is that like the FBA's they always scream of being minority, minority, minority.
No. In Nigeria, we also have similar such
Yeah,
a
but
thing. Also,
yeah, yeah, I'm
in
saying like
Nigeria, yeah, we
when
minority
they
can also scream like, "Hey, we're
yeah.
supposed to be the president." Like
No,
what happened to
no,
Jonathan when he came to power? You
no, I'm
understand me?
just saying
Jonathan
like
came to power also by mistake.
Kido, I'm just
You
saying like
understand?
because I kind of feel like if you are a minority, let's say like this key minority, 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 but when they speak in terms of Africa, they have no knowledge that the other tribes also have minorities. They don't try to understand them. If you get what I'm saying, like if they might if
Yeah.
they
They
might
have to try
probably
to see how the minority tribe survive in a larger group of people. You understand me? Of other tribes.
exactly
You understand me?
maybe they might
Yeah,
share
so
common similarities or
yeah,
things. Yeah,
yeah, because of so let me just tell you the truth. In the southern part of Nigeria, we kind of like intermix heavily nowadays.
oh okay.
A lot of people have Igbo
But
wives. A lot of people have
it's everywhere now, man. Kidola, it's
uh,
everywhere.
so yes, so really, so you might have your brother wife can be a Yoruba woman, or Yoruba marrying your sister, Igbo man. So the intermix of intertribal marriages in Nigeria is huge.
Yeah, man.
Only that what happened is you still able to still hold on because of where your father's from. That's where you're from. You understand me?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Your
that
last
what
name,
that's the yeah, that's
is
what you see. Okay, my mother's an Igbo woman, but I have Obasanjo or Olusegun as my father's last name. You understand me? So a very good example is a girl called Yemi Alade. Yemi
yeah. I know. Yeah,
Alade. Okay,
the
Yemi
musician.
Alade mother is from the east, but the
Oh, okay.
father is a Yoruba man. You understand me? So you can see Yemi Alade
Um,
will tell you I'm a
Johnny,
Yoruba.
the girl who did the Johnny, who can imagine?
Johnny has. So Yemi Alade will tell you I'm a Yoruba girl, but why his mother is from the east part of Nigeria. You understand me? So the
Mm,
intermarriages, that's what we can blend into each other's culture, enjoy each other's food. Even when Yoruba man is speaking, okay, he's speaking for me also because
yeah.
we share similar type of
But
thinking.
the house of people were saying that the house people like I met some house people saying like okay, sometimes you might be proud of your culture, but I met some few honest house of people in Cyprus who were like man, when it comes to food, man. the East, man, they're gonna take it, man. Is that true?
Oh yeah, the Eastern people have one of the best food in Nigeria, man.
They say
Like
like when it comes to food, man, like forget it, man.
where the Eastern people have one of the. I told people, if you marry an Eastern woman, you gain the food. You understand me? They'll be cooking for you a lot.
East,
You
is it
understand?
more of like
Oh,
East or maybe
they eat a
South
lot of
East,
leaves. They eat a
Southeast?
lot of leaves there, man. A lot of vegetables, which the Yorubas also do also. But the taste of food, the East have the food in terms of the cooking. You know what I mean? The
Have you
cooking.
heard of the word nyamuri before? Nyamuri.
Oh yeah, the the Hausas give the Igbos that name Oyamiri. I don't know what that thing means, but I think it came from the civil war in Nigeria. That Oyamiri, they call the Igbos Oyamiri, the Oyamiri people. You
Nyamuri.
know, yeah,
Man, the Hausa man doesn't like me. Even man, they say, "Oh, man, I'm gonna nyamuri in Galai."
they have Cold War sometimes among themselves,
It's like
but
nyamuri is just like akata. That's what it means.
yeah, they call the Igbos Onyamiri. The Hausas call the Igbos Onyamiri, right? You
I
know,
never heard that until I met the Hausas telling me that in Cyprus, man. I'm like, whoa, wait, that's how you guys
yeah.
call them? Like, yeah,
But still, most of their rich billionaires, a bit made by the Northerners made them rich. You understand me? The Northerners made them rich there, but they will not tell you. The Igbo man will not tell you that one. People like Ato Zeribe, one of the richest Igbo man, was being made
yeah.
rich by
I think, but
the
I think
Northerners.
the Hausa people too, they are very tribal. They're very tribalistic too.
We don't know much of their among themselves there.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
think
much about them. I don't know much about them, but what I know much
I would
about
say
them
like,
is what I've seen about.
for me being a minority in Ghana, like you know, it's hard for me to kind of like relate because they are more like majority group in Nigeria, right?
Yeah,
And they are not like some. I would say like sometimes they are not like when they speak, they are not tolerant of other groups. Sometimes I don't mean I don't mean they are older. I mean in terms of like age mate like myself when I was young, like 26, 20. You get what I'm saying? Like at that
yeah.
age, I don't mean like the matured house of people. No, I mean like the younger ones that I
But
interacted with, right? Some of them, it kind of depends. If you meet a
no,
level-headed,
Zogo, most Southerners that live in the northern part of Nigeria, right? That stay there for years, they will tell you the northern part is the best poet. Let's just be honest to you. They will tell you the
yeah,
northern ones. Look, there are a lot of Southern people that live in the north doing business. The Igbos and the Yorubas doing business there, right? They speak their languages. The only thing they will tell you is that you cannot just be like doing with Southern people, just date women and everything. In
yeah,
that side, it can be
that's
very
a
risky because
that's a challenge. No, no, even in
that's a
Ghana too.
challenge for them.
No, it's a Muslim thing though. Like, and
So
that's
you have to
like
come and
me.
negotiate if you want to marry their daughter. They will
You
not
have
say
to,
no, but they want
no,
to
no,
know you more better.
no.
You
If you
But
want
you
to
have to
marry that,
really sit and negotiate with them that you dating them for back, they're dumping them and us. So they don't really
yeah,
like that. Apart from that, and don't play with their religion or start disrespecting their
yeah,
religion,
yeah.
man. In
You
other
have to be a
things,
Muslim. You have to be a Muslim
yeah,
before.
they will invite you to come and eat. They
That's
will
the
do
problem.
business.
Even in
They
Ghana
will
too,
save
like
you if you're under attack. So most certain people that live there for a long time, they will tell you, man, and they also behave like them. Also, you understand me? They will tell you, man, forget about if people come across their religion. Sometimes maybe if you disrespect their religion, they might go pissed and bananas. If you don't take the religion aspect, so you don't disrespect their religion, man, these people will invite you to the house to eat. They will protect you if there's trouble. They will. The Hausas are selling their land also for Igbo to build houses also. You
yeah,
understand me? But the problem, Igbo man will never sell you their land to build house. You get what I'm saying? That is the problem of Nigeria. That's what if you ask Yoruba person, what is the problem? We say, but they say, but Igbo man's coming to build, to buy. But if they check their place, nobody's really staying there. Nobody's going there. But if they come
yeah.
there, they
Why
want
do
to
they?
dominate there.
Sometimes I do watch some video. I saw some videos. Big mansions in villages, and nobody stays over there, man.
Nobody stays there. So that's what the Yoruba sort of say, okay, you in my place, I give you a place to stay, but you want to control the politics in my place also. You understand me? That is what is coming with problem. While your place, you protected it heavily. You don't want nobody to come there. You don't want, you go to the north, they buy a land, build a house, do business and everything. But if you go to the east, you hardly see other part of people really going there, because sometimes, I have to be honest to you, my brother, sometimes you don't have the sense you'll be welcoming there also. You understand me? My town girl that went there is married to an Igbo man. You have a child for the Igbo guy. The guy run away from there. He said they'll be speaking their language to insult you in the bag.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Even though even when they speak PG, I don't like it, man. It's very irritating.
Yeah. So the truth of the matter, that's a problem. We have
pigeon. Yeah, pigeon is very irritating, man.
It's because you embed yourself with Nigeria accent. Your parents all have the Nigeria way of life and everything. So you know about the Nigeria accent and the English and everything as part of your brain and side. So that's why you could choose what you don't, But
I see the Igbo pidgin accent. The Igbo pidgin accent irritate me, man.
The truth matter is that the Igbo side, man, that's what we probably see in Lagos now. In Lagos, they want to control the politics there. The Yorubas have no. We're not going to allow that. But you cannot control the politics in Igbo land. They will take you out. You understand me? So the problem is the way we create space for you, you also create space for us, also your place, also.
What happened to this guy? This guy Azazaki, that he was. Do you know Azazaki? Oh no.
Who is the guy?
He was from Zaria.
Zaria guy?
Zaria State.
Well, what is his position? Is he politician?
He's like a.
Oh, the guy from.
Boratai.
Yeah, Zaria and Zaria, part of Kaduna and all those. The guy. Man, I think they released him. I think they left his wife or they released him. No, the guy. Yeah,
they killed his son. They killed his son.
That's the problem. That's the problem. I think the northern part of my face also between the Sunni Muslim and the Shia Muslim. There, you understand? See, that would be their own problem there also. You understand me?
Yeah.
That set of religion. So, are you a Sunni one?
Yeah, Sunni. Yeah.
So okay. So that is what I think they will face. The Shia Northerners and the Sunni the Northerners. So I think they might have conflict. Yeah,
someone says the Hausa and the Igbos don't have issues. The Hausa live in Igbo land peacefully.
Okay. Caesar, if it's true, I want to know how many Hausas and Yoruba live in Igbo land. It's very few.
Man, this is a guy is a very argumentative guy, man.
No, they would drive you. Really.
And he lives in America. He lives in America, man. He doesn't even stay. He doesn't even stay in Nigeria.
No, he might be saying this thing. I have a time girl that married there in Anambra. The girl went there. She have a child from Igbo man. The girl kind of felt she was being discriminated. She was being insulted. She learned the language. She pretends she's not hearing it. They will call her foreigner.
Man, he's playing semantics now. It's like it's a fantasy that we have issues.
So their brother. So Caesar. So why is it your people always hate? If the woman is not an Igbo woman, you always say, "Oh, this guy just playing." Yeah, this is not his real wife. You know what I'm saying? They'll say you're just playing. The guy run. The guy have to abandon the guy. Run off.
Yeah, but every people do the same thing. Even Africans do the same thing to people here in the US too. If you marry someone from the West.
That's what when I call about the Yoruba ones, I said the Yoruba ones are far more accommodative. Why I said that thing is that you can marry into a Yoruba man, they will take you as one of them, right? They'll take you as one of them. Tinubu's wife is not a Yoruba woman, it's a Shekiri woman. It's a woman from Delta State. You understand me? But if you look at her, you think she's Yoruba because Yoruba people receive her heavily. You know what I'm saying? They welcome her into the family. But an Igbo man married to a Yoruba woman, it will take years before he can even introduce that woman to his people, because he knows his people will not just receive the woman well at once, at first. You understand me? That's just the truth. Igbo man will marry to Yoruba girl, take
Man,
that girl home.
have you heard of wait, Caesar, have you heard of the word Nyamri before? Man, that's like a kata to the Igbo. That's how the Hausa people call the the Igbos.
Caesar is a
Nyamri.
Caesar is a
Nyamri.
Caesar is a Nyamri.
That's like a kata
No,
too.
just say, don't get scared about it. Just say Caesar is a Nyamri. No problem about it.
No, he's saying that the biggest fantasy is that they have issues.
Man, there's issues, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yes,
That
It's every
toxic
group has
attitude is
names
business,
for
man.
each other.
There's issues, man. There's issues. You understand me? There's issues.
Man, I used to have a
That's not the
friend.
truth.
His name was
Look,
Chibu.
for
So
me, no,
I want to
it's not like you're not gonna get.
wait. Listen. Sometimes I used to have a house guy like when they speaking about the Igbos. Wallahi, they when the Nyamri na wallahi. Allah ya bad on me like.
But yeah. But I heard about it there. But don't get me wrong, man. I'm still like both Yoruba and the Igbo. So we in the middle, right? So we both into the both culture because I grew up Igbo guys. Sometimes I really don't see them Igbo anymore because they so stay in my state that we kind of like integrated, right? But that doesn't mean that I know okay, if I come to their home, they're Igbo. But sometimes you just lose that where each person is coming from. You know what I mean? You know, we eat their food and everything. So Igbo man is still part of my blood as a brother and everything. You understand? So, but the problem sometimes we have is
they're good people,
you cannot
man.
live in their place like the way they live in Yoruba land. You understand me? You can't live in Igbo man territory like that they will really welcome you.
In Ghana, they don't trust them. In Ghana, they don't trust
them. They would drive you out, man. They would drive you out. If you want to buy land in Igbo, if you want to buy land in Igbo man house, it will tell you let it consult the gods. If the gods will allow, if the gods will allow you to, if the God will allow him to sell you land.
They will even sell you for money. They will even sell you and take money.
They will not even sell the land for yourself. They will not.
No, I said like I know. No, I mean like they will sell you yourself, the human, and get money out of it, man. Like, man, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I was in Cyprus, man, I never trusted an Igbo person, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Zoga, because one you live in Nigeria for you. So Zoga, people start to say
but I didn't stay there. I didn't stay there with my parents.
So your mother and father live in Nigeria before. So so for years, so they have having contact and business doing. So maybe they have somehow bad experience. You know, everybody.
Oh no.
What I mean, Nigeria is a beacon of all kind of no, if you live in the south, even if you live in Lagos or Ibadan or Abeokuta, some of all these
my mom has never spoken any bad thing about Nigeria to me or my dad, you know. But my mom, she knows. Wait. No, forget about like because they are saying the Ghanaians that you see them speaking bad about Nigeria, there are people they have never been to Nigeria before. If a Ghanaian that have lived in Nigeria, he doesn't have no issue with Nigerians. You know, he knows them. He can tell the difference about Nigeria. So he's not gonna say, "Oh, Nigerians are like this." You know, he will try, the one who has been to Nigeria. He want to know what tribe you come from, so he can actually tell you or insult you.
If Peter, this guy is dead now. Kofi Annan was married to a Yoruba woman.
Yeah,
they should ask Kofi Annan.
yeah.
Kofi Annan, I can't understand his son. Kofi Annan's son have a house in Nigeria. His first son and his daughter, they bought mansions there. They live in Nigeria, man. You know,
my dad stayed in Lagos State and also in Abuja too. He's like,
Nigeria is
he used to do like in Dinky, like Dinky, like Taylor. He used to be a tailor. My dad used to be
there. Wow. Man.
Back in the days now.
Ghana men married to a lot of Nigerian women in Nigeria, man. A lot, man. You can't even tell. You see, that's the problem. We can't even tell the difference of each other anyway. You understand me? I was visiting a friend. That this woman was very, very entertaining. Then she introduced her. Look at my beautiful handsome man from Ghana. Like before they go, because she was making a joke. You know what I mean? I like really say yes. You forget to say yes. the guy have his own business. They're doing business. They're doing business there and everything. A lot of Ghanaians that live in Nigeria, Nigerian wives, just the way Igbo men are invading Ghana, also marrying this women from Ghana and all kind of place there now. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you can't really tell with African. Once you marry, man, you marry. Something in YouTube.
But you have one issue though. Like me, like I'm a different kind of guy. Like for me, I, I I've I've been in contact with Nigerians when I was in Cyprus, man. Like, I speak with them. I also I've delivered in lectures at the Nigerians Independence Day.
Yeah.
I used to be with the Hausa people. Man. I've been with my vice president. My vice president was Henry Nwoke. He's an Igbo guy,
Mm-hmm.
and I was the president. And my director of social was Yoruba. Like, man, I know
So
Nigerians.
it's sort of like embedded. So you know the Nigerian mindset and everything. Which
Man,
is
I know. For me, I don't speak. I don't speak. I don't generalize Nigerians, man. I can. I want to.
so you know much. You know how Nigerian people. If you have this type of different
Yeah.
groups, you already know about their mindset, the way they
Yeah.
roll, and the way they
Hausa
move. You understand me?
I know
So
the
yeah.
Hausa
So
people.
you.
I know the Hausa people version type of pidgin. I know the Europe people version, the Igbo version type of beat. I can tell, like, people from outside might say it's Nigerian, but I can tell now this is an Igbo way of speaking pidgin. Man. I can tell.
Okay. Zongo, be a Nigerian. Let me just tell you the truth. Be in Nigeria first of all, right? Be in Nigeria first of all. I'm from the south. Majority of my friends from Nigeria are from the Yoruba tribe. Understand? They're from the Yoruba tribe. I have some few Igbo friends, but most of my friends that I roll with are the Yoruba tribe. You understand? Party, baby dedication, marriages, all kind of something is from the Yoruba side. That's just the truth. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know their mentality, I know the way they roll, I know who they are. You understand me? I have few Igbo friends, but I know much about the Igbos also, but most of my friends are from the Yoruba set of people. That's just the truth. If you,
Mm,
yes, that's just the truth. I have some few Igbo friends, but not so a lot. Do I went to school with them? Yes. Do I associate myself with them those days in those states? Yes. But the moment I started growing into university level, it was all Yoruba and my state people.
yeah,
Yoruba and my
man.
state people. Yeah. So that's why I said I know much about the Europe. When Mike speak, right? When Mike speaks, sometimes this panel,
Yeah, man.
it's
I met people. Do you know how many people I met
yeah,
from
my
Nigeria?
friends.
Man?
I
I met
forget
people
who
from
my friends told
Adamawa
them.
State, from
Yeah,
Kogi State.
so that's why I'm
I have
saying
friends. I have friends from Kogi State that I speak to from what is the name of the Niger States, man? The Nupe people from there. Come on, man.
yeah,
From
that's what I'm talking about. Is if we live in Nigeria, I can tell you that that's what I said. The people I roll with, the people I do much day-to-day thing with is
yeah,
more Yoruba than my people, the Igbo people. You understand me? So the Yoruba
yeah,
first, then my state, then this is right from university level, high school, elementary school, yeah, with Igbo people. But the moment I started, so let's start holding friends together, friend and friend. They are the Yoruba people. You know what I'm saying. So the job I said I have now was being introduced to me by my Yoruba friend. You understand me? So let's say if it had been an Igbo man, I would not have got it. He would have gone and bring an Igbo guy. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? So it was a
mm,
Yoruba guy who introduced me to my job, who helped me
mm,
out.
yeah, yeah,
Yes, yeah, it was a Yoruba guy who said, because at that time in Lagos, when you start hustling to make something out of your life, start going to place and company to company to see if you get a job. So he just told me, come, there's an open place, this place, do this, do that, do this, do this, do
yeah.
this.
You were,
Put
man.
me
Even
through.
when I was in the U.S. here, even like I didn't have money or something like that. I used to know someone Yoruba guy. He used to take me to Walmart to get me some food stuff, man.
Yeah, man. So that's what I'm telling you that that's what I said. The Yoruba, I know their brain. I know who they are. I know if I call to Egbon, Alpha now, he be Yoruba man will open truthful, but that's the Egbon Alpha now. You want to just hear your voice, it will just be, will just open the mind for you. You understand me? We might be shouting or talking. We just, hey, hey, hey. Come, this place open, no. Come, let me take you there. You understand me? You know, we do things, you know, they do things like that. You understand me? You know, that's why I said, I'm not sure I roll with them a lot. I know much about them a lot. These are people that I roll with. These are people that I know their brain. These are some of them my in-laws in my family, extended family, you know. These are people that you know, they're not too far from my state also.
So you are somehow connected to them,
Yeah. So that's what I'm telling you, that
yeah.
to the ego side, it can be good and everything, man. When it comes to money making, before they will approach you first, they have already picked their people to dominate a certain place. You know what I'm saying?
So like, so you don't know nothing about nothing, not
No, I don't know much. I don't know much about the northern
like
people.
Bauchi,
Let's just be
you know,
honest, man.
Bauchi, Yobe, and all
No,
those
no,
kind
no,
of
no.
places.
I've been to Abuja. I've been to you know, Abuja. I never lived there, but I've been there on on a working mission. But I've never really been. I've never been to. I must stop over in Kano. You know, when I'm going towards Europe, because at that time KLM used to stop in Kano, or coming from.
Well,
I've never
KLM is
been
it's a Dutch airline, right?
airline. Yeah, it's a Dutch airline. You know, so when
KLM
I
is
fly
it's
from
a big
Abuja
airline, man,
to,
very
yeah,
popular
when I
airline.
fly to Abuja to Holland, or first of all, or to United States, I stopped in Kano at that time. I've never come out of the plane in Kano. So that's how I know Kano, just from inside the plane. That'll tell you something we Nigerians don't really know much about the state we stay in. So I don't really know much about the something. If I fly from Abuja, I'm talking about, you know, Lagos, I don't stop in Kano. But if I fly from Abuja, I pass through Kano. That's how I even know much about from the lens from the plane, from that glass of that window, I see Kano State, you know. But really, I've never been to Kano. I've never been to Sokoto. I've never been to Zafara. I've never been to Castina. You understand me? So, but where I just rock is just my state, the Yoruba land, and some part of the eastern parts because of some of my friends that came from those areas. Places like Anambra, Enugu, Imo. I have some very humble friends that came from those places.
Caesar says, have you been to the east part of Nigeria?
Yes. I've been to the east. I've been to the eastern part of Nigeria. I've been to Anambra. I've been to Enugu. I've been to Imo State. I have friends that came from those areas during marriage periods. We all kind of like.
Yeah, Caesar, man. I mean, Kidola is not
But
speaking out of hate, man.
but I don't know. I've never lived with them. I don't know the day-to-day running of an Igbo man in their own territory, in their own state. You know, I just went there, we party, we do marriages. They do marriages there, my friends and everything. That just so. So I never really let me go out and buy bread or akara, or sit and talk with them there. You know, I've the experience those things. Like, do I experience with a person in Yoruba people, like person like one man. You see person like one man speak, you know, you could see that that's a typical Yoruba man. You understand me? You know, like person like one man, I might know his brain, I might know the way he's talk. Person like Mike, yes, I know the way he roll because I live with them. You understand me? You understand me? I know I do
What
day-to-day
about
things.
gas them up? What I gas them up? Where does it
Gassing up is from Ijo. Gassing up Gassing up is like Ijo man.
Man, that guy, man.
Gassing up is a guy that I can say I relate to because we must share similar type of former old Benin state. You understand me? You know, Gassing up is a guy
But
that
Ghana is an Americanized Nigerian man.
yeah. Gassing up is at the job man where the
He
onion
doesn't
for.
want he doesn't want Nigeria to progress. He wants him to still be.
Gassing up is it's a different total cat, man. You
Where
know.
is he, man? I haven't seen him lately, man. Or
No, Gassing up is pumping artists. Maybe he's busy in Nigeria. You know, sometimes these
is he
guys
hosting
might
his
be.
own shows now? Is he hosting his own shows now? Because
I
I
don't
don't see
think
him
so.
on
That's
that.
not might be working. Maybe he might be working in Nigeria, maybe building something there. He might be working in US, maybe building something in Nigeria now. You know, so at the time, guys of almost come with what kind of funny broken asset also. You know,
Man, yeah,
guys
he's
of
trying.
almost like
No,
he's
he's trying
working
to fake.
in Nigeria.
He's trying to fake to the Americans, man. Leave him alone, man. He doesn't know
No,
there's a lot of
guys
Nigerians.
of born in US. You know,
Of course, no. He tried to be a more Nigerian to the Americans, and then Nigerians be looking at him, man. Nigga, shut up, man. You don't. You don't even have an American accent. He tried.
That's not come and build your mansion in Nigeria before they before the German, Gansdorf is from the water area there. I think he can swim there. He's from the river area.
Oh, for real?
Yes, it's where the oil is from.
Yeah, you're right. He says an Isoko man.
Yeah,
Caesar, you're right, man. He says an Isoko man.
Yeah, yes.
He speak highly of Isoko, man. I'm an Isoko man.
From the Soko area, So,
hey, Caesar, man, are you an artist, man? Because your name says Caesar Music, man. Are you an artist?
Gansdorf is an Americanized Nigerian,
If you where does this? They say, why do you know where I'm staying? Like it doesn't matter. Like oh my god.
I think you have an accent of a New Yorker.
No, I mean when he's trying to pretend to be, when he's trying to like to let people know he's Nigerian,
Yeah, if you talk, even with his American accent, I can still figure out it's a Nigerian guy. It's a typical Nigerian guy. You understand me? But his own is different from Mike. Mike have an American accent, but you can see the Nigerian in him also. You can see the Yoruba in him also. You understand me? Because
Mark is a tribalist. Mark is a tribalist, man.
Okay, one man is on that funny type of guy.
Yeah, but one man stays in Nigeria, man.
No. One man have a British accent.
The guy in UK
with the Yoruba.
Man, one man doesn't have no freaking. He doesn't have no freaking British accent, man.
The woman have British accent, bro.
He's trying to pretend to be an intellectual, and he's not.
Because I'm embedded.
He's just on YouTube begging for money.
That's like one man. If he speak, there's a certain sarcastic he will say. I will not take it so serious because I know much about them. You understand me? But there's a certain sarcasm that maybe somebody that's not embedded into Yoruba might find offensive. You understand me? So one man speaks sometimes. Sarcasm also, a lot of sarcasm coming out of his pen. People must see it as tribalism. You understand me? People, woman is very tribalism. No, it's not. He speak like that. Just the way he speak. But one man is not a tribalist man at all. But it's a typical Yoruba guy who have a Yoruba, always Yoruba. Is it Proverbs? A lot
Yoruba
from English.
Yoruba supremacists,
Yeah, but people see it like that, but they're not really like that. You understand me? Yoruba don't portray supremacists among India. That's what Yoruba don't have that kind of supremacy at all. At all. They don't have that kind of stuff. They are like let's live and let's live. They are like the Dutch people. Let live and let live. They'll call you Yawomi. They'll call you, even when you're not a Yoruba person, they'll call you a woman Yawomi. They'll call you all kind of stuff. These people are like they what am I going to say it? They're free. You understand me? They're free.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a lot of sympathetic empathy to people, to human beings. You understand me? They're very free. But that's what I could talk about them. That's just the truth. That's what I could talk about them.
Why do you feel like why do you feel like the Ghanaians just be hating on Nigerians though? Why do you always feel that way though?
Sometimes here also. I think there's some Ghanaians that sometimes have issue with Nigerians, but I think there's some Ghanaians also that love Nigerians. I don't know what you encounter or what they come across. But sometimes also you see a lot of Nigerian people that live in Ghana that tell you, "Hey, no, these are the best people in their life." You understand me? You know what I'm saying? Some of them man in love. This guy with everything there. So you can't really tell. Sometimes recently I started getting confused about what I'm talking about.
My mom used to. She rented a house to some Nigerians, Igbo guys,
Really?
Oh yeah.
Were they bad? Were they good?
No, they're good. I mean, every tenant has about pretty okay, pretty good. No, because that man
So
was
the
married.
people you
He
put
was
are
married to
counting
a
in
Ghanaian
Ghana,
wife
the
too.
people you put are counting in Ghana are mostly Igbo people. You understand me? People that come, I think few Yorubas are coming to Ghana. The people you might come across in Ghana is more like guys from the East. You understand me? There are few minorities like those and Delta maybe come into that place.
Oh yeah, there was one guy from I think in my neighborhood where before even I came to the US. His name was Mohammed. Man, he became a Muslim. Man, I was like, he was oh that. So like when you were saying that, like really like God, calm
Yeah,
down.
because I don't know much. Because
Do you know how
what you
many
see
like
from the example, okay,
you gotta
that
like what's
if it's
even
so
where
bad,
even the
why they marrying each other there? That's the problem we Africans, right?
even the region where I come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
The eastern region, right? There's a university called the O Nation University. Most of the students are Nigerian students.
How does Zikwe study in Ghana? Before that.
Yeah, man. So like, there's a lot. But if you focus too much in Accra, then you're gonna miss other regions. You get what I'm saying? It's just like
Yeah,
almost
that
focus,
Accra thing,
focus. It's always like focusing problems in Lagos State and
yeah, but
forget
they still
about
marrying each
Lagos.
other there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Accra is a basic zone whereby they fight each other. Sometimes Accra is a very hot piece. Accra is like Lagos in terms of characteristics and all the other things also. So maybe that's where they fight each
Yeah,
other
but
there.
Kidola, man, the fact that someone is from Nigeria doesn't mean like you can't fight with a local man. Even here in the US, man, like you still have issues. You might have like misunderstanding and fight. And like you gotta understand like there are some Nigerians like they are not good people too. Like so don't take it like
So I'm going to ask you something.
yeah.
When Nigerians and Ghana are fighting, if those ones that marry themselves, what do they tell each other? I wonder what Nigerians and Ghanaians are telling each other that marry themselves. Are they fighting? So you Ghanaian, you Nigeria, are they fighting like that?
um, I think usually the thing is like if the what should be avoided. I haven't actually experienced that. I think what should be avoided like the media shouldn't do stuff like that. Like it's like a whole media station
No,
is doing
because I
that.
want to know because sometimes you see relationship
Because
they don't
people
feel like
generally
that.
people generally most masses don't think like that. But if people in the media kind of feed them that kind of idea, they're gonna pick it and just spread it along. You get what I'm saying? But
Zogo,
other than
Zogo,
that,
Zogo,
general
Zogo,
people,
Zogo, let me just be honest. Let me just be honest to you. To be honest, I love Black Americans a lot, man. Let me just be honest to you. I like them. I like they're strong. If you think what they pass through, they still have that sense of humanity, that sense of you forget about some of this Pukirere, whatever they find themselves on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Their sense of humanity. Let's just be honest. We can talk some group related to general because I troll a lot. I'm a troller. I can come across problem back and back and back and back and back just to cause problem. But the honesty, I love them a lot. I love their humanity, even what they pass through. I love that even when they throw all kind of debt towards them, which I didn't know before, that I have to go and find out a lot because
man, do you know
what
like
with the pass through, man. If you have to understand, they throw syphilis to these people. They
yeah, man.
throw they throw
Man,
their hands.
do you know even the last time on Dino's show, like Al got mad and he called Nakmizi a slave. I'm like, man, Al, that was too foul, man. He went too far.
Yeah, because I was
Uh,
just I think it was peace. That was said
oh,
if you can
oh, were you on
you
that
can
stream? You
but if
listen
you
to that? Did you listen to that stream?
yeah, man. I like that Nakmizi a lot. If you listen to Nakmizi, right, he's a very smart guy. He know much about history. He might come out as counterpunch, maybe to defend his own people.
Yeah,
But if you really talk to Nakmizi, man, I think he might be one of the most sympathetic human being. I think sometimes I check the undertone when you're not pissed, when you're not angry. You understand me? When you're not trying to counterpunch when somebody's punching you. You understand me? Yeah, that is West Africa of a thing. But if you check the undertone of that dude,
yeah. He
he's
was
one of the most athletic guy I think you might come
Yeah,
across.
he was here on this platform, man. When he came, he thought there was a smoke, man. There was no smoke, so he went away. He paid money. He paid money to Kaizo that they should take me out from the panel. And Kaizo, Kaizo, Kaizo didn't see it, man. So later, like when he realized that American Rifleman was on the panel, he was like, "Oh no, he no, he gave me a pass. He gave me a pass, so he want Kaizo to
You
take
know, you see
American Rifleman."
when you this planet, you want to counterpunch. You start bringing things that will hurt each other. You start bringing things, sometimes formulated things that have truth. You know, you see one thing about this planet when you punch when the gloves are off now. You start bringing
Hmm.
half truth back into reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? You create you start creating things. You start creating things to attack each other. The other things are attacking. Man, forget this shit, man. You know, so at the end of the day, people think, oh, this we all know this just take off the glove and let's fight now. But
Hmm.
in the whole sense, just be honest, the whole sense. That's what I said. When I tell that means the look. That's what you know. You heard my white voice. You heard my, you know. That's what I'm like. Sorry, I'm not really that. I have this better a Black American family. I'm uncle to Black American children. You understand me? I'm this. I'm that. I call a Black American woman mom for years.
Yeah, man.
You know when
And
she was
Mary,
alive. You understand me? When she was alive, bro.
and Mary
You
Shay, I
understand me?
mean, if you wanna, Kidola, can make
No,
you a
no,
second
no,
wife.
no, no.
She can make you. Kidola is 6'8" man, man. That guy is
You know,
he's a freaking tall guy, man. He's a
Zogo,
freaking tall guy.
Zogo,
He's gonna give you a baby to next who's gonna be the next
you
NBA
know,
player, man.
We can fight here. We can say whatever I want to say, but I call a Black American mom for years as my mom who take care of me. You understand me? Introduce me to Black American food and everything. May I so rest in peace. You understand me? You understand?
Do you know like Judah? Judah is like 6'4" too.
Julius,
Judah,
6'4"?
yeah, man.
Yeah, Julius. Yeah, yeah. But we all kind of like,
So
but so that's why I said all this fighting. Sometimes you just okay. Let's go dirty right now. No, Afrodabo show is
yeah,
one of the show. You know,
like
so
he was
this guy
like he
called
was.
Kazo know how to turn the heat on sometime. If you not really there, then that means he's looking for the glove where the glove will be off. Also, you understand me? Let's fight. He's always fight, 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 fight. You understand me? But deep behind the scene, man. That's what I'm just telling you right now. That do I love this people? I love this people like him, man. I like that
Yeah,
their humanity. They're
Like
strong.
busy
I love that.
just don't like the Nigerian arrogance. So sometimes you just want to check them, man.
Yeah,
So he has really
I like
taken
that.
time. He has really taken time to
No,
go and watch Nigerian media, and he knows some of the foulest
yeah,
things
but
about
that's what I
Nigeria.
told you that Zogo, if they talk about Nigerian arrogancy, really, you talk about the Yorubas, but because most people speak the way it talks, but because I'm a Nigerian, I can a little bit that we're arrogant, but Eastern Nigeria, we kind of like, oh, Bob, how fast? See first. If come people fight, we don't really
Yeah,
fight
but
it.
yeah, yeah.
They want to
To
play
the
around. They just so that you have to agree. You have to
Hey man, are you still on the line? Is Is there something wrong with your Glow network or something in Portland, in Port Harcourt? Yeah, Kidola has issues with his network. He's experiencing some technical challenges. All right, guys, man. I've been here for a long time. It's a pleasure uh, for being on the panel. Shout out to Mary. I'm guessing that's Mary Shay, right? Or Mary Shy?
Mary Shy.
Mary Shy, right? Because I know a lot of Black Americans use Shay a lot. You know, they have their own peculiar names too. You know, Dante, man, that's typical Black American name, right?
Yeah, I think these fake names that they came up with were a mixture of like French and like some what they thought sounded African names like Tyrone, Dante. These are French names.
Oh,
So
really,
they thought that,
Tyrone?
yeah,
Tyrone
Tyrone is a
French?
French. Yeah,
Oh, for
very
real?
European. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? I had no
Yep.
idea. Yeah, but in the
Yeah.
U.S., they tend to use those kind of names. You know, you wouldn't even hear like you never see a white person using those kind of names. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they also have this name like Tava.
Yeah. Yep. These are all French names. So because because of obviously trying to dissociate themselves. Not just shout out Marie Shy, the sole sponsor of the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for your $5 super chat there. And again, later on, I apologize, Kaizo. I came in peace. I hope you came, sister. That's all we're happy about. But yeah, these are French names because they were trying to dissociate themselves from like white supremacy. So they were trying to find a different name that was away from
English
European
name.
typical English names, right? But I always find that they fail at these things because even when they dissociate themselves from Christianity, they go to Islam, and then it's just kind of funny because you guys also enslave black people. So I was just like, okay,
Man, they can't win anyway. Even the Africans
Can't
too
win,
enslave them too.
exactly,
They
right?
sold
So
them
it's kind of like,
as-
yeah, you're running away from something bad, and then you end up in something just as bad. It's just trading masters or things. So it's yeah, it's a bit sad
they don't
in
use
a way.
Abubakar though. They use Omar. Omar is a very common Black American name. Omar. You know?
Oma. Oh yeah, she even says her first name is Italian, and her middle name is French.
Oh, okay.
Black Americans are interesting. Godzilla brought the heat. You mean the kaiju? I mean kaiju. We're not calling Kidola kaiju. This guy, DiCaprio, man. Kong's phone is dying. Yeah, no, it was a good show, man. We were actually here for like 16 hours.
Man, what time did you
for
start the show, man? Like, did the panel
16
kind of
hours,
change?
bro.
So
Yeah.
John Zula was he there since the start of the show?
He was listening for the start of the show. He joined in maybe like 10 hours ago on the chat.
When
I mean on
when
the live
when I joined or what?
just before you joined, like 10. The show said it 16 hours ago. He joined maybe like 10 hours ago. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so it's been a pretty crazy long stream. But I break it down by different topics because obviously YouTube won't even save the video if it's more than 10 hours long. So you'd basically waste a whole stream in that whole process.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
fine.
it's been
After 5 hours, man, we weren't speaking out. It was just something, just gossiping and something like that,
yeah.
Is that one
There
man?
just has to be some sort of mental health disorder.
Yeah, man. I was in my bed. I'm
Are
like,
you
damn,
looking
like,
for a record? Are you looking for a record? Are you looking to break or make a record?
Oh, me?
Let's see if you can push it to 24 hours, then we'll see what happens.
Oh, I've done 24 hours live streams before back in the days, but those were crazy, man. Your health comes first.
You know, I
If you don't,
literally thought you just started, I didn't actually know you were this deep in. Wow,
oh, oh, really?
I thought you said you recently just got married. Should you not be busying yourself with activities?
you gotta make the money, man. Activities are expensive. Yeah, that's the main thing. And and also one man, I don't want to live like an African. You see, I'm not even African. You said know me. This idea that every month you're waiting for your paycheck so that you can spend your money is insane. I don't know how much money I make a month. All I know is I have at least 1 year's worth of money to survive on. Right? There's no way I can live this paycheck stuff. It just doesn't make sense. So I have to have at least 1 year's of money.
Yeah, but have that 1 year of money and then park that and then leave paycheck to paycheck, but then have that as your backdrop, as your safety net.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you get it?
Yeah, I see. So
don't be like some crazy young person that you think the dollars will eternally come rolling in. It never, do you know what a purple patch is? Do you know what a purple patch is?
No.
All right, I'll tell you that offline, but you may be experiencing a purple patch. I'm not saying you are, but you may be.
This guy.
That's what. You mean like a bubble? like
Kidola spoke about you earlier, man. One man.
What did Kidola say about me? All this, I have to stop coming on Kaizo's or something. All these rascally youths,
No, well, in fact, he spoke very highly of you, though.
That's good then.
Yeah, he's like a lot of people don't understand the Yoruba people. Like you just,
Yoruba people are what?
Nah, it wasn't out of hate, man. It was just he gave positive remark about you, though. So
no, Yoruba people are superior beings anyway, but I think the world is starting to cotton onto that. Do you know that Yoruba studies is the most studied thing in all these African studies globally? So all the tertiary institutions with African studies, Yoruba study is the hub of it. So obviously the globe has identified that anything that is coming out of blackness has to be Yoruba, because that's just where the
has to be Nigerian or Yoruba.
No. It doesn't. Forget Nigeria. Nobody cares. It has to be anyway. Let me not do Yoruba.
No, but you can't really blow your own trumpet, though. I mean, Americans don't go outside blowing their own trumpet, man. They let their work speak for themselves,
Americans don't blow their trumpet.
Yeah.
I don't see. I don't know who advertises themselves more than Americans.
Have you
overwhelmed with their fantasized life?
I'm talking about American people in general. Like when they come to this platform, you see them like speaking highly of themselves.
Well, they do.
Not necessarily, man.
They do, and besides, they don't have to, because the megaphone, the microphone of their loudness already precedes them.
Yeah, they let them work.
Where do you go that you don't hear them chanting USA, USA, USA like it was some?
Well, it's a metaphor, man. What I said, speaking highly of Yoruba people, you let your work speak for yourself, man. You don't
no, but our work precedes us, though, because it's just now we're now.
Man, I haven't even heard about what you're talking about, man. I mean,
what am I talking about?
About the Yoruba, what they do in a tertiary institution, like. I haven't heard. I'm just hearing that from you.
Yeah, well, so there it is. So we're now amplifying it to your knowledge. And
yeah, but you just passing, like, the work is not speaking for itself. You just just blow your own trumpet.
You know. They say if you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. Have you heard that phrase? If you don't say I am,
like the British went everywhere around the world to colonize the world, man. Their work speak for themselves. They don't come just teaching people what they did and what the work just speak for themselves, man.
Well, there it is. So now we're bringing our work to the fore so that you can either appreciate or dismiss it. I think that's fair enough. Anyway, where are you from? You're Southern African, aren't you, Zongo? Just from
I'm
the
from
name.
Ghana, man. I'm from Ghana, man.
God. All right, that explains a lot.
Man, I'm
Yeah.
just being honest with you, man. You just let your work speak for yourself, man.
No,
Ex-
but our work does speak for us, though.
Right, guys? Oh, man, am I lying,
Nigerians are
man?
the most. No, hold on, Zongo. Let me say this, and then you dispute it. Nigerians are the most celebrated Africans globally. Is that a false statement? Have I just told a lie?
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, what do you mean?
Nigerians are the most celebrated Africans globally.
In
Have
what
I
term?
just told a lie? Did I just make that up? Is
No,
there facts to back that up?
that's a lie, man.
Oh, right. Okay.
Celebrated in like in what term? Like in what way?
In achievements, in progression, in forward thrusting, in leadership, in ethereal thinking, in blue sky thinking, in academia, in sport, in philosophy, in the all of the rudiments, all of the accoutrements that pins together to make life. The Nigerians are in the White House directing Joe Biden. Nigerians are contending for the British prime ministership. Your medical okay, where you are now, is your doctor a Nigerian? Yes or no? Don't tell a lie. Where you are now, is your
No.
doctor a Nigerian? Yes or no?
Mm-mm. But I've been to a Nigerian doctor when I was in Illinois before.
Well, there you are. so there it is.
Yeah, but it still doesn't mean anything, man. I mean, you are speaking
It
about
doesn't
like
mean
a job.
anything. As a
You,
Ghanaian, never achieved anything in
you are
life.
speaking. Yeah, but it's not
Other
about
than it's
Ghana.
just kinky and whatever it is.
It's
All
not
these,
about Ghana and
all
Nigeria,
these,
man. It's not
raw
about Ghana
food
and
that you
Nigeria, man.
eat
I
over
was
there.
just saying, like, you just let your work speak for itself, man. Don't be blowing your own
No,
trumpet.
but that is what I'm saying. That our work does speak for itself.
You speak.
And
You
I've
came
just
here
said this.
speaking highly of like the Yoruba days. I'm like, man, come on. Let your work speak for yourself.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. Are you not listening? I've just now told you academia.
But these are white. These are jobs. Like
Your favorite food are your favorite films not Nollywood films
what
from
I'm talking
Nigeria?
about. What I'm talking about. Let's say, like for
Is your
instance, like,
favorite food not jollof rice from Nigeria?
listen. Like
Is
for
your
instance,
favorite musician not Davido from Nigeria? Is your medical doctor not a Nigerian? Your accountant that does your book, is it
no,
not a
that's
Nigerian?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, let's say for like you live in the U.S., you use iPhone, you use like computers. These are like like sophisticated product that like the West, like the U.S., maybe or the West in general, like have actually produced that are benefiting mankind. This is the kind of like achievement that we want, not just being a worker for a white man's company. That's not an achievement, man. That's just working for
Oh,
yourself.
look at that. That's just a pedestrianized logic. That's pedestrianized logic. The Africa, the black, not even African, the black renaissance, which is happening visibly globally to all our whatever it is, our understanding.
Mhm.
The African Renaissance is being led by the Nigerian person, not
And
the Black American. Forget Ghana anyway. Nobody, Ghana is just not the Black American, not the Black British, not the Black anything. The Black Renaissance is being led by the Nigerian space, and it can only really be led if you really think deeply about it, devoid of your prejudicial, nationalistic, whatever it is that all these Nigerians are so annoying. The Black Renaissance can only really be led.
Man, I live in the U.S., man.
Nigeria.
I don't give a damn about even from. I
Of
don't
course,
give
you
a damn
give a
about Ghana.
damn. You're a Ghanaian
I don't give
speaking
a
to
damn
a
about living in
Nigerian.
Ghana, man.
Of course, you feel repressed and oppressed.
In what
That's
way?
always bigger.
In what way?
But because that's the natural instinct of the Ghanaian to the Nigerian.
Oh, really? Is that what you think,
Whenever
though?
we land in the space, you feel repressed and oppressed. Oh, that here comes our overlord again
You
to
came here
lord it
speaking
over
about
us.
the Yoruba like this and being taught in the institution. I'm like, man, nobody like you are blowing your own trumpet, man. Let people speak about that.
Yeah, like I said, if you so say I am, nobody will say you are.
I've
You
not,
have to blow your own
but
trumpet.
I'm being
You
honest
don't
with
even
you.
know that.
Trust me, like I'm being
Hold
honest
on,
with you
hold
though.
on. Let me ask you a
I'm being
question.
honest. Like putting all
Let,
jokes aside, I'm just being
let,
honest
let,
with
let
you.
me ask you a question. Do you not know that you have to blow your own trumpet? Do I have to tell you that? You
No, you
don't know.
don't have to blow your work. Speak for yourself, man.
Oh, look at this guy. You must be all right. So that
You are,
explains
you are
everything.
speaking like in terms of like this Black Americans. Oh, you gotta fake it till you make it. Your
Not
work
fake it
speak
till
for
you make it. Not fake it till
your
you make
work
it.
gotta speak for itself, man.
Uh-uh.
If people like your work, they're gonna be speaking about it.
No. It's I am, therefore I am. So you
And I gave you a typical
oh
example. Like,
God, there's so many missing gaps, man. Anyway, you're
have
from
you seen
Ghana, but there's so
have
many
you seen
missing
like
gaps.
an American, like or maybe a Korean, speaking highly of themselves? But we always
What
speak about the
they
Korean
never
doing this
stop doing.
because
Do
their
you know that
products.
you
What they
don't?
do.
Oh
Listen to what I'm
God,
saying. Listen,
do,
listen,
do, do you know what
listen,
the word subterfuge means? Do you know what?
listen,
Oh God.
listen to me. What they do speak for itself. Like the Japan, like I've never interacted with a Japanese man before, but you know, like their work speak for itself. Everywhere you go, you know, like this is Japanese this, Japanese that. Their work is speaking for itself. And you just speaking about just being a worker for a white man institution. Like at this point, Africans are still having this kind of conversation. Come on, man, stop it.
But what am I speaking to though? Am I not speaking to the work?
Being a worker in a white man institution, like
No.
really,
Forget.
man,
Look at this guy,
get the
man.
fuck out of
You.
here,
Oh
man.
God. You need a whole. There's a lot of heavy lifting that has to be done by Kaizo. You need a
That's
whole
nothing to do. Like,
a heavy lifting reorientation to realign your worldviews.
but I'm being serious actually. See, let me tell you something. Even like recently, right? Um, I was like one of the firms, like one of the leading firms, like they are spearheading like one of the like the technologies to they're gonna like start using like nuclear fusion to generate electricity. Like these are like the technologies that are really actually going on in real time right now. And it's
There is
gonna
not new technology.
don't
What do you
not
mean? That's not new technology. That's like half a
what
century old
what is
technology,
that?
nuclear fusion to generate. What are you talking about?
What is that? What's the difference between nuclear fission and nuclear fusion?
What's the difference between what?
Nuclear fission and nuclear fusion.
Fission, nuclear fusion, and sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Okay, I'm talking about nuclear fusion is a new technology, and you say it's not a new thing. Like really, man? Go and Google what the difference is before you come and speak.
No, I'm not googling anything.
But there's nothing wrong.
Nuclear fusion is not
What
a new technology.
what you are talking about is nuclear fission, and that's a
No. I'm talking about nuclear fusion. FUS, however it's spelled,
hmm
it is not a new technology. Maybe you are just happening up. Maybe you are happening upon it for the first time. But
Tell
that
me about
you see, that's
tell
the
me
thing
about
with
human
you
nature.
guys. You're
Hold on,
happening upon knowledge
hold
and you
on,
think it's a new thing.
hold on,
You're
hold on,
just happening upon it. It's not
hold on, hold on,
new.
hold on. Tell me about any company that is using the nuclear fusion technology to generate electricity. Tell me right now.
There's a company in Ibadan, in
Oh my
Oyo, where I come
goodness,
from,
man.
experimenting with
Oh
that.
my God, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
no,
Get
I'm
the
not
fuck
your
out of
god.
here,
I'm
man.
just one man. I'm not.
Get the fuck out of here, man. And this is the problem. Like, someone will say something, like, you just, I mean, like, are you just gonna act like, I'm saying, like, at this point in time, nobody's really interested about just being a worker for the white man, right? That's not what we're looking at. What are you really doing things like what are you really doing to impact the world that will speak for people, like speak for your people?
Okay. Let's take
That's
that
what
to the
we are looking
African.
at.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you set the parameters. Let's take that now to the African space. What are you doing to evolve African innovation creativity? Because
That's
I
what I'm.
think
That's
you think
when
yeah,
you
you think that's your
came
second
when
thing.
you
Yeah.
came on the platform. You came in you were trumpeting like, oh, what a Yoruba. But I said like, don't say it that way. Let your
No, no,
work.
no, no, no.
When
I'm
I
talking
said
about
that,
your
hold on,
work
hold on.
supremacy. Yes,
When I
yeah.
when I when I said that, I mean that. Okay, I mean that genuinely. I wasn't just speaking like just looking down. Like just
No,
let
no,
your
no.
work
Yeah, no.
speak for
Let's have
itself.
that conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah, go on.
yeah, yeah. So like what I like, that's what I said. I mean, don't blow your own trumpet. Let your work speak for itself, man. This is not a bad
No, no,
statement.
no, no. And
Yo, I
I'm
just
telling
wanna
you
know
that
how
this.
did
Sorry, let me just say this, Musanda, and then I'll shut up, and then you take. I'm telling you that that is a mistaken view. That you have to blow your trumpet, either silently, covertly, inferredly, or howeverly. You have to blow your own trumpet. You reference the Japanese; they blow their own trumpet. You reference whoever, they blow their own trumpet. The Japanese are not the most innovative, but they've sold themselves to the global space as being peculiarly, uniquely innovative and nuanced. You know, the Americans are not whatever it is. They sell them. Everybody sells themselves to the world, either inferredly, covertly, overtly, or howeverly. They sell themselves to the world. So now the black people also have to sell a narrative. So forget that. All the
That's
let
not
your
what I'm
work.
speaking about. You're having a conversation with me, right?
Yeah.
And when I made mention of Japanese, I'm not speaking about what people are saying. I'm talking about actual real
You
product
know,
that
you're talking about their body of work being
yeah,
an example. Yeah,
yes,
yeah, I
something that
understand
are
that.
really impact humanity. That's what I'm talking to. So
Yes,
it's not
but
about them selling; it's their work that is selling themselves. That's what I
no,
mean.
no, 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 no. They
When I
sold
make
that
when
work.
I
No,
made
no, you
mention
don't get it.
when I made reference of America too, I'm not speaking about like the kind of programming we receive in Hollywood movies. I'm talking about what they've actually do in real like on the ground, right? Like let's see, like no, like maybe what they did, how the person who helped um, to make cars come to like the consumer level so that human can be able to pay like this are it started from them like this is what I'm
Those
talking
are
about
just
a
those
real
are
thought
just
a real
peripheral
yeah
euphemism. Don't worry about all that ding dong. Let me just tell you this is the broad arching philosophy of life. You know, it's the projection. Marketing is the most important thing uh, in mankind, and how you know that the Americans are actually the most criminally brutish people. Worse than the Germans, anybody else? They've killed right across history more people than anyone else, but they sell themselves as the bastions of democracy and free speech, and then under that banner they get you. It's all about the marketing. So forget about, let your work speak for itself. If you don't say I am, nobody will say you are. That's the overarching philosophy of nation. But let me shut up and let Musanda come in.
nah man, I think I'm about to go, man. I thought you were gonna talk about nuclear and science or some shit, man. I see it's going
No,
back to
you can
Bible
come in
talk.
at that space. Yeah, yeah, come in
Are
at
you
that
gonna go
space.
there or like
He was talking about nuclear fusion, and he was trying to confuse me with science when I was talking philosophy with him.
are you gonna touch on
oh
that the nuclear fusion thing
yeah, no, I was just gonna say they actually said there's no company in the world that's being powered by nuclear. I was gonna go to that one, man. That's how he got you when he asked you that question. Which company is
Oh
actually
yeah,
using
so I'm
nuclear
trying to
fusion?
trick you.
Is it?
There is no nuclear fusion
Yeah,
ready
that's how he
company.
got you. You know, it's smart.
what
No. Where did he get me?
That's how
Where
he
did you
got
say he
you.
got me? Eh?
Oh,
There is no company that's using being powered by a nuclear fusion reactor. They're doing fusion experiments. Yes, making the reaction of fusion exist, but being powered by one doesn't. So remember, fusion is a combination of particles, right? You're fusing things, and then hopefully from that fusion, energy will come out of it, right? The truth is, there's more energy you put in by making them fuse than what you get from the released energy. That's the thing.
yep.
So there's none.
one word. There is no such thing as nuclear fusion. Is what Sam is telling. It's
Yeah.
fake
So
news. Zongo tricked you.
no, no. You didn't hear what I said.
Sorry. How did they trick me? Sorry,
No, I
didn't
was
catch
saying
it.
because I was trying to tell like maybe what he has heard
Hold
about
on,
is
Zongo.
wait.
Hold on. Let Kaiser come in.
Yeah, so
Because
he was telling you that there's a new technology called nuclear fusion, and you didn't fight him back. The truth is, there's no such thing as nuclear fusion. It's a white man's dream. Every experiment, you put more energy to make two atoms fuse than you actually get out of the experiment. Fission is the only nuclear thing that exists. The other fusion thing is just a white man's dream.
and that fusion has always been in place for
I
30,
think
40 years.
wait. That I was saying that I was trying to cite an example like there are ongoing technology about using nuclear fusion to generate like electricity right now. And I'm saying like I was trying to cite an example like this is the kind of thing like we want to see you like referencing because like this is what is going to happen in the next decade or the next 2 decades to come, right? Actually, like visit a facility that's actually spearheaded that using the nuclear fusion to generate electricity right now. Like the name is Helion Energy. You can just go to LinkedIn and just check their profile right now. And Zap Energy actually went to their facility. They're actually doing that, you know. And I'm saying like these are the technologies. These are the technology that's going to come in the next decade. I'm not saying actually. I'm saying it's going to come.
Oh, it's going
Yeah,
to come. Okay,
yeah.
that's.
They are actually doing it, but they are not yet public yet. This is an inside information I'm just providing. Like, but it's
So
actually
you believe in white man that much,
Define
Zongo?
doing it. Define wait. Define doing it, Zongo. What is doing it? Them creating net positive energy.
they actually just Google like Healing Energy or Zap Energy.
Yeah. You said
Companies, the companies
no.
that
I'm expecting
they
a
haven't
yes
actually
because you said they're
wait.
doing
They
it.
they
So
haven't actually gone public yet.
are they producing net
The
positive?
first, what they intend to do right now is they're gonna use the nuclear fusion to demonstrate the electricity, generating electricity using like that approach, right? And then like the next decade, they're gonna scale up their technologies and go beyond that level, just research and development. That's the point I'm trying to say. Because if you listen to our earlier conversation, he's speaking about
Okay. So you're saying
because
they
we
generate net positive right now. They just having
say it again. What did you say? Repeat what you said again. Hello. Repeat what you said again.
He said they are wrong, is what he said. He said they are just you are trying to confuse us with psycho Bible and funkified science, voodoo science. You are trying to confuse us with Ghanaian voodoo science.
No, that's not what I'm talking. I mean, you were here speaking, just trumpeting like this and that, and just being a working a white man institution. I'm saying like, what when in fact white people are just actually spearheading like stuff that's going to revolutionize maybe the energy industry in some years to come. That's the point. That was the point I was trying to make. I get
So
what you
you're
guys
talking
are saying.
about a white man's dream, Zongo. Zongo, okay. You know what? I love that you're very intelligent. You're very you're very yeah. So every but there's only one thing I have.
optimistic. Like the question that I was asking is, are they having an something that generates electricity? Let me ask it that way. When I say
They've
so it
already
can
wait.
they have a
They've already demonstrated that they can generate electricity using nuclear fusion, right? Approach, right?
Wait,
Now,
hang on. You guys are not having the same question.
Let's define
wait,
generate.
because
Wait. So can
this
they
is an
depend on
inside
it?
information.
Can they depend
This is an
on the
inside
energy they generated? My man,
what?
can they depend on the energy they generated? That let me ask it that way. Can they depend on this energy that they generated? Can it last? Can it power something? That's what my point was. The energy that they're generating, it just disappear. It basically you put more energy more energy in to make the combination than what you would get from it being released. So it's not a continuous it's not continuous energy generation. It's like a
Man, it's gonna
one-off experiment.
man, it's gonna happen, man. What are you arguing
No,
about? Just
that's what it is.
Google the company right now, Helion Energy. Why are you arguing about something you don't even know
Wait,
about?
guys, are we having
They
the same
actually went to the
We're
conversation?
telling
facility.
you it's a
Guys,
scam, bruh.
wait, hang on.
We're telling you
Yeah,
it's a scam.
Let's just Google the
So
company right now. Google it right
I
now,
know
man.
the companies, Zongo. These are scam companies, right? There is zero company in the world that can produce net positive energy. It's always been a scam. Nuclear fusion is not possible, where the energy you get out of it is more than how much you put in. If you got that, you get a Nobel Prize in science. You'll be the most famous scientist in the world if you could ever get more energy out of the system. Right? There was a scam from London recently that they said, "Oh yeah, we got net positive energy." Not really, because they didn't add up all the energy that it took to actually formulate that system. It's just a scam. Sorry, Zongo. Nuclear energy is a scam until we actually see it for ourselves. It's a scam.
Yeah, but
Don't
that's
trust
right.
white man.
Yeah, okay, but that's the point I'm saying. I said while people are working to make that technology a reality, you are here boasting of trying to be a working for a white man. That's the point. That was even the point of argument that I was trying to make. But anyway, since you want to, okay, you're right, man. You can say it's wrong or this thing, okay. But for me personally, I went to witness. I've been to the company. I went to witness it. They're going to demonstrate that electricity can be generated by nuclear fusion. I even posted that on my LinkedIn profile. I shared the company's name, and it's going to happen by the end of 2024. They're going to demonstrate that. In the next decade, they're going to scale up that technology and spread across the USA. Microsoft have invested in that company. You know, a lot of people
Decade, 10 years. Zongo,
just
you
to scale up,
drank the white man's Kool-Aid.
scaling up. Oh, well,
You drank the white man's Kool-Aid, Zongo. We ain't getting this shit in the next 60 years, man. 10 years? No way.
yeah, I think this is a good YouTube watcher, man. That's
man,
the
this is
problem
not
sometimes when
okay. Okay,
you're
see,
not.
I think
It's not your
okay.
nose. I'm not really attacking you with stuff. It's that when you don't know little, just the most basic part about physics, even the most basic parts about efficiency of how the machines and everything works. This type of questions you don't ask, right? So I'll give you an example with the semi truck, Tesla semi truck. They'll tell you that the truck can go 500 miles, but those are not things that real truck drivers really want to look into. They'll look into their load capacity. So how far can it go with this much load when we put it in? Will it go 500 miles when I put cars inside it? No, it won't.
Of course
Chances
not.
are, it'll just get to 100 miles. Yeah.
Yep.
And these are the things that I think people.
Go to it.
It's not about what they tell you. It's not. It's about what you ask. So that's why they will advertise you and tell you what they give. So they'll say we have autonomous trucks that can go from 0 to 60 in less than 6 seconds. Like I'm a truck
So
driver. I'm not looking for that.
So
I'm
so are
looking
you
for
saying
you to do my thing.
are you saying wait? So let me just give you an example, right? So like obviously like two companies, right? One is the Helion Energy, and the other one is the Zap Energy. So they're gonna use two different approaches to generate electricity, right? Zap Energy, they're gonna just use like the the nuclear fusion approach just to generate the heat, and they're gonna use a traditional way of just generating electricity to to do that. That means like you're still gonna have those boilers in place to generate the steam, turn the turbines and connect it to the generators, and you're gonna generate like the electricity, right? You're still gonna use that approach, that Zap Energy, right? As far as like
Okay.
helium energy is concerned, they're still gonna use the helium and the deuterium. They're gonna combine those stuffs, right, to generate the nuclear fusion and around like electromagnetic field. So like when they fuse it together,
Yeah.
the energy difference is what they're gonna do. According to them, they say they're gonna follow they're not gonna follow the traditional approach. That that process is what they're gonna what generate like electricity from, right?
Okay.
They
Yeah,
invited us because we were a government
What is the
organization.
guy saying? You
What?
explain this to me. What is he saying, bro? Look, I'm an
no, no.
electrical engineer. I don't even know where
Let
this
me,
is code.
yeah, one second. Let me clarify, obviously, because Zongo. So with Helion, right? I've actually done a video on them before. They're using the electron electromagnetic confinement, right? They're using the electromagnetic to kind of push everything together as small as possible, so that the fusion reaction is more likely to occur. Yeah, it's a great idea, and I think it might work one day. The issue is it's not there yet, right? If it works, it works, but at the moment, I don't see nuclear fusion working anytime soon, where it's giving us net positive energy. It will maybe in 20 years, maybe 30 years, but definitely not 10 years, because 10 years is too small. Because I mean, look, you even need to improve the engineering, like to have an environment like, let's say the containers, right? The containment unit, that has to be strong enough to actually withstand the high heat that's going to be produced. There's a lot of engineering problems. There's a lot of science problems still need to be worked out. Logically, nuclear fusion can work, and I know it will work one day, but it will take about 20 years. But yeah, you know what? I agree with your point, right? Dwight Mann is actually trying to build things. Meanwhile, we're out here doing nothing. So I agree with that point.
Not even that, but like on a real note, it's more realistic to talk about fast reactors, right? The reactors that I think they don't use a moderator when you try to
what you are speaking about is
more
fission.
realistic because
What you are talking about fission?
it's fission reactor, but it's realistic. That the fusion is unrealistic, heavily unrealistic, especially on Monday time. That I don't
When I
even know if
asked
we
one
will, and if
man,
we do,
when I asked
we are
one man, he said that technology is
because the
already
amount
in
of
existence, and
energy,
he's going to cite Nigeria,
because the
right?
only fusion reactor that we know of is the sun, right? But look at the mass of the sun. Look at how big it has to be in order to have the gravitational pull to make force fusion to exist.
You know
You
why I
don't
kept
have the
quiet?
gravity,
You know
so
why
they're
I
trying
kept
to
quiet?
basically fix. No, wait,
Guys are
let
like,
me finish. The
you know
reason
why?
the problem they have
You
is
know why
that
I
they're
kept
trying to
quiet though?
compete with the gravitational pull of the sun. That's almost impossible to do, especially in a planet like Earth. How big is the sun, right? How big is the Earth relative to the sun? Let's start there. I mean, I'll get if you try to create a fusion energy that is big, or at least maybe as big as Earth, right? The gravitational pull will help or some shit. But you're trying to do it at such a miniature level, right? So you don't have the gravitational pull, you don't have the science to actually withstand that much of heat. You just have all these components that is just going to a waste of money. The reality is, it's a lot more realistic to work on SMRs, especially those fast reactors that I know India is working heavily on. That yeah, and I understand the effect on nuclear energy. I think being able to withstand heat is way more important. That's actually way more realistic. So yeah,
So
on
on
one point,
that,
fusion. Wait, I
You
just
can
want to say, one man, you are right
Sandra,
about one thing.
Yeah,
Sandra.
Wait,
for
I
So
just
nuclear
want to say,
all
fusion,
one
that
man,
yeah,
one
convoluted,
man.
hold
You
on,
are right when
Sandra,
you said
hold
it
on,
always
hold
existed.
on. All that convoluted science, whatever it is you just said, is just to tell us that Zongo is just talking balderdash and piffle, just the totality of a nonsense. Everything.
man, like, okay,
one
but
man, one man.
but if
Yeah,
wait,
yeah, but
guys, wait, guys, wait,
Just before you respond, the
wait,
worst part is
guys.
Zongo's mind. He thinks that we're the bunch of ignorant Africans who don't know what the hell we're talking about. That's the funny thing. Zongo right
But
now
that's
thinks we're the most.
but that's not what I
because
said.
he
I was,
watched the YouTube
If
video,
just
bro.
comes here and
He's
says
gonna
nuclear
debate an
fusion, we are all
engineer and a
confused now,
scientist
bro. Yeah.
because of a YouTube video. Imagine that, bro. He's gonna debate an engineer and a scientist because of a YouTube
man, I'm
video.
a freaking engineer too,
Yeah,
man. What are you
man,
talking
you
about?
niggas deserve to be scammed, bro. I hope they scam you and all you niggas that keep putting money in the scam ass, spec ass companies, bro. I pray for that shit, bro. You deserve to be. You're like those guys that put money in that, was it hydrogen truck that's gonna kill you for. Remember that company, Kaizo? The one that said, well, you see hydrogen to
Man,
transport or
what are
whatever.
you guys talking about though? Do you know why I kind of kept quiet though? Because I'm not the one in charge of this technology, right? I was just invited as an official to go in and witness what they are doing, and this is what they say they were gonna do. So I can really say they're actually gonna do it because they say first they're gonna demonstrate it first, and then they're gonna scale up their technology, right? That's what they are saying. So it is not
It's all
my
about,
place. It's not my place
right?
to argue for them. I'm just passing
Zongo,
the
do you
knowledge over them.
remember the company called what's that name of that company where that white woman created, the one that she scammed people billions of dollars? What was it?
I didn't watch. And
Yeah,
first of all, I didn't watch no freaking YouTube video, man. I actually went to that company over there in Everett,
I understand.
Washington
I understand.
State.
I'm
I
just
actually
saying
went
there's a
to
lot
their
of
technology, and they're actually building that.
Zongo, we get that, right?
The
It's a
Polaris
company that
plant.
they're doing the experiment. but
Yeah,
it's
so,
still a
I
scam.
mean, the
That's
other guy over there said like I watched some freaking YouTube videos like to kind of demonstrate like, do you know the fucking work that I do, man? Like, stop, don't even play with me. Like,
Congratulations, man.
maybe,
Congratulations,
maybe
man.
okay. I just
You
kind
got
of
instead of getting
because like
scammed on
because
YouTube, you got scammed face to face, man. Congratulations. Instead of a
that's
YouTube scam, you got
that's
scammed in your
that's not
face.
my technology though. That's not really my technology, right? That's not really my technology. You can study about nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. I mean, that's really understandable. But as far as like demonstrating that can actually work, that's not my place to actually take because that's not really my area of expertise. I was just trying to cite. I was having a conversation with one man, and he was just speaking, just being at work. I'm like, this is what other people are doing, and you're speaking about this kind of thing.
no. Remember,
Like
one
it's
man is
kind
a
of
village
achievement. That
from
was
Oyo.
the comparison that I was coming from, right? But then that guy came. What is his name? I don't know his name. Like the other panel,
Standard.
yeah, Stanley, right? Kind of came. He just want to have a conversation. I think maybe he's interested in this topic, and he kind of feels like it's not going to work. Okay, that's true. You can hold your opinion while other people are actually doing research and investing more money that is going to work. People are even going there to, and Washington State is actually developing new policies about nuclear fusion, not just nuclear fission. So people are really putting the work, across federal level and across state level to make new policies alone, just for them alone. And as far as like, because for me, I'm a regulator from a state agency, right? So my responsibility was to make sure that hey, your technology, the emissions, is it going to generate some kind of like pollutants? Because that's my primary
No,
responsibility.
it won't.
As
That's
that
the
I go
point.
over the yeah,
It
but
won't produce pollutants,
it's not
right? So
gonna
if
it's not gonna generate the pollutant that we regulate. It's going to generate like radioactive emissions, which is regulated by the Ministry of Health here, like by the uh,
actually, if
Department of
nuclear
Health.
fusion occurs, there will not be any major pollutants at all. That's the
No,
why it's so amazing.
they say there's going to be how do you call it, radioactive emissions.
Okay, maybe their method they'll have some of that, but
Yeah,
a true nuclear fusion won't actually have any
and also like
radioactive.
I know like we're having a conversation, but like, actually this is like a work related, so don't kind of feel like I kind of went on YouTube like this is like this, let's treat this like this conversation. Like you get what I'm saying? Like just don't make it seem like I kind of watch some YouTube videos online. You get it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like the other panel was just saying.
Okay, shout out. So we'll come back in 10 years' time to see if nuclear fusion is a ready technology for producing energy. Yeah, we'll see that. But
I thought nuclear fusion, and just slap down my ignorance, but I thought nuclear fusion was already like a. Is that not how they were able to create nuclear bombs and whatnot? So
that one is
I thought
fission.
sorry, I
That one
thought
is
nuclear.
fission.
That
Go
wasn't
ahead.
what? Sorry.
The bomb was nuclear fission, splitting the atom. Nuclear fusion is fusing the atom.
So
No,
when
spell
I
the two.
when I asked one man
Hold on, Zongo.
the
Spell
difference
those
between
two
nuclear
words,
fusion,
or you can, Zongo. Spell those
when I
two words
when
because I
I
think
asked when I asked
fusion
one
and
man,
fiction. What? Yeah.
guys, so when I asked one man the difference between fission and fusion, you knew what I was saying.
Oh, it's not
But
about
then
me,
What do you
Zon.
mean?
okay,
What
so
do you
that's
mean
how
you knew
okay.
what you
So
were
you knew what I
saying?
was saying,
Kaido
but
is dafter than
you
me.
you let okay you fission is FISSION. You just replace it with U like the I. The
Yeah,
FI.
but Zongo, of course I know what the difference is. You know, I have a PhD in physics. If I tell you,
I'm like, so you understood what I was saying, but then you just let. Okay, so okay, I get it. Okay.
What do
yeah,
you
my
mean?
thing is this.
I thought you were
Man,
metallurgy and material science.
PhD in
When
physics,
did
bro.
you not PhD in physics?
Say that again, son.
Basic varsity physics, basic varsity science could
Yeah,
like
but like,
you
but
could understand what.
Kaizo, like the guy,
Okay, but
like
why do some differences?
the CEO of Helium Energy too. Like here, his credentials was in physics too. Just check him
Engineering
out.
Right.
science. I did
Maybe like
engineering science. Basic engineering science. You can understand this. Yeah,
check
almost every engineer
yeah,
doesn't
he has like expertise. Like I mean, a lot of them are they're actually like they have like they did research in those like field and I don't know like because I kind of
Yeah,
check
I
his
want to ask
resume.
this question to Parker. Here's a more important question. What do you think about uh, people saying you could create hyper, what's this thing? Hyper that thing they use on Star Wars. What's the thing? The thing where like you can travel
Oh,
across galaxies in
oh
like
right.
seconds. Yeah, what's that thing?
Hyperspace, hyperspace travel
Uh,
machine.
I no, there's a warp drive. Yeah, that's the word. Warp drive.
Okay.
Basically, where you can warp and create a bubble around
It's
you
not
and the
possible.
universe. Because people say
It's
there's
not.
nothing. The theory at least was saying that there's nothing that can travel faster than than light. Well, that's a lie. Because the universe expands faster than the light, right? Light chases
Yes, yes, that's
behind the
true.
universe,
That's
so the universe hypothetically is expanding it. Yeah, yeah. So
space
basically,
moves faster than light.
pop
Yes.
and let the universe pass through you. So be like
Yeah. Look,
a
the problem with
ball
white man.
that's in one place. Only, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
yeah. So I'm just saying, what do you think about that?
yeah. Look. Yeah. Those wormholes, warp drive stuff. Is it possible logically speaking? Um, Probably, but is it really going to be made anytime soon? Maybe 1,000 years, because you're going to first need to create the engineering materials physics to actually be able to contain that much of energy. Because if you're traveling through space, you're going to be hitting through everything on your path. So you need something strong enough to actually cover you. That won't itself break every time there's contact. And again, you're making contact at faster than speed of light, right? Meaning the force, right, based on acceleration and everything else that you're hitting is going to be so much greater. So there's so many basic nuclear physics. Sorry, I mean Newtonian physics considerations will tell you that you need to create something which is like exponentially stronger than anything that exists in the whole universe. That's the first thing before you can even do that. Now you could create some electromagnetic stuff that can cover you, and maybe that can evaporate whatever you're hitting at. But that's also its own issue, right? I will say this though, Dwight Mann likes to lie to you, right? He will tell you that energy can't be created or destroyed, calling it the first law of thermodynamics, and it's a lie. Someone just came up with this theory. You can't prove that theory at all. You can prove it in experiment on Earth, but that's in a class of closed system, right? In a true open system where you're looking at energy transfers from one place to another, you realize, as you mentioned, Sander, that actually we can't even light is slower than the expansion of the universe, meaning even that 13.5 billion years that we claim the universe is wrong. So when you're looking at the open system, that whole thermodynamics theory actually just falls apart. That claim, that energy can't be created or destroyed, it's just a claim. It works for us because we're in a closed system, right? When you're in a semi-closed system, you can kind of do experiments, and it shows it to be true, but not in a universal scale. That's an assumption. Also, the speed of light being the fastest possible physical thing, that's also an assumption. We don't know that, right? And right now with quantum entanglement, you can actually have exchange of information, and they claim it's not really exchange of information, but you can, right? You can put two particles infinitely far from each other, right? And then you can connect them in an entanglement, right? When you do something to one of them, it affects the other one in the opposite way. That is communication. We could literally create a communication path across doing something to one side, then the other can interpret it as if that is, you can write messages that way. So that is already faster than light.
Well, they say that no, they say that's not what
So like
happens.
so
They say yes, they
Kaiser,
do
No,
affect each other, but
claim
no, but they
it's not.
don't. You don't know if it will go opposite. You don't know which side it will go. I think that's the problem with quantum entanglement communication, is that you don't know which side it will go. That's why it can be used for communication. But I get you
No, but
because
you
I
can.
looked it up on this on YouTube.
so have
They
you
said
like
you can.
did you try to dispute that theory in your dissertation or something like that?
No,
Because
Because
but you
today,
can.
yeah,
Musanda,
no, I'm saying
don't
today,
use it.
quantum entanglement particles do not go to the opposite side when one side is. So hypothetically, you're thinking that if I have this particle and I say go up, the other one will go down. Well, that's not what happened. It'll be affected, but it will not go the opposite
Yes,
or
but
right
see,
direction. You cannot
I,
predict
I,
that.
I agree. I agree with you. You can't always predict if it's going to be up quark or down. Well, I mean, up spin or down spin, or it's going to be in some
Yeah.
superimposed state. The point is, it's going to be affected. You can create a communication device based on affect because you can just create the rules for yourself. It can be time dependent delays. Or I mean, you don't have to have a very complex system of communication. It could be time based, right? Time based delays on affect. That is communication, right? If one message comes out now, then another comes, then there's a separation of time that can be recorded. So the time aspect can be used to actually communicate. This is the issue I have with white man science. They always say things that don't make sense, right? You can.
So right now you have issue with science now.
So yesterday, let me finish. So I did electrical communications, right? So yesterday, I probably have to look. I've never seen such things, but I'll presume. But isn't the problem with that going to be the amount of information you can transfer? Because if we're talking about communication, can you control the variation?
Can you hear me? I think
that's the other part.
Yeah,
is that if I'm saying move left and right, but then you know what I'm saying is if it moves like the entangled particle. If I move mine up, that one moves its own direction, but then mine stops. Does the other one directly stop? Do we know that the other one will stop? That's the thing, because I get your theory. The question is, when quantum entangled particles, what happens during the stopping period? Do they all stop at the same time when the other one's not moving? You know?
Yes. If it's entangled, the moment you affect one, it affects the other one, and that effect can be measured in time. You can let me give you the right?
Can't stop means I'm going left for another one. Like if I say stop, that one will still go left because it's still affect. It like being stopping is an effect, right? The point here is when you affect one, you affect the other.
Let me give context. You can do that.
If you say stop with this one, it will stop on the other one. What if it means I'm going up?
Hang on. You can't communicate in both directions in real time. What you can do is communicate on one direction in real time. Then once that person is done with their communication, the other side then communicates. It's a bit like a walkie-talkie, right? I say something, you listen to it, and then when the channel is closed, you say something, I listen to it. You can create a computer that actually puts in recordings of time, the delays between each of the changes of the quantum state. That's all you have to do. Just use time. And then the difference in time, you can create a code that actually communicates a message, just like Morse code utilizes different codes. So you're creating time dependent.
I get where you're going, bro. I did communication. I know what you're talking about. My point is, does it actually stop? The point here is that these two things, when one stops, does it actually make the other one stop? Are you sure about that? Because one thing I've heard is that it's all about effect. So stopping for this one may just mean to that one go up. That's the problem. It's like stopping is an effect. That's why I kept saying when you stop something, that's also an effect. When you tend to go right, it's an effect.
Musanda, you don't have to stop anything, right? That's you don't have to stop anything, Musanda. That's called noise, right? The noise is irrelevant. It's the frequency of actual change that can be interpreted, and then you can create a code from that, and that will be allowing you to actually have it as communication, right? You don't have to actually stop. Noise is always going to be there, right? Noise is not relevant. It's what you do is whenever you're making an affect, you make sure that it's amplified, right? Whatever that means, you'll have to figure it out, right? You amplify the signal when you're making the affect, right? If it does continue after the fact, it's irrelevant because that's just noise. As long as the affect has a higher amplitude signature on the other recording device, then it's still going to work. I guarantee you this is how we're going to be communicating, right? Dwight Man right now just is saying all this stuff. Oh, it's not really communication. It's not really this. It's a lie, right? This is going to work, and this is how communications will occur. Faster than light, communication, and they'll have to rewrite all these assumptions. Einstein was great, but these are all assumptions, right? He just put it out of his ass that light is the fastest. There's nothing faster than light. He just pulled it out of his ass. It just happens that it's true enough after all the experiments that we've done, but that's all that means, right? Like Newton created, his theory of gravity. Everybody was like, yeah, we now know how Newtonian physics works. And Einstein comes along and tells them, actually, you can't really predict a large moving bodies accurately. So I'm going to fix the scientific method. Sorry, I'm going to fix your equations and add in, general relativity and special relativity, the light stuff, right? To start talking about space-time. Each time some new nigga comes up and it finds a new way to make the theory more wholesome. But remember, more wholesome and truth are totally two separate concepts. So I'm telling you, Musanda, we will communicate using light, faster than light travel, using quantum entangled particles. That is guaranteed. It's not even maybe. It's guaranteed, and I guarantee you that.
Okay. Now I still want to look into that part. That what does when you stop one, does it actually make the other one stop? Because I think that's the other argument that was. But fine, we can then just. That's the thing. I don't. This is science, right? So being being subjective doesn't help with anything. The conversation has to be objective.
Experiment.
So I think
At the
it's
end of the
better
day,
to just get
experiment.
the answer. Let's all make an experiment in Kenya, or make mine in SA. Then let's see. Not this
Bro,
babble talk like who's right or who's wrong.
right now, your communication technology barely. It goes off half the time. You get taken off the stream half the time, Musanda. Of course, the Kenyan one is going to be better, man.
Yeah, man, that's because of the fiber optic BS that we got from China. This signal goes to a Huawei old network through electromagnetic spectrums that goes down through some fiber optic thing, goes to America, passes by StreamYard server, and then goes to Kenya. And all of that happens under a second.
Yep.
That shit is crazy, man. It first has to go to America before it gets to Kenya, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's why there's a delay. Because it has to first go by America.
Musanda, one time I was locked out of StreamYard, right? Because it kept saying that the server broke from Mombasa or something. So I was like, so he didn't let me use it because the server in Kenya was broken. So what I did is I went changed my IP address and put it into like Germany, and I was back up online on StreamYard, right? Because I was like, why is it not working? So I just changed the IP address and it worked. So yeah, 100%. It's kind of crazy how these systems work. But yeah, Rose of Maafa, what's good, my Black American.
Good morning, distinguished gentlemen. I didn't know you guys speak Chinese on this podcast.
Yeah, we speak all languages here, man. We got niggas that speak Russian too, like Kifaru and Joe and what's his name? Nakmizi's out there, Dutch man living. He knows about Zwita's Pete, right? Santa Claus, the black Santa Claus. You should have come for him using that Zwita Pete. Like, where did that come from?
Yeah. But there's so much. I mean, it's just so much. It's so much proof that that Africans travel. You know what? But you guys, the conversation that you guys having today, you guys were making my you were making my point that I was trying to get across a few days ago about how intelligent Africans are. You know what I mean? Or black people are. But I wanted to ask you something. Okay, so can you play? Is it possible to play a video from Facebook?
Yeah, sure. If you send me the Facebook link.
Oh, okay. And how do I send the link?
You gotta post it in the private chat here in StreamYard.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, so but yeah, in terms of like okay, so Zongo, let me not be too facetious, right? Nuclear fusion will happen one day, right? This one is far more.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead.
No, before you go on to be facetious and whatnot, it rankles me somewhat. That guy coming to say, I've always said how Africans are intelligent. It's somewhat patronizing. What other view did you have before that they were not? Or I mean, did it happen upon you as a surprise that they are? I mean, what does that even mean? You speak English and what's that? Is that that space? It always rankles me somewhat. I've always said Africans, like, you happened upon some niche understanding that what does that even
Black
mean?
Americans think we live in trees, which is fine, right? If you make a really nice tree house, yeah, they think we live in trees. We don't have running water. I think all he thinks is we run. That's about it. So they don't really consider us fully.
Yeah, no, I don't fault you for feeling that way. But when I was speaking of
Sorry, back to the
Africans,
point you were
I
making,
was
Kaiju,
talking
yeah.
about all black people. I was talking about black people in general. So don't take it as an offense when I say Africans, because I identify all of us as Africans. I'm speaking of black people in general, and I'm speaking to the notion as if black people are just inherently dumb and ignorant. So
All
don't
right,
take
it
it as
won't
an
let
offense.
me. Yeah, the link is under some kind of protection, so it won't let me view it. I think you'd have to download it and then send me the link on Telegram or something. It says the owner of that channel or whatever is not letting me see it.
Yeah, I'm the owner of the channel, but I shared a lot of stuff on that channel so Facebook has been attacking that channel like heavy. So I'll find a way to download it, or I'll try to find the video because I should have it somewhere in one of these files. So I'll look for it right now.
I mean, if you play it from your end and share your screen, we can also view it that way if you can find it when you find it. So that's cool. Yeah, but Zongo,
Okay.
Look, here's the thing, right? Zongo, you're talking about technology and what Dwight Man is doing. The issue is, Zongo, even if we had the technology, you think we'll do anything with it? Nigeria had steel. What did the steel company ever work? No. We have basic managerial problems in Africa, Zongo. Until we resolve that, even if they gave us God, right, we will misuse God.
Yeah. I mean, for me,
We'll
I
start
was just
making God sing
for me,
Afrobeats.
I was just citing an example actually. Just I mean, I think you understood the comparison I was just trying to draw
Of
as far
course.
as like just being a white man worker compared to like people who are leading, spearheading stuff.
No, they are Zongo. But what I'm saying is, for us to even have the mindset to spearhead anything, we need to fix our basic problems of
Because
corruption.
for me, for instance, actually, I was the only black person. I mean, you can check the pictures on LinkedIn. Actually, I did share like when I visited that place actually, and I was the only black person. And I'm like, damn, like I had to look at the resume of the CEO. Like he was just like PhD. He worked in research for a long time, and I'm just thinking, how did he get? Because how did he get all this funding? Like over $600 million to fund for his company. You get what I'm saying? Like, and this
Yeah.
is like a huge company. Like they actually doing work. Like you saying, like because like the other guy came and you were speaking. I mean, they have like a lot of like PhD students that are also into those kind of field. They did a lot of explanation, and then the takeaway what I took from the presentations, what I was just trying to tell like one man or something, whatever, right? But people are actually doing stuff, right? I mean, and I'm not gonna come over here and just say like, okay, it's gonna happen, because what they said is they want to demonstrate electricity generation from that technology, like using the nuclear fusion approach, right? That's what they said. So I'm not gonna hear and act like, oh, it's gonna. Nah, I'm not that foolish, right? Demonstrate it first by the close of the year. That's what they said. Then from there, they're gonna go beyond that actually, because they kind of like uh tall like they just didn't invite us, people from us, the governor's office or the military and stuff like that. So if business people are actually doing that, they want to show like like they can actually do something like that. And I know like there are other countries that are also like into the same thing, using the same approach to do stuff. But this people actually going to the federal level, going to the atomic energy, international atomic energy, to actually pass laws to show like the nuclear fusion is different from fission, right? So like they believe in what they are doing, right? So my approach is like, okay, let me just wait and see. That's why when you guys were saying that, and I couldn't say anything because what I heard is like they want to demonstrate that they can do something, right? So it's not my place to actually say anything. So well,
So
let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
yeah, no, look, I believe that within that year, the next 2 years, they'll demonstrate them. generating electricity from fusion. I'm not in against that. The issue I'm against with it is
it is by the end of the year actually from Helium
right.
Energy.
That's fine. I believe that actually. That's not my issue. My issue is, will it be net positive energy? What that means is, will they produce more energy from fusion than they use to create all the chambers, the lasers? Because, you know, let's say if they're using a laser to sort of project the particles together and sort of hit them in the middle. Okay, that costs energy. How much energy do they use to generate that? And is it recuperated in the energy released? If it's through some kind of confinement of electromagnetic confinement, the generation of that electromagnetic field and maintaining of it while the experiment is going on is also energy. So my main issue is, I believe you 100%. They'll demonstrate what they've claimed, but what they won't do is give you us a net positive energy. If you count up all the energy used in the system, is it more outside or less? I don't think it's going to be more energy out. That's the power. Not yet. That's the breakthrough. That if they manage to do that, it's going to change everything, right? It's going to change the world actually, because it's cleaner than fission. It's less radioactive decay products than fission.
Am I even like because I was thinking like this companies that are even using like, you know, turbines or like natural fossil fuel to generate electricity, they might probably, you know, people might lose their jobs from like those who are actually producing like this kind of like boilers and, you know, using like fossil fuel to kind of generate electricity. I mean, it's going to be way, if that is actually successful, it's going to be way cheaper, man. It's going to cut all those like, you know, those, you know, because Helium is saying that they're not going to use all those how do you call, like the turbines and all those things in between, right? Well, I mean, it's up to them for them to generate, so I just didn't want them to just speculate too much. What they did say the challenge that they might face is as far as like transferring the power into grid, you know, because the current like grid they have is too like it's choked. So I don't know, maybe over time they might, you know, find a way to be able to transfer like the necessary, you know, energy to the local consumers, you know.
But that's a much smaller problem, to be honest.
That's a smaller. Okay.
Yeah, that's just money.
That's money.
Very small.
Yeah.
So okay, this is good, man. Helium, I checked the
because
company out.
they have like I mean, Microsoft has investment in it, you know. I went to like two facilities, you know. They, for them, like I would say like more of like their branding seem more appealing than the Zap Energy, right? The Zap Energy is headed by one like British physicist, to the CEO, to and then they are using a different approach too, you know.
Yeah. No, I think I'm excited to see what happens, right? In the next few years. But the issue here, though, you realize what issue this is going to create for Africa, right? If these American companies succeed in nuclear fusion, net positive energy, and it's enough that it can compete with fossil fuel energy density, what that will mean for us is that they'll start making everything illegal that Africans have invested in, which would be like any other sort of energy generation type that is not green. They're gonna just basically say, you know, putting embargoes on us. They're gonna start putting carbon taxes and things like that. Because what I've noticed is, of course, when the West create these technologies, then they claim, oh, we need to be green now. So then they legislate it against everybody else. So if you're not fulfilling by buying more expensive so-called greener technology, you're going to be basically having to pay extra taxes or some kind of sanctions. And that's now the thing that I fear. It's that Dwight Mann creates these new companies and new technology so that he can continue to colonize you, right? And I believe this is technological neo-colonization. It's gonna happen. I mean, that's the issue.
Yeah, because I don't think all of them they have like a unanimous consensus on that, like sort of like this clean energy approach, you know. Because you have to understand, other companies have also invested heavily in their technologies and their approach of generating electricity, right? So they're always going to protect their interests. It's mostly like, because I work, I pretty much like my work field is almost like they are more pro environmentalists, right? So always they're gonna like they are pro that approach. Like, but there are quite a number of people in other states and here in the U.S. that they don't want to follow that approach. So I don't think it's. I think it's just a special interest group that are kind of hijack the government and they are promoting their point of view. I think in Africans too can also give a counter approach to that can actually work too.
Well, it's more than just a government, right? Because European Union is a large trading body, and they have
Yeah.
already set the standards. That's the problem. And African countries trade with European Union, so now America might not put these sanctions on us, right? Because America just likes to do whatever works for them. But European Union definitely will. Like I'll give you an example. Uganda recently tried to create an oil pipeline from Tanzania to Uganda, right through the Tanzanian shores across, because Uganda has oil, right, and Tanzania also has oil, but yeah, the Americans, United Nations, everyone blocked them, right? I mean, they haven't, said they won't.
Wait.
They still did.
Whose pipeline is coming from? Is coming from Tanzania to Uganda or from Uganda to Tanzania?
I can't remember the direction, right? But they're building basically an oil network that goes from but no, I mean as in the oil is going to be coming from Uganda and traveling through Tanzania and then leaving the ocean into the world. Like they want to start trading it in the world and other stuff, right? So America told them, no, we don't want you to do this. This is not green. United Nations said the same thing. So this is kind of the issues that I'm seeing, is that with all these new green initiatives, African countries are going to keep being blocked from development because because what happens, the West creates a technology that they own 100% patency and control, and then they legislate new systems so that you can't get their system unless you pay them a lot of money.
Yeah, they
and
enjoy monopoly.
your own way, right? That's now the issue that I have with these so-called tech revolution. So that's the fear that I have. It's not even a fear; it's a truth. It's what exactly will happen.
Yeah, of course, they're gonna promote that anyway, like because
that's why Kenya is doing it a different way, right? Kenya knows this, so instead of Kenya trying to fight the West and use Kenya, what Kenya's doing is Kenya keeps going to all these United Nations meetings, getting hundreds of millions of dollars of investment on green tech. Even our energy generation metric is hydro and geothermal. So we actually use
geothermal. Like when I was in the university, I knew about Kenya like generating electricity by like geothermal, like a long time ago. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I heard about Kenya a long time ago.
We've been very strategic about like aligning to this Western goals, right? We even got like I think 100 or so buses that's electric running. We're trying to get all these money so that we can kind of integrate into the new green infrastructure, because if we had delayed on it, we'd be reaching a point whereby let me give you an example. Somalis think, oh, we have so much oil, we have so much gas, and I'm thinking to myself, bro, as things happening in the next 30 years, oil, maybe not gas, because gas is needed a little bit more, but oil is going to be heavily controlled, that you won't be able to even export it outside of the continent like Africa. Because it's going to be you get the point. So they won't even make the money they think they're going to make. Now, if they're smart, they can use that oil to industrialize, heavy industrialization, because it's from their own country. But it's going to be expensive to go and excavate the oil if you can't export it. So it's going to be a catch-22 anyways. So Africans need to really start integrating into the Western green sphere. Otherwise, unfortunately, we're gonna be stuck somewhere.
Oh yeah, like, I already like foresaw. I'm already like foreseeing something like that, because they are still, they still want to stick to like the fossil fuel approach, because like even like because I did like petroleum engineering, like even most of the oil companies that employed me, like they were very clear that they are diversifying in other areas too, because they're doing like they can see like the foreseeable future that it might be very loom like the years ahead. That's why I had to like leave my field to go to environmental engineering. So, because I know like the future is going to be loom. Yeah, I'm just hoping like Africans will just. I mean, I personally kind of feel like Africans are not really investing into their future. Like, so we're always going to complain about, are we investing in our future? Like, because the reason why I kind of brought the issue about helium, even though I'm just a worker, right? But when I was there, like I'm like, how does this person who's like a university like graduate, and what kind of connection did he have, that we don't have? Because these are kind of like the key questions I used to ask myself, like how did like all of them all of a sudden they have connection that even Microsoft built big like companies are investing into them and stuff like that. I mean, because these people actually they always one step ahead of you. I think the closest country that is also doing the same thing is is also China and all these countries, right?
China,
But
Germany, those countries.
yeah, because my lead engineer is a Chinese. I mean, he's Malaysian, but he's Chinese
Yeah, Chinese
Chinese
descent.
descent. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time, he's the one that kind of update me about what's going on in China and stuff like that. Yeah, but Africa, I kind of like lost track on Africa. I don't really pay attention to Africa anymore. Because
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean,
go ahead.
look, um, you realized, right, when you came to America, of how much more better the system is and everything. There's no need for you to ever go back to Africa. Africa is one of those places where it's backwards. It
Oh,
will take a
oh
long
me?
time to
Oh
come
no,
back.
I still have family over there. I still have family. Maybe retirement or like am I retire? I mean, the reason why, because a lot of times we speak highly, we kind of romanticize Africa, right? But for me, where I come from, I'm just a minority over there. If I go back to Ghana, I'm still minority anyway. So I mean, what benefits can my country provide for me? I mean, it's not like I come from a bigger tribe that I'm gonna be somebody over there when I go there. These people like Yoruba guy, they are the majority in their country. They always speak highly of their country because they are majority. They're like white people over there, so that's a good advantage for them. For my case,
Mm.
no. So I look at it from that way. Like I just don't follow the bandwagon. I'm like, okay, if this place, okay, I get it. I'm still a minority, but I'm benefiting. My kids might benefit. They can, enjoy the benefit of both worlds. Why not? I'm just not going to like put all my eggs in one basket. No, it just doesn't going to work that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see. But remember, America is one of the best places for a renaissance, right? And what I mean by that is, you're not going to have this conversation that we're having right now in Africa, in Ghana. You guys are going to be talking about the size of the egg yesterday and how the jollof rice. That is it. You won't be having these geopolitical conversations. Oh, the Hausa did this. The Shanti, it will be really lowbrow kind of conversations. Like you need to become westernized. Okay, let me say not westernized. You need to become globalized at least before you can even comprehend the important thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're definitely right. Because even people tell me, like, even when I try to, when I speak with people back home, they told me, "Oh man, you just westernized me." I'm like, what? Like, they kind of make me feel like, some kind of way, So they're just not gonna get it until they come over here. It's something like I mean, I think most African diasporans, they always have a better view when they are abroad than they are in their home country. Like, so when they try to communicate with the people back home, they just don't always get it. They just don't always get it. And speaking about what you said earlier, okay, I'm sorry. Like, I think in Ghana, I heard like they pay for like these taxes of what's the carbon taxes too, like for emissions or something like that. Yeah. So like the fuel is kind of getting expensive now too because they have to pay for that too as well.
Oh yeah, that's basically neo-colonialism.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny. Right? So the Somalis have been coming on this panel talking about how Somalis are taking over Kenya. Right now, I'll tell you the truth.
In what way?
Okay, great question. Right, so they're not. Okay, great question, and I'll kind of try to get into this. Somalis are, from what I've seen, doing much better retail businesses than everybody else. Okay, so what I mean by that is, on average, and again, on average, the businesses that they run, and I'm talking, they're mostly retail owners, so restaurants, clothes shops, just retail stuff. So the retail experience from Somali retailers is better than majority of any other single African tribe. Let me explain what I mean by that, right? So a lot of the Somali community in Kenya have people abroad, right? Canada, America, Australia, UK, Sweden, etc. So what that means is they're actually getting funded by people from abroad, and the idea is, right, these companies are really owned by people from abroad, then they're managed by the people in Africa. So what that means is someone has seen how to make something look bougie but cheap. Right now the issue with like most African countries is someone sets up a shop like sell vegetables. It looks ugly. They use wood that is not straight. Sometimes the wood it just looks ugly, right? Then they use these corrugated iron sheets that start to rust and it has a hole in it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Then they find some bags, we call it gunia. It's like the stuff you put potatoes inside, right? To put on as the top of the roof, right? It looks ugly. It's uninteresting, and you can never grow from that sort of shop. And it puts off other people who think it looks unhygienic. Now, what the Somalis are doing is they're finding cheap ways of making the shops look modern and good. And I mean cheap as in you can build the shop out of wood or even this metal corrugated sheet, but they put a wallpaper. Right? They found a way. Again, this is very simple ideas that anyone here has thought about many times, but the average Kenyan doesn't really think like that because they're not diasporans. So
Exactly.
what is happening is the Somalis have two advantages: a large diasporan community behind them, and then also the euro dollars from their family members back home. I mean, back in the UK or abroad, sending them money and also helping them set up the shops. That's what I've noticed. They're really doing business in a Western way. The customer service has improved. The prices are good. There's a certain way of them doing business which is very modern, and I believe that's why this Somalis we're taking over Kenya. So yeah, they're buying up real estate land in prime areas, which is definitely helping them out. However, they're not taking over Kenya because they have not gone into manufacturing. Whoever controls the means of production is the one that's going to actually control the economy. Of course, retail is a part of it, but it's more of the, in Kiswahili we call it maridadi. It's like the decorations, right? So if they now go to the next level of manufacturing, yes, then they'll take over the country. But right now, manufacturing is Kikuyus and Indians who are controlling manufacturing.
What about transportation, though?
Transportation is like Kikuyus, all the other tribes. They have not gone into the transportation. They're just retail.
Oh,
They're
okay.
retailers.
Is there like the retailers, like the retailing? Is it like on a higher scale, like in the case of like Walmarts and stuff like that? Or
okay, so they have
smaller.
Great question. Great question. So they don't own the best malls. Those ones are owned by Kikuyus and Kisis. They do have the largest mall in East Africa, though. It's called BBS Mall. However, it may be the largest, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the one equipped with I don't know, with the most expensive Western things like an ice rink, or you get the point. It's still not going to be the most sought after mall. It has things like hospitals, other amenities, but I guarantee you Somalis will still rather go to the other Kenyan malls than their own mall, just because the mall is big. It looks cool and looks brand new, but the location as well, it's not great.
Because a lot of West Africa is kind of looked down. I think Kenya and East Africa, they're really like in terms of advancement, they're really like far ahead, because I was listening to this guy, the Austin guy, and he seemed to make a very honest comment about like, he likes Kenya. Kenya is like way like modern, like compared to like the other African countries that he's been to, like including the ones in the West Africa.
I think there's a lot of diasporans in Kenya. I think that's our big advantage. That's my opinion. But I believe we have a lot of diasporans who reinvest back home more than
but we have but I mean, we have a lot of diaspora.
I don't mean sending money. To your family.
Okay, invested, right?
I mean, like what's happening with these Somalis and Kikuyus, right? There's a lot of Kikuyus and Kisis in like Washington State in America and those places. They will go and come back to Kenya, set up a shop, a business, put their family, then train their family members. And that's why if you go to the best restaurants, the best even ice rinks, all these things, these are owned by Africans. And it's diasporans who are like in charge of them. They come back and then they do the skills exchange. Because if you just look at the average Kenyan, he or she is still not exposed enough to globalism. So they just, any business they do is they're gonna be it's gonna be limited, right? They're gonna have the same issues. Okay, let's say time, right? We have Africans, we have an issue of time, right? We don't keep time. These diasporans actually keep time when they do their business. Customer service, they're much better at customer service. A typical Kenyan African shop you go into, they don't even, they greet you fine, but they don't actually give you the service that you want immediately. They just kind of look at you for a while, they continue talking on the phone, or to another client. Point, right? It's just bad.
Same as in West Africa too.
Right. So what these diasporans are doing is they're changing all of that, right? They train the employees now. The employee greets you, hey, how are you? Please sit down.
Like,
here's the menu.
What sector of the economy like generates like money to? I mean, the three sectors in the economy that kind of like generates like money to the country in Kenya.
It's okay. Tourism generates like at least $2 billion a year.
Oh wow.
That helps. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And that's euro dollars. Remember, that's actually foreign exchange company. Yeah.
Surprisingly enough, I think in Washington State too. I think tourism, if not the first or second, right, in Washington State too. Tourism.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I think the aerospace like industry too, like kind of like, I mean, that's the competitive advantage like this company, like these countries have over certain countries, right? In Washington State, the aerospace industry, they make money from that too. Also agriculture too. Yeah. They make
agriculture is probably the biggest economy sector in Kenya, though. Agriculture, really? Cash crops. Yeah, cash crops.
Yeah, but are we really producing on like industrial level though? Like, are we still using like are we using industrial like equipment? Because I kind of like,
some companies.
But based on my observation here, like the works are really advanced because they use machinery to do their work.
Oh yeah. So that's a great question. Some companies in Kenya are using machines now, but of course the issue is people are going to complain because they're saying they're losing jobs. So in Africa, it's kind of sensitive when you're using machines, heavy machinery, unless it like gives you significant increase in payment. You're going to have to negotiate with the government, because if let's say people are complaining, the machines are taking our jobs, then the government will find a way to make you not use a machine or something. So some companies are using machines.
Kaiser, but it's everywhere though. Kaiser is everywhere.
That's true.
Do you realize that like in Washington State says like by 2030, I mean, they're not going to completely ban like car manufacturers from manufacturing combustion engines, right? I mean, California 2030 banned completely. But Washington's like over time. They're going to stop it, but they're not completely going to shut everything down. I mean, this gas station, people are going to lose their jobs, People with combustion car engines, man. People are going to like this O'Reilly's. I don't know like if you guys used to have O'Reilly's in they sell like car parts, I mean, there's a lot of industries it's going to be affected hugely, impacted hugely, just like mechanics, their jobs, man. People are going to lose work. I mean, if you are not really, diversity in other areas, then man, it's going to catch up with you very soon, So I mean, I don't know why Africans are. I mean, generally people are going to. I mean, if I was in that industry, was in that field working, of course I'm going to fight to protect my work. And it's just very sensible that you should protect your work, right? Just like the people from Hollywood are fighting against AI because they think like AI is going to take like the work of story writers, So, but something has to happen,
Yeah, either something happens, or we're going to repeat the last 400 years in the next 400 years.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen that way. So do you think like okay? Do you think like maybe like African countries or like they can take advantage of this electric car like production, like considering the fact that I think many companies are discovering like the lithiums, which is part of the resource to help in producing these car batteries. Do you think
Yeah,
Africans
I
are
think that
looking into that?
I think the best way an African country can negotiate this whole lithium thing is by negotiating. Okay, now it's a bit complex, right? But so okay, let me try to. I'm just creating a case scenario, and this case scenario exists, but I'm just using random names. It's not that important. So the company that's doing the research and extraction of the lithium is not the same company that's building the electric cars. However, it's a company owned in part by the company that's building electric cars. For example, the company Elon Musk Tesla actually owns a company that went to Nigeria and Ghana to negotiate lithium extraction. They partially own that company, and it's an Australian company, right? So the issue here is that these are subsidiaries of other companies. So for you to really negotiate a strong position, whereby you say, okay, we have lithium, we'll give you access to all the lithium you want, right? This will give you a competitive advantage against China, or or you say the same thing to the Chinese company. It doesn't matter, whichever way you say it to. This would work great if you can actually negotiate with the company that really produces the cars and say, look, we have land, right? We can literally give you land free. And here's where African governments really can negotiate, right? If land is a resource that we have and it's in abundance, right? And to build a factory, it doesn't have to be close to a town. It just has to be within a road network where you can get, things into the ocean.
Of course,
whatever, right?
of course.
So if African governments are smart, they need to stop thinking in this stupid little capitalism. Oh, you have to pay money every time, right? It's like, no, just tell them, look, bro, you would have to pay millions of, even $100 million, right, to set up a factory in America. In Africa, you can do it at a reduced cost. We'll deal with the protection of everything, and we'll take on some of the risk, right? Insurance, of course, of the building and everything. And you just come here, you build it, you'll just pay for the building materials cost, right? Labor here is going to be cheaper. Bring your engineers as well for the specialized stuff. We then work together. You hire us, right? Have at least 100 Africans working in a higher level engineering, and then the rest can be your engineers, and then the rest of the laborers can be mostly African. Everybody wins. You have access to international markets like Southern America, if it's through, like, let's say Nigeria, Ghana, or if it's in Kenya, right? You have access to China, Australia, the Middle East, as well as the rest of Africa and India, right? So we need to really be strategic with these negotiations. I just don't believe I've ever had any of these negotiations where people are actually coming up with real salient ideas. I just hear them just talk. It's reactionary.
But are you providing those kind of input to your governments though, guys?
I don't need to. Someone should be smart enough that can think at our levels, Uncle. That's the issue.
Oh really? But have you made an attempt?
I don't want to be a savior, right? Because that's the issue.
Yeah. It just doesn't mean you can't be a savior, because even they're going to respect you like you just kind of like, oh, I just having a PhD. So what? They're gonna treat you like you're a nobody, man.
They don't care because of they focus on power. The reason why the Somali diasporans and the Kikuyu ones are succeeding is because they're using their family directly, right? To actually you see, it's impossible to reason with an African, Zongo. Honestly, you can't reason with these people. That's one thing I've learned. Right? For whatever reason, you can't reason with them. Like, reasoning requires you to at least have a basic understanding and agreement on basic things. You can't do that in Africa. You try to reason with them, you know what they think? This guy thinks he's from UK, yeah? He thinks he's better than us. Oh, now he's coming here to telling... No, there's this emotionalism that comes in, and then they'll block every opportunity for you to move forward. So in Africa, you either come with power or you come with support, but you don't try to reason with people coming from let's understand each other nonsense like the Pan-Africans talk about. It just doesn't work, no. I know Africans, and spiritually, they are unreasonable group of people. Right? It's just not reasonable.
Yeah, man. Like, because like the deals, nah,
You're gonna be frustrated if you're trying to work within African government.
I'm not really to like, going back. I don't really actually think that way. I'm gonna make my money, because I mean, in any way, I'm still contributing to my country. I send money. Without us, they wouldn't be getting this like foreign exchange to do stuff. So in some way, it's still helping in some kind of way. So that alone is just my little contribution helping my nation state.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
I mean, if you
stay.
came in as a big, it might work better for you, right? You come in like you see what the Chinese do, right? The Chinese come in, they pay exorbitant amount of corruption money so that their company is allowed to set shop, right? I had a Chinese friend. I was helping him as a consultant when he first came to Kenya, and he was setting up a shop where they're manufacturing car exhaust
Oh, okay.
parts, right? And because they realized, okay, there's a huge market for it in East Africa. These are all used cars from Europe and Japan. So of course the cars are going to have wear and tear. And this is a very simple thing to manufacture. The machines to manufacture it, he already bought it. Actually, I think he bought like 3 or 4 of them. He brought it into Africa, got up the warehouse and everything, had some other Chinese people to help him. And he had to pay, of course, corruption money in order to actually get the company legally registered, right? Because if you don't register it, the government will steal it from you at some point, right? So he had to pay more money than is legally required to pay, obviously, just to get everything done. In Africa, what they do is to frustrate you, right? They make things take so long that you basically lose hope. It's just how they do it, right? And they
Yeah.
do it on purpose. It's not by accident or by mistake. They're just trying to get money from you. So he ended up getting his system sorted, and right now I know he's actually began selling them and all over East Africa, right? So he chose this place because East Africa is part of East African community. 8 countries, I believe, now that Somalia is part of it, right? Of tax-free, it's monodirectional tax. They claim that. I don't know if it's really, enacted, but they claim that you only pay tax in one direction. So if you sell a product to Uganda, you only pay tax to Uganda or Kenya. You don't pay tax both ways like it is in most other African countries. We have all these, Zongo, I call these low-hanging fruits, right? How is it that we claim that we want to do anything amazing when you have to pay taxes on both sides of the country? It's impossible. Right now,
Yeah,
I pay
like
tax
it's
only to
nonsensical.
the UK, not America, because UK and America have bilateral tax agreement, right, for YouTube. So the money I make on YouTube is only paying taxes in one place, UK. In Africa, if you're working with an African company, another African company, even if you're trading things like food across, legally speaking, of course, there's always ways to get around it by paying people off and stuff, which is also wrong, right? But legally speaking, they will frustrate you because they will tell you need to pay tax on both sides, right? How can you do any kind of trade when you're losing? It's like Africans don't understand the concept of capitalism, right? Everybody has to win. If you try to make me lose every time, I'm not gonna do it. If I don't do it, then you cry, "Oh, give us donation." It's
Yeah, it's just
frustrating.
crazy. It's just crazy,
In Africa.
It's just crazy. It looks like we have like the Bantu supremacists on the panel.
Oh yes, sir. What's up, Kaiser? What's up, Songo?
It's good, Judy.
Man, what's good, man? I want to ask you, Kaiser, why are Africans always behind on a lot of things, man? Nowadays, you guys talking about lithium as if lithium is important. People are talking about sodium, man. There are a lot of research that came out that lithium, I mean, it contaminate, it can get you, it's a lot of effects from lithium. Now, I mean, sodium is now the way, man. They are coming out with sodium. Sodium can last longer, especially if they have sodium batteries, can last longer, pollution free. A lot of things, man.
So, Judy, everybody has sodium, so we don't have a competitive advantage of sodium. So we will stick on lithium because it's the one we have.
Right, but I mean, it was one point in time, United States banned lithium, and they took out the ban. People just think lithium is very, it's what we're gonna need in the long run. No, we're not gonna need it. It's hard to exploit it. It's it's sodium, man. So people should start investing in sodium. That's what is gonna keep the current life cycle running. Not lithium. I mean, lithium might become obsolete in few years. It might be important now, but not for a long time. So yeah, we are always behind. I don't know why we
Yeah.
Africans don't have researchers that can actually be,
Yeah, but that's how it
doing a
started
lot
though
of
with the
research.
oil. When you discovered oil, they said, "Oh, the oil is in limited quantity, blah blah blah." But then as times went on,
Yeah.
people kept on making
Zongo,
discoveries upon discoveries.
Exactly, like you were saying, a lot of companies are gonna be going out. You know, this oil stuff. I mean,
Yeah, but
electric cars are taking
I
over.
kind of I kind of feel like the car manufacturers, they determine like what resources you have to mine actually, right? Because if they prefer lithium, I'm
Yeah, they
thinking they have
prefer
done.
lithium,
Uh, I'm
but
thinking
Wait,
they
lithium
wait,
have done.
Kaiser, just look up what the
but
energy
lithium
density of sodium is.
but,
Let's look at the
but
physics of this instead of just words.
lithium is lithium is like a dirty air, zongo. It's like a dirty air. You know, it's like it brings a lot of pollution. It's like, you know, all of that. But sodium is clean. So I mean, it depends on who want to use lithium. But most car companies manufacturing, they're gonna be going with sodium because it's gonna be, you know, when they talk
Nah,
of
no,
clean
they won't.
energy and all these things, huh?
They
In the
won't.
cars,
They won't
in the
because of
car,
because of the
in the car.
physics. The physics does not allow it. Let's stop with words. And Kaiser's right, man. Y'all live on white man rhetoric, right? Look at reality. The physics does not
What
allow
you
for
mean we
sodium.
live by white
Sodium
man? The
batteries
white
do
man
not
is the
have
one that is inventing
sodium,
all these things,
sodium,
man. What are you talking
sodium.
about?
No. You're not understanding. What I'm saying is you are told that so that you think that so that they can scam you a lot easier,
See this guy.
right?
The
There
white
are
man is
people. So my
inventing
point
stuff,
is
and you're saying we were told that.
Dalio, right? Wait. My point is this: investors who know the truth. I'm talking about the inside traders, the real inside traders. They know that there's no sodium revolution gonna come in, not because they are evil and whatnot, but because they understand, or at least are told by actual experts, that sodium does not have the energy density that can be used for large transport. The reality is we use lithium because of the energy density it gives us. The amount of energy it can be stored per kg, right, for cubic meter. So the amount of energy you can store is much. The problem with
Have
sodium
have
is
you
that
have
for
you
starters,
have you
it's
done your
heavier than
research on
lithium.
have you done
It's
your research
heavier.
on sodium and oh, this guy just keep
Yes,
talking, Musanda. You have no clue.
yes. Just Google
You have no
Marajuda.
clue, man.
I'm the evil one, man. Just Google. I'm the one lying. Just Google, man. Yo, at the end of the
Go
day,
ahead.
no, do you know what's weird, right? You know what's weird? You're debating me on something that you yourself can look at, right? You're saying things that you, like I said, and I know you guys get offended by saying this, that you read on YouTube, but you don't understand how much of YouTube is a scam to make you keep pumping up money. That way somebody can just sell it off once it gets high enough. I mean, think about it. You live in a world where fucking Tesla that's running on losses, is one of the wealthiest car companies in the world. You have Nvidia that does not actually sell as much
What are you
equipment
talking
to
about?
everyone else,
Tesla,
a
that
$1 trillion
is one of the
thing.
richest in the
Well,
world.
my
Oh, this
point
guy,
is,
man.
no, I'm just making an
You-
example of scams that people fall for, right? The number one, the reality is this: the big revolution that's really gonna happen, and I'm gonna say this on this stream, and you may use this to get a million or not, is iridium. Iridium is the element of the future. That is the one element that is used. So remember what Kaiser was saying, Zongo, prior to me being here, about being able to sustain a large amount of heat. That's why iridium plays a big part. It's actually heavily used in space. So that's what so instead of looking at a whole component like an entire battery, look into what can actually sustain or contain a large amount of power within things. Obviously, some engineering things is gonna have to happen there. So graphite, I'm sure it's going to be used like as a flat layer to help like with the absorption of the heat and stuff. But yeah, this is something that I'll be honest, you should look into. Don't look into batteries, man. Batteries is the big scam. Whatever they're showing you on YouTube, that is the scam they're going to fuck you over with. But really makes profit, you will not find it on YouTube. That's what they are
Bro,
telling
we
you.
were talking
It's something
about
that you
cars
openly
and
notice
batteries.
when
We're
you
not talking about what you mean. Fuck this guy, man. What are you talking about? YouTube? Who watch YouTube and get stuff done?
Oh
What
my
the
god.
heck are you
Fine,
talking
man. Do
about?
what you want, Judah. Do what you want, man. Do what makes you happy.
You
So
have
I'm not
no
gonna
clue.
debate this
You're a
with you.
black
I'm
man.
trying to
You
give
have
you good
no clue
advice here.
about
You're
how the
taking
world operates. If you were intelligent enough, you will have been producing your own cars.
Musanda,
But you have no clue
eh,
what you're talking
good
about,
to
man.
share your
Come on.
it's good to share your opinion and allow other people to also share their
Right. I
opinion.
mean, the white man is the one that is
Don't
coming with all
fight
this
and
stuff,
cause
and
chaos in the
he
crowd.
seems like he want to bring his intelligence as if he's the one that knows stuff. This guy is just dumb, man. You should be producing stuff if you're intelligent, man. Come on.
However, Judy, people will go for the one that is cheaper and easy
Exactly.
to do.
And cleaner. I mean, it
So
depends what country they want to use it. I mean, if people want to go for clean energy, they go with sodium batteries.
Judy, You see, the Europeans are forcing that word cleaner. You understand me? These people pollute the air and build industry. So they want Africa now to do everything clean. Come on, we are not going to fall for that. I think that's why the current president in Nigeria
See,
actually said we are not going to follow that. We are not
UFC,
going to follow that template.
UFC, let me just read this, right? They say sodium ion batteries have several advantages over competing battery technologies compared to lithium ion batteries. Sodium ion batteries have somewhat lower cost, better safety characteristics, and similar power delivery characteristics, but also a lower energy density. I mean, with all most of these advantages and stuff like that, being clean and all of that, people are gonna be going for it. It don't matter if their bodies doesn't last longer. Come on, man. In America, people are talking about clean energy. No more pollution and stuff. You think people want to be using lithium all over the place? First, it's hard to mine it. You know how long it takes to mine lithium? Come on, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, Africans are behind, man. You guys should be championing clean energy. Electric cars.
No, no, Judy, 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 Judy. If you look with the current resources we have, which is crude, and all this, we are not going to just dump it and follow the European whatever they say. If you travel to US and every other country, they are still using fossil fuel. So let's not fall for that trap. Let's do what we know is going to benefit us. To me, Africa should focus and fight for its interests, not the interests of European, Asia, and others. What will benefit us is what we are going to do. That should be the goal. If clean energy is going to benefit us, fine. We should focus and invest more on clean energy. But for now, if it's not going to benefit us, I think we should do what we are doing. Well, the thing is that in all of this discussion, it sometimes revolve around politicians. And when I look at Africa's politicians, these are not actually bright people. So I think I would prefer to listen to the private sector of Africa economy than the politicians, because to me, I don't rate the politician like that. I would rather see, those who are in business actually speak, because they understand, and they understand economy than the politicians. So, so that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, I will listen to what they call it, Bigot, what other person in Africa that I know they are into business. Maybe not someone from Nigeria. Who am I going to name now?
How can this guy say that Elon Musk's Tesla is one of the greatest laws in the world? This Musanda guy, or did I know you as well, or is that?
No.
Did he say that?
If you if you pay attention to Elon Musk, as we speak, he's already building, constructing a lot of charging spots across the United States, Europe, and Asia, and every other place. You know what he's doing. In the future, if he don't make money from producing electric car, he's going to make money from charging those cars. So the guy is very smart. He's wise in making smart investments. It's not that.
Yeah, but he's not the only person manufacturing electric cars in the US, though. There's a lot of car manufacturers.
No, what I'm saying is that the charging spots, you understand me? Those
he's not the only one doing. He's not the only one doing that.
The reality is the US market is hybrids. Hybrids are the future, not electric cars, man. Hybrids definitely. You guys are in the West. You notice this too. There's a clear depletion of buyers wanting electric, regardless of what it is. These guys are on loss. They cannot compete. They cannot beat the losses they make. They're learning on losses. That's just is what it is. You know?
Why do you think the hybrid is the future?
Thank you.
Definitely because no, definitely because of the cheaper cost in fuel. Fuel is getting more expensive as time goes due to geopoliticals and a lot of reasons. But mainly because the high cost of fuel, and people obviously don't want the constraint of saying if I don't have a charging point, like I now cannot charge. So that's why I think it's going big. Toyota, I think, will be at the forefront of this, just because like of the expertise and the years of like understanding how basically cars function, how to make it very efficient. These are things that you kind of really notice the older you get. It's like there's this industry and there's the one they're gonna push it to your face, but most of the time it's gonna be the latter or like the one in between because that's the most
Yeah,
realistic or at least
Are
the
you
most
I
are,
visible.
you-
do
are you
understand
thinking
that.
like are you
Uh,
speaking from
the other
the are you speaking from the
worldwide,
manufacturer's point
worldwide,
of
worldwide. Look at Toyota. Look at Toyota. What's
wait,
it?
wait, 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 wait.
Toyota Crossings
Are you
worldwide.
speaking from the manufacturer's point of view or maybe from the consumer point of view in terms of like benefits?
Consumer, and both actually, both because that's what matters. Both
Yeah, by
because
consumer point of view,
for starters, the
it's
problem
kind of
with
relative.
remember the problem. So
It's kind of relative though, because I
yeah,
mean,
but
if you consumer
you
like
do accept that
if you
it
don't,
benefits both, right? If I'm just saying as hybrids, they do benefit both in the sense of they are getting by
yeah,
more costs, but also the incentives there because now they don't produce as much CO2. So there's a benefit for both sides in a sense. At least now I can sell hybrid cars instead of going fully electric, which won't give me the actual output, or at least the manufacturing that I want. You see this also with the
Musanda,
new
Musanda,
McLaren 570, right? They made
Musanda.
a battery a hybrid. Wait, I'll let you speak, Judah. I shut up when you guys speak, man.
Nah,
The
yeah, I mean,
Ferrari
go ahead.
kind of did the same thing. McLaren did the same thing. These guys are going towards hybrid to kind of subdue the whole emission thing, right? And also it does help so the consumer part because they don't have to pay as much for petrol to go the same or similar distances. That's the thing. So yeah, hybrids are definitely the future. Before
Musanda.
I think
not
electric
necessarily,
are gonna
because
be there, but
you have to really,
they're not gonna they're not gonna outmaneuver hybrids. They're definitely gonna control the markets for years to come. You know.
you don't know. I think the EV vehicle are the are more like economically affordable.
The guy
If
has
you
no
ask me,
clue, man.
because
Has
I
no
mean, my friend has
No,
he
no.
has a wait.
exactly.
My friend. I mean, my workplace we use EV. My friend has an
You
EV.
say your friend. I even drove a hybrid
Yeah,
for a long time.
they
It
are
was a lot of
affordable, but
contaminants.
that's not the problem.
Musanda, hold
Look at
on.
what is the need of the customer. Nobody wants to look at the needs of the actual customer. What is the point of having an electric car that can go this many distances, but then lately, if I want to charge it again, there's no charging point, right? I'd expect it at a global level. People are looking at
Musanda,
their own personal life, thinking, "Well,
Musanda,
I'm
you have
benefiting
no
from this."
clue.
But have you
You
ever
have no clue.
looked at the broad
It-
spectrum? CNBC actually, wait, I'll post a video by CNBC even talking about this. Like from my own white man, because tell I mean I'm the one lying here from Africa. Yo, like it's like this thing
Yeah,
where people just wanna
charging point.
fight
You
with
can
their
charge.
emotion on objective threat. You know?
You can really charge a car at your home, like the EVs. You can really charge it at your
exactly.
home.
You can charge it at your home. Now they are coming with batteries that can last you probably 2 months, and you don't have to charge it every day. This guy
You can
just
really
doesn't.
charge it.
Let me,
You can charge it at home, man. I mean, we charge our EV at home right now. Like one of my friend has an EV. He charges
and
us.
they are even coming out with solar batteries. When you drive
Yeah.
in, it charge auto. See, man, this guy. Let me tell you, I drove.
Just wait. It just depends on the consumer need. Let's say, like, because you have consumers that travel long distance. That might pose a lot of distance, a lot of like challenge for them. Like if they go like beyond like maybe 500 miles in a day, because like I mean, generally, I mean the normal like standard cars has about like 500 miles on it, right? So like if you want to go like beyond that, you will have to take a lot of time to kind of recharge it and just continue your journey. But then if you are within the city, like or the state limit or within the city limits, you don't really drive that far. I mean, the EVs were economically viable for you, if you ask me. And this is
The
why I
guy
brought
doesn't
it back.
know.
And
The
this is why
guy
I plan
doesn't
to.
know the cost of hybrid or Zongo.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
this.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat, man. Look at the chat. I posted a video. You can go watch it from the white man,
Musanda.
because I'm the lying.
Yeah, but I mean, and this, like that's why I asked, like, is it like, are you speaking from the manufacturer's point of view or the consumer point of view? And I'm giving you a typical example. I'm a consumer myself, right? And I prefer like an EV. And consider like my travel
Yeah,
is not
but
going to
what if
be
you
long.
want both? What
It's
if
not,
you want both?
my
Okay,
my
Zongo, but
my.
what if you want both? What if you want the car to go far and close? That's the thing.
Okay,
Most people don't
like,
want to have to change cars between the
yeah,
one
if
here
you
and there.
yeah,
It's
if you
just
want to
that's the
go,
thing. It's like we like to do some things that are not like we act like we don't live in the real world. Most people don't want to have to choose between this car and this car. Saying, "Oh, today because I don't want to go far, I'll drive the small one." What if you change your idea when you're in front? That's the thing that EVs, at least not EV hybrids, can afford you. That if you change your mind and
well,
instead of go to
EV,
this
yeah,
short
well,
distance,
EV,
you can either
you
take
can.
another
So
road and go far. That's hey, you can't do that
have
with
you have you
electric. You have to go back home and charge and this for 30 minutes. You actually mentioned another part or whatever mentions. You have to charge your thing for 30 to 1 hour to go and let's say you have a time constraint. It's like this thing
yeah,
when people just want to win arguments, right?
yeah,
That's why I don't
yeah,
do Judah and whatever.
that's
It's
the
like you win, man.
that's the downside. That's the downside of it. It might take time to kind of like recharge your car, especially if you're going on a long distance, right? But I mean, if you are, if you if you drive within like a short distance, I mean, EV might be suitable, and then you don't even pay like fuel cost. Like the fuel cost is going to be even way cheap, like because my friend, like based on like a real example, he charges car like it costs him like electricity consumption wise like $2, not expensive at all. Now, if you're gonna go on a long journey, yeah, maybe like maybe EV hybrid might be a suitable option for you, you know. But it just all depends on your needs,
I
right? So
think I think it depends on the
your
person's need,
needs,
as you said.
yeah.
Yeah, people will go for what is suited for them or what is cheaper or something.
But the case of
Or
the
what they can
US, right?
afford.
The case of the US, the reason why they are promoting EV at the largest scale is that a lot of the decisions is being influenced by laws, because I mean currently certain state are trying to cut down like the pollution of CO emission and stuff like that. And if fossil fuels are the major contributor of like pollutions, fossil fuel, like combustion of fossil fuel. So I mean, especially emissions from vehicles, so this government and companies are working in hand to ensure that um, they kind of have a new technology or like some kind of clean technology that will help reduce emissions of these pollutants. And I'm just speaking specifically in the case of the US because that's where I am. I work in the field, so I'm not going to speak of other countries. The laws over here, they regulate pollutants, especially COs, NOx, nitrogen dioxide and stuff like that, right? uh, in the US. So I mean, EV is what they're gonna promote, regardless. I mean, and it's gonna benefit some of these manufacturers, but consumer wise, might have downside, especially if you're going on a long distance. I remember like when I was coming to Washington State, I do like 2,100 miles, and yeah, just can you imagine like using an EV in the night? You have to like park and 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 charge for an hour in a bad neighborhood, man, you're gonna get robbed. So yeah, it has some kind of like disadvantages.
Yeah,
So
it has disadvantages, but I was watching I think I was watching a video where they were trying to update those batteries in such a way where when driving it could automatically charge while driving. So so yeah, they're gonna be coming out with other batteries that can last longer for at least like a month too. That's what I was and when this guy talk about hybrid cars are very expensive, especially their batteries. I used to drive one hybrid car, and it was a lot of disadvantages driving. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still driving it, but just the cost for repair, a lot of
Yeah, yeah, you don't have to worry about repairs, if you are driving an EV, man. There's no like, mechanical uh stuff in place in the engine, Just think
exactly,
about
and
all the cost benefits that's gonna the consumer is gonna have. Well, I mean, like we said earlier, it's gonna have a downside too. So there's always, I mean, always got a trade off for something, right? So that's the trade off uh, of not having to deal with mechanical issues, for using an EV. You have to spend more time to charge your car. Yeah. So I think I'll do that now. I don't mind spending 30 minutes to charge my car if I'm not gonna have to worry about mechanical issues with my car.
right.
Yeah.
Because there's no. Yep. I mean, you want. Yeah, man. I mean, the way to go is EV, man.
Yeah, man. And cause you just imagine like now in Washington State, just imagine every 2 weeks you're paying like $100 to just fill your car. In 12 months, how much is that? Like $1,200 now. In 10 years,
Right.
$12,000. Man, come on, man. That's a lot of money, man. Just you use this $12,000 could be in your pocket. Some kind of can rechannel the money elsewhere. So you got to think about it that way, like Musanda, right? I mean, and also I don't think like Tesla is like the sole like manufacturer of EV in the US. Maybe
No,
from
it's
the
not. It's not
outside,
only
from the
Tesla.
outside looking in, Tesla is like hugely promoted, but here in the US, I mean, people, I mean, in Washington
It's
State particularly,
BYD. Worldwide, it's BID. Outside of the US, it's BYD. Yeah, you're right, but it's not even any US company.
BYB,
The Chinese
yeah,
BYD.
BYB in China, right? I'm talking about just like in Washington State. You see, like
Nah,
this
worldwide,
cars like
worldwide. They're the number one
Mustang,
supplier
It's about
worldwide.
like
Nissan is
Mustang,
producing EVs, bro.
yeah,
General Motors,
Mustang,
Volkswagen,
Mustang, VW, they're all producing EVs, man. Like I drive,
Yeah.
I workplace, I
Yeah,
drive like the Mustang.
but
Yeah.
I think a lot of them are living off losses. I don't
What?
think the amount of revenue. I
What
think
you
they're
say?
living off losses. I don't think that the profit. I don't think they're living off like the amount of money they make from selling the CVs can like superstand or like make more than the amount for production. They're not. They don't have a net positive. Like they're not net profitable, right?
Yeah,
Net positive profit. Yeah, that's
yeah,
what I mean.
but that's not a problem. That's the problem of the shareholders, right? So I mean, you as a consumer, you look at your benefits.
No. But prior to even getting whatever, I'm just saying. But so you may find that to produce this unit, let's just say it costs $20. Like there's this basic unit of thing to get back. You probably will find out that they're getting back just $15. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that so there's a -5 over there. There's a $5 loss that's made for a lot of these EVs. There's some are heavily supplemented. That's one of the main reasons they kind of resisted because of that. The truth is, EVs should be way more expensive than what they are. The thing is, they're trying to obviously compete, or at least make them compete with ordinary cars. That's what I'm saying.
What you mean EV should be more
Tesla is
expensive?
not
EV is
suffering
expensive.
from.
Yeah,
There
but
are
I think
various
Oh my god!
criteria of EV.
aren't you
This guy
aren't you
just
speaking in terms of like maybe the manufacturer's point of view, like what is your point of concern like about like if the manufacturer is making profit, if maybe perhaps like their long-term goal is like maybe the cost is going to scale down like a little, like it's going to like go down like over in the long run, because I mean because generally in the new technologies that come into play, I mean it's going to be cost of production is going to go high, right? But then over time they
Yeah,
expect it
but
to
you're
go down.
right. You're right. That's what the problem now is. You're right about that. The new technology is always like that, of course. But the problem is that half of that car cost goes into the battery alone, and obviously they're outsourced from another source, right? Unlike most cars where a lot of the machinery, the engine and whatnot, it's made in house and you can kind of control the pricing there. So you know, what I mean, once you actually have, I'm just saying, most car companies,
Yeah, the
VW or whatever, they're
outsourcing.
not.
Yeah, but outsourcing
right? They're
makes
not battery
Most car
manufacturers.
companies get
Yeah.
outsourced. No car
And
company
who
do everything
sells
in
the cheapest
man.
batteries is China. But then now you
yeah,
have
but
the West who's having a problem with China. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
these are problems that you kind of like can be able to see from afar. It's like
yeah,
you
but
have problems with China, so let's just say you try to get it from India. How much is India selling its whatever battery company they have for this? So you have to start looking at the relativity and stuff. I'm not saying it may not go down. I'm just saying they're gonna literally be living off subsidies for the probably 10 or 20 years or something. The question is, can they sustain that? Because remember, car companies die a
who
lot.
is
A lot of these
who
car
is
companies die, and that's why we have like one parent company. Tata,
like
for example, which is an Indian-owned company, they
who is
they
dealing
got
like
like Jaguar and all this.
who is dealing
Sorry.
with India? Like, which car manufacturing company is dealing with India? Like for
No, Tata.
caravan?
Tata is like what I'm saying is
Oh,
the
okay.
fact that Tata, which is like let's say in a third world nation, is able to buy a lot of these European car companies is because even with their companies that are actually petrol companies, they're living off sources. The amount of money they're generating is not enough to actually make them become net profitable profit, net positive profit, right? They're not actually making enough to kind of beat that thing. You're saying,
Can I
well,
ask
that's
something?
because the shareholders want to be paid a lot. Wait, that
Doesn't
was your
Tata
point, right? Or
own
least that's pretty bold.
Range Rover? Doesn't Tata own Range Rover?
Wait. I'll finish and then you speak, bro. I don't speak a lot with that nowadays. What I'm saying is your point
You're
was that
speaking a lot. You
the
speak like a
shareholders
buffoon, man. What
the
the hell are you talking
shareholders.
about?
Wait, I
Give
want to address Zongo. Zongo
me
said
money. Give
something
me
about
money.
shareholders, right? Well, they
Guy
don't
wants
as
money.
much. Let's just say that's the point. Let's just say that's the
When you
point.
think they always
Well,
want
I'm
money.
the investor. Of course, I want to make more
My
money.
cousin.
What's the point of putting money into something that does not make as much profit? That's my thing towards Zongo saying. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to add something. I'm not going to hold on too long, but I thought I could ask you a question. Doesn't Tata own Range Rover and a lot of British companies now? I think they even bought Range Rover as well.
Because they were game
But
bankrupt.
one thing I was
That
going
was
to say,
my point. Yeah.
regarding the Tata Group, and the owner of Tata, isn't he worth something like close to like over 15 billion or something? And he just recently had a wedding. His son had a wedding where it cost them almost like half a billion or something. You know that, and that crazy wedding in India
But
where all these
you
famous
understand my
singers came.
point, right?
Yeah,
It's like
100%.
you
I
don't sell a
understand.
company if it's making profit. Range Rover is not going to sell itself if it was making a profit. That would be so low to a point that a third world country company like Tata can buy them. That was my point to Zongo. It's like a lot of these
But
companies, guys, they're living off nonsense, man.
like the
As much
Tata
as it's
vehicles,
facing
like
your car
especially the
here.
lorries. The lorries, a lot of the
Yeah,
lorries
certain
was
in
like
South
more
Africa,
like
man.
building, for
They
building
drive.
materials and that.
I
It
used
was.
to. Yeah, I used to
Yeah, but
drive a Mahindra. They're pretty nice cars. They're
yeah,
pretty
but
nice
for me,
cars.
I don't. For me,
Now I don't think in cars. They're not good in car, but heavy duty vehicles. Heavy duty vehicles. They're really
for me,
they're
for
good
me,
at that.
Yeah, pickup truck. That's what I said, pickup truck. I don't never buy like a small one of those shitty cars.
the
Only a
manufacturers
pickup
gonna
truck, bro.
be
But they're better than Dacia, innit? Tata is better than Dacia. Dacia, something like that. That Dacia pickup cars and that. It's still stronger than that.
We
But
talk
I was
about
gonna say,
Datsun.
and I've come
That's a
across,
shitty
a
company.
lot of Tata vehicle where
Yeah, I know Datsun.
them heavy trucks that carry sand, for example, sand and cement.
Yeah.
So in the same way,
Yeah,
Tata Group, they kind of made a lot of the money from the third world countries, because especially in Africa, right? People would buy a cheap truck that can carry heavy goods, like the Tata trucks, So a lot of that money was generated because when you look at Europe and these countries, not a lot of European people buy Tata Group vehicles, unless now it's Range Rover and that, which they own now. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, you guys are looking at it from like the manufacturing point of view. I mean, that's the part that the manufacturers have to worry about. As we all are consumers, we just look at what is like the potential benefit to us. That's what we have to look at.
But brother, regarding even Tata, yeah. See, when you look into Idi Amin and the Indian people, the reason Idi Amin kicked a lot of the Asian people out, yeah, because a lot of these people will send their money back to India, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, and especially Tata Group, yeah, it was created from a lot of that wealth was generated from Uganda, for example, back at the time of Idi Amin and that. So that you could say That gives birth to the Tata group, you know. Because one thing with the Indian people, even they will stay in your country, but they will not pay tax. They don't want to become citizen, and they will send all the money back to their country, you know. But then when the European right now, they're still calling Idi Amin a warlord, a dictator, and he was wrong for doing what he did, you know. All Idi Amin said, you guys, okay, you want to be Ugandan, can you not at least become Ugandan citizen so you can start paying tax? These people thought they're much clever. They said, no. For how long they were saying, no, we can't do that. So at the end, it's not like Idi Amin. Well, I hear a lot for these European people that said Idi Amin killed a lot of Ugandan and Indian people in Uganda, this and that. I keep asking them, can you at least show us 5 examples? Let's show us 5 people that Idi Amin has killed of Indian people regarding, when he told them go back to your countries. They can never bring that forward, So that's, like we having a lot of these discussion on another channel in the UK. It's called Valley Vision, G Block. Every time when we deal with these racist white people, they will always say Idi Amin is a dictator. He killed a lot of the Indian people, this and that. So what they're saying is, you as an African haven't got the right to think for yourself, You haven't got the right to put your nation first.
Yeah, but
But they will tell you, go back to your country.
I mean, there's no immigrant in the world that doesn't work money and send back to their country. Even you, when you work in London, you send money back home to Uganda or to Somalia. That's where your country is at. It was a bluff, a political bluff for Idi Amin to send Indians out of Uganda. If the Indians will have been there in Uganda, I think Uganda will have been a first world country. I mean, maybe they
came back with Museveni. They came back. All of them came back with Museveni. Not all of them, but Museveni brought them back.
Let me finish. Museveni called them back, but not every one of them came back because most of them had lost their businesses in Uganda, so they were scared coming back. You cannot compare the time with Idi Amin, the Indians, with the time when Museveni called them back. So it was of no use. The ones that came back could not actually progress in their activities that they were doing because they have lost their lineage of inheritance. So they were starting back afresh. That was something that is a disadvantageous, but it was when political look, you don't chase people out, people that hold your economy. It's like South Africa getting the one money and chasing out the white people out of South Africa. It's not just gonna make no sense, you handicap the economy, for some reason. So
Hitler did the same thing.
Idi Amin was a dummy, never educated, had no clue what business is, had no clue what economy was. He was printing money out of the blue. The Uganda economy collapsed under Idi Amin. He wasn't a good guy, especially when it comes to economy. So I wouldn't call him an idol. He was just a political nincompoop who had no clue about running the country. So,
well, everybody has their own way of seeing things. I respect your point, but when you ask the proud Ugandan people, they said Idi Amin done the best move, and they will all wish for another Idi Amin to come back to Uganda. You know what I'm saying? You might see it differently, but this is more of a pride. This is more about a heritage. People have just been released from colonialism, and then now you have upper class Ugandan coming into your country being the buffer class. Idi Amin, it's not like he just gave them one warning and told them, no, next month you have to be on the plane. He gave them chances after chances, even to the point he told them, you guys sign up to be Ugandan citizens. You know what I'm saying? None of them wanted to become Ugandan citizens because they know, like when they went to Britain, they would have to pay tax. So, bro, this was tax evasion. There's nowhere in this world a country will allow you to do tax evasion, especially holding over 90% of the economy. You know what I'm saying? All of that. So when you're saying it would be beneficial for Uganda, if these people would have paid their taxes, wouldn't that taxes go for infrastructure, building up schools, hospitals, stuff like that? That's my question to you. I think
It wasn't invasion of taxes during that period. They don't pay taxes online. How can you invade tax when you actually have people that are roaming in the market collecting taxes from people? It was just jealousy. Ugandans were jealous that the Indians had a better standard of living than their own people. The Indians were at the top tie of economy in that country. They were running the economy. The economy was booming. A lot of people were leaving neighboring countries into Uganda. It was just some sort of jealousy. It wasn't invasion of taxes because during that period, Idi Amin was walking around collecting taxes from people.
But then you have to ask
So
yourself, would Nigeria allow that to happen under the nose? With a country like Nigeria, any other country, well, let's take it even like Somalia. You think Somalia will allow people to come into the country and be the buffer class without teaching them the skills to do business, without teaching them to, prosper, and you know what I'm saying? Only hiring their own people.
it's not the place of Indians to come into your country and teach you and teach the middle class what to do. It's left for your government to educate their citizens and create schools for these people to go into and learn the skills, not the Indians. It's like you as an immigrant going into London and you are doing actually well, and the government expect you to start training the citizens of United Kingdom. It makes no sense. You don't have the potentials to do it. The government has the potential, can create more institutions for these people, not you. So
I don't know fully, but I keep hearing, from the Pan-Africanism, from the Pan-Africanists.
yeah, I'm
They're,
not a
they're
Pan
not.
African, but it's just a lot of jealousy from Uganda. It was of no use to me. It was. They wouldn't have done that. You live in London, like I said, getting a one money and they send you back home because you are actually doing well over there. It makes no sense. you know it just doesn't. We don't think before
No,
we do a lot of things. That's why.
one thing I'm trying to ask for. I keep asking. Britain. Whenever there's something like this happen, they have like a parliamentary session. Where it comes like the prime minister have to ask questions and answer, right? But until now, when people always bring in the point of Idi Amin, I have not seen, when the British government were having that discussion and then they said, we come to the conclusion, we're going to let the Ugandan come into Britain. We never heard that, Nobody heard the discussion. So we don't know what the actual goal was. You know what I'm saying? All we know is instead of them flying back into India, they flew straight into Britain.
Yeah. I mean, what is your point? Do you see him as a hero, or
I'm saying, bro, he's definitely done well for his country. He has to be remembered as an African hero. You know what I'm saying? Because what it is, bro, people came out of colonialism. You know what I'm saying? 1950 something, right? And then from there, you still have now a buffer class have been put into your country. You know what I'm saying? So when are they actually initially free? When are the Ugandan people gonna be free? That's how he sees it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the
Do
Pan
you
African would see that.
do you actually know what a buffer class is? Even in your country right now, as we speak, Somalia, there's a buffer class put in place by your own people that are tormenting the normal citizens. That's why there's war all over that country. In every country right now, as we speak, there are a buffer class, the people that look just like you, but they are living extremely wealthy than a normal citizen, right? So what is the difference? Are you jealous that because these people were Indians, or why are you not jealous of the ones that you have right now in your own country?
Well,
You
the
know,
Ugandan people will
I'm
say, the Ugandan people say a
no.
Ugandan will hire another Ugandan. You know what I'm saying? Another Ugandan will
You're not a
learn from the
Ugandan
business
because
and later on probably
I've,
open another type of business. You know what I'm saying? So it's a skill
I've talked to
handover. They're
I've,
handing over skill. But the Indian
I've
people
talked
didn't
to.
hand over the skill.
Why should they hand over their skill? You live in London, so you should be handing your skill to British citizens or to English citizens. Are you doing that? Look, man, you guys come on this planet trying to push
Judy,
what
Judy,
others have
Judy,
to
let
do,
me
you
say,
know,
say one thing.
and
The way to
you're
do
not
it,
doing the same thing in that country, man. Come on.
Judy, the way to actually do it, like when we return back to democracy in 1999, there were a lot of Nigeria assets sold to Nigerians for like for peanuts. You understand me? That was just wealth transfer. A lot of wealth transfer happened. You understand me? Even as we speak now, it's still happening. There are some certain assets that worth billions of dollars were sold for maybe 100 to different Nigerians from all tribes in Nigeria. Okay, for instance, the wealthiest person from the south is Ato Eze. Ato Eze was awarded oil well to him by Babangida. That was in the 90s. You understand me? That's how a lot of people in Nigeria were actually like awarded wealth to them for cheap. Some of them they didn't pay anything. To license were given to them for free. A lot of things. So I think a country like Uganda or any other country in Africa, they should do the same. Sell some properties to some people that you know who are serious in the country, then let them go from there. However, in Nigeria, I want the government to actually like take back the energy sector that they sold to Nigerians and sold it to international company, because the Nigerians they sold those companies to, they are not doing the right investment. They are not investing in infrastructure so that there will be full capacity of electricity in the country. Because if those things were sold to maybe the European or China or Asia, there would have been
Right.
more. Yeah, they would have expand their capacity by now. But like Davido's father is very like he's very involved in the energy sector, but these guys are just there to take uh
Let
to
me
take money. Go ahead.
let me congratulate the president of Chad.
What
Just
did
got
he? What
elected.
happened? Oh,
He got
re-elected.
elected. Not re-elected. You know, his father died in a gun battle,
Okay,
and
that means
he,
he just transit to democracy now.
right. So he was there
Okay.
as a military, and then now they just did their election 2 days ago with other
Okay.
political party members,
And he won.
and it seems like he won the election.
Well, that's
So
good. I think he's the right man for the position.
I mean, if
However,
they
he should not just sit there and just be enjoying life. He need to, because see, one thing I always
he's
observe
he's
about
he's a
right,
young guy as well. He's like 40, so you
okay,
know
I wish him success,
mm,
because
maybe
if he win and deliver, it will help the whole region and there will be less insecurity and
maybe
poverty.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Maybe Tinubu will be going to his inauguration.
I guess so, but I don't know.
Mm,
Well, maybe because that would be about an hour flight or 30 minutes. It was very close.
30 minutes now. I mean, Borno share border with Chad now.
No, okay, okay.
Like
That makes
30
sense.
minutes 1 hour.
I'll be 30-minute flight. Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that's
you
good.
know their capital city.
And what's the name
Let me
again?
let me check your political, your geopolitics
No, I don't know.
skill.
Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
Mm,
Except Niger. Yes, Niger. I think Niger is Niamey or something like that. I know
Niamey.
Niger. Yes, capital,
Chad
but
Chad is Chad is in Jamena.
Jamena. Okay, Jamena. Okay, okay, Jamena. Well, that's good. I don't. Uh, then Cameroon. I know Cameroon. Cameroon is Douala. Yes.
No,
No. Okay. Wait. It's not Douala.
no, man. It's like me
No, wait.
saying Nigeria capital is Lagos.
No, 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 no. Which other place? There's two. I know this. I don't forget the other one. The two are very popular. Douala and
Bamenda.
But yes,
No,
Bamenda.
man,
So,
that's not Bamenda, bro. Come on, Yaounde, man. Come on.
thank you, Yaounde. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Yaounde.
This
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, no. Yaounde is the correct one. Yeah, Yaounde and the one I mentioned for those are the two major cities in Cameroon. Then which other one? Ghana and Accra, yes. Then
Ghana.
Benin, Porto, what is
Porto Novo.
it? Porto Novo, yes. Then
Togo,
Togo, Lome,
Ivory Coast.
Abidjan. No, not Abidjan. Abidjan is the main city.
Is the main city, yeah.
Yamasoko or something like that.
Yamasoko, there you go.
Yes, Yamasoko.
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso. I don't know. Sorry. Burkina Faso is hold on. Banjul. Okay, Banjul is Gambia. Banjul.
Banjul is Gambia, bro.
Yeah. I don't know about Burkina Faso.
Ouagadougou.
Yes, Ouagadougou. Yeah, Ouagadougou. Then Senegal is
Dakar.
Dakar, yes. Dakar. Mali is
Bamako.
Bamako, yes. Bamako. What do they call it? Mauritania. I think I saw the capital recently.
Nouakchott.
Yes, Nouakchott. Yes, Nouakchott. Not Scott. Yes.
Yeah.
Bro, those people, that whole land is desertic, my brother.
It's desert now.
Ooh.
The people in Mauritania, they are darker like Senegalese, but they have this minority group that has taken over the Arabs. That the one controlling Mauritania.
I see it.
Yeah.
It's like they have, because it's like there are a lot of people from Senegal origin in that country. Is it true?
It's not Senegal origin. You see, when
Like,
borders were divided, they are from there.
Ethnic group in Senegal.
Any group. Yeah, the same people. It's like you have Yoruba in Benin Republic and Lagos. You know.
No, you see, more Yoruba in what do you call this country, Abidjan. A lot of people from Yoruba are in Abidjan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so in millions. So I'm not talking about thousands here, because there is in what do you call this state, Osun State. There is a bus like multiple hour, like morning, afternoon, evening, going to Abidjan every day from Osun State.
Right.
Yeah. You're right. Wow. Well, if you look at even Nigeria today, you see the number one ethnic group by population in Nigeria actually is the Hausa people, but they have never governed Nigeria once. When you say in
So
number,
all those guys have been Fulanis.
yes, thank you. It is always if you see minority. If you look at Nigeria, it is the minority that has been governing Nigeria.
So let me ask you a question. So a person from Edo will never be president in Nigeria?
Depends on the person, really. If the person is a major power player, he can. But if he's just a weekly, it's not gonna happen now. Like
because it seems like this. When these guys they choose their vice president, it's either Igbo or a Yoruba guy or a Fulani.
Yeah, the reason for that is that I need to be honest, is because of numbers. Yes, politician will do numbers than any other thing. They don't involve in emotion. If the numbers is not working, they are not going to, There's a reason Tinubu picked another Muslim person because he knew if he don't do that, he's not going to get the numbers, the vote he needs.
So where is the guy? They haven't seen him in office for a while.
He's back in town. He's back. He just let's see, except because I'm not those who are very biased and all that. He just went for medical checkup, so he's back. He's back. But see, African leaders, they need to
African leaders, they are when people come on this panel, they talk about Africa as if there's change.
They need to be serious, mostly when it comes to AIDS. This one traveling abroad all the time, whereby foreign country they have information about your AIDS. That alone is not it's not good. They can use that to blackmail you and all that. I don't find it okay when I see our leaders do that. That's
the
why
president of Nigeria has traveled out of his Nigeria more than Joe Biden has been in power.
Yes.
Why?
You can never see Putin or Biden or any of these strong leader goes to go abroad to seek for health this thing. No, they're not going to do it. I think
or talk business or travel for for what?
Nigeria first, how can you just act as if you don't know why these people are going to these places? You know full well why they are going to it. You just pretend as if you don't.
No, what I'm trying to say is that is a weakness. That's weakness for the country and for Africa, for them going abroad to receive treatment. To me, it's not good.
It's a gaping whole security threat where your president goes to a far more powerful country every time for healthcare.
Yeah, it doesn't. No. Because now these people now they have leverage on you, because really they can actually expose your information by your health, and you now as a politician you don't want that.
They have far more than that on him. And besides, did you not see Prince Harry in the Nigeria today, where our generals are just acting? You can see, oh my God, it just feels like Oga is here. Oga, the true Oga of the nation is here, and that guy is not even a proper royal anymore. That has been moved from being a royal family.
That was an embarrassment to see a country like Nigeria clamoring and cheering a prince. I mean, come on, are you
Prince
guys
Harry,
still
and he's not
looking
even a
at
proper prince anymore. They've even moved him from the list in the UK because of he's not even this
to Nigeria?
It's like, oh my God.
His mother colonized your country. He is still the king of Nigeria. Come on, man.
Our country.
How are you embarrassed?
I'm really embarrassed. People are really. I don't know why many Nigerians even are under any impression that we have any sense of freedom. This is so fake. And your leaders, your leaders are running to them all the time because of the control they have on your leaders. And our generals, look at how our military generals are just like, oh yeah, show him the way. Like they don't even know what they are. They can't even be coordinated very well. And they were beating drums, embarrassing us. Oh my God.
To Nigeria, this guy is not even a prince. He's not even a president. But you guys are still looking up to your colonial masters, and then you guys want to come here and say, "Oh, the French country, the French country."
So maybe those people will call them masters. Maybe you will. I'm not calling masters. There are a lot of our people that still have that colonial mindset where they think that we are children. And you need to see our general behaving like somebody that is just saw a star.
The downfall of Africa black people is that we lack discipline. Discipline from our childhood, then we lack discipline in all aspects of our life. We don't follow things in order. Like everything is just zigzag. Like our behavior is off. Everything is off about us.
I think what we are lacking, I think if I'm to put it in a clear terms, is our ability to use our our greatest gift as men, our society to differentiate ourselves from others. That is one, and which is that gift is the ability to look threat in the face and say, no, I'm not going to let you tell me what to do. I'm going to decide what I'm going to do. We've lost that listening ability, and often that ability is forced upon you based on your history, and we have not been put into that situation where we are forced to say, you know what, screw you, Igbo man, we are not going to listen to you, we are going to stand up against you. We've never been put in that situation before, and it means that all the relationship we have with them right now are, men, have you had, see, I saw Tinubu make a speech recently. He was sitting right next to Kagame. Tinubu was sounding.
To Nigeria, I listened to that speech. I remember when you were talking to one man went to most
like
channels.
a house boy. He sounded like a house
To
boy.
Nigeria, I listened to that speech. I remember when you were talking to one man went to most channel. They were trying to back you down and say no. He spoke from a top, as a tall, from a bigger person. He spoke well. I was like, hey, these guys actually know what he said. I mean, that
What
guy.
did he say?
Look,
What did
man.
he say? What was
To
the
Nigeria,
topic and what
your
did he say?
president is. I mean, I don't know, man. To Nigeria, I remember on one panel you were talking about Nigeria should put their militaries in some of these African countries. I asked myself, Nigeria, are you kidding me? A
No,
country
no.
that is still welcoming Prince Harry, looking up to him, man.
Let's go ahead. Let me ask. What
We
did he
should be the one
say?
having military bases. No, what he was
To
saying was
Nigeria.
that
Come
it
on,
was
to
sounding
Nigeria.
like it was sounding like Goodluck Jonathan when Goodluck Jonathan was with Obama. You know when he was saying Goodluck Jonathan was
The
saying
guy is calling
we need
Europeans to come back
Nigeria.
and help develop Nigeria or Africa. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was the
Judy,
mindset. You need
Judy,
to hear the way Kagame
Judy,
spoke versus the way
Judy,
your president spoke.
Judy,
Then you will be
Judy,
embarrassed.
Yeah.
Judy. Me and you, we need to be honest today. Let's not. This is what I will say. I think it is the right thing. Nigerians are not ready to actually develop their country. The people that have drawn Nigerian backward, it's always Nigeria. Anything you give our people to get fixed or get done, they always involve in destroying that thing. I would rather see we using other people to actually develop the country than Nigerians. Nigerians are not willing or ready to actually develop the country.
Actually, it is him that is not ready to develop the
No,
country.
see. The past let me go back. The past administration. Many people hate that administration, but what the last administration wanted to do, he wanted Nigeria to be self-sufficient and do things for ourselves. Did many Nigerians key into that this thing? No, they didn't.
Because he didn't do a good job of it. Don't blame the people if the people don't key in when you yourself.
No, it is
not
the
doing
people
it
that is
yourself.
going to do it. No, see, we always get things wrong. Government is not government responsibility to actually create physical job. Yes, they can pass policy, but it is me and you, sir, that are the one to create and
You have
actually
to create
do
the
this
right
thing.
environment
Government will always
for
give us
jobs
a little
to
bit of support.
emerge. You have to create the right environment for jobs to emerge. Jobs cannot emerge in an environment where they have high inflation, high currency fluctuation. To be fair, under Buhari, the currency was a lot more stable. See, what you are not seeing is that no matter what good they mean, they tend to do one thing right and then they undercut it, they cut the nation down so that we don't really develop. Look at Tinubu now came in. The fuel subsidy was removed, which was good money that the government will have in its pocket. Dangote refinery was coming on stream, which would have even strengthened our currency even further. What did he do? He went and floated the currency. Now the currency started fluctuating. Our economy started fluctuating all over the place. Yeah, did you just say economy fluctuating all over the place is the right thing to do?
See, sir, South Africa, for example, they don't defend their currency. You know what actually defends South Africa currency is South Africa export. No, sir. This export is done by South Africa citizens, not the government. But in Nigeria, okay, I will tell you to Nigeria, look at this thing. Let's say remove government export from Nigeria export. Tell me what is left there. Can you tell me what is left there?
Listen. Oh, who is responsible for doing that? Is it not part of the people you are praising just now?
Nigeria, what I'm saying is that it's not the government going to do the export. It is citizens, me and you, sir. if you look at South Africa export, it is the majority of those exports is from the white. We get it, but at least it's export from the country and they bring in foreign exchange. That's what stabilized South Africa's currency. They don't defend it at all. I check it on Google. They don't. It is export that make it
because
stable.
they have a diversified economy.
Yes.
If you have a diversified economy that is relatively developed, you can afford to do that. But if you don't, you can't do that.
We want this artificial
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. The way it works is that any economist will tell you that if you have an economy that's import dependent and less diversified, you peg your currency so that people will have steady and stable expectations. In other words, business will be able to plan and develop. But if you have a more advanced economy that is more diversified, like that of the US, Japanese, South Korea, yes, you can float it because prices increasing everywhere. You have diversified exports so that it doesn't shock your economy. So that is fine. And this is something that Buhari knew. And if something Buhari already knew, you are telling me this government didn't know.
Then did you know how much debt he left behind? When he left,
they have left more debt.
Let me tell you, we were owing JP Morgan $20 billion that will borrow to defend the currency. 20.
I'm not even sure.
How long are we going to be doing that?
You can owe money, you know that, don't you?
No. See, to Nigeria, let's be serious. Nigeria is in the state it is because of me and you. Our failure.
I think you sound like a government lucky that just tries to make excuse for stupid policies that the government is carrying out.
Nigeria, let's not sugarcoat.
People are dying because of what they are doing, so stop playing around.
No. See, this is not playing around. Should I bring out South Africa's export and Nigeria export? And we have a population of 200 million.
Who is responsible for creating the environment for export? Do you think any business will come into an environment to invest when the economy is doing yo-yo? This guy going to office, the currency, hold on. This guy going to office, 1 year, the currency has depreciated 200%. The currency is going up and down. Inflation is at 30%.
Ask yourself why.
Who will go and invest? MTN has made a loss. Even Dangote is complaining. Why are you making an excuse for rubbish?
I'm not making an excuse. That was the right thing to do.
You seem to be.
You hold on.
Why would you say it is?
No. Judy, you know what he wants?
I don't know whether you know what you're even talking about. Whether you know what this is about.
Okay. Do you want the government to keep on borrowing money to defend the currency?
Oh, you see now. You see. Okay, let's watch you.
That was the case.
Okay, now I'll ask you now. Tell me what is called defending the currency. Tell me.
See, the original price, it's what we are currently that is in circulation. The current price. Way back, you know what Buhari was doing? It's like you exchange at 500 instead of 1,000 something. Then government will borrow money to cover that up with their own this thing. That was what was going on.
Wow.
It was a form of subsidy. They were subsidizing the exchange.
No, you don't understand.
Yes, it was subsidy.
Explain it more clearly that even a grandma won't understand it. I'll give you a chance again. Explain it clearly.
I said Nigeria government was subsidizing the currency. Instead of you to exchange, if the exchange was supposed to be at maybe 1,200 in a normal exchange rate, then the government subsidized it by 700. So you were paying 500 back then. They covered the 700 with the money they borrowed. That was what was going on.
That doesn't even make sense.
It was because right now
the money you get from the government is at 500. How can they pay 700?
Listen, the currency now find its place because back then it was overvalued. Yes, it was overvalued.
You are using terms, but you are not saying anything. The government, let's say the government sells oil, they have $20 billion. Tell me how they are subsidizing it.
Judy,
it's a very straightforward.
If you're supposed to, let me use broken. Judy, if you're supposed to pay 1,200 for something, and government subsidize and help you pay 700, now you have to pay 500. What does that mean? Is that not subsidy?
But that is not what is happening.
That was what happened during Buhari administration. That's what
The
I was talking
government,
about Buhari.
if you want to buy government dollars to pay for goods abroad, the government will give it to you at 500. That's what the government will do. So where is the subsidies there?
And in the official market, how much? How much was it in the official market?
The official market is the government market because they pegged it. See, let me tell you how this happens. You see, demand is the reason why dollars increase. Demand is basic economics. If there is demand, the price will go up, isn't it? So if the government wanted to control demand, they could have done that by limiting they didn't control demand.
They did it in the past.
Yeah, maybe they tried some one way or the other. The only person that I see that tried to control demand was, I think, maybe during Abacha's time when they stopped setting.
But why are we bringing this up again? Because all the candidates are agreed.
We use terms that we don't understand.
Hold on, Tunaja. Let me say this. All the candidates agree that they will remove subsidy and they will devalue the currency. But
you see, like everything else, Peter Obi said he was going to control it. It wasn't just going to remove subsidy.
He said categorically.
He's talking about subsidy. Subsidy, that's a different thing than the currency.
He said, I'm going to devalue and remove subsidy. All of it, that's what he said.
He talked about devaluing it a little bit, not.
No, he said that.
Listen, he said that.
Do you want me to bring out the video and post it here?
See, I didn't say he didn't say that. He said he was going to devalue it a little bit. The
he
reason why
he said, "I'm going to." I listened to the. See, this
did he say he was going to float it
on TV?
Did he say he was going to float it? I can assure you that he didn't say that.
He said he was going to devalue the currency. That's what he said.
Yes, because you can't see. If you listen, I will be able to explain this to you because you try to explain it to me. It's not what is happening. The way the dollar value is based on demand. Let me make you give a simple example.
I agree. No, I agree on demand. I agree with you.
Yeah, let me give you a simple example. Where you have a home now, you yourself, you have a home. You have $100 at your disposal, and you have 100,000 naira at your disposal. And your children say that okay, they need something from you, and that you need to buy them something worth 100,000 naira. And then they need one other item that they need to get, but it's $500. What do? You tell them, you know what? No, the demand for dollar is not available. Reduce your need for the dollar. Get me the critical things that you need from the dollar so that I can be able to buy it. That's what you do. But our Nigerian government, they never really try to discourage the use of the dollar in any way. They allow all kinds of useless imports to be coming into the country that is costing us foreign exchange. To be coming to the country.
So Niger, did you say when there is demand, when there is demand, it goes up? What goes up? Sorry, you say when there is demand
for the dollar, the price goes up. So the Nigerians are demanding to use the dollar a lot. Instead of them to discourage the use, the government was participating. The governors are even participating. When they get the naira, they convert it to dollars.
How will a government discourage people from using?
One, you first say that the people that are herding it should release it like they did. Remember, they gone ahead to do it now. Then you say the bureau de change that are speculating on the currency, driving it up. You know how they do it? They withhold the dollar and then raise the dollar when the price has gone up. You remove that too, which the government has done now. And then you go on and you encourage the Nigerian people not to be using foreign currency, which they started doing it 2 months ago.
Wait. You think Nigerians will listen to the government, really?
Hold on.
When you are just spelling it out,
Let me finish
the answers.
Go ahead.
Let
me finish the answers. Then they start announcing it and also telling them that it's illegal to be trading in the dollar in Nigeria because they themselves are trading in the dollar. The government wanted to sell its own aircraft. They were selling it in dollars. This is travesty. This is a country. Then if you want to import cars, the government cars, they are importing it from overseas, which is dollars that they're using to do all these things. They should be discouraging the use of dollar, not the other way around. Now, the final one is goods that are not productive to the economy, like plastic goods that we don't need. Nigerians can manufacture plastic. A lot of other things that we don't need, apart from machinery that is involved in industry and all those things. Slap tariff on those things. Take the money from the tariff and encourage manufacturing in Nigeria. When those manufacturing starts kicking in, guess what's going to happen? They're going to supply the local market. supply our next door neighbors, and we start doing more exports. So you can see it's a straightforward thing. I'm not even a genius this economics, yet I can see these things. But yet these
But
guys,
when you see on paper,
you guys take care, man. This panel wasn't about Nigerian stuff. Other people came and left.
Hold on.
You guys, I mean, to Nigeria, you are going on your panel and talk about Nigeria or one man.
But
this
to
is
Nigeria,
economy. This is not
Nigeria,
Nigeria, it's economy.
The way you lay it out is very easy on paper. But you forgot, one thing you forgot is that you are dealing with different people with different interests. You understand me? As a leader, all these things you just lay out, it's not easy to actually get done. You understand?
You know what? There are leaders that have done it.
Okay.
And it's easy for them to do. It's not rocket science. If they
But
mean
you know that
they mean well for their country, that's what you do.
A leader, mostly in Nigeria, many of them normally actually work in their second term. In their first term, they always do their best not to offend the people that support them to bring them to power.
Okay,
But
so you are saying your leaders are compromised, in other words.
No, of course they have compromised to Nigerians.
No,
No. Let me say something. I'm not saying this is not about compromise to Western country. No, they are compromised to Nigerians, wealthy Nigerians, because those wealthy Nigerians have interest. Am I lying? People like
I can't believe how gullible you are. I really can't believe how gullible
you
are.
No. Let me say
Dangote is a rich man in Nigeria. He is talking about him losing money. He's not going to pay money to shareholders.
Because you know why?
MTN made a loss because of what this government has done.
Hold on, because you know why? This president actually came to power. He doesn't care if he's going to run for re-election. He just wants to get things done and make things work. That's what he's doing.
How can you possibly believe that? He stabilized the economy.
That's what see. When all those people go to Nigeria, let it affect Dangote, because you know why? Dangote always benefit whatever. See, since Dangote is complaining, that is a good thing.
Oh my God!
Yes, that's a good thing, because you know why? Every other person is not complaining. Other business people in Nigeria that I know of.
Have you seen America?
If it's up to Dangote, that's good. That's good, because
hold on. Have you seen
Dangote is not the only person in the country.
Hold on now. Have you seen America go on to damage their companies? See, Dangote is just one. MTN made a loss. I'm sure many of the companies in Nigeria made a loss.
I'm not going to listen to you. Know why? When this policy were passed, many of the experts in Nigeria said it was the right thing to do. So
because you know why?
Hold on. I'd rather listen to the expert than you.
Do you know why? Because when you are doing such things, if you want to flow the currency, my thinking was that their plan was, the black market rate and the official rate. I thought they were going to meet in the middle. But what they did instead was, even the black market rate, they shot past it and went another 50 to 100% more. That's what they did. And then the gains that were made from subsidies, they wiped it out completely. Because the currency became 200% depreciated.
We like to blame everything. Even they did
it. That's the only policy.
Even the Nigeria private sector, their behavior of not wanting to actually work and just do round tripping of the currency and think that's the way to go. They also cause this problem.
Oh my God!
Yes, of course they did.
You know what is happening now? What is happening now is the ultimate round tripping. Now, the victims are not the only poor Nigerians. The entire Nigerian state.
So what is the ultimate this thing? The official, okay, for instance, in the official market right now, in government this official rate is 300, I think it's 390 something, and in the black market it's 400 something, 1,400 something. So what's the massive
300 is 1,300, 1,400 from somewhere around 700. We're talking about 1,300, 1,000.
So what's the
let me explain to you.
The difference is not that far. It's not that far
Let
apart
me
from
tell
each
you
other.
now what the ultimate round tripping
Okay,
is.
tell me
Is
what's the
that
ultimate
now
round trip?
this is a currency that was
Mm,
more than 200% stronger just a year ago. Now
okay.
they've depreciated it. So what that means is that if
Mm,
another a currency speculator comes into Nigeria, they
mhm.
can buy the Nigerian currency and wait for it to appreciate a little bit, like it did about 2 to 3 weeks ago. He appreciated the Nigerian currency appreciated more than 50% in within weeks, and then it can sell off, which is probably what you are seeing now. And then the currency start depreciating again. Guess where the money is going? It's not going in the hands of the Nigerian people who is leaving the country. And get who do you think is praising the president for doing this? IMF and World Bank.
Wait, who are the people? Who are the people buying the currency? Is it Nigerians or is it what do you call it?
I think Nigerians are part of it, but most of the people that will make money from this are international currency speculators.
See,
They are the ones that will
Tunaja,
make money from this.
see, we are not the part of the people who sit down and blame for Western people for Africa problem. I don't do that. Many of our problems
Who
are
is
caused by our
blaming them?
people.
I'm telling you that
No,
your
because
leader is doing it, and you are talking about them right now. Your leader is the one doing it. Who is talking about them? Who opened it up? Who created that policy?
Tunaja, we did not just wake up and arrive at this place. You understand me? We did not just wake up. It's not an event that just happened.
Okay.
So you make it seem as if we just wake up and Nigeria just land with this current. No.
So you think
It
Nigerians?
was,
This is what Nigerians wanted.
no, it was Nigeria. See, these are the building up. Also, it was impossible for the government to subsidize all these things. Impossible because
Government
if you
wasn't subsidizing. Stop using the word. They were not subsidizing
okay,
anything.
okay, what? Okay, the $20 billion that Emefiele took from JP Morgan. What
Yes.
did that money for?
That is a loan that they borrowed from JP Morgan, which
And
they
what
should
did
have
they what did they do
use
with
it as
it? What did they do with the $20 billion?
They use it for various reasons. He may have used some of them to even pay for the exchange rate. He may have used some of them to fund a capital project or even spending.
No, it was not
just
for
for
capital. It was not for capital project at all. It was
What
for
was it for?
defending the currency.
He wasn't defending the currency because by the time he left office, Nigeria still had a reserve. And guess what? The reason why Tinubu said that he doesn't have a reserve is because Tinubu intended to use a reserve to go and pay this thing. So what was he defending? You are legally you are supposed to use your reserve to defend your currency. That's how it works when you peg a currency.
But Tunaja, don't you think we should allow our exports be the one to stabilize our currency? Don't you think
You
that
have
should
to
be
get the export in place first before you remove the pegging.
then
That is the
that's
whole point. If there's no export, then why would you float it
Tunaja,
when there is nothing there to protect it?
what I said earlier is that that's why I always say the reason why we are in this current situation is because of me and you, the citizen. Because if we were actually doing business and bringing in foreign exchange to the country as a proceed from our deals or our business, we will not be here arguing. You don't see South Africa
How do
here
you do
complaining.
that when the Nigerian government is doing their best to frustrate Nigerians from bringing wealth into the country? Now, if you go and do business in Nigeria, power supply alone is a nightmare. Proper transportation is a nightmare. Everything you try to do, they make it hard for you.
Have you listened to? See, I always thought power was issue for actual people who are into business. I listened to Innocent, someone interviewing him. Like they ask him, "What's your greatest problem concerning running this your business?" They ask him, "Is it the issue of power?" He said, "No, doesn't have any problem as for power." They now ask him. He just said the government should reduce tax. That was just the only thing he said. So on that, and I thought he was going to say power, but he didn't mention. He said no. That's a
He's not going to mention power because he is able to generate power for his own company. He's not relying on the national grid, is he? He's going
so
to
what I'm trying to say is that actually power is not many people's problem when it comes to setting up business in Nigeria. You understand me?
Power is how small businesses start. You have to
Oh yeah,
germinate.
On small business, I agree with you. On small
Where do you
business,
think big businesses come from? They come from small businesses. So to
on
generate
small
them,
business,
you don't have power, and you have intermittent power supply. Your road network is bad. Your healthcare is bad. So many, they're not to mention inflation rate. Inflation rate is through the roof. Your currency is fluctuating left and right. When you try to import things into the country,
well,
they look for way to inflate you.
let me say something. That inflation that you are saying, did you know it's made a majorly food inflation? Why?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no,
inflation.
Not only, but I think the food inflation is the highest.
Yes, of course, it's the highest one.
About 40% or close to 50%. So that's too much.
When you buy stuff in Nigeria, the price just keeps going up now. Every time you buy something this week, next week they will tell you a different price. So, and maybe now it started slowing down a little bit, but now it's beginning to pick up again. So my point is that you can't have an economy. Can you imagine a simple example? If you buy a property in Nigeria today, next year the property's value will be worse because the currency is fluctuating left and right, and inflation is going up. So the money you used to buy this year, the next year it will be wiped out. Every gain you're supposed to make, it will be wiped out.
You see, we compare everything. We forget is that many of the business class in Nigeria, many of the top CEOs, they actually, if you look at the Economic Council of Nigeria, many of them are part of that committee. Because, see, they steer this economy to this current position. What does that show? It just shows that even the so-called entrepreneurs, the business people, they don't have good foresight when it comes to how to run the economy.
They don't agree with it. I think the government just rolled them into it. They don't agree. This man that we've elected into office this time, I fear
wait,
a clear clone of the West. He's not
let me ask you. They have been in charge. They have been part of the economic team since 1999. That means no president, all the 5 presidents have never listened to these people. It is the West that they listen to. They don't listen to them.
They tell you that all the time.
They didn't listen to Obasa. Just didn't listen to them.
They didn't listen to them.
Goodluck didn't listen to them. Buhari didn't listen to them. Now this one is not
stop making extreme statements. Nobody says they don't listen to them at all. But the people that call the shot for these our leaders tend to be foreigners because their choices. That's
what you think. But if you look deep down, that's not the case, my brother.
So that's why our country is where it is right now.
It is Nigeria. I believe that if we even listen to this thing, if we listen to the so-called the West, maybe our leaders are listening to, they don't listen to Nigerians, the economy will be in a better place. It is the Nigerians they are listening. Hold on, it is the Nigerians they are listening to. Yes, I'm telling you because they have been. Hold on, because they have been in the Economic Council since 1999 to date. Where is the result?
I think something's wrong with you.
Yes, because see, if they have listened, because for instance, look at South Africa, for example. The West not controlling them also?
No, they are not controlling them actually.
Okay.
We don't know that.
No. Who are in charge of the economy in South Africa? Let's leave the
South Africans, by and large, have different factions that are in control of the economy. That includes the black elites and the white elites. And the black elites are the ones that choose to go into BRICS. They are the ones expressing their independence.
Who is going to benefit from the BRICS? It's
the South Africans. Now, why is this your so-called leaders not doing it? This your leaders that you love so much.
It's still the minority. What they call it, white South Africa. They are the one because they are.
They are the ones that join BRICS.
No. See.
What are you talking about?
Who control the economy?
Oh yeah, most of the economy is controlled by the minority whites. Yes.
Then joining BRICS is going to benefit more when it comes to economy.
The whites will benefit because they.
So I don't understand what you are trying to say here. So
what I'm saying is that they are making decisions to benefit their country. That's what I'm saying. But these our leaders are not making decisions to benefit their country. And your argument that is so weird. I've never heard anybody say that.
Yes, it's the fact.
Can you let me talk? is the people that are enforcing the government's policy, not foreigners. That is unbelievable.
Not
And the
not
people are the
foreigners.
ones making the government do what they do.
It
The
is the
mistake that they're making.
hold on. It is the
Oh my
private
God.
hold on. It is the private sector, yes. Because you know why?
Oh my
They
God.
hold on, they are part of the economic team. I've
Oh
asked
my
you,
God.
if that is
Oh
the
my
case,
God.
that means since 1999, no president has ever listened to these people. If we want to use your logic, that means the West have just see. Okay, what's the purpose of them being in the economic council? If that's the case, that they don't, the
Because
president,
I've
they
spoken
don't
to a
listen to them.
professor and
Yeah.
asked the professor why is it that they have not advised the government on their security policy and all those. He said they've written multiple reports when the government asked them to do analysis, and they suggested all this to the government, and they don't do anything about it. They just take the report, put it down, and that's the end of it. They don't do anything about it. This is not new. We know these leaders, when they get in there, they don't want to do anything. They come on TV and tell us many times. One of the terms that they use is when they talk about, they will confess that they don't have enough manpower. Then they will tell you, for us, we are not going to be able to recruit. Or
Okay.
for a country like ours, we can't secure our borders. Why would they be making like for us we can't do it? Why? Who is telling them not to do it?
Hold on. Okay. What you are saying is that Dangote and all the billionaires in Nigeria, that means the government don't listen to them. All the deep pocket they have, you mean they cannot? You mean Nigeria politician or president will not take money from them if they actually decided to say, okay, we want this policy, and they lobby some of these. I don't want to use the word bribe. They lobby the president. It's not going to happen. If that's, let's say that is the case.
Yes, I can envisage a situation whereby Dangote may want something, and the World Bank and IMF want something else, and our government will go with World Bank and IMF. Because why? Because they are bigger than Dangote. That is why. Is that so far-fetched for you to believe?
But see, even if government want to do that, most times evolve. Okay, maybe they want to take loan from World Bank. Maybe that is part of the leverage the World Bank kind of holding against Nigeria. Of course, the president will have to, because he need the loan. The loan is needed, so you have to. On that, I kind of I agree, because World Bank have deep pockets. Dangote doesn't have that kind of money to loan.
We don't need the money. We don't need the money.
We don't need the loan.
They are using the money to bribe the leaders and for the leaders to be undermining our economy.
Hold on, I don't understand. You mean the loan they take, you just bribe? That okay?
Yes,
maybe
most of it is bribe.
Really?
Yes, most of it is bribe, and especially
Then no one. Okay, most of this is bribe. Then no one comes out to complain about it, that the money that was given by what they call World Bank and the president just took it. That's no, everyone just keep quiet and allow it to happen.
Where do you think most of the money goes? Isn't that what many Nigerians are complaining about? That the money that they give to them, they squander it, they steal all the money. That's why we lose so much money.
That is what we say. See, what you are saying yes now, me and you are saying, it's just yes say. We haven't seen
it's not yes that are in court about these things.
See, when if someone take us to court now, we are not going to rely on yes say. Bring up proof. We have not seen the proof that those money were taken by the president or this thing. Let's be factual here. Yes, we have heard yes say. Because me, I don't have.
No, I'm not talking about hearsay. We are talking about like I think one of the minister of petroleum before or something under Jonathan that stole billions upon billions, and we know that oil is being stolen in Nigeria with tankers, massive tankers. They catch a few now and again. So the amount of theft that is going on, I can't even believe the kind of excuse you're making.
No. What I mean is that they will actually steal directly from what they call it. NNPC, rather than go and you think they are going to steal the loan they take? No, they will just steal.
They exaggerate the price of whatever they are going to buy and keep the rest. They will say they want to use the money for projects. And most of the projects, hold on. They want to execute projects and they don't execute the project. How many dead projects have you seen in Nigeria that has been paid for? Have you not seen them?
On that, I actually agree with you that okay, yes, they will inflate project, the price of the project. Oh, 100%.
And still don't do the project.
But the one you just said that they will no, because they already have their deep
what is they will? Why did you stop there? They will do what? They take money, they ask for projects, and they don't get it done, and they still take all the money anyway, and they get away with it.
See, you can that normally happen in the state, not in the federal government. You understand me? Yes, normally in the state, but when it comes to federal government, they always at least okay.
It happens at federal level too.
Okay, well, okay. Can you tell me the project that the federal government went into that it took the money and the project didn't?
The amount that has been wasted on this thing, Ajakuta Steel, and the refineries, the train line fixes. If you check the amount is more expensive than you would even spend in India to do those things. But somehow in Nigeria, it's even more expensive where the workforce is cheaper. So you can see in so many areas the way they spend. But just look at it. Nigerian defense budget is double that of Sri Lanka. But yes, Sri Lanka has almost twice as many soldiers. They take so much money, but you don't see any results. They don't even do a lot of work with it. That is one wastage. But where the real damage is happening, that is not even where the real damage is happening. Where the damage is happening is where they nick up our economy every time. They nick up our development every time. That's where the real damage is happening.
To me, I would say Nigeria government rather invest massively on intelligence gathering than just recruiting food soldier. Let's be serious. We live in a modern
everything
world
you
right
talk
now.
about, you are what is wrong with that. The way you are talking now, the way you talk is exactly what is wrong with that country. You make
calm down.
You are talking about that they have the intelligence. What kind of talk is that?
Hold on.
That's kind of stuff that drive me crazy.
Yes, because you don't know, because you see, name how many Nigerians who doesn't use cell phone or computer to speak like now.
God. What is the use of having intelligence? Is intelligence going to arrest them?
See, if you actually invest massively on intelligent gathering,
God. Is intelligence going to arrest them?
Let me say something.
I keep asking you.
Okay, let me say something. Israel, for example, they live in that small, tiny place. But do you know what Israel actually invests in more? Intelligence. That's why they are able to use their small country. They are able to infiltrate. Hold on, sir. Infiltrate the whole of Middle East.
Whether you are willfully compromised or your brain, something is seriously wrong with your head.
You see, I actually apply sense now. You are saying I'm compromised.
What is the sense in it? Israel has a lot of soldiers too.
Hold on.
What is wrong with you? Israel has a lot of soldiers too.
Hold on.
How can you not know that?
The reason why Osama bin Laden was caught was the investment in America intelligent gathering. Intelligent gathering is what lead them to arrest this thing. It was not full soldier. It was not full soldier. Full soldier was what did they do when they packed themselves to what they call it Iraq? Did they caught him?
They were not looking for Osama bin Laden in Iraq.
No, they were looking. They went to Afghanistan. They went to all these countries.
Afghanistan was where they were looking for him, and they couldn't find him, even with all their.
Then he was chilling in Pakistan.
Even with all their intelligence capacity, NSA, FBI, CIA, and all of them. It took them over 10 years to find him. It took them over 10 years. What does that tell you? That looking for people and expecting intelligence to solve all your problems is not going to solve it. Technology is not going to solve all your problems.
Intelligence is more effective than food soldier, packing food soldier on every street and everywhere.
Of course, soldiers intelligence services, pound for pound, they offer far more value than individual soldiers. But individual soldiers are extremely critical too in terms of denying enemy space in your territory.
On that, I agree with you on that. But to me, the reason why I use the word intelligence is that mostly when it comes to the issue of dealing with terrorism in Nigeria.
We all know that already. Why do you keep saying that? Every single time stuff like this happens, you know what they say? They get intelligence, but they don't know how to act on it, one, or they don't have the people to go and intercept what is going on. Like, they will know that the terrorist activity or bandit activity is going on somewhere, But they're not grouped enough, and they don't have the right vehicle to go to that location to go and intercept the criminals. Whenever the Nigerian military or police intercept these people, they often thwart the activity that they are doing. But they don't get there on time because they don't have enough people. That has always been the problem. Intelligence is not going to arrest somebody. Even if you carry a drone and you are there, is he going to arrest them? Drone is not going to arrest anybody.
Nigeria military doesn't want the insecurity matter to be over. You know why? Because their budgets have skyrocketed.
I think you're a government man now. Begin to
no, this not no.
1 minute you are defending the government.
This not about.
You blame the military for it.
See. I'm not that stupid to just believe government.
The way you sound.
I'm not. No. I allow my brain.
You are saying now.
I allow my brain to work. What I'm trying to say is that, in my opinion, the military themselves, because as you said, we have seen on the internet that they got intelligence, they didn't have on those intelligence. That's what I'm trying to say is that some of the military personnel, I don't know, the chiefs or whatever, they don't want the issue of like they don't want the government to resolve the issue.
But they are not at the core of the problem. They are at the heart of the problem is our lack of security. It's just that simple. If you don't secure your country enough, you're going to have that problem. And why are our leaders not doing it? Because they are being told they are to stand our people down. And you keep acting as if they solve our problem. They will never solve the problem.
See, to Nigeria. You know, when we keep using this
word, if you end up in office, you're going to carry on with the status quo too.
No, to Nigeria. What we bad people always do, we always give our leaders or our people a cover. When we point finger that it is the external forces, it's like giving our people a cover. No. That is
something wrong with your thinking. I'm saying the leaders are the issue. I just talked about our leaders, and you're talking about foreign people.
But you keep using the word they.
Now let me make it simple for you to understand. Let me make it simple for you to understand. Our leaders are the primary problem, while the foreigners are the secondary problem. Is that simpler for you to understand? The primary problem is our leadership. Not only our leadership, the people too. Just like you are part of the problem. When you have a people that refuse to think in terms of liberating themselves, you have this problem that we are having. We are the first line of the problem, and the foreigners are the second line. If the first one is not solved, forget the second one. The second one will never be solved because that is not their job to solve the problem. As a matter of fact, the way they are acting is the way they are supposed to act. The foreigners are doing exactly what they are supposed to do. Their job is to exploit any opportunity for their people. Their job is not to protect us. So I don't have any qualms about that, any illusions about that. The way I have any problem with is we that are the primary problems. We keep making an excuse for this failure, and we refuse to see the problem for what it truly is. If you say we are the people that are the problem, then why are you not seeing that even the ones in the office right now are also making things worse? We should be looking to put them in a situation whereby they don't carry on with this type of attitude.
They are part of the problem, but they are not the problem. They are part of it. We just make it seem as if they are just the only dissident. Every other
nobody said that. I'm saying that we, like us now discussing here, we should be calling them out that what you are doing, we can see it, that you are not acting in the interest of our people. That you need to change tack. We need to be calling them out when they are busy going on health tourism. Why are they not building great hospitals in Nigeria? We have the money, they are not doing it. They borrow billions upon billions to defend currency, but not to build hospitals. Then you challenge them when they refuse to recruit into their military and their security forces, including intelligence services. They are not doing it. All those other things is on us to be calling them out instead of making excuses for them. That is what it's like to take responsibility. And that's why I feel like sometimes you are making excuses for them instead of to be calling them out on what they are doing and that they should change their ways.
So Nigeria, I'm not making excuses for government. For one thing, it is just based on my observation. Over the years, I have observed our people, let's say, although I was very young back then, since 1999. I've observed our people blame and complain about the government. So I've sat down and think. I said, okay, you mean that Nigerians have elected 5 bad people since 1999 and we are still complaining? It is, see, in my observation, just at time we look in the mirror, it cannot just be that we have mistake and elected 5 bad people since 1999. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. Is that, if that is the case, then no. See, I've decided to look in the mirror, really, to say no, I don't think it's just the leader only. We are culpable in most of the things that have destroyed and decayed the country. Average Nigerian
all
citizen.
already know that. This is what we just talked about just now. We are all culpable. And you see, I even had an experience whereby I said to fellow Nigerians, I said, let's make this decision so that the business is going to succeed and everything, instead of us making narrow decisions and everything. But guess what they chose? Every single one of them chose for instant gratification. they said no. Let's just do it right now, and when new people come in, then we can when new people come in, then we can change the policy for them. So,
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. Our people will do that, so you are not wrong at all.
So we know this is something that we do, but the people that have insight into this sort of things, our job is to start calling both sides out. And you call the elites out that are causing the problem, and you call your people out that are not even holding them accountable and letting them know what they need to be doing too.
On that one, me and you, we agree on that 100%. That one, I fully agree with you on that one. That's what we want.
That's at the core of the problem. But right now, when I see the way this government are moving, they've just kneecapped the economy when they need to. I really feel bad for Nigerians, man. I don't know, man. It's hard for people to pick up. For me, I don't know how I know these things. It's weird. I think the reason why I can pick up on this is because I look at the nation not as a nation, just like politics, president is in office and all. I look at the nation as an entity that is alive. So anything that is harming it is easy for me to see it. It's so clear for me. It's not that, because I watch them remove the subsidies. I say, as a nation, from what I know about subsidy, spending, and the foreign exchange we are going to get from it, they've done something that is going to benefit the entity that they call Nigeria, the nation. And then he goes and remove take the feet off the nation and put float the currency, and the currency depreciated and wiped out all the gains, and the economy became unstable. I was like, oh my God. It's like, how somebody put their hand on your shoulder and just slice your leg down so you fall down.
Hold on. You see, did you mean that the expert in Nigeria, because I watch all the TV stations, those agree with the administration and those that disagree with this thing, all of them were fully in support for devaluation and removing the subsidy. For the people that came to speak, the opinion, whatever, commentator and all of them, they were all fully in support.
Can I ask you?
So
did you think? Let me ask you this question so that you can to shed light. When Tinubu said he was going to float the currency, what did you think that both values, the official rate and the black market rate, the value is going to exceed all of them?
No, what? See, when it was hold on. He said he's going to devalue the currency and make sure that the black market and the official rate and they will merge them together and make
exactly. So in your mind, what did he picture in your mind? Did you see it exceeding the black market rate? You see what I mean? You're not answering it so that
no. I didn't. No, as we speak right now, he has not exceed black market rate. Black market rate is still the highest. Yeah.
see, you're not running away from the answer. You know
No,
it
no,
yourself.
no,
Okay,
black market. No, black
now
market.
let me ask you. At
higher.
that time, the black market rate was around $700 to $800, while
Yes.
the official rate was around $500 to $600. So when he said he was going to merge both of them, in your mind, did you see the currency, even the official rate, exceeding $800 to this in 800 naira to almost 1,000 naira? Did you see that in your mind?
Oh no, see, I didn't see it, but based on
But if you have seen it, would you have supported it?
No. Based on some of the economists I was like
You
I
see,
follow
please
on.
try
Hold
to
on
answer
now.
the question honestly.
No. I want to give you an honest answer. Based on some of the economists I was following on Twitter, they said it might exceed to that. They said it might go between 1,000 to 1,005, and it will later come down, settle down in like 950 or 900. That's what they said.
Okay, so those are the people you listen to, and when they told you that, it didn't occur to you that if the black market rate is 600 or 800, which is technically a rate that involves gouging the currency, which in other words, they are trying to profiteer from the currency around 800 naira. Why would it go up to 900 naira when you float it? It should come down, shouldn't it? But instead, both of them flew past 800, went over 8,000. Right now, we're talking about 1,003. On all this under a year, throughout.
No. See.
Let me 15 seconds.
Okay, but you know that it went up and came down, and now
in 15 seconds I will finish.
Okay, go ahead.
When Buhari came into office,
yes,
the value of the currency was around 300 naira, and to the dollar. And then by the time he left, it's around 600 officially to the this thing. It took them 8 years to devalue the currency to double it, the value. But it took this government 1 year to almost more than double the value, the official rate. Less than a year to do that. So that shows you the damage that they brought in.
To Nigeria. When we speak on mostly economic issue, to me, I don't have all the details. I'm not in the part of the government. I don't know what is on ground, what they have on their books. You understand me? But let's be honest. I don't think the people because one thing I always notice about Nigeria is that people who are not in office, they actually believe they have all the answers. But when they get, so most times I have observed many of them, when they get there, it becomes okay. Oh, it's not that easy. It's not as easy as I thought. You understand me? Yes, we may say, okay, this as we just lay it out now, it makes sense and it's good. But we are.
Okay, give me an example of the area that may be difficult that people don't know.
You said?
Give me an example of area that may be more difficult than people think about when they are not in office.
Okay. The way you lay it out that the government should have just devalue it step by step. Where will the government get the money to actually, manage that devaluation the way we want, the way you think it should, they should have done? Like, where will the money come from?
They don't need money to devalue currency. When you devalue currency, you are gaining money, not losing money.
Okay, hold on. Let me quickly.
Igbo, that thing is making noise.
Mute your this thing. See, if you think the country were in a better position when Buhari left, why did the country were not able to pay backlog of just about $700 million to airline and the rest? To Nigeria, the country was not in a good position if they cannot even clear backlog of about $700 million or so for airline. So the idea that they were just money, that they were money added, the dollar added to just clear this thing, even that it was not. Is it not recently that they finally cleared some of the airline a backlog of payment?
I don't know that clearing backlog doesn't have anything to do with currency. It really doesn't.
Really?
It's just debt. It's
Why?
debt. See, you
Okay.
have to
Okay.
understand that.
If there were money on ground, why did they decide to withhold all those money, and even
You
some
see,
airlines decided not to fly into Nigeria and just
what you are
stop
saying
coming?
still comes down to what I was talking about, that the Nigerian government never bothered to do. One, to discourage the use of foreign currency in their own country. Actually, it got worse under Buhari, and I think part of the reason why it got worse under Buhari was because most of the people practicing all this money changing and all this, most of them are northerners, so he didn't want to go and broke their market up and all this thing. Tinubu has done it now. So it tells you that there are things that can be done in the country if people want to do something. Look at how long it takes Tinubu to do it.
That's why I tell you that since Dangote is complaining, that is a good thing. Because he personally have benefited more than any other citizen in that country. Let's not.
Who cares about him? He's offering value. That's why. Your audio is messed up. Sorry.
Because since him and people from his ethnic group are complaining concerning this whole exchange rate something, that's a good thing.
It's not only him. See, big business is not just him. Don't you see? Like now, I use broadband in Nigeria. Exchange rate is around 30% or more, but the broadband price increase is less than that. So they are losing money because they cannot afford to just jack the price up overnight.
Tunanja, have you noticed that even as we speak now, Dangote has not yet started producing fuel. He only produces diesel, jet fuel. The real PMS that we need, he has not started.
It takes a while for that to start happening, but the diesel is very critical to Nigeria industry actually, and it's generating other forms of chemicals and the Nigerian.
He needs to start producing the most important thing that, because see, if he starts that,
it will happen. It will happen with the process. You see, Nigeria sold a lot of their crude oil up front, so he has not even started using it. So all those things will come. See, that's why I said Tinubu, if Tinubu wanted to do the right thing by the country, he could have easily become the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. But guess what? I'm now beginning to be skeptical. Mark this word that I'm saying to you.
But Tunaja, what if that there were no other solution? This were just the best way to go.
I hope there was. See, there's always other. See, why do you you say these things because you think it's only Nigeria this has happened to?
No, I'm just listen. I said what if, because we are
I hear what you're saying, but it's not what if I know. Hold on. Do you think if I thought this was the only way, I would be blaming him? This is clearly not the only way. We've seen nations do it, and I know why they are still doing what they are doing now. You see, if I thought that he's locked in and he doesn't have a choice, then there's no point having a discussion. And to an extent, you can even argue that maybe that is true too, because like I said, our history has meant that these leaders that are in office are part of the class that were collaborating with the colonizers when they were here, and they handed power over to them. What did you expect was going to happen? What did you expect was going to happen? They are going to rule on their behalf. This is why they've never taken charge of anything. What did you think was going to happen? Some of them, they have family members that work with white people for generations. They have familial links. They have familiar friendships. Generations.
I get it. But see, I believe we give the white man too much power they don't deserve. Because if we think, no. If we just think they are the only one running the affair, that's fake news. The reason why I asked you earlier that we should take it through properly. These people, the Michael Denuga, the Dangote, the what they call it, Tonio Lumelu, they are part of the economic team since 1999. Most of them are part of the economic team. Even this current administration, I think
I've told you the trust of what the government does has nothing to do with listening to them, except they too are compromised. Like UFC, like Airpeace guy said that there are Nigerians that are there to sabotage this thing, progress in Nigeria. But most of our leaders, they go on listening to foreigners telling them exactly what they need to do. They even say it. They are not hiding it. They come back and tell you. One man that was working under Buhari, he came out and he said, "You see, that was a mistake that we made. That we keep listening to IMF come telling us to devalue our currency. They keep telling us that we keep doing it. That it was a mistake. Until today, we are still doing it."
Okay, see. Talk. See, these whole things that talk is cheap. Let's see. To Nigeria, talk. They're very cheap. You don't pay for anything. What the government have on table to work with, it is nothing there. And this still remains that we are not a productive nation. I always say this. When you remove the government production of crude oil and gas, remove that revenue, that foreign exchange from what we export, tell me what is left there.
See, if you want to blame the people, you can blame the people for not knowing how to create this thing, what they call it. See, create astounding characters that will go on to rule them and do great things. Because societies are a kind of reflection of the kind of leaders that they generate. And if you want to blame them for that, you can go ahead and blame them. However, the environment that Nigerians are operating in is not a very productive environment. That's why you don't even create. So when you have an environment that is so stifled and starved of resources and all the rest, how are you going to generate great people that can think outside the box, that can really think for their people first? You always see great people that are born to be slaves, that are always born to look up to other people. That is what seems to be happening in Nigeria.
To Nigeria, in Nigeria, we always complain about government is taxing everybody, government is taxing everybody. But if we are honest, when you look at Nigeria tax,
I don't know, I didn't say anything about tax.
No. Let me just say this: Nigeria's tax to GDP. You will see that Nigerians don't pay tax.
We all know that already. We're all in agreement of that.
So why are we complaining that it is like the environment is not good? This is not good. See, if
because who is responsible for taking tax? Is it the people?
Yes, it's still. I agree. It's the failure of the government. What I'm trying to say is that if you actually know what you are doing, Nigeria is a good place for you to start up something and actually build something really, because government regulation is nowhere to be found.
I think the thing is, some of all this is you are saying will hold water if almost every single topic you dive into, there is no gaping hole there. If Nigeria was such a great place to do business, how come we've not had a business that has lasted? I think they said not one business has lasted even close to 100 years. I don't even know what anything has lasted in Nigeria.
Because black people all over the world don't know how to run business.
Of course, it's our fault that we don't know how to run business. See, we can make conjectures like that. I don't believe that. The only thing I believe
because there's the proof it's out there. I
don't think there's any real proof for it.
No, there's proof because if you say it's just Africa only, in developed country, how many black people are actually controlling any economic sector in any of this? Is it UK? Is it US? Or Canada? How many black people are actually controlling any sector of those economies?
Black people work in economic teams all over the world.
Yes, they work. I'm talking. Which sector they actually dominate economically?
Is it not WTO that the Conjo Wale was working?
No, she just appoint to be there. I'm talking about people in the private sector, not in the government.
So you are talking about them, something that they own and control for themselves.
In the private sector, yes.
Yeah, but that is a state of affairs. You can't ask somebody that hasn't learned to walk that why is he not flying? That is not the case because we have not been in that position yet. You can't say because
that's why. So the reason why I asked the question is that that's why I said that we don't know how to run business. Black people.
No, I don't believe that because all other metrics suggest the opposite. Whenever you put us toe to toe with any other group, we do perform. I say this because I could easily buy into your way of thinking about this thing. But if I didn't know
the proof, I would say to Nigeria, I would rather rely on the proof that's on ground than trying to say no.
No. The proof that you have on ground is the proof of people that were colonized that didn't fight for their freedom like other people did. And if you look at that, they tend to be like the way you see now. Because they didn't, even within Africa, that you are looking at, look at Zimbabwe that fought the British, or I don't know who was colonizing them. They fought the people that were colonizing them, and the South Africans. They are the ones among the black nations that are expressing their independence most.
Yeah, but name one company that any of them has successfully run for the past 100 years. Can you name any of the company to me?
South Africans didn't even control their country till 1990s.
See, I just said that black people don't know how to run business. It is the fact. Let's stick on that fact and just.
You are saying something that we have not been given a chance to do and failed at.
Nobody gives a chance to anybody. You take chances. They don't give
okay.
You any chance.
Let me rephrase it. We've not put ourselves in a situation so that we can be able to test that theory. And I don't believe so, because Nigeria. Let me finish the point I'm making.
If you look at history,
Go ahead. Our people have run empires and have run kingdoms that lasted over 700 years. As a matter of fact, you are from one of them. So the idea that we have not run anything that has lasted long is a fallacy.
I'm talking about business. I know
business is similar to an empire. There is no, in terms of organizational structure and everything, an empire is even more complicated. So the idea that we cannot run a business is ridiculous. It doesn't hold water at all.
See, tonight we need to take that L and just be factual. It is the fact, because I said, okay.
No, you are saying stuff that don't correlate at all.
Any black business that has been in existence for the past 100 years. You tell me now.
No, but they don't correlate. You see, that's the thing. You can't put a people in a position where they never had the position because of the situation that they were in. It's like saying, let me hear what I'm saying. It's like saying a houseboy that has never paid rent and never owned the property. So you are telling them, give me an example of this houseboy ever going to own a property and this thing for 100 years. You're not going to see that. That is the point I'm making. You're asking for things that don't correlate with each other. You have to ask me something that correlates with each other that black people have done that white people have done that black people cannot do. I will give you historical examples that black people have done things that lasted that long too. Name anything. Give me any other example, because you have to be fair.
We need to be honest. Black people don't know how to run business. For instance, even the Dangote that we praise a lot, the CEO, the person that runs the day-to-day activity of those business, they are Indians. No, he is just the chairman. It is the Indians that are running the day-to-day activity. You understand me? We need to tell ourselves the truth. The reason for this is just discipline. Many of our people, even the wealthy, they are not disciplined. Either one, they use their own their own personal life to destroy the business by marrying multiple wives and other activity. When they pass away, there will be chaos in the family, and some of their business are sold, and that's the end of their legacy. Yes.
Is that as far as you can see? Okay.
That's part of it.
Believe that all you want. I think you need to ascend a bit higher to be able to see more clearly. What you are describing is you are just describing symptoms of a stress situation.
Okay, tonight, do you want to say when it comes to discipline that our people are disciplined?
You are not going to see discipline right now because there is no organization to be disciplined. They don't have any catalytic event to force them to be disciplined. Do you know some of the things you are describing today of Nigeria? That is how Chinese people used to see themselves maybe in the early 20s, 30s, until after the Japanese invasion. That's how they used to see them. They used to see themselves as a basket case. As a matter of fact, even Russians, they used to call Russia the sick man of Europe or something like that. They used to be really, really, nations go through these stages. Then later on, if something happens and wakes them up, like the Japanese invasion in the case of the Chinese, and I think the Russians, the king fought so many wars before they completely got rid of their monarchy. It woke them up and they never looked back. Maybe that is what we are waiting for.
Okay, tonight, let me say this. Did you know that the first 20 years of my life, I always thought it was the government responsibility to create jobs. But it took me a when I discovered that, oh, no, actually, many businesses are created by the private sector, not the government. Yes,
Oh, come on,
government.
just stop it. You don't understand. You
No,
think you
no,
understand
no,
economy, but you don't seem to understand it well enough.
no. See. Yes, see. I understand you are
Government can
policy.
stimulate the economy. You know that, don't you? Government stimulated. Do you know what we call quantitative easing? You know when government decides to do capital spending so that to stimulate the economy, the government can stimulate the economy because they are patriotic. They can afford to put the money forward. Why businesses don't want to take the risk? It's the government that will go ahead and put those things. It's the government that funded the space mission. It's not. It wasn't private. This thing. Governments always open the door. Then the businesses move into finish
Okay,
the
let
job.
me ask.
Would you describe the would you describe the coastal road as quantitative easing?
Definitely not. That one is a capital expenditure now that the government is partly shouldering.
Yeah, but it's going into the economy. It's a local constructor building within the Nigerian space. So, you know, quantitative easing is actually, it's a capital. What do you mean it's a capital expenditure? A quantitative easing is a capital expenditure.
It's bonds that are actually giving it to the
no, it's not bonds.
Financial institutions.
No,
that's what the word quantitative easing is.
No, you don't.
I don't know. Let me check it now because before one bank gives me another definition.
No, let me tell you. Do you remember during the credit crunch under Obama?
Yes.
And then they went on this expansive infrastructural build within the American economy, and then they printed money to quantitatively ease. Well, they printed the money for those infrastructural development. So the infrastructural development, they then solidified the printed money. So that was how that quantitative easing played out in that space.
Okay.
And which is similar to the coastal high road.
Let me read what I know, because my understanding of quantitative easing is what I was about to explain, which involve buying bonds and so let me read it now. I say quantitative easing is a monetary policy action where a central bank purchases predetermined amounts of government bonds or other financial assets in order to stimulate economic activity. Quantitative easing is a novel form of monetary policy that came into wide application after the financial crisis of 2007 to 2008. So
that's what I said. It was
you were saying it was like asset, like this bridge is not part of it now. The road, I mean,
no, that's what you just read. Now, are you stuck on the bond?
Yeah, because it's not. They didn't say anything about roads.
Read it again. Do you need what are you? Read it again.
Okay, quantitative easing is a monetary policy action where a central bank purchases predetermined amounts of government bonds or financial assets in order to stimulate.
There you are. So that's the same financial assets.
So what is the financial assets that the government wants?
What do you understand as a financial asset?
Financial asset involves
is the coastal road a financial asset?
Finance. It has to do with finance. It doesn't have anything to do with business.
All right, back to school for you.
Let's check it out. Let's go to more schools. What are financial assets, Mr. Wolfman? Let's see now. A financial asset is a liquid asset that gets its value from a contractual rights or ownership claim. Cash, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and bank deposits are all an example of financial assets. Come on, man. One man, don't come and gaslight me, man. I'm just reading the definition here. It has nothing to do with capital this in expenditure or capital investment in any form of physical project. It involves financial instruments, you know, when you like mutual funds, bank deposits, stocks. Okay, stocks, you can stocks. Stocks. You can argue that stocks is that no, stocks is not shares. It's different from shares, isn't it? Stocks is different from shares. Stocks has to be on the stock exchange, while shares is part of a business where the government invested as part of this business. So that makes it a little bit different. So they talk about stocks. They didn't say anything about
bought or sold and generate return.
They don't get a lot. I think they just use it to simulate the economy. They don't even make money from it. They don't make money from it. Yeah, they do it to simulate, and for me, that's fraud, really, because they're just giving all these big businesses money. That's what the government is doing, and the taxpayers have to pay for it. But I guess I was trying to explain some of the things that used to happen before. But based on the way you're arguing, sometimes your points, I feel like you're not. The area I agree with you is that we are all in this mess together. We created it. We are the primary problems. However, the area I have problem with you is that when you do your analysis, you narrow it down too much without taking a lot of samples of examples of the similar events occurring to reach a more concrete decision on it.
Okay, to Niger. The issue of that company against Nigeria, or is it concerning $11 billion that was that the award to the company? I think in Nigeria, I don't know. Did you actually check all the paper that were released? What that shows me is that many Nigerians actually hate Nigeria as a country. The woman that actually betrayed Nigeria for that company is that what they wanted to give her from that whole proceed of that $11 billion was about $500,000.
You mean the one for the oil company?
Yes, now they finally lost the.
What was that her name again?
I think they said the woman passed away. I've forgotten her name. It just shows how wicked our people can be.
Our people are starved of resources, and they can do certain things. I think I've asked this question before now. How do we get our people to a point whereby the money is not an object anymore?
But a person in that kind of position shouldn't just. I would sell my country for cost my country $11 billion for a $500,000.
From the way you are sounding today, I wouldn't be shocked if you sold your country. You know the worst thing about it.
No,
I would know you are selling your country.
Because let me tell you something. You know why? I actually know numbers. I will know my percentage from that 500,000 is nothing. I'm not going to take that.
Okay.
If we are discussing, 20%,
the president of Nigeria now.
If we are discussing 20% on that,
you are not going to betray the country. Let me make you the president of Nigeria.
No. What I'm trying to say is that.
You see that? He's not even sat on the chair yet, too. He's already standing up.
No, what I wanted to say is, see, to Nigeria. If you want to thief them, I would have respected the woman if she was willing to take maybe 20 or 30%. That was what he sold in Nigeria for. I would have get it.
Oh my God.
You understand me? I was
okay. Even if it's 99%, it's still a sellout.
No, at least that money.
There is no price. There are certain things that are beyond financial gain.
It's crazy.
And I can still ask you the same thing. Because you see, why it is beyond financial gain is because there are other ways to make money without doing that. And we have to learn these things, that there are certain things that are more valuable than financial gain. Even if ultimately it's about financial gain, your children doing better, your children doing better. You can't just sell things away. You have to understand the consequences of what you are doing. You know?
Thank you.
And but I understand full well that most Nigerians, as a matter of fact, 90 to 99% of Nigerians, when they get into office, they don't even know what they're going to meet. They don't even understand the challenges that are involved. Most people don't know. Maybe even I don't know. I just have context of history and all those things. Most people don't really know. When you sit there, you face the consequences. What I'm disappointed by is that when our people sit there, they tend to, not only them, not only in Nigeria, it happens on almost all black nations. They almost kowtow, they almost bow. None of them say, you know what, I'm going to take the risk and defy it. I can't take it anymore. It's only those 3 Sahel nations now that have pushed back, and Zimbabwe is facing the consequences of what they've done. You know, so none of them, they are cowards. Most of our leaders, they look at the challenge in the face and they back off.
To Nigeria, one thing I will advise many of us, or some of us who are like Pan-Africanists, is that when we see things, Africa leaders, like when they do certain things, we should always take a step back and observe first before taking side. Like, I need to be honest with you. I'm not fully keen on all these Sahel leaders. So believe me, in my own opinion, I believe they are playing politics. Until they ask everything they say they are going to do, actually, I want them to get it done before I jump into that bandwagon.
I'm not also very convinced about their approach. I don't like all their approach too. I believe that they should have converted to civilian regime, but
Because
they are not.
talk is cheap, because you can. I can still come out on our own microphone and say everything, everyone will clap for me.
Sometimes talk is all you need. See, what Traore has managed to do is wake their people up. And that is something that is priceless. If you have a leader that tells you that your history has been kind of distorted, your vision has been limited for all this while, and open the people's eyes to the truth, it's hard to close their eyes again, at least this generation anyway. So I think that part of the work he has done is good. Question now is, like me, I'm very still skeptical until I see results.
We may hate our leaders in Nigeria, but one thing we need to be truthful about is that when we turn back to democracy in 1999, Nigeria government actually did a lot of wealth transfer to Nigerians. Many people became wealthy. They actually they sell some of these Nigerian assets to a lot of people for peanuts. That was just wealth transfer.
You're surprised they are sharing money among the collaborators. What did you expect?
So this idea that our leaders hate our people is just fake news. Like, let's use Nigeria for example.
It also, they don't have to directly hate the people than to sell them out. The problem is that they don't necessarily hate our people. It's just that they love their masters more.
What I tried, the reason why I said this is that all these Sahel countries, yes, I get it. For me to believe, they should start the wealth transfer. Start transferring some of these companies that you took to your own people. Then I will start. Okay, so good. Let's see.
But you are acting as if the Nigerian government doing those things has even helped Nigeria in any way. Nigeria, we have not done the fundamental things. Stop. And this is something that I keep telling our people. Stop looking at the wrong things. Focus on the things that are going to make a difference. If when I'm watching this in that country, I always look at them and think, you know what has that guy? He keeps saying that he's friends with Russians and Russians are selling weapons, but I don't see him changing his security posture dramatically. However, though, have you noticed that terrorism has reduced in Nigeria to an extent?
Yes.
My suspicion is that because that Sahel region now become a little bit hostile to them, they don't have room to operate anymore. And you see, so
also the two big dogs have been decimated. I don't want to mention their name, you know them. Yes.
Why?
I mean, they actually
because you walk into offices with them, are you scared?
Why can't you just give the credit to Tinubu to Nigeria? Why are you looking for justification outside of
oh my God,
you know that if you want me to go and dig it out, I'll go and dig it out. There are about 4 or 5, and the latest one now, a guy called Mendy, who has now been captured. He was responsible for the Kaduna train attack. Do you remember that train attack when that young lawyer? And then there's a guy called Goje. There's a guy called Goje who is a big terror within the Nigerian space. He's been caught by Ribadu and even pied. You know, so these are what we're seeing. So don't try and give some vague attribution that the Sahel has always been a hotbed. But now, the new security configuration is working. You can say that and still be opposed to the government. You know?
Let me respond to you. Please answer this question. I believe the mistake. See, Nigeria as a country, our leadership caused this problem. To me, Nigeria would have allowed the Sahel country to allow US and France to create base in those locations. They would have fought against this. They would have used carrot and stick, use money to lobby leaders in that country to make sure those things they come into fruition. But you see, Nigerian leaders are just useless. They are there to just steal money. They don't think. And thank God for the military. On that, I respect what they call it, the Niger military. They came in and they took over, and as you said, insecurity have reduced for the past. Let me say for the past a month or 2 months now. There's no issue at all. So something is actually going on.
I suspect that something critical is going on there because the Nigerian military themselves, I don't see them making any great moves, especially when it comes to kidnapping. They barely are making a great stride to say they are dismantling everything that is going on there. So I feel like what is affecting it may be something more external to the Niger region and the Sahel region, and they are fighting. They say these guys have made more progress than the French have made since the French have been there or Americans have been there. So that should tell you, okay, when you need to do business for your people, you do that. However, I'm still like you, skeptical. Because I still haven't seen anything decisive. If they make a decisive move, just watch how the West is going to react when it comes to Nigeria. You know why? They are going to be worried that if those countries become powerful and strong and successful, they are going to influence what happens in Nigeria, and Nigeria is going to flip. And they are going to do everything. There, you're going to see the West move into Nigeria or help Nigerian government to improve things in Nigeria strongly.
What Nigeria need to do, Nigeria need to put some certain money aside to actually help finance some of those people in those locations to make sure the peace remain possible in those locations because Nigeria needs it. Because if there's peace in that side, it will trickle down to Nigeria. But if there's chaos, they always,
It took Tinubu a while to realize that. Now suddenly he backed off. See what he could have done is that I would say that if I was Tinubu, I would be like, you know what, I will be using back channel to be helping these nations. So they will become successful. Because I believe when they become successful, the West, because they are always trying to balance against Russia and all the rest, they are going to want to invest more in Nigeria to balance it out. Because what will happen is that if they don't balance that out, Russia is going to gain influence over this in Nigeria, Benin Republic, and all the others, and they are going to lose that. They will never let that happen. And this is why you see Japan doing very well, because they don't want Japan and China to be the only shining light in that region. So they had to build Japan, South Korea to balance this in them, and including Taiwan. So it's the West that helped them, all those countries develop.
Thank you, to Nigeria. I saw a news early this week. Why is Japan not allowing immigrants to their country? They said they have 9 million homes empty. Like they have more. Do you know what 9 million homes, empty homes? Why can't they allow? Because I thought that number
I don't think Japan is very hard to go to. Who will come? Nobody wants to go to Japan.
But what I heard that their visa is very difficult to. Like they hardly give out visa when you apply.
I didn't know that too. From what I got, I heard that. Yeah, I never heard that before.
That's what I heard.
I thought students that want to go to Japan, they go to Japan all the time for education and different things.
I'm talking about from Africa. I'm not talking about Europe and the rest. I'm talking about Africa. Like if you apply from Africa, that you are.
I didn't know that too.
That's what I heard. It's very difficult. But I saw the news yesterday, and their population dropped from I think 27 million to 23 million. Like about 2 million people died of.
I think what they don't do is encourage immigration. But I don't think giving their visa is extremely difficult. At least I didn't know that.
Oh, that means okay. It's like maybe even if you are there, it takes time for you to get citizenship and all that. Oh, that may be the problem. So no one wants to stay for years without when you're in any country, if you don't have the every papers you need, it's like you are an alien in that country.
They look at that, they say, how long does it take to process a Japanese visa? Normally, Japan visa is processed within 5 working days. So if they are that fast to process, I guess depending on the country you're applying from, like you said.
Okay, check. Like, how long does it take for someone to get citizenship there? Like,
that one may be harder. I don't even think you can get citizenship in China, not to mention Japan. In China, you can't become a citizen of China. You can get resident, but you can't get citizenship of China. And those ones that have over 1 billion. And okay, you know what? Let me say something about this demographic issue that people keep talking about. Many of these countries that are losing, the population is dwindling. It's true, their population is dwindling. But make no mistake, I think the mistake people will make is that to think that they are dying. Because if you look at the population, it was growing, I think, till the 60s, 80s or so. But where their population is right now, where they were maybe around 60 years ago or 40 years ago, and even 10 years, 20 years from now, their population will still be somewhere around where it was 60, 70 years ago. So they still have a strong population. It's not because the population is just dying off and everything. They still have a strong population for the near future. It's just that it's going to be smaller than it is right now. And the aging population is going to create a new dynamics in the nation in terms of how their pensions and who is going to be working for the pension, how they are going to pay for those things. But the moment they figure that one out, we should not just be under any illusion that they are fading away because they don't have children. We have to wake up and do our own bit.
Also, if you're the thing is that over there people last longer, so and they don't have people last longer, and you need young people in the economy to to make things.
Except they start making aging not as debilitating as possible.
Are you talking about Japan?
Yes, Japan.
Well, why would Japan need immigrants now? I mean, Japan is not a country that needs. You guys think countries that invite immigrants just invite immigrants because they are nice or something? Or they need you. Some countries in the world need immigrants because, of course, they are usually countries that are new world that are just created are the ones that usually need immigrants, like the kind of Australia, the United States, Canada. Those are places that are just created and their landmass. They need to fill their land with population, and then they also need a lot of people, quality people, in a sense, like because their own people are more like new kind of breeds, and they don't have that deep Asian intelligence,
Sorry, Tunaja, please just comment on this thing. Can you please answer that person? Sometimes many people come here. See, we have this comment. Please respond to this person.
Nigeria doesn't have a monopoly of the legitimate use of force inside our borders. Nigeria doesn't have the ability to project power outside of our borders. We are not a military power. Yeah, that's true. We are not a military power yet. And we should be. We have no choice. We should be.
But to correct him. However, regional, yes, but not.
Yeah, even regionally, whatever you have to do, hold on, let me answer it tonight. Even regionally, whatever you have to do to whoever is your neighbor, if the big powers don't agree, you can't do it now. If let's say Nigeria wants to invade Cameroon now, if France say no, you can't go in now. You still need permission of a superpower to do that.
We don't engage in international conflict. We like to fight within nations. That's African trait. We fight with
because your neighbors are still tied to their colonial nation. So if you want to go invade them, then you might as well be invading their colonial master. Remember when Nigeria wanted to fight Cameroon? If you want to fight Cameroon, you might as well be fighting France. So that's why we haven't been bullying each other. Maybe the good thing about the neocolonialism, the colonial presence, colonial connection to all these old colonies is what has kept peace between African countries. The day we all be left alone, we start fighting each other, man. Trust me.
Not necessarily. It may have, what it reflects is that we are not in control, because it means that's why we are not fighting each other. We are not knocking our own heads, because those are the natural progress. Europe fought each other, Asians fought each other,
exactly.
But we are not allowed to, because we are not in control.
What do you mean we are not? I don't mean what do you mean control?
Tunaja, there's a news I saw today. I was surprised. Like, Nigeria is the largest supplier of goods to Ivory Coast. Like last year, the supply of goods from Nigeria to Ivory Coast was $2.6 billion. I
You
was
mean
surprised.
within Africa or globally?
Surprised.
I think I don't know. Wait, I think
Where did
globally,
you get that
yes.
information? I would like to see a link.
Are you saying
No.
the things that Ivory Coast consume are
Yes,
from
yes,
Nigeria?
Nigeria remained the second largest goods supplier to Ivory Coast.
You mean food
So,
or real things?
real
So you
food,
say
so
all their technology, all their cell phones, because
I
what
think
Africa consume mainly is technological stuff now.
you
You can't
you
tell me
can
it's Nigeria that's supplying them.
you check it because that's what I saw. I saw the news on Twitter
It's
today.
probably fake news, man. You know, all these
No,
it's probably two and gas people that posted it.
It's not exactly very helpful.
I was like,
Anybody can post on Twitter.
no, see, I see, I saw it here. I think trading economics. That's just put it on Google. You see, I don't know if you
You know, two and gas people have been controlling the internet lately. They've just been posting all kinds of stuff.
What's wrong with you?
They are even invading Wikipedia now to change
That,
it.
he's come back. He's not going to let the videos rest, so he's back now.
I just posted on the private chat. Open. Let's see what's.
Oh no. From what I can see now, I think it's indicating that it's over a 10-year period or more. Let me see. That would have been massive if it was just.
I think last year. No, it was last year. Nigeria
exports to Ivory Coast during 2023, according to the United Nations Comrade Database and on international trade. That is quite high by Nigerian export standards. That doesn't seem right, though.
Thank you. That's what I saw. I was like, wow, really?
It seems quite high because even our.
It was oil. That's mineral fuel, oil distillation.
It's oil. Is it oil based?
Yes,
Okay, that makes more sense now. That makes more sense. Yeah, because I thought it was other exports. Because if it was other exports, I was like, okay, that is unusually high for Nigeria. I'm surprised that we are selling to fellow African countries. Actually, that's good.
That's good. That's what we should be doing. Internal trade.
Because it gives us influence too.
Yep. That was good. I saw the number. I was like, really?
Nigeria should have a military base in all these many African nations, especially West Africa. There's no reason why we cannot have plan.
Our leaders are not disciplined. We don't.
If we have military base in Gambia, that gives us now we are in one end of West Africa and the other end of West Africa. Put a military base there, strategic one. Then, since Djibouti is renting out a lot of, it's a supermarket for military bases. They should get to. We go and ask them. Give us one. You put military base only for non-Africans to have military base there. Why are you not going to let fellow Africans have a military base there? We should make a case. See, Nigerians, our leaders are not ambitious. They are not ambitious
at all. I agree with you. They are not.
They are not ambitious for us at all. I'm telling you, if I was the one advising our leaders or some by accident I'm making into that office, they will be shocked, man. The kind of stuff.
Give us the example of what you say.
The kind of stuff I will do. People are going to go crazy. They will be looking to kill me.
But Tunaja, Nigerian citizens, they are also. See, I remember when Buhari actually gave Niger Republic some military van. Nigerians went mad. Nigeria, why did he do that? I was like, Nigerian citizens, they don't see bigger picture. That's a good thing. He said, at least they will have Nigeria. Look, they know that Nigerians support them, and when we need their help, they will actually give it to Nigeria. That was a good thing for the government to do. Back then, people were bashing Buhari. I was like, come on, it just few. It was I think the military cars worth $1 billion. That's not too much.
To Niger. To Niger. You have not been able to solve starvation problem in Nigeria. It's military implantation. This guy, man, are you normal?
The problem is that you don't understand.
No, man. This guy, are you normal?
Oh, you're not listening. You're not listening. Think higher.
No, I'm listening to why. Hey, to Niger, you have been talking. You can talk forever. Allow other people to make their point and land. Come on, man. I mean,
You just came in. You just came in.
Nah, I allowed Jude to cook you, man. Come now.
Let him cook. Let him
say go and you were one in your mouth, man. Come on. Let me say something. You keep talking about putting your military in other West African. Are you kidding me? Do you even have the mindset? Come on, man. I mean, Nigeria is not stable. If not of neighboring countries like Niger, Chad, helping Nigeria to fight Boko Haram. This guy, man.
What is that? If somebody like me or me, I'm in there, my approach will be very, very different. And their approach will be very different. Nigeria will be stable, they like it or not. Then I will put that military base in Gambia. Then ask for one in this in Djibouti.
Nigeria would have invaded Cameroon by now. You're overthrown Bombia.
I'll make sure that your leader is that your leader has been there and the Togo one too.
Nigeria would have done you a favor. You are overthrown Biafra.
Cameroon collect Bakassi from Nigeria. What did they do? Mumu people sit
down. Because Nigeria wasn't the president now. You're lucky Nigeria was not the president.
I'm telling you, 4 years. I just need 4 years there. By the time I'm done, I will be there though. But Nigeria will change.
No, two Nigerian are mouth pressing now. The guy keeps on well.
With the Nigerian president back then for doing that. A lot of people were angry because there were millions of Nigerians living in that island. Then we just gave it away.
As we speak right now, Cameroon is planning to collect Obodo Cattle Ranch as we speak.
No, it's not gonna. Don't worry. That's not gonna happen.
Look at this one.
Jude, no. For that one, I go sleep at night. Well, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we will collect them. We are going to collect.
Nigeria and Cameroon have two old presidents. It's unbelievable. Like, why would we keeping all these old guys in office?
How can you compare? Nigeria are not even nice to your country. How can you compare Cameroon president age? I mean,
no, Cameroon one is a lot older than that one is.
Exactly. So you guys always degrade your own country.
But
forget about Nigeria. Let me give you. Let me give you a hands down. Nigeria, the day Nigeria tried to go to war with Cameroon, I beg your pardon, man. Nigeria will face a Waterloo. Take this and write it down. Nigeria does not have the military. Let me finish.
You guys will invite France. You invite France.
Let me finish. This kind of talk is what
France doesn't do.
Nigeria, they will invite their daddy. They will invite France.
It's this kind of talk that caused the battle expansion. If you keep saying this kind of talk,
it's Britain that is protecting. Nigeria is Britain that is protecting Nigeria. Nigeria does not have the military. To Nigeria, this guy, Nigeria does not have the military might.
You see that? Look at that. We will chase you people.
To Nigeria, Nigeria does not have the military might to stand face to face with Cameroon.
What are you talking about? Cameroon is like in backwater compared to Nigeria now. What are you talking about?
To Nigeria, you talk as if Nigeria is a far away country from Cameroon. I'm telling you, Nigeria does not have the military might to stand face to face with Cameroon for 30 minutes. I'm telling you for a fact.
Half of Cameroon is Nigeria talking
about.
We've already taken over Cameroon. Half of
Nigeria has one of the weakest military as we speak right now in Africa. They have not been able to defeat insecurity in Nigeria, Boko Haram, all of these things. What the hell you want to talk? Have you seen Cameroon military? Those guys are eating plantain. Have you seen how lanky Nigeria military is? Fulani guys so skinny. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, because they can survive anything. I don't know why you keep.
Are
you not scared of Nigerians? This Cameroon, I don't know how you keep saying this thing. You want to
say your military to Kenya or Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone might be scared of Nigeria, but not Cameroon. We have seen the test of time. We have gone up the mountain.
You're going to find out that the battle expansion was not a willful migration.
To Nigeria,
They chase
See
you
this
all the
guy.
way
You
to
guys
South
are not.
Africa.
You,
You guys
you guys.
were
You guys are not. You guys are not Bantu.
Nigeria,
You always
no,
want to claim
Jude,
Bantu,
Jude, calm down. Let me give you the
it
number.
wasn't a voluntary
Eh?
migration. Go ahead.
Nigeria, active military personnel, almost 200 something, 200 and something thousand. Then Cameroon is just 40K. That alone, that number, we are not going to. Let's not just argue. You understand? It's like one of
USC.
your. See, hold on now. It's like one of
I,
your military
I
officers
understand.
fighting almost 4 men and with advanced, more
UFC.
advanced military equipment. So relax. Let's not do this.
No, UFC. Do you know what they call skilled and unskilled labor? Do you know the difference?
Okay. Oh, calm down.
No. Do you know the difference? It's not it's not the size of your military. It is the skill of your military. Come on, man. You are talking about
Let's use another. Hold on. Let's use another one again. Military budget. Yours is $300 million. Nigeria is about $5 billion a year. So we see. Let's calm down. I know
let me ask you a question.
Jude, are you saying the Cameroon Air Force can face the Nigerian Air Force?
I'm just
Mike,
browsing
Mike, I'm not talking to you, man. I shouldn't be holding
Of
conversation
course,
with
now
you.
you won't be able to talk to me.
conversing with you, Niger.
Do you guys have fighter jets? No.
Their president is tucked in at night, sleeping day in, day out. He knows this. Who's going to command their air force?
Cameroon, I can't defeat Ambazonia rebel. And you want to go to war with Nigeria? Are you serious?
Nigeria that have not defeated Boko Haram, if not of to Nigeria.
Are you saying Ambazonia rebel are stronger than Boko Haram?
Mike, I'm not gonna go one-on-one with you. You disrespected me on that channel.
Which channel?
I want to,
Which channel?
I'm not gonna say, but to Nigeria, I mean, you one way to more. To Nigeria, look, to Nigeria. Let me give this point again to you. The day Nigeria will, for some reason, say one with Nigeria, oh man, it will be the end of Africa. I'm telling you for a fact. The kind of military that I've seen in Cameroon, those guys are you guys, you guys don't feel your military, man. Just Belly and Lancy. No, send them to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone doesn't have a military, or Gambia, not to Cameroon, man. Are you kidding me?
Nigeria has about
Cameroon has Bantu soldiers to Nigeria. They have Bantu soldiers, man. These guys, they have big chests.
Don't bring that Bantu talk here.
No, you don't mess with the Bantu soldiers.
We are gonna force them to do another Bantu expansion into South Africa.
They will expand to Congo.
People in Nigeria that make up Nigeria military.
It wasn't voluntary. Nigerians were kicking them all the way to South Africa. If you want to start that nonsense again, you find out that we have millions of Nigerians in Cameroon right now. We don't even need to invade them; they're already there. If they want to take some this in the Cameroon,
I know Jude is Bantu supremacists. Don't go and mess with those.
He knows. He knows. See, Bantus.
Peru is 100% Bantu military.
Bantus and Nigerians that were kicked out of Nigeria.
Why does Nigeria want to claim Bantu, man? The Bantus have never been in Nigeria.
I actually have proof for this. There is an expansion going out from Nigeria, radiating out. It's going to
stop nonsense, man. Bantu are the chosen people in Africa. You want to make Nigeria part of that history, which is no. Bantus have never been in Nigeria, bro.
Nigeria population is growing faster than the other nations around it, so we are expanding outwards. So if you were looking at population like a kind of radiation, Nigeria is radiating out while others are accepting Nigerians. So in other words, the expansion actually started with that so-called Bantu expansion. We kicked Bantus out of Nigeria and kicked them all the way to South Africa. And then they say,
so why are you guys claiming Bantu if you guys kick them out of Nigeria? Why are you guys claiming them again?
Jude, let me give you the number.
Forget about military numbers, man. Nigeria
I want to ask hold on.
I don't want their numbers.
Anti-tank destroyer, Cameroon have 12. Nigeria that is in service currently 100, and that one is just too small. Just one. That's just one aspect
To Nigeria,
for one model.
I have a
So
video that I want to send
What are
to.
you
Oh,
worrying
yes, hold
about?
on.
You
To
just need
Nigeria, I have a video that I want to
Ajegule
send.
into Cameroon. It will be over. You
To
know, that's all
Nigeria,
you need.
I have a to Nigeria, I have a video that I wanted to send to you. If I send it to One Man Went to Mo, they're never gonna play it because it shows the defeat of Nigeria military running away from Nigeria into Cameroon.
what is
I want to send you that video. So
they didn't get it. I said
no,
no, the standard military of place. I tried to explain
I'm going to say
bragging about Nigerian troops. We're getting chased like some kind of terror.
All right, hold on. In between your two bad connections, we're not hearing anything.
Are you guys gonna? Who is speaking, man? I hate coming on this panel and you guys don't let. It's gonna be Nigerian all over the place. At least allow a Cameroonian to speak. Come on, man. Come on. You have Mike talking, you have two Niger talking, you have UFC talking. I mean, this panel wasn't meant for Nigerians.
Oh God.
Go ahead.
You don't always have to do this, whatever your name is. Let Joshua come in. Just let Joshua.
I mean, when Nigerians are talking, he doesn't say anything. Cameroonians start talking, now he comes in on the panel.
Don't be quiet, man. Let Joshua come in. Joshua, come into the conversation.
I'm more like confused. Is this basically a debate between different countries in Africa?
No, I think they're talking about military might and who can take down whom. So I think that's where they are.
Just out of curiosity, why would that matter? I mean, wouldn't that just be a bunch of people sitting around a table saying, "Oh, who's got the biggest dick?" Does anybody care? Like, how does that help with you? It would be more imperative. Somebody made a mention. I forget who it was in the comment section. Said you pretty much want to be focused on your own economical situation, boost that up. That way you can have your own military might to actually contend with your neighbors.
Right? They have these mosquitoes. They have these mosquitoes military, and they call it military.
Look at this one. They call it Bantu supremacists. These are Nigerian rejects. We reject them.
A country that is trying to show themselves to the public that they are strong, but I mean they are not, man.
They were supposed to.
There's no way.
People, they were supposed to join Nigeria, and they said no.
To Nigeria, let me tell you. To Nigeria, a Cameroonian will never be scared of a Nigerian, bro. We have gone to war in Bakassi. Let me tell you what in Bakassi. You what actually I saw Cameroonian militaries dragging Nigerian militaries from Bakassi all the way down. Man, I mean, I live in that axis. I was seeing Nigerian military drag on the ground with trucks. Come on, man. You should go do your findings about Bakassi.
Thank your goodness.
Then come and talk.
Thank your goodness that we have bigger fishes to fry. If we did
that Bakassi war went for over 8 years before Obasanjo. Obasanjo begged Paul Biya and took it to the United Nations. It went over years going rid of Bakassi.
You know, there are a lot of Nigerian soldiers that they have very strong feelings about that Bakassi. So, but it's good thing that Nigeria doesn't hold grudges on that, because if we did, sooner or later there will be reckoning. But I don't think there needs to be, because we already own Cameroon anyway. Why would you invade the country you already own? There are so many Nigerians there, so there's no need. There's no need to trigger another Bantu expansion.
Nigerians in Cameroon were screaming. They were crying because
we can't hear you.
A lot of Nigerians during that Bakassi war, the Nigerians in Cameroon were staying home. Nobody was getting out of their houses. Every one of them were scared, because if they say him, all of them will have gone to jail, man. Do you know how many Nigerians in Cameroon?
Most of the Nigerians in Cameroon are either from the Efik or the southeastern region. Most of it. Maybe,
Igbo,
Calabar and all
Ibio,
those areas. Yeah, but it's not why would they are civilians now? Why would they come and they will not be worried? They will be worried because they know Nigerian soldiers be
they
too
were
damaged.
Nigerians militaries were dragged.
Nigerian military were dragged.
Oh Gambia. Cameroon, are you kidding me? Have you seen? We are not scared. No.
Let's face it. If we are talking military, let's get down to brass tacks. If you are talking military,
about the side.
None of the West African countries, Cameroon, all of them put together, even has sufficient capabilities. And
Hey, wait for it.
Your audio is messed up, man.
Yeah. Your microphone is bad, Judah. You're not coming through clearly. But I think we're missing.
All right, I'll come back. All right.
We're missing the grand design here. Nigeria does not have a monopoly on the legitimate use of force. We can't even exterminate Boko Haram inside of our borders. And we're talking about military operations against other countries. We should focus on economic growth, on building iron industry, on building the extractive industries that we can benefit ourselves from the resources in our own land. We should be focused on that first before we talk about anything military.
You see, now that is kind of a mistake people make. Military spending or security spending is economic spending, and we need to start seeing it as all interlinked.
Yeah, but you need the prerequisite. Economic power is a prerequisite for military power. We don't
It's the opposite. History has suggested that it's the opposite.
You pay for your military if you don't have the economics in place.
Because we already have the people now.
No.
We have the economy now.
We dependent on the West for everything.
Sorry, Chuku, I don't think Tunaja quite understood what you just said. What he's saying to you is that you have to have the money in order to build the army. And you are saying you have to build the army to get the money. So what do you build the army with?
We already have the resources to build the army because we used to be $500 billion economy. So we have more than enough. We had more than the Chinese had when they built this thing. Their nuclear weapons even.
We have a trade deficit. We're underwater. We have to build the economy. Do you understand?
But are you aware Nigeria loses about $50 billion in GDP due to insecurity alone? What more is an economic argument than putting your security in order?
What is the per capita income based on that GDP to Nigeria? You just talk, they have $1 trillion economy, yes, but the population boils down to GDP per capita. How much does it boil down? How much does an individual make? How much can they afford? How much? Come on, man.
You're asking questions. You're not making it concise. The point is that most nations that go on to be successful, they fix their security first, then they ascend. That is how it works. It's not the other way around. From Singapore, China, Russia, all of them.
We don't have stable electricity. We don't have mechanized farming. We don't have field.
Tell them, man.
We don't have the ability to extract our own resources. Dangote just got his refinery online, but what about the other things that we could be benefiting from? We don't have that. We have to. You have to crawl before you can walk, before you can run.
Have you seen those movies? We all probably have seen so many movies where you see a farmer, making good harvest, but the people that have guns and everything come take everything away, and sometimes they strike.
So now, let me support you for the first time. The British didn't have electricity when they decided to create the army to go and conquer, to go and expand the British Empire. So maybe Tunajaga has some points.
That's the point I'm making. That if you have
Which
security,
point are you making? The
you
British
can
were
control.
skilled, man. The British got
Let me
experience from
explain what I
previous
mean.
wars and all of that.
If you
Come
have
on, man.
security,
They did
you
not
can
have
control
electricity, but they are.
people that don't
Come on.
have it, no matter how much economy they have. If you have security, you can control people that don't have it, no matter how much money they have. That is the point. And people separate security from economy. Security is a prime pillar of economy, and it's a strange thing because I think the modern economics always omit security as part of the economic.
But Tunanja, are you saying internal security? Are you saying internal security, or are you just saying like
Both.
maybe external? Well, I mean, to me, I think to build your economy, I think the important one is the internal security first, and then once, because you
They
want
are
to,
all,
like you said, you need
you
to.
can't do only internal. They are always linked.
But
If you try to do
you don't
internal,
want to say you want to start building an army to global like superpower army when you haven't built an economy. I mean, that one is very expensive, man.
there's a difference between having an expansionist army than having an army that to keep that nation safe. To keep
Yeah,
the
that's
nation.
internal security. That's more like internal, kind of like you know one good point you made. Hold on, you know one good point you made a few days ago or so when you said you give example of the Switzerland. You know that kind of security is what you need internal, where they build tunnels and everything. They secure their country internally. They didn't build themselves to be this superpower military that can take on other countries before they started. So that type of, I agree with that kind of security. If that's what you're talking about. Like internal, like build that kind of security where you secure your territory internally, so no one can, no one can come and invade you and such and walk away easily, just invade you and take over, or maybe having some insurgency like we do, like the Boko Haram kind of thing. If you develop a security architecture where security architect where you can solve that problem, I agree with you on that. But if you are telling us that we have to build this super army that can rival China, US, or Russia, all those things right now, that's stupid. You know?
No. You can't do that.
You have to prevent them. You guys don't get into Nigeria. A country like US or let's say France or Britain can actually just from the Atlantic launch a ballistic missile or cruise missile and take out that Dangote refinery that we are all screaming about. They just take it immediately. They drop one bomb, everything goes
And
in
the news will say it was just a sudden explosion.
Thank you. I'm kind of support to Niger. To Niger, at least let's build some certain ballistic missile or even cruise anyone to. We'll have that on standby so that when you talk with us,
build can a ballistic missile now.
I'm not talking about
You see why I advocate that they kick these guys to South Africa again. So that
I'm not talking about nuke. I'm not talking about nuke here. I'm just talking about ballistic missile and
oh my god! But you know what? Even ballistic missile, Mike. Yeah, guys, they never build can a ballistic. Most of these Nigerians, what is wrong with these Nigerians?
Don't underrate yourself. Calm down, Mr. Cameroon.
The technology is not that far-fetched.
Can be done.
But wait,
you guys are talking about far-fetched. Not I mean,
hold on.
Maybe your generation never ballistic missiles, man.
First of all, learn how to build rockets. You can get that done. It's easy. Come on, to build the new weapons.
Are you saying that economic expansion is the key to? I mean, are you saying military expansion is a prerequisite to economic expansion? Is that what you're saying? In order to build the economy, you have to expand your military. This only works if you plan on annexing regions of other countries and expanding your border. Is that you want?
That's not what we want. No.
Then what is the purpose of expanding your military without a strong economy? How does that build your economy? That's what I'm trying to understand. We need we need to be able to extract energy. We need energy. We need agriculture before we can start thinking about all this. We need to security inside of our border before we can project power outside of our border. We don't even have that. So if that's what you're talking about, I agree. But if you're talking about some military interventionism by Nigeria outside of our border, we have to focus on home base and build our economy before we focus on anything outside of our border. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I agree in some sense. Like, everything you are listing out, who is going to build it? Are you because the way you are saying is, I'm sensing it that you are placing this responsibility on the government. You are not saying we, you, me. We are the one to build everything you are saying here right now.
Well, the people who own businesses, business owners, commercial interests, investors, we can participate in this along with the government.
Why are you responding him? Didn't you elect your government for them to build stuff that can suit your people and get the benefit? Come on, man. You elected people because they have to do the job. It's not everybody that's going to do the job.
In America, where you live, who is in charge of agriculture? Is it the United States government or be the citizen of the United States?
It's not the citizen. The mayor in place put a lot of things together. They tell you where the farming land is.
It's the mayor that's building everything that you are consuming here.
I'm talking about agriculture. Is it the mayor that is doing the farming or the citizen?
Let me finish. There are a lot of things that the government put in place for agriculture to be smooth. So incentives. They create farming lands. Let me finish.
Yeah, no one disagree with policy making, Jude. What we are saying is the actual work with nobody.
Government done the policy. Have they come up with policies? Have they introduced incentives? Have they done these things? Have they solved insecurity issue? Have they solved? Have they created a market road? Have they built market road, farm to market road, and all these things? If these things are not put in place, how do you expect people to grow, man? You elect your leaders so they can create market road.
We need to be expanding the economy so that we can pay off our.
It's like you have not been to Nigeria before, because when you speak, it's like
you just think Nigeria is like Cameroon.
Because if you
it's like me asking you have never been to Cameroon before. Mike, what are you going to do for Nigeria?
Thank you, because I will not speak on Cameroon issue the way you are. Calm down.
I've been to Cameroon. Cameroon only has two highways. One in Yaoundé and the other one in Douala.
Road is not the problem. You can easily.
Mike, now only Lagos and Abuja I know now.
No.
See, you don't know Port Harcourt. I mean, you don't know Jos. You want to make out the name them?
Name them now.
I can name that a 6 cities on the top of my head, but we have about 70.
We need to also involve in building the economy. Like, we need to involve, at least. Okay, we can even create products and market our product and sell it outside. Like, you have people now, they shop online. That's why you see AliExpress. It's like people are buying goods from China far away. They deliver it straight away to Nigeria. So we can actually build things in Nigeria. People will buy from all over the world and get foreign exchange in return. The thing is that I have a friend who is into online trade business. He sells clothes, shoes, traveling bags, purse, sneakers, and all that. Everything done in Nigeria. There's no importation. He creates and builds everything in Nigeria. That guy's making money as we speak now. He had a branch in Ivory Coast, I think Senegal. He opened a shop in Senegal also, and I think recently.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you where the failure of Nigeria is in terms of economy, right? You have all these West African countries. These countries are so small. Their population is like 5 million. Sierra Leone, Liberia, all of this. You see, the population of DRC Congo is like 100 and something million. Right? Cameroon is like 30. Being a West African country doesn't mean you cannot trade with other countries. When this Tinubu guy came in power, his first move he should have gone to Cameroon and create business ties. Those two countries together, if they build a just business within these two countries in terms of agriculture, can even supply food to the whole African country. And Central African Republic is next door with a population of 5 million. They have a landmass as fertile than any country in Africa. The whole land of Central African Republic is bigger than Ukraine. You can plant all these grains in Central African Republic and it can feed the whole Africa. But Ukraine is still supplying grain to Nigeria and all of these things. So, I mean, I think Nigeria need to re-strategize who they do business with, right? Because West African economy is not really helping Nigeria in no form or shape, So they should focus on bigger countries, bigger economy, bigger population, and trade with each other, instead of like, oh, we have to, or because we're West Africa, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but that doesn't solve the other dude's problem that brought up the issue, right? You can trade with whoever the hell you want if you can basically make your own production, in which case dude was spot on. If you can't extract your own resources from your own land, like if you can't figure that out, what are you selling? Cheap labor?
Yeah, you're right, because that was one of the problems that came up in I think in one of these countries, because what they were trading was good that way being imported into these African countries, right? So they import rice from China, and then they take rice and trade within themselves. It just makes no sense. So
I'm not knocking the entire concept, because generally, as well as I can understand, almost every country will import something, at least 20% from somebody else. Like even the US does it this way. It's not uncommon, right? But the idea is that if you're gonna start to build we're skipping the step with the population and if there's a divide. I've never been to Nigeria. I don't know anything about it. But just starting with the economical claim that he had made, right? Like that would be your step one problem. You'd have to start there. There's no really way around that. So you're talking about doing trade, which is fine, but trade what? What does Nigeria produce? You tell me.
We don't.
Are you African, man? Are you African?
No, I'm pretty much white redneck American. I know very white redneck American. No, very
redneck.
Oh, so you're white. Oh, okay. I mean, what you mean African do not produce? We produce
not African, Nigerian. I mean, unless we're talking about the entire continent.
Well, we're talking about Africa. It's not only Nigeria that is trading. Yeah, other African countries produce a lot of things, food, crops, back and forward. It can be Nigeria, it can be Cameroon, it can be Kenya.
Right.
They produce a lot of agricultural products.
Here's an example with the problem, right? Let's say your interest as a person is inside Nigeria. What does it matter what Cameroon and say Chad actually trade in, right? What benefit does that have with you in Nigeria?
I don't know what you're saying, man.
Okay,
answer the question, man.
You as a person, until you as a person can do something beneficial for somebody else, you might as well not even be concerned with other people. The entire idea of being productive is to make yourself productive first. Until you can get to that point, nobody else in the world matters, even on an individual level.
And that's what I've been trying to tell all these Africans all these days, man. They're not productive, but they'll be talking about trading and doing all these things. I'm like, you have to start with yourself. They'll be talking about Pan-Africanism, Kumbaya. When you're not productive, you are zero. You have to learn to do something before you start, because you want to make yourself relevant. Do something. Learn to make stuff first before you start saying, let's come together and kumbaya and unite.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Environment for it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Nigeria has to produce something, otherwise it wouldn't exist. I'm off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. Somebody said
crude oil and gas.
Okay. Well, that's wait.
The guy talking doesn't know what the countries produce. Every country produce a lot of items, and they trade.
Well, tell me what you produce. Tell us what you produce.
Our major what we produce
export is petroleum.
Oil and gas.
That's what we produce for the world economy is petroleum and petroleum products.
Okay, is it a domestic company? Like, do they do their own
we
production?
can't even refine it.
Oh fuck! Yeah, that
The
might be a
white
good.
man, the redneck is refining that product for them. You know.
Well, yeah, that we're definitely in that business. Like that's a thing we deal with.
We got Shell Oil and BP over there extracting, but now we have.
Igwe, your network is cutting off, but redneck Africans do not know how to take care of their own product. They have to wait for a white man to come in and tell them how quality their product is. You know, we produce oil and all these things. We don't know the quality of it. You know, so the rednecks comes in and say, oh wow, this is valuable enough. You know, this is how this is. This costs this in the world market. And they build factories for us, and they take a whole huge sum of this oil back to their own countries, and we have no clue. And why they become so rich, we become poor. You know,
that's actually even easier to explain. So, and it starts off. You have to again forgive me. I've never been to Nigeria. Don't know anything about it. Okay, so Nigeria has like oil reserves, whether that's shale or crude. I forget which one he said, or maybe he said both, right? So you have these resources, right? But other foreign countries come in and invest in the production, right? How long have they been doing this? Been going on like 10 years, 5 years? Like how long have these companies
been going on for 70 years, since 1960?
Okay, so now here's the problem. 70 years, a foreign company, I'm assuming that's BP, has been there operating, and nobody locally has learned, like they've not been working and paid enough attention to figure out like how these systems work.
They have no idea,
actually,
man.
they do have local. They have a lot of local.
Oh, okay. So tell me more about the domestic companies that actually do that, right? How many domestic companies produce this petroleum?
That's about. How many of them?
Currently, just one. The Dangote. That's all.
No. There's Orlando. There's several of them. Local.
Yes, Orlando. Yes, Orlando.
And there's this one. I think it's about. I just forgot their names. I never. Even NNPC. We have a lot of them. Even the government-owned ones. It's just that the Shell and those ones are just larger. They're bigger because they're more international. You know that. So that's the only advantage they have. They're bigger companies and larger. We do have the local ones.
Yeah, you can't fault size. I mean, size just comes over time, right? Generally, the longer you're doing business, generally speaking, you'll increase in size. So generally, that's what the dude's talking about, right? He's talking about focus more on your local production. Another dude in chat's talking about you guys have like a huge agricultural production. So apparently, you're selling food to other countries.
No, they're not, because of insecurity, man. Boko Haram and everywhere is insecure. Nobody is doing agriculture anymore.
That's just a cap.
What do you mean no one is doing that? What are you talking about, Judy?
That's fake news.
What do you mean? Who is doing agriculture where everywhere is insecure?
What do you mean everywhere is insecure? Is Boko Haram everywhere? Is it not just in the northeast? Is it not just in the one border of North Nigeria? I don't know why you guys talk this rubbish. Are you saying Boko Haram is all over Lagos and all over Nigeria? Is that what you're telling us?
But where is the bread basket? Isn't the northeast the bread basket?
No, dude, you're not listening. Boko Haram, the so-called Boko Haram is in the it's like kind of the border of Texas and Mexico, and then you're telling us it's all over United States. That's the sense you're making.
But Fulani herdsmen are everywhere. It's not.
No, you mentioned Boko Haram.
You also have Fulani. Yeah, I say you also have Fulani.
Well, you guys always talk about Boko Haram. I think Boko Haram is all over Nigeria.
Do they always fall for this political BS? Did you notice that no one no longer mention anything about Fulani again in Nigeria? That's
exactly. They fall for this propaganda.
Don't take a side. Just observe and keep it moving. People were playing politics, and they asked, because Buhari was president, any crime.
Because the president is Fulani, they started creating their propaganda about Fulani.
So what do you expect?
Now the president is no longer there. The Fulani, no one is talking about Fulani anymore. It's an opposition politics. That's what you hear about Nigeria online. Opposition politics.
Yeah, I'm just going down the list here, right? So like 59, this is all from 2022. Obviously, most of your numbers are going to be a couple years back. You can't blame anybody. That's just how recording data works, right? It's always going to be lagged behind. But your total numbers here is like something called CASABA. You'll have to explain me. I have no fucking clue what that is, but it's like 59.6 million tons. Like, that's a lot. Whatever. That's 20. Apparently, accounts for like 20% of the world's production. That's actually a pretty fucking big number.
Yeah,
40,
cassava.
yeah. So 47.5 million tons of yam, whatever that is. I mean, we're not talking about like small amounts. Like, you guys are like, Home Dude's right. These are pretty big ass numbers, and I'm looking at something like
that yam is just on paper. It's not physically on the ground.
This is
Come
record.
on, Judy.
No, sir. This is record.
Come on.
These are data. You want to argue
but
against
it's
data?
just
No,
data though.
Judy,
People
calm
are
down.
starving
Okay,
on the ground, man.
Okay,
Right. This is more of a problem from an understanding. This is basically sales information, right? So it would require, for this information to be false, both Nigeria and the buying company would have to lie about these numbers for that to be true. Like they're rigged numbers.
And Nigeria lied about that number, but the company is legit.
Hey, Joshua, Judah is from Cameroon, country next to Nigeria. So he has an issue with Nigeria. That's why he's talking like this.
But, and I get it. Like, I mean, fuck, like even me, right? I have problems within my own country. Like, it's normal for a person to have like animosity towards some aspects of their own country.
No, Judah is not from Nigeria. He's from Cameroon.
Okay.
He's from another country. But he likes to talk about
okay,
Nigeria.
neighboring country, sure.
Yeah. He doesn't like Nigeria.
But the point here is like, this is a pretty big fucking numbers. I mean, it is a highly. What do you guys like? 280 million population, something like that.
Exactly.
I mean,
divide that amount of data of that yam with the population and see people that are starving.
Enough. It's not enough still. So
exactly, that's my point. It's not really enough. You know.
Wait. What do you mean it's not enough? Are people dying? I mean, are they starving in the streets in Nigeria?
Exactly.
No.
Oh, that's a question.
Come on, Judy. That's fake news. People are not dying. What I mean is that we still need to produce more, because in some of this production are also sold outside the country. Then some of them are sold within the country. So I think we still need to produce more. At least maybe another 20 tons.
And I mean, again, to be fair, right? Like that's the whole idea. If you can produce more, you can sell more, thus a bigger income. However, Home Dude's point still stands, right? If you're not willing to pay attention and focus on your own economy, everything else behind that is just going to be pipe dreams, right? But that is how you would generally improve. So if you need a military, because now I'm looking at your military equipment here, yeah, some of the shit's kind of old. To be fair, right? I mean, that's kind of just normal too, right? I mean, unless you guys are facing a catastrophic, imminent war with one of your neighbors, mostly speaking, it's kind of some old equipment. But again,
and their neighbors is us, and we are the ones supplying them food like pepper, jalapenos, pepper, potatoes, onions, and all these most of these vegetables and stuff.
Well, I mean,
and they wanna go to war with us, and then we told them we're gonna cut the food supply so they can stop.
It is normal for Nigeria to purchase some certain goods from its neighbor. It is normal.
Oh, come on. Really?
No. Hold on. The United States, they also purchase goods from Mexico and Canada. Jones, am I lying?
Well, I'm a little confused here. So the claim is that that's why they want to invade us. So Nigerian's population, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around 283 million population.
No, 220.
Yeah.
20.
Yeah. So what's the Cameroon population? Somewhere around 27 to 30 million population.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
that's why Judy doesn't like Nigeria.
This would imply that. Well, yeah, but there's a problem here with the numbers. This would imply that if Nigeria really wanted to pick a fight with Cameroon and actually occupy them, all they have to really do is walk in the door. I mean, just the numbers.
Yeah, but they don't have no skill because a lot of people are starving. So they don't have a lot of food, so they cannot stand the test of time. If you see, hold on. If you see a Cameroonian and see a Nigerian, a Cameroonian guy is fit, heavy, eat a lot of food, a Nigerian guy is so skinny.
Yeah.
Is that why Anthony Joshua knocked out in Francis Ngannou?
Sure. At a 20-to-1 ratio, right? They could all be completely incompetent bags of shit, right? But still, that's 20 dead bodies. All they have to do is like basically have 19 dead bodies to drown out one, and they still win. It's just a numbers game, right?
Yeah, but they had no experience though. Even Japan took down China. So the number of your military does not, or your population does not go down. You know.
But you're not Japan though. You are nowhere near Japan. Your IQ is nowhere near the IQ of a Japanese. So why are you comparing yourself with Japan?
I'm just saying. I mean,
the IQ of a average Cameroonian is not near the it's not near the IQ of a Japanese. So why are you comparing yourself with Japanese? Come on.
So I mean, just he said the population. Just because you have a population doesn't mean you are strong enough to take a battle. That's what I'm saying.
Actually, at 20-to-1, that's how the Soviet Unions beat the Allied, or aka the Germans in World War II, was having a 9-to-1 population ratio. That's how they actually ended up repelling and effectively beating Germany back, right? But these numbers here are more like 20-to-1. That's kind of concerning.
Yeah, let's forget about it. You're not on the ground, so you're just going by what you're talking on paper. You know, when it boils down.
I'm obviously looking at the numbers, but historically, numbers like that.
When it boils down to physicality, I just told you what might cause their downfall. When it boils down to physicality, how long can they last? Are they eating well? Are they healthy enough to fight?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't have to. My point was if it was that they had the interest, like that was their goal to actually invade Cameroon and take it over, right? They'd have already done it by now.
Let me ask you a question. You're a grown man, right?
A what man?
So if you have 20 babies, roaming 20 babies, and you're a grown man, you think those 20 babies can take you down?
Sir, if I had 20 babies, I would starve to death, right? Like the economy would not allow me to feed 20 babies.
You think those 20 babies, if they want to take a battle with you, you think they're gonna beat your ass out?
My 20 kids, yeah, they're going to ultimately beat me out. But that's how it works.
Babies. I'm talking about babies, like 5 years. Okay. So that's on you then. Okay. But go ahead with your statistics, man. At least go ahead. Give it to Nigerians.
Yeah, I'm not.
That land is too big. That land is too big for them. Cameroon has to take part of that land because there are certain places of Nigeria that used to be Cameroon, and we have to claim it.
Maybe maybe you're misunderstanding my point.
Judy, let me sir, let me use a local language. Judy, for instance, no. Hold on, Mr. Jones. Even Iganu, is very powerful. He cannot beat 20 people at the same time at once. It is impossible. They will do mob justice on him. Let's not argue this. What Mr. Jones is saying.
They are relying on Francis Ngannou. He's relying on Francis Ngannou.
Let's go with that. But
isn't Nigeria relying on Britain?
So it is not going. So what Mr. Jones is just saying, just common sense. I
understand it's common sense, but UFC, like I said,
Judah, you are depending on Ngannou's muscles, right?
No, we are also depending. Don't forget, we have a neighbor called Chad. Chad has one of the best military in Africa. Best than Nigeria.
Now you want to use Chad to fight. Now you need help.
Best than Nigeria. So those are our neighboring guys as well. They can stand behind us.
You can go on and conclude your.
Mr. Jones, go ahead and conclude your statistics. Let's see where Nigeria will lead you to. The guy don't go, Oga. Omo.
Jones just realized when talking to a moron. Jude. You know.
Cameroon has to take back Adamawa State, man, and all these other man.
Jones realized he's been talking to a Cameroonian. He was like, "Oh, why am I talking to a Cameroonian? I didn't know he was so retarded." You know.
This guy, man.
The
Where a guy?
guy just told you, say, if Nigeria want to go to war, all you have to do is just walk through the door. That's it. With that many population.
Yeah, that was my entire point is that it can't possibly be the case that Nigeria wants to invade Cameroon. It just can't possibly be the case because they would have already done it if that was the case that they wanted to. It's got to be something else.
So what is your point, man? Go ahead and keep talking, man. Learn your point.
Well, there's nothing to talk it. The original dude still had the best. I don't know what to call it other than the point, right? It is in the best interest of, well, and this is a truism across the board with all countries. It's the best interest of a country to expand its internal economics to be able to compete with neighboring countries. Like that's your starting point. I happen to believe that there's. Jones, go ahead,
Mr. Jones. As we speak right now, the Prince of the Queen of the King of England is in Nigeria, a sovereign country. They are still welcoming their colonial master's son. Come and see how they are treating him. A guy that is no longer the Prince of England. They are giving him a red carpet.
Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't.
It's very disgraceful, man. Huh?
Yeah, it doesn't particularly matter. Not to mention, are you talking about like Prince Harry? You talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Well, no offense, right? Like, I mean, I would treat him like a piece of shit because, well, he kind of is a pussy.
Exactly. They are not treating him like a piece of shit. They are giving him one of the best welcoming in the world.
Because it's in their best interest. They have trade with the UK, right? Like it is in their best interest to be nice to their kid. That's just good business.
Wow. And this country is claiming that they are the best in Africa.
All you do understand is emotion. Oh, I don't like this white man. I don't like this. You don't understand what diplomacy is all about.
Yeah, but what diplomacy? You still dealing with a white man, so the King of England still controls Nigeria.
Yeah, I know it sounds messed up, right? But you don't conduct business.
It sounds messed up, man.
I'm going to repeat
this. It really sounds messed up. You know,
that's business. That's got nothing. Okay, here.
No, that's not business.
No. Take this. Let's say that Cameroon. I'm guessing you're a Cameroonian. What do they call Cameroonians? People from Cameroon?
Yeah, you got it right. Cameroonians.
Okay. God, I got lucky then. I swear to God, I didn't know it. I was just guessing. Okay, so as a Cameroonian, right? Let's say you're wanting to conduct business, right? Like you're a businessman, right? You want to sell a product, right? Do you give a damn who your customers are, right? Like, are you willing to sell to some people but not others?
They believe in doing black business, only selling to black.
Exactly. Because I'm B1, black first.
Oh, okay.
That's
so
why you're broke.
Here's the problem with that business model, right? And keep in mind that, like in the United States, even we tried this at one given time, didn't really work so well for us in our favor. Kind of like hurt us really bad there for a little while. The idea, business has no moral stances to it, right? Or I'm sorry, capitalism doesn't make moral claims. It doesn't particularly matter who you do trade with, who you don't. Well, it's just across the board. You do what's in the best interest of productivity. Moral claims don't matter within that. And the moment that you apply a moral claim in some concept, you end up getting beat out by competition. It's a really bad way of doing it. When the name of the game is the individual, as an individual, a person, a business owner, right? Your job is to make the most money you possibly can. As a nation, it's in the best nation's, or it's in the best interest of the nation to have as many citizens be basically replications of that one business owner. You just have more and more. You create the economy that way, and then you tax the living shit out of them, and then you basically build up your military. It's real simple. Well, it's a lot of steps, but I mean, it's kind of that simple.
Let me allow the black organization guy in my organization to speak. City of Truth. Go ahead, man. Push B1 business instead of linking with white people. Connect with black. Go ahead, City of Truth.
Okay, Jude, I'll go ahead and say, he was, I think the gentleman was talking about Cameroon. You know, Nigeria imports, if not most, a lot of their food from Cameroon. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's got its import stats on here. I'm reading.
Yeah, they import a lot of their food, crops, and also cattle.
Yeah,
they basically march like herds of cattle like across the border. And they march them all the way like on foot. Like they have,
if Cameroon don't feed Nigeria will starve to death. We are the ones that are making them talk a lot on these panels. If not of Cameroon, most of them.
I understand your claim. That was not the point of the discussion. The entire, you're not going to drag me in this whole like Nigerian versus Cameroon thing. The claim was, the original claim that I took contention with was the idea that Nigeria had some interest in invading Cameroon, right? So the concept of who's got the bigger cock means nothing to me. I only made one claim. It's based on, and it's the same, I'm really just replicating what the other dude said. It's in the best interest of a country to focus on its own internal economics. That's your starting point for growth.
All right, sir. You done? City of Truth. Go ahead, man. You know.
Yeah, but I was researching. I was talking with Kazarian yesterday. We was talking about agriculture and stuff in West Africa. I was researching like the type of cattle they have. Have you heard of a breed called the Ndama cattle, Judah?
The what?
Ndama, the cattle breed.
No, I haven't heard of it. Is that the one in Botswana? I've heard of some kind of a cattle in Botswana or Namibia or something like that.
They're from mainly like Sierra Leone, but they used to have a lot of them in before the Civil War in Liberia. They used to have a lot of them in Liberia. But they're basically like small frame cattle. Like, I'm considering actually going to West Africa, setting up possibly like an agricultural operation. I want to include cattle as well, but they're like small frame cattle. I think the males are between
no horns or with horns.
Yeah, they got horns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
what country you planning to do it in Sierra Leone?
Probably Liberia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was looking. They have they basically they're small frame. So you know, like the males are between like 700, like 760 pounds. Adult and females, I think like 600, 650 pounds. They live a long time. Like they can live up to like 11 years and still be producing babies. Still be and they're really hardy. Like they basically, it don't matter like what, like they're adapted for like the West African environment. So you know, you can.
Are you gonna be doing ranching or open grazing?
What do you mean?
Are you gonna have a ranch where you're gonna have them in a ranch, or you're gonna be doing open grazing, like people walking with them, like along, you know?
I haven't decided yet, but I was thinking about growing crops and stuff as well, and also I wanted to get some pigs in there too, because I want to do both, like cattle and pigs. But I'm just trying to research like the like West African cattle industry. Like I know we were talking about earlier. You said that a lot of people buy cattle like during like festivities, like during like weddings or stuff, and they'll bring a cattle to slaughter.
Right, because yeah, especially on most festivities like Christmas and New Year. But this is the thing, right? The Fulani people, like the Muslim people, they have a lot of cattle. They are good in cattle in such a way where their cattle are cheaper in this festive period. So if you want to have cattle in West Africa and yours are expensive and you think you might be having a hard time selling it, so you want to make sure your cattle, you don't spend much on it. So when it
You're right.
comes to festive period,
Why not export cattle though to the world market? And if the people in your country are too dusty to buy your expensive cows, why not export it?
Well,
that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
plan
So it
on.
depends
I
on how
don't think
big you
that
want to
the
go. Yeah.
cattle that I have are gonna be. I don't plan on.
Tell you the truth. Just remember this, right? Ranching doesn't work in Africa because you have to feed it, right? So the population won't be able
That's
to
why I
afford it.
was
Like
asking that.
in Kenya right now, for 1 kilogram of beef, you'll pay 600 shillings. That's like $4.50. I don't know how much it costs in America, but I'm sure it's a lot more than $4.50 for 1 kilogram of beef.
So it's actually. Wait, how much? How much is 1 kilogram to 1 pound?
Okay, the whole pound. I think pound is like almost half. Wait, hang on, double it. Wait, I think double of a kilogram. I think. So 1 kilo.
Like a
wait,
kilogram is like half a pound,
pound is
right?
like 0.6 kilograms. I think something like that.
Wait, 1 kilogram is like half a pound, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, a little over half, but yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
like the price of beef right now in America for like 1 pound of beef, like where the national beef market is at right now. I think last time I looked at it, was like 3 weeks ago. I looked at it. It was like
it's always been that.
I think it was like 250 or 240. What'd you say, sir?
It's always been bad. When I was a little kid, I recall my parents talking about the price of beef and how outrageous it was. It's always been a bad thing, and that's generally because the United States doesn't have like agriculture is not all over the entire United States. For some odd reason, like it's prioritized in some states and not others. Then you have to move that shit around, and it has to be, because it's so regulated, it has to be like refrigerated or frozen while it's moved, right? All of this extra cost. There's like 1,000 different reasons why the price of it would be high, and it's always been that way. I realize like young people will.
Is that number true, city or truth? Or are you guys lying? I know you guys, other guys can't afford to buy meat, but can someone tell me the real meat price in America?
But hold on, I didn't finish what I was going to say. Like the price, I looked at the beef cattle price like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was like, I think it was like a $2.50 a pound. That's like the national, but it's cyclical. You know, it goes up, it goes down. I think late last year, it was as high as like $3.25 a pound.
Yeah, no, it's usually kind of high. We also don't really buy it by the pound. We buy it by usually like a 9.
Yeah, but here's the thing though: when the price of beef is high, that's good for the economy. That's not a bad thing.
That depends on who you ask, right? Like, so the people that are going to be bitching about it the most are going to be the people that are in the grocery store buying it, and that's going to show up on the media. It depends on who you ask. The idea of good and bad are very relative things, right? What's good for one person is not necessarily going to be good for another person.
You see, in Africa, we don't say beef like they do in America, where they you have the slaughter, they put it in supermarket. In Africa,
Okay,
we
so
don't do that.
here's a real figure, right? In 2020, and I'll just use, so in 2022, the beef in US per kilogram on average is around $8, which is still not that bad, but in Africa, it's half the price. So there's no way we can afford to feed our beef, because Africans won't have protein. We need Africans to have protein. Otherwise, their brain IQ is going to remain, the same size as a dwarf.
Yeah, just a slight problem. You also got to understand, like so there was 2 problems that there was obviously COVID. COVID was like, for like a year, everybody was mostly locked into their house kind of concept. And anybody that had a farm, that was a big no-no to have people on that farm, right? Then on top of that, right before COVID popped off, we had this like logistics thing that was a problem. Something about a protest from truckers. It started in Canada, worked its way down to us. So that basically is going to affect the transportation of it. So all kinds of problems that went into it. that's a high number, and that's a high number for those reasons. But again, keep in mind, like Americans, I hate to say this, we're kind of a bunch of fat asses. Like we really do eat too much bullshit. So beef would be on that high.
You see, in Africa, we don't even transport our cattle in a truck. You have. That's why I was asking you if you want to do grazing or ranch, because we have people that actually work with your cattle from one place to another. They roam around. They walk like how many miles away? Just they might walk. If you live in Boston, they might walk from Boston to California, back and forward.
You're not
just doing grazing.
Yeah, you
Yeah, but see,
absolutely.
here's the thing, Jude. I don't want to do that. I want to keep like my cattle like on a farm because I want to keep
So
tabs
that's
on
what.
them. Like
So you
I don't want.
actually
Wait,
doing right.
hold on, Jude. Hold on, because I don't want them out there because I know some groups like some groups of like the Fulani they like to steal cattle and stuff like that. So I don't want any of my cattle to get stolen. I want them,
Exactly. So
on
my
my
point
own
now is,
property. So I can raise them, and get them to market
okay,
and make a profit.
there you go. So my point now is you actually want to do ranch. So it means that you're gonna be spending money for food items, for what they're gonna be eating, treatment, and all of that. So it means that your cattle are gonna be more expensive than the normal cattle of the Fulanis. Now, like I'm saying, these guys have a Fulani guy might own almost like 100 cattle around. And when they take it to the market, they sell it cheap because most Africans buy one cattle. They don't go to the market and buy small beef. Like during festive period, people can buy 2-3 cattle for their whole families and they slaughter them at home. That's what we do in Africa,
Oh wait,
So
this is
you buy.
this data is for import prices on beef. Yeah, I had no clue how much the U.S. imports.
But
Yeah,
just to touch,
the
All right,
US
but hold
doesn't.
on, Jude. Hold on. See, I have a plan though, Jude. With what I want to do with my cattle, because I've been doing a lot of research. There's a new methodology in animal husbandry. It's called. It's been around for a number of decades, but a lot of farmers are implementing it. It's called adaptive grazing. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of adapted grazing.
All right. So are you familiar like with the concept, like how it's done?
Yeah, but it also
I'm not I'm familiar, but I'm not a farmer, bro. I'm not. That's not my specialty. I'm not. I'm
Okay.
into.
Well,
I'm
basically,
into
yeah, but
agriculture, but not
like, let me
cattle.
explain. For those who don't know, it's basically, and it's very brilliant. What they do, what these farmers do, they don't just do it with cows. They do it with goats. They can do it with sheep. What they do is they try to make the animal graze more efficiently. So what they do is they take like these little electric hot wires and they build like a perimeter.
Yeah, so
With
they
those
doesn't
hot
go out
wires.
of that range. Yeah, so once they touch they get electrocuted and
Yeah,
stay within that perimeter.
but
yeah.
isn't
And what happens is they stay in that one area, and you can move them however much you want. You can move them. Some farmers move them like twice a day, and so they'll graze that one area for half the day, and then you move them to the next area, and they'll graze that, and they'll start grazing that area. And they say that when farmers do that, it's much better for their grass. They end up preserving their grass to the point where they can end up, it takes a lot of stress, so much stress off
That's
their
what I'm
grass
telling
that
you. It
the
takes a
grass
lot of
grows.
strength
Wait, hold
in
on, hold on.
Africa, man. For you to do cattle in Africa, you have to
How do we get
actually
to this cow
do a lot of research, man.
yeah?
You
How
have
you
to
guys
do a
gonna
lot of
Let me
do
research.
finish,
this?
Jude. Wait, hold on, Jude. Let me finish. So what it does is it takes a lot of stress off the grass to
Right.
the point where you end up having more grass, and you don't have to buy, like in the fall, you don't have to buy nearly as
How
much
did we get to this cow
like forage.
conversation? Can you guys hear me?
What's that?
Yeah.
How did
I
we
don't.
get to this cow business conversation, man? If you guys want to do cow business, why don't you guys just exchange numbers and call each other and discuss it?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh my
it's fun. I
God!
mean,
You want
talking
us to
about this
talk
is
about
fun.
Nigeria? Come on, man.
No. I
If it
mean,
was Nigeria, you
I'm
wouldn't say
going
anything.
to start talking about cow business. I don't know shit about cow business.
I can take it right back onto Nigeria real easy. I got a question.
No, when you take us to Nigeria, he's gonna be happy.
I'm running.
Well, I've got a specific question. So the other dude, his point was basically, why don't people focus on the economy? My initial point would be right before that step. You'll have to explain it to me because I don't know anything about Nigeria. Is it the case that the Nigerian people, and I'm not, fuck the government, throw them out, generally speaking, do Nigeria as like an entire nation, do they mostly get along and work well with each other?
I'm out, man.
Don't. I mean, they have to. I mean,
who said no? We don't. Who said we don't?
You're saying that the people of Nigeria, we get along with each other? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Enough to be able to work well enough with each other, like not take advantage. Not take advantage is kind of a hard term to like measure out with capitalism, but enough to do business with each other where they're not trying to rob, rape, and steal their next door neighbor just to get by in a day.
We can do business together, but during election year, it's very dicey.
Okay, political, yeah, but political, toss that off to the side. That's kind of like true within every country. If you toss the government off to the side, fuck that, right? Just you as a group of people, can you manage to kind of like do business with each other? Like, can a cattle farmer, a cow farmer, be able to do business enough with a hay farmer?
No, I'll tell you why. No, Mike, don't lie to him. You guys know that you guys will. Look, Mike, don't lie to the brother, right? Mike, you are from South, right? You're Yoruba, the superior man, right?
No. What do you mean, the superior man? Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Mike, do you really think that you can do a deal with a Fulani herdsman? No, they'll come, they'll eat the hay the first day, they'll buy it, and the next time they'll bring the whole herd, and then they'll eat every single hay in your farm. You can't even do business with them. They'll just eat all the hay for free.
First of all, you're not even clear about what you're talking about. You're talking about criminality, someone, eating someone's meal. What's that to do with people getting along? He's asking, do we get along as a people, as a population?
No, enough well enough to do business.
Exactly. I mean, fundamentally, as a population, we're all neighbors. We live together in the same country. So obviously, you don't hear the news that we attacking each other on a daily basis, like some kind of Rwanda genocide going on.
Mike, can we get along? Can we collaborate to do business?
Are we not living together? So what we're doing business is with each other? Are we not? When you go to the markets in Nigeria, what do you see there? Do you see separate tribes, separate markets? Or do you see? I mean, in the neighborhoods, do you see separate tribes, separate neighborhoods? Are we not all living together on a daily as people?
I have a house in Lagos, but there's a lot of anti-Igbo sentiment there.
Are you from Lagos? You're not from Lagos, right? But you have a house in Lagos, exactly. Exactly. So
we have a question. Doesn't live in Nigeria.
He grew up in the United States. He's just one of those Nigerian grew up
doesn't live in Nigeria. Because if you do, you actually know that in reality, everyone goes a lot. Like they work together. They buy things. For me, I buy things for all. I don't care which tribe are you.
Okay, so Nigeria first.
How would someone even know which tribe we come from? Like until you ask them.
People don't ask.
Yeah, you guys are right about individuals, but we're talking about tribes, right? We're not talking about one cattle herder. We're talking about a whole Fulani clan. Can they do business with a farmer? And I say no, because the Fulanis will
why would you say no? Who are they selling? Who are they selling their meat to? When they slaughter the meat, who are they selling it to? Is it to their own Fulanis or?
No, this is different, Mike. Right? We know how dusty Fulanis are, right? These guys will come and take your cow. I mean,
how? What do you mean they will come and take? What do you mean? You keep generalizing? If you're talking about a case by case, one criminal that did something, stole someone's cow, but you're talking about an entire tribe.
Yes, and Mike, let me explain, and then you can come for me afterwards.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead, explain.
In Africa, we have what we call pastoralist groups, right? In Kenya, we have them too, right? These groups, we have them. There's Samburus, they're like a Maasai offshoot. You got the Dasmalis and etc. etc. Maasai is actually kind of cool these days because we gave them a market. Hang on. So what happens is this with these dusty tribes is These Dasi tribes.
Guys, will focus on Nigeria. The question was about Nigeria. In Nigeria.
Okay, same. Okay, so Fulanis in Nigeria believe that it's their right to go and raid other places. They don't have to buy anything. If they want to eat, if their cows need to eat, they can go to my farm as an Igbo man, and they can eat all the grass there, because for them, land ownership is for them. They don't believe that you can actually own your own land. That's their belief as a tribe, and I can show you evidence right now.
Evidence, really? Which evidence? I mean, oh God.
You see, this is why one-sided story is very bad. See, if you look at Fulani history in Nigeria, when they go, when they are part to actually eat your crops in your farm, most of the time, if you are there in the farm, like they will exchange one of their animal with you. They'll say, okay, see, because most times they don't want money, so they will pay with their animal, one of their animals. Okay, you take that to cover up, to offset the crops they just destroyed. However, over the years, things change. Sometimes
hold on. UFC. First of all, this is even relevant to the question. First of all Fulanis are not herdsmen.
They are not.
The elders are just few businessmen that are into the elders business.
Rustler, or what they call them.
The fact is, it's not. First of all, yeah, we agree that predominantly the ethnic people that are known to be elders of the Fulani extraction, the Fulani ethnic group, but Fulanis are not the only elders. Second of all, the population of Fulanis are into elder business is probably few. Majority of the Fulani ethnic group are not elders. So Kaizo is
generalizing.
Yeah, exactly. They describe the Fulanis as Fulani tribe as elders.
Mike, be honest for 1 second. Why
Mike, look at this. Right, this is a research paper. I'm not making it up. Research paper published in a research study. This is a known thing that you guys are trying to hide because you're pro-Nigerian. Fulani herdsmen attacks on farming communities, psychological implications.
Okay, that's criminality. Criminality. Okay, if Fulani guy committed a crime, so what?
Look at this, Oluchuku, right? This is an Igbo man telling the truth.
I get your trolling now.
Look at this. Look at it. The bloody class.
Allah.
I think guys are just trolling the Igbos,
man. Let Igwe. What do you see, Igwe? Hold on, Igwe. Let me answer you. We need to be honest at all times.
Okay, let's be honest. That's why.
Okay, go ahead. What you wanted to say something? Say.
Why are there such negative stereotypes about the Igbo, especially in Lagos, especially when it comes to
Lagos? What is the stereotype?
Go ahead.
The same negative stereotypes that they apply to Jews in the United States and other parts of the world.
No, states.
Wait, you have to let it land. So he's probably going online propaganda. Go ahead.
No. We don't do we do shady business, we do shady deals, we'll steal money, everything like that. Every negative stereotype you can imagine applies to the Igbo, especially in
who?
In Lagos now. It's not always
in the city of Lagos.
Oh no, hold on. How old are you, sir?
I'm in my late 30s.
But you are no longer a kid. You see, one thing I hate about people who just go ahead with one side story is very most times they will just take side. They don't see you are too mature to be doing this. Sorry. In Nigeria, for example, you can trade with anybody. You can live in anywhere in Nigeria. No one will disturb you.
Talking about the stereotype.
Oh, by the way, let me tell you something.
What's this?
Let's use the word, because the one that has been training for the past 1 week, they said government is destroying people's property. But one thing you don't ask this question. Many of the people that said they actually bought this property legitimately, that all their document is correct, have you noticed that they have not sued the state since this thing has been going on? If they actually have the law on their side, I think they should have sued or take the matter to court. You notice that none of them have done this. But see, you guys rather allow yourself to be blackmailed emotionally without using your brain to think.
You know what's funny? Yes, you know what's funny? The people that are going online claiming that someone is stereotyping Igbos or marginalizing Igbos are Igbo people. He's not, that those propagandists and those guys will know their agenda. The reason they're doing all this blackmail is because they are the secessionists. The Biafran, those ones that want a Biafran country. So they go online creating all these fallacies, thinking when they create these fallacies, it's somehow going to sell their case to whoever might end up helping them to break the country and give them the Biafran nation. And people like Chukwu here, we consume those things on the internet and you just believe it.
It's crazy. People in Nigeria, guys, please switch off your electionary campaign mood. It has passed. Many, even the politicians, even those who you support, have already switched and be back to their normal day-to-day activity. Election is over. Let it go.
Wait first.
Hold on. If you actually know Nigeria, you will observe that normally politicians use all kinds of things to campaign during election. It happened. It will see happen to 2027. They will use ethnicity. They will use religion. It is normal thing. That's what politicians do. But you as a citizen, you should know when they are doing this. They just know, okay, these guys are playing politics.
No, I'm asking in Lagos, the indigenes in Lagos, they don't prefer to do business with Yoruba. They don't resist.
You guys let him land. Allow him to land.
They will say you are biased. So you are
to be fair,
but let him land though. Let him land his point. He's trying to complete his point.
So the indigenes in Lagos are Yoruba. They prefer. This is the Yoruba stronghold. This is their land. They have a preference to do business with other Yoruba. That's all I'm saying. There is an element of tribalism when you're doing business in Lagos if you are an Igbo person.
If that is the
case, how did you come up with? Hold on, let's see where it's coming from. How did you come? You have to ask me how he came up with the facts. Now,
how did you come up with this fact? How? What? When? What research did you do that you end up with this conclusion?
I follow the news stories that are happening in Lagos, and they
were news stories.
And which news do you consume? Which news? Which news source is that?
And all types. I follow.
Just name them now.
Are you following opinion by some people who are popular
YouTubers
or what? Or in the state media? I don't know. Can you tell me?
Well, the Guardian, and I follow Linda Ikeji blog. I follow a lot.
And Linda Ikeji, where's she from? Which ethnic group is she?
That's Igbo now.
Okay. So an Igbo person is telling you that she's being come on. She's being stereotyped,
Okay, hold on. Let me ask this guy. Where and
she's a blogger. She's making money. Don't forget. She's a blogger. She makes money off blogging.
All those people, all of them live.
That's already a red flag.
Don't just live in Lagos. All the wealthy Igbo people live in Lagos and they build their business there. If they were being patronized by only Igbo people, do you think they will be able to make other money?
No, but what I'm saying is that.
Please, come on. Hold on.
UFC, hold on now. Let's stick to his source. We're asking for source. He named two sources. He named Linda Ikeji. She's Igbo. He named another source, another Igbo person. So Igbo people that are making blogs are telling you that, we've been stereotyped by this ethnic group, whatever. Just, of course, we know when people just like YouTubers and anyone that make media, they want to sell.
So
media, they're doing cloud chasing. Hold on. They're doing cloud chasing. So of course, they're gonna say something divisive that will make people come and read what they're talking about. Just like Kaizo here, we say, black people, this and that. He's trying to get black people to come and
you realize
and watch.
You realize you're pointing out what the problem is. It doesn't really matter whether his claim was true or false. It matters more to the point that this is a thing that's known, aka even on the media in the first place, that has an effect in business, which has a major impact on economy. It's
That's
an issue.
and it's not true. No, Jones, Mr. Jones, please let me just correct you. It's not even true. It is fake news.
There's lots of things that are propaganda throughout the world, right? Intentionally speaking. Hell, I can pull out the VOA as a network within the United States that we export throughout the entire world, right? I recognize that people put propaganda out there. So the idea that whether this is a true or false does not matter. The point of the question was to point out something that is a problem that would have an impact on business. It could be
it's not a problem.
But it's not a problem, Mr. Jones. It's not even a problem because that is the only state whereby anyone from any
okay.
state
If it's not a problem, why can people not agree on policy? And I don't mean like government. I'm like, let's say for an example, and again, I don't know enough about Nigeria to ask like decent questions, but take, for example, like land ownership. Is that actually a problem within Nigeria? Do people generally, like, are there groups of people that have different beliefs on whether, like, private property should be a thing or not?
Look, Africans are not Marxists like that, man. Like
Fulani, hold on. Let me just say this. Maybe Jones may understand where we're coming from with.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Let me just say one quick thing. It's very important. Like Jones, like in the United States, right? As a black person, if I sit in my room, in my apartment or my house all day and watch the news to learn about myself as a black person, right? And all I consume and use to make my judgment is what I consume from CNN, the news. When I walk down the street, when I walk down the street, I'll be scared of police officers because constantly they just painting it out there as if cops are just killing blacks. Like the most dangerous thing for a black person is a police officer. That's constantly what they're showing, and in reality, it's not true.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
The police officers are not out there hunting blacks.
They're
not hunting blacks, but the way the news media, the way they paint it, it's like, oh, the most dangerous thing for a black man out there is a police officer. Like, oh, police.
Right.
You know,
I'm trying to get you to understand. I agree with you, right? Like the concept of like, well, at least cops shooting black people disproportionately, technically not true, at least according to the statistics, right? However, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It matters that it has enough impact that it actually kind of generated that whole, we have like a big movement of defund the police thing. Like people are just obsessed with it. It has a major impact on economy. It just is a thing that has a result, usually negative, or at least we think that's negative, right? That's the point. That's the point to figure out what.
But the point you're making is not the point he was making.
No,
he's not making an argument right now.
He was answering a question that I specifically asked.
Yeah, what was that question?
Is it the case that there are like things that divide? I don't know enough about Nigeria to know who the different groups of people are.
Hold on, Mr. Jones. You know, during Trump campaign, for example,
right?
Trump was using some word like "take the country back." Some certain
Hispanics.
You know, yes, politicians will always use a certain word to rile up people, which is normal. If you have brain that is functioning, you should know that. So during the last election, from both sides, all sides, they all use, all the three major politicians that campaign that election, they all use religion, they use ethnicity to campaign.
Yeah, always been the case.
Thank you. In Nigeria, during that period, yes, politicians does that. But when the election is over, everyone move on. On the surface, no one care. You understand me? If I want to buy something now, go outside to purchase, I'm not going to ask you what ethnicity are you for me to buy something from you. I'm not going to do that. Or because I need a cheaper product, I will ask, how much are you selling this? If you said 20 naira, I would say no, I'm paying 10. Then if you agree, I give you the money, I'll leave there. I'm not going to be verifying you. Ask, okay, let me see your identity card. What state are you from? What? No one cares.
All right. Let me ask this question then, see if I can hammer it out a little bit. Is it true or not? I don't know. I don't know exactly how to ask this question appropriately.
No, go. Feel free.
Yeah, is it the case that like one group might take advantage, like saying selling an inferior or a malformed product to another group of people, like just because they're can do it? Like, is that a thing?
No, because for instance, in Nigeria, those that engage in counterfeit products cut across all ethnic groups. It is
Okay.
not about Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. No, it cut across all ethnic groups. So it's for you as a citizen.
Criminals don't discriminate, you know. When it comes to crime, criminals don't discriminate.
Yeah. I get. I'm assuming that you guys have like laws on quality control on products and things like that, right?
Yes, we do have it. Yes, we do. But
All right,
sometimes people do also, they try to beat the law. So until they get caught, you don't know.
Right. I wasn't talking specifically about counterfeit. To use an example, I'll go back to cattle again, right? Like the idea of I've had a dead cow that's been butchered, right? But he's been, kind of hanging in the closet there for like a month and a half, right? I'll sell this bullshit to one group of people versus the refrigerated or higher quality beef to another, right? At the same price. Is something like that prevalent?
So in Africa, you only buy real live cows. You don't really buy butchered cows unless it's from the local market.
I was using it as an example as like a type of product that would be sold. You'd have to fill in the blanks.
Many products in Africa, for example, here, many of them are organic. So we don't keep food in refrigerator.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Is buy and killed fresh. Yeah,
Right.
everything is fresh. Yeah, from the market. They kill the meat that very day, and they sell the meat that very day. If it is tomatoes, these things are coming from the farm direct. If it is eggs, they are coming from the farm that very day. So everything is fresh.
To see if I can clarify, let's change the product to, I don't know, silverware, like plates and bowls and forks and spoons, like whatever eating utensils you guys, when you're sitting around the table. Let's say it's a product like that, right? Made out of porcelain or something, right? I don't know what bad porcelain is like, but would it be the case that, or it's possible that people generally sell like a lower quality to one group and not another?
Sure, they do.
Okay, so if that's the case, how prevalent would that be? Like 5%, 2%, 10%, something like that? How common would that be?
It's very common. Like for instance, in Nigeria, it's very common. But you see, many of our people, many people are smart, so they make sure let me just currently right now in Nigeria, there are a lot of fake drink across board. People selling fake drink to other people. So many people are involved in that. So right now, a lot of people.
No, you have to. What they ask you is like specifically targeting another group to sell to.
No.
Yeah, it has to be the targeting. It couldn't be like you just want to sell.
It's not prevalent at all. It's
yeah,
not.
okay.
In my view, but I don't know about mine.
Nah, those that sell fake things or bad things, there's no way they can target a group because there's no way they can. I mean, everyone lives intermix, like kind of exactly. So there's no way you can say, okay, I'm only sending this to a particular group. And sometimes you don't know what group someone is from until they tell you.
That would be possible.
So how can you target a group? It's kind of like impossible. Like in the case of race, hold on. Okay, if it's a different race, like maybe a race of people, let's say black and white living together, and a white guy want to target, a black guy want to target whites, that's easier. Like, okay, just look someone that you look at his skin color and then sell that thing to that person. But in case of Nigeria, like it's almost like almost impossible to do that.
Impossible, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So then, and I'm taking your word for it, that's probably not an issue to contend with. My next question would be like, try to keep the politics part out. Forget like, I don't know, political parties. Specific agendas like on policies, land ownership, like, I don't know, whatever issues you guys have politically speaking. Generally, like, what would be a thing that you, what would be a thing that people would have like policy disagreements about? Taxes, welfare systems, something like that.
Mike.
I don't understand the question very well. So,
okay, so
Africa, hold on. Africa doesn't have the social welfare system like Europe does. It's
oh
not a
yeah,
thing.
correct. That's true. That's true. We don't have that. Yeah.
okay, politically speaking, what are some of the issues that politicians run on? Like they would campaign on some type of policy. What would those policies be?
Yeah, they'll just tell you, they're gonna create jobs, they're gonna build this infrastructure. That's what they will tell you, but they usually don't like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like policy disagreements on like importing? I don't know, importing labor, whether it's skilled or cheap labor. Like, do you guys have like issues with stuff like that?
I don't even think they go that deep in their politics. I don't think they even.
It doesn't go that deep.
They don't go that deep. In fact, I wish we can get that. We can get to that point where people kind of like take it to the exactly campaign on issues. As you know, that usually what they campaign on is just, oh, I'm from this ethnic group,
religion.
And the last three presidents didn't come from this place, so why you guys? It's not fair. So you should vote for somebody from that place. That's the kind of stupid things they campaign on. Oh, these guys from the religion.
They don't care about their interests.
Yeah, and the smart people don't fall for it. They understand that we don't care. But obviously, the majority, the masses, most of the population, of course, because they're so ignorant, they fall for the emotional. Their emotional thing, like, oh, wow, it's true. We haven't had a Christian president in haven't had a president from this tribe. It's kind of stupid to the campaign on.
I see in back chat somebody said something about the ethnicity of the president isn't a political issue.
Yeah, that person's not being realistic.
Okay, let me say this. In Nigeria, for example, there is three major ethnicity. You have the Yoruba, you have the Igbo, you have the Hausa Fulani. So most of the time, during the primary, every other people from every other ethnic group, they campaign during the primary. So whoever emerge from there, then they go ahead and collide in the general election. For instance, in the last election, the three parties, one picked someone from the south, from the Yoruba tribe. Then the other party picked someone from the Hausa Fulani tribe. Then the third party picked someone from the Igbo tribe. So they contested. And when you talk about numbers, the tribe that have the largest number are from the Hausa Fulani tribe and the Yoruba tribe. They have the numbers when you put it together.
I think it's even. Like if you're saying among the three, it's even
with the even with the Igbo tribe. Then they go during the campaign. Some of them use that to rile up their people from their ethnic group to support them. Then those who are actually smart, who care about their interests personally, will now evaluate the three individual to see their policy, who is actually focusing on the economy. Some of them, they may say, okay, maybe security is their major issue. They will pay attention to that. That's how some people vote. Okay, for instance, my dad voted on one issue only. He said he wanted someone from the Igbo tribe to become president because in his own view, that was the right thing to do. He voted based on that single issue.
So voting is prevalent among, like, I don't know, the relationship to a tribe?
During election, really, yes. Because I'm not going to come here and lie. During election, yes.
Well, that's universal. That's global. Even within the United States, if an Asian American start running for president right now, people are going to campaign that, hey, let's vote for the Asian guy because we've never had an Asian president. You're going to hear things like that. or in Hispanic. You know, even when Obama was running, a lot of people voted because they've never had a black president, so they voted for him because he's black. To be honest, in my opinion, I don't think Obama was the best candidate.
So it's not a bad thing. Just that the masses, that the people, sometimes they take it personal. They take policy like they make everything personal instead of it is politics. There will be winner, there will be loser. You have to prepare yourself for that. So what happened in that last election is that some people destroyed the friendship they had with other people just because of election. So that has caused a lot of division.
Can I ask how prevalent is corruption within the government? By your own metric, you get to decide what metric you want to use.
Across board, very prevalent.
Could it be possible that the method that's used to select, I'm not talking about the government, like the people's vote, could it be possible that like that would be innate? Like, I mean, if you're generally voting for your own tribe, it's always going to be one tribe versus another. Thus, the idea of corruption is you're going to kind of target another group as whatever you can.
Well, let's understand the question of UFC. Let him land that question.
Go ahead.
No, that was my question. If it wasn't clear, I'm sorry. I can rephrase it.
No, I didn't think you landed. Before you got you, so.
Okay, so my question would be, if it is the case that people vote along the lines of like, I'm going to vote for this tribe because I'm from that tribe, right? Wouldn't it automatically result in the concept of corruption? Because the whole idea of corruption is to take advantage of somebody through some type of illegal means. Thus, it's usually going to be another tribe.
But we have a rule of law, though. We have a constitution that protects, people's rights and ethnic groups.
I work for government. I actually have diplomatic immunity, right? Like the idea of law is if you're in the government, laws kind of just apply to you only if you make every like bad face, and that's coming from like the U.S. Like people that
you can always sue the government if they trample on your rights, So I mean, you can take the government to court. I mean, it's not like a government.
Igwe, please, you are still a young man. I will advise you. It is important to also listen to those you disagree with. You don't consume and reduce yourself into an echo chamber. It's very, very bad. You see, people I disagree with, I like to listen to them because you know why? Sometimes they do say something I agree with. It is very bad for people to put themselves in an echo chamber whereby they listen to just what they want to hear. It's very bad. Yes, there is issue in Lagos, but if you look at this issue, many people are not being fair. Many of the, let's say, property that they destroy, none of the people have came out and said, or have taken the case.
The propaganda they're doing.
They have no legal backing. If you have legal backing, then take it to court.
UFC, that property thing, that propaganda. The moment, first of all, in every state in Nigeria, the government are demolishing illegal structures in all states in Nigeria, right? Even in Anambra, even in the southeast, they're not everywhere. So because of the division, the election, the way it happened in Lagos, or the division during that time, so all of a sudden they started highlighting whenever the Lagos state government demolish properties, right? And then whenever a property is being demolished, no one has verified whose property it is. They'll just go online, go on YouTube, and say, "Look, the Lagos state government are demolishing Igbo property." Until people started debunking it, they started going to investigate to find out, okay, the properties they've demolished, who's the owner, what ethnicity the person are from, and they found out that the majority of the properties that were destroyed were actually the Yorubas, the indigenous, the people of of Lagos, and probably a tiny fraction of it was just belong to the Igbos. So this propaganda, but people like Igwe go online. Even I saw this Jamaican guy, this what's his name, Alpha Al. This Rasta guy that always come here doing Pan-African shit. What's his name? Fire. Icon Fire. He came here like the Nigerians are crazy. The Yorubas are destroying Igbo property. I'm like, this guy is stupid, man. Like they consume all this propaganda online, So he goes on online to listen to what Nigerians are saying, and he doesn't know that, oh, this Nigerian guy is talking. He's going to be saying things biased to his ethnic group and things like that, or he's just a guy that's trying to, you know.
Nigeria. There's too much people. See, people would defend any stupid thing when it comes to someone. I would never do that. I don't do it to my people. If wrong is wrong, right is right. You cannot twist it. I'm not that kind of. That's why sometimes I get tired of this fight between the TD major tribe. So me, I don't care. Whoever make the economy prosper, I'm good with it. I don't care what you, whatever method you decide to use to make that happen. I only care about the economy and security. Every other thing can go to hell. I don't care. But some people, they rather just focus their attention on the ethnicity, and people see. I stand here today. I'm speaking here. None of my ethnic group has ever helped me. Yes, people from the southeast that are my friend that I sometimes do business with have helped me a lot. People from other tribes, the same thing. So I'm not going to hate on, start hating on the other tribe who has actually helped me. You understand me? People should not see. I always say when something goes on wrong in Nigeria, first of all, look at the news. Take a step back. Wait for further, or go ahead and do some further investigation, or don't even take a side. Because sometimes when people they later discover they were wrong, they don't humble themselves enough and say, "Oh, I was wrong. I got that wrong." They will not put their foot on ground and said, "Oh." There are still a lot of people on Twitter. I follow Peter Obi. I follow Atiku. I follow the current president. Some of the people I disagree with, I still follow all of them who are from Labour, PDP, because we are all Nigerians to build the country together. There's no need of separation. Not going to well, many of them they are just doing it online. In reality, they are not. They don't practice that kind of behavior because they know they will go to bed hungry. Even in the United States, yes, things like that also happen, but it doesn't mean that on a daily basis or on the street that everyone is just bad. Even right now in America, it's already ongoing, whereby politicians are making and trying to use all methods to galvanize people to their own side. But if you are smart, you should be able to figure that out. Or if you just focus on policy. If you like Donald Trump policy, go ahead, support him. If you like Biden's, okay, go ahead and do that. People should be free to do whatever they want instead of everyone wants to boss and become dictator and force other people to believe on what it is. There will be chaos.
To be fair, like I would consider it chaos as the system is now, but I also don't disagree with your point, right? I kind of think you're mostly spot on, mostly. I'm just trying to basically get you guys to paint a picture of Nigeria, kind of like explain to me like what's it like living there, if there's any animosity, if there's any business problems, like what is the bullshit? Everybody deals with bullshit. What's the bullshit you have to deal with in life daily?
The bullshit really is sometimes just with the police. But like when you talk about regulation, like just like in America, where bad government they use regulation to strangle you. It's not like that in Nigeria. You can actually, if you know what you are doing, you can actually grow. Because many Nigerians, we don't pay tax. Because
that's what I was going to go. The bureaucracy is not as strong as it is in the US. So basically, I would say it's much easier. If you get into something, it's much easier to become successful because the tapes, or is it red tape?
There's
Whatever
no red tape at all.
It's not as there. And even sometimes when you make you violate something, if you got the money, the corruption is bad, but I would say you can pay your way out of trouble. You know, like you can bribe your way out of trouble, which is bad. But I just think anyone that's there for business will go succeed. If you know exactly what you're going to do, I think you have a higher chance of succeeding than anywhere
that part
else.
I've lived in another country, enough country. Like currently, I'm in Vietnam. Like, yeah, you can buy your way out of trouble. Like that's a common thing. That part I understand. Go back to the point about the taxes thing. Did you say that people generally don't pay taxes?
Yeah,
now people do, but they don't. It's not as enforced as
it's
here
not
in
as
America,
enforced because when you look
because
at
I would say they don't have the means to enforce it to track. For example, in the U.S., I mean, where they track everyone's income taxes, social security number, and things. They have the means. They may, to actually follow up and catch up with who's paying what and what. But there, it's more like they use manual means to go after people to pay taxes, and often like lower income people, they virtually don't pay tax. I would say it's probably companies that pay tax, only companies, and then maybe if you open a bank account, they can take out something called
Let me try to see if I can ask some questions and try to understand the system. When a person works a job, right, do they generally get paid? We call it under the table, meaning it's off the books. I'm just going to give you cash for your last week's
Exactly.
work.
That's mainly most of the economy is underground economy, basically.
Yeah, so then that makes it kind of impossible to tax because you have no books you have no records of it. So what do you tax? Yeah, I understand.
And even when the government obviously can see it, they don't enforce it. Like they know, okay, there's underground economy is going on.
Wait, they don't.
But
they don't go
they
after.
Can't. How many people are they going to arrest? So they really just leave it alone. But
So the question is a company like is there laws on the books that a company's not really allowed to like pay people under the table?
Yeah, the law is there, but who's going to enforce it?
Okay, and so so they don't enforce it. So that
the law is there, but it's a third world country, so they can't really strictly enforce laws like the first world countries would. Because you have the means to go after everybody, but in those places they don't have the means to go after millions of uneducated people that are just trying to survive, doing underground economy. How can you solve that?
I don't know if you necessarily have to go after everybody. You just got to have to pick 15% of a. Well, in this case, you'd have to go after 15% of the businesses, and make examples out of them. Basically,
okay, let's be honest. Many of the companies that pay taxes are the multinational. They all pay government. They know these people. They make sure they pay tax. However, citizens like someone like me,
like small scale businesses,
because what I pay every year, it is too. If I measure it here, it's too funny. So you'll be laughing and crying at the same time. It's not like I would say that's not tax. That's just
like over there, someone can just wake up one morning and just set up a business on the side of the road and your building, just selling something.
Business.
They're making money. Anyone will disturb you. You can't do that in America, man.
Okay. So let me ask this one, right? So like the idea of like opening up a business, you don't necessarily have to have a business license, like you said. You can just
exactly, yes.
Unless if it's a big business, that's when they come after you. But if it's just you started some business from scratch and you just set up a shop,
you'll have to forgive me. I don't know a lot about Nigerian history. Were you guys ever I don't know, either colonized or occupied by the France at any given time?
No.
France? No.
Okay.
That's Cameroon. That's where Julius from.
That's Cameroon. It was in Nigeria was the British, England.
Well, now that's depressing to hear. Usually, the British colonies are economically successful. By majority, they usually are.
Yeah. No. See, Nigeria is actually like individuals. Nigeria actually doing very well. You understand me? When you like the country, just like India, you will see a lot of successful people. You also see a lot of poor people. That's just how Nigeria is.
Yeah. That's how big is your middle class?
I think Mike, you need to speak on that because you are part of that community.
Yeah, I would say the middle class is growing. It's growing. Well, years ago, it was almost like non-existent in a sense. But it's growing.
It's growing now.
So it's there. Honestly, I think we kind of we do have a lot of middle class, man. To be honest, UFC but we have more.
We do. Because even okay. For instance, I always ask people, okay, for instance, my dad, are we going to qualify him as middle class? Yeah, you have two houses, one in my state and one in his village. That's two buildings. Then he also inherited another one from his dad. You know, that's 3 property. But when you see my dad, many people will say, "Oh, that poor man." But I don't know if you can say, "Okay, someone like that is middle class."
Take the entire population of Nigeria. Just take a pop shot. 30%, 40%.
Yeah.
You just take a guess. What would you say?
The middle class, the percentage.
Yeah.
I think the percentage would be, to me, would be like 30%. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said this has kind of like been a growing thing in say the last, I don't know, 8-9 years, something like that.
I think the past, let's say a decade. Yeah, the number is growing for the past decade because I'm not going to tell you, like, a lot of millionaires are springing up. Yeah.
In the past decade, have like the numbers of businesses been growing?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
A lot of
For instance, the music and entertainment industry, the just explode, like
almost every sector. Yeah, everything.
Almost every
it's
sector.
a lot of
The entertainment, the sports, the manufacturing, everything. But I think the numbers is still very slow. We want it to move at least. We want Nigeria to be growing at least 6-5% or more. But
the thing is, what it is people usually go from middle class to upper class. It's like Nigeria is a country where if you just become wealthy, or you just don't have it all. It's so easy to become wealthy. It's like someone just becomes rich.
You know what you are doing.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, like if you get in a business, for example, you start something. If your business kicks off, like let's say in business, I don't know how much you into business. Like business usually survive or dies, right? But like in America, for example, your business can survive and be alive and just remain average, right? And all like it takes you a long time before you actually become wealthy, But over there, if their business actually survives from the jump, you just become very rich. Maybe because it's just that free hand that you have, there's less regulation and things.
The market is there.
Almost every businessman is like a millionaire there. Like, once people are, once his business, succeed, like start growing, it just becomes rich quick. So it's like a place where people become wealthy fast,
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So basically, on paper, like everything I'm looking at, it looks like Nigeria is growing. Like, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's horribly bad off. So I mostly don't see a problem. Just curious as to so do you guys have any internal division within like Nigeria? Like, is there shit that you guys really do fight about?
Yeah, what I would say is the only. Okay, the only I would say okay, what happened was we had a civil war in the late 60s.
Everybody had a civil war, right?
Yeah, so the civil war was really bloody. So particular, when there's a war, they say the civilian suffers, right? So what happened was the territory where most of the battles was fought was in Igbo land. Somehow the battle just got stuck there, then probably 80% of the time. So the population there of that particular ethnic group paid a heavy price, because they were caught up in the middle of the fighting between the government troops and the rebels. So that ethnic group felt like their people suffered from that civil war. So the trauma of what they experienced is still something they're dealing with, and they are so bitter about it, and they felt like the government. Okay. Yeah, so they feel like the government never compensated them. So that's why you see a lot of Nigerians that are always angry and always insulting the country or just pissed off are typically from the Igbo ethnic group,
Got it. Okay. All right. So basically,
I think, let's be honest, Nigeria federal. I'm talking about federal government here. I think there has to be a memorial day for that event, because sometimes some people they just want you to say acknowledge that you were sorry for what happened. I believe they just need the government. I'm talking about the federal government to apologize for that incident. To me, I think that should be done.
I don't think. Okay, that's what I tend to disagree about how we're going about it. What I think they should have done was address what happened and then probably rehabilitate some form of rehabilitation to the civilians that suffered. But you can't say the war was the fault of the government troops. It was kind of like it's the rebel guy, man. It's the rebel.
No, sometimes
I mean, there's nothing the government would have done. A group of people, a group of
be the bigger person and just say,
okay, let me ask you this. Okay, in the northeast where there's Boko Haram, right? The Maiduguri state, that area, right? The ethnic groups there's the Kanuris. For the past 10 years or so, the government have been going there to fight the Boko Harams. But a lot of the civilians there have died. They've been caught up in the mix of it, right? So now, should the government not go apologize to the civilians? It's not an apology that they need, because the government really has to go fight the insurgents that's there, but the civilians suffered. So the government really, there's nothing they could have done. Should they have just let the rebels, overtake the place? And they had to go push out the rebels, the insurgents. So I don't think government did anything wrong. It's just what comes with war is, tragedies comes with war. So there's nothing I really saw that the Nigerian government did wrong in that civil war, considering the fact that it was the rebel group that even invaded, launched the attack against the government, launched the attack and everything. The government and the military have to fight. They have to eliminate the rebel group. So I don't know so this idea that they have to go apologize, the government didn't kill the people. It's war. They just got caught up in the middle of it.
That's kind of what happens in war. People die.
Exactly. Yeah, so the ethnic group felt like, oh, what happened to them? The government didn't run. I'm like, no, it's not the government. And what annoys me about the Igbo people is they celebrate the rebel guy that created the disaster. They come from the ethnic extraction. I'm like, why are you celebrating this guy? Oh, well, he's one of us. No, he created your problem. The government didn't create your problem. The guy created your problem because you went to start a war with the government, and then and it's so stupid that you kept the battle within your own territory. It's kind of like the United States go to war with Russia and decide to fight the battle on the United States soil. That would be the dumbest thing in the world, wouldn't that be? Because the Russian civilians are not going to suffer the kind of like Ukraine-Russian war. Like that's one thing I see. I look at the Ukrainian government like, why are you fighting war in your territory? You got to pick a neutral ground, or you take the war to the territory of the opponent, of the enemy. You don't fight in your.
Yeah, Ukraine doesn't get much of a choice as where they fight, right? That was like Russia went after them, right? So they're on the defensive end. They don't get to say what battleground exists, right? That's just the nature of conflict.
That's true.
What you described about like a civil war would be more like, hell, I'll say the U.S., right? So like, and the idea would be somebody got pissed off because a lot of they wanted to, or somebody got pissed off, aka the South got pissed off because the government said couldn't own people's farm equipment anymore. Big no, right? Thus, you're going to end up having a fight. And it didn't happen overnight. It took like 40, 60 years for it to finally pop off enough that they actually fired shots at each other. And hell, even the first year, they didn't really do much fighting. They stood around pointing at each other. Hell, it even took them that long just to start shooting at each other and killing people. Of course, once they started, kind of like everybody got dragged into it. There was a whole lot of killing. It is what it is. I'm on the southern side, so like technically I was like on the losing side. It is what it is. But ours was like a pretty good long way. You said that was back in the 60s?
Nah, it was 1967 to 1970. So it's like two and a half years, all right? Almost 3 years.
Yeah. So there'd still be people alive that were,
Yeah, they're still alive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A lot of them, became diasporans, where they left the country during the war, right? Not too long after the war. So
Yeah.
many of the Nigerians you see online, being bitter, are usually those that live. They are the diaspora Nigerians, because most of the ones that live in Nigeria have moved on.
Yeah.
But
I
that's
don't know,
why.
so- how you described it makes a lot of sense to me, right? And so, like, I understand the animosity, and now I hate to say it, but like the animosity is kind of like null and void, right? The only way it goes away is, well, people are going to eventually die off, right? Like, so the kids, the grandkids, they're going to take over. It'll just basically over time, bleed
Over
itself.
time, exactly. Yeah. So it's just that generation has to die off.
I'm very curious about this middle class, though. You guys are serious? Like, it's a constant growth? Because that seems more interesting to me. That's actually where your economical growth comes from. It's usually not your upper class. It's your middle class that kind of like stabilizes a country, generally speaking.
Yeah, to grow your middle class, you have to have manufacturing. You have to be innovative. That's the way to grow the middle class.
Is manufacturing is that a growing thing in Nigeria?
Yep.
Yeah, it is to some extent.
Because
But I mean,
if you look at some extent, many things Nigeria produce, it's not even enough for you to export outside. Like, there are a lot of things that are being manufactured in the country, but it's still not enough. We just need to.
Yeah, but that's kind of unfair. It's always never going to be enough, right?
No,
like, that's
you're right.
the truism across the board, right? You could always do more. The question is really just about the idea of, are they doing it, and are they going in a direction? Like,
for instance, there are local manufacturers of cars, and there's also local manufacturer of local weapons like military trucks, light weapon, and all that, locally manufactured in the country. Also, there are also local manufacturers of speedboats and all. So there are a lot of things going on, but see, the people that actually get things done in Nigeria, they are not on social media. They just go about their day, making money and getting things done.
How new are the companies?
Some of them have been in existence for more than a decade. Yeah, more than a decade.
I do own several businesses. None that are really in like manufacturing, like you guys would think. But like the idea is that usually when you start off, you really do a bad job, right? Like, it's just a process of learning, right? It takes time. If you ask me, I'd say a decade is kind of like, I call it growing pains, right? You have to learn quality. You don't just wake up overnight and do everything the best, right? You have to go through these processes.
No. Okay, for instance, sorry to cut you short. Like the car manufacturer, I think, like Innocent, for example, I think almost about 15 to 2 decades now, because I'm not going to just reduce it to like 10 years, because it's more than that. I think it started before Good Luck administration. That was
what about these other car companies? Nerd.
There's still another one. Nerd.
When did that one start? Was he?
That's new. That's new. I think about let's say 8 years now. 8 years.
So that came after Innocent Motors or before Innocent Motors?
After Innocent Motors, yeah. Innocent has been in existence for the past, let me say, more than 15 years, yeah.
Okay.
Because it first of all started producing motorcycle, then selling parts, before switching to car production. Yeah, it started with production of a motorcycle before switching to car.
What is Nord? Nord. What is Nord? Nord.
Yeah, it's a car vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria.
Okay, how new are they? Because Home Dude in chat's talking about they're new. How new are they?
Yeah, it's going to about 10 years now, I believe.
Okay.
8 years, yeah. 8 years. They've been in business 8 years.
So they got a long way to catch up to the Toyotas and the Mercedes of this world,
Yeah,
that's what we mean by Nigeria is growing gradually.
Yeah, that's a truism across the board. Like, that just is how it is, right? Anybody that walks in new, like, you're really catching up with the old heads that have been around forever. It is what it is. I don't know. To me, it doesn't really sound like Nigeria is doing all that bad. Yeah, I mean, just hearing you guys are answering my questions, it really doesn't seem like you guys are doing a bad job. As long as something's growing, you're pretty good. Actually, yeah, that's a really good question. Traditions, your culture specifically. Culture to me, like you could sit here and, first of all, I don't believe in that concept of like black culture. I consider everything like family culture. How is your culture holding up over the last 10 years of like, say, influence, like say social media, all shit like that? Like you guys doing pretty good that way?
Okay, for instance, majority is still conservative till date.
Sure. Gradually becoming liberal, man. It's just so bad, you know.
No, it's in the city. When you leave the city, many people are still extremely conservative. Or okay, let's go to the north. The north is just conservative. They have never been liberal in any way.
Yeah, we say highly conservative culture where we believe in family, getting marriages and raising food. The nuclear family, having more mother, father, and children. Kind of like that's kind of like the main state of our culture. But gradually, with the younger ones are getting influenced by Western social media. So now they're beginning to have babies out of wedlock and things like that. Just doing the partying thing and
the predominant culture. The predominant culture is still that conservative culture.
But gradually it's becoming
around culture, which is the traditionalism, religion, family, society. So that's really the structure of and that cuts right across the board. Even in the south and the north, all the communities and societies are based around that culture, religion, society, community. So that's really how Nigeria is structured. You disagree, Mike?
Yeah, that's the but hey, you can't deny that it's not changed gradually. I mean, like people are beginning to be more liberal.
You said you are right. On the younger generation, yes, it's changing, but the older generation, no, they are still holding their. If you go there and tell them that you are from the numbers community, they are going to pile on you. They will ask you what are you saying? What's the meaning of that? So Nigeria is still extremely conservative. Although some of the new the Gen Z are following what the celebrities are doing, like the Whiskey, Davido, Tiwa Savage, the rest.
Yeah, like I was gonna ask, like the nightclubs and partying. What does that mean exactly, right? And I'm usually assuming it's the youth. Us old people, we're not all about the noise, right? It's just because we like to relax. It's really nothing personal, right? We understand that the young kids want to do stuff for entertainment. What is that like? What does that look like? The youth going out and partying. What do they do?
Okay, let me say something. For instance, there are no unnecessary drive-by shooting in clubs and all that. People just actually go out to have fun, drink, dance, then go back
right.
to their videos.
So I'm assuming that means like there's maybe nightclubs or bars.
Yeah, there are nightclubs, of course. There are thousands of nightclubs.
You say back in the days, nightclub used to be looked as something immoral, like wrong. Like you someone that when in fact nightclub was something that virtually didn't exist at one point. So it started being introduced, and then when it first came, when the people started opening nightclubs, people used to look at it as anyone that goes to a nightclub was an immoral person or someone that's, terrible or just, you were seen as doing something bad. But now it's become, it's just normal. It's just nightclub, So that's what I mean by,
So to be, I kind of tend to agree. I'm a staunch conservative, right? so I kind of sort of understand what you're saying. Like I get the concept, except for that's like always been a thing for us. So like if you go back to the 1920s in the United States, like so they'll talk about prohibition, but they had all they did was move their bars and stuff underground, and the people that could afford like alcohol, that's what they did. You went to work, you busted your ass, you came home, you got dressed, and then you went out to like we called it a speakeasy. When it was underground, they call it a speakeasy, but it's like a bar, it's a nightclub, same shit, different name. It's really what it is, right? So when we look at the young groups, and they might have a different name, but they're doing the same shit as what we did, even our grandparents did. Right? It was always a thing, and I would assume even in Nigeria back in, well, I don't know what was going on in 1920s, but like for us, like this was always a thing. I usually don't judge too harshly, just because everybody always did something for fun. You can't bust your ass for like 10, 12 hours a day, come home and do nothing, right? Like, you just can't do it.
So the thing is, in African culture, it's always more about activities. It's always festivities, festivals.
Right.
It's non-stop, you know?
Right.
The culture is so, like, is it the music, the dancing, the stuff, but we do it more in the organized way and the supervising way, where the elders always make sure to keep the eye on the younger ones while they, you know, we party together, both the youth and the old ones. It's a community thing. It's done together. So there's a close eye, supervision.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But now we're saying that the youth are just on their own, kind of, you know, having fun. You can leave the young people alone, because it's like that's a proverb in Africa that hey, if you leave the kids alone, they will pick up snakes and put it around their neck and call it a necklace.
I want to point out that that's actually it's a good flag for economy. I know it sounds messed up, but like kids can't go out and be individuals on their own if there's no revenue to do that. Right. So that kind of speaks good about the economy. I mean, you might not like it traditionally. I would tend to agree with you. It's kind of actually more of a marker on economy.
Yeah. You know, the purpose of liberalism is to trade.
Okay. Mike, let's explain better. Okay. Throughout the week, Monday, people work Monday till Friday. Then on a weekend, I need to be honest, in Nigeria, it's always there's party. Friday evening to at least Sunday evening, it is fun. There's party, marriage, birthday parties, whatever, all kinds of parties, celebration, everything, anniversary. So there are a lot of activity during the.
But the thing about Nigeria is, one thing about Nigeria is you never have a dull moment. That's just one thing. I literally in Nigeria, I literally never have a reason to go to club, because you just never have a dull moment in the neighborhood or on the block. You know, it's a constant festivity, constant interaction.
You are right.
You know, like, so I never had a reason
many married people, they don't go to club. People already married who are off the market, they stay home with their family. Except maybe
even people that are not married, like some people usually don't even go to club at all, because
they don't go at all.
You never have a dull moment in the neighborhood in Nigeria or in the community, or it's just going on. Like it's a constant.
Yeah,
it's
also
a very lively country, man.
People can actually play music and listen to music in their own house and just drink in their house without going anywhere.
You never. First of all, in Nigeria, you hardly have a moment when you're home, where your neighbors, when you're inside of the house, you're always like in a neighborhood. It's always everybody ganging together in the corner. Just the elders, the old. That's why I'm like, if you are getting old, the best country to live is in Nigeria, man. Because you see the old men all gathering together, just playing their games, or interacting. Then on the other side, on the corner, you see the kids or the women together, just doing their whatever they do. Braiding hairs or talking, doing their politics. So you're never alone. It's a constant socialization going on. Like it's just constant. And then they play the music, and you see if you want to, it's just everyone's just interacting. That's how it is there. Unlike like in the US, like you come home just on your own. Sometimes your neighbor don't have time for you. Like it's maybe once in a while is when you guys just want to do a little house party, get together. But people don't just interact like that in America, like So that's the
Mr.
difference.
Jones, people,
That's why people have to
your
in America. That's why people want to go to clubs so that way they can find the opportunity to see people.
your neighbors will help you keep a close eye on your kids. When they go astray, they call you immediately that your son is misbehaving or doing something nefarious. They help you. They help you. Some of them can actually spank your kids on your behalf. Yes, they do that. That was when but I don't know if that still exists now in Nigeria because things are changing. But way back, if you mess up, neighbors can actually, they say no, they actually correct you and set you straight.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to grow up in Nigeria, man. Like you can't misbehave. It's not just your parents. You go to school, the teachers actually whip you, man. Like you get whippings from your teachers, you get whipping from your neighbors as a kid. So you'll be straightened up by the time you become an adult. Like
because your community, your family and the community is highly involved in your life. They make
in your upbringing, yeah. So it's hard to grow up without being corrected, with a bad behavior. Somebody's gonna get it, like find a way to, get that behavior out of you before you become an adult. Even if you have irresponsible parents, that's why they always say, hey. My mom always said, listen, if you don't learn at home, they're gonna teach you outside. When I was a kid, like my mom was trying to correct me in the house. Like, listen, if you don't learn what I'm teaching you in the house right now, once you go outside, they're gonna teach you, and it's gonna be harsher than the way I'm gonna teach you. And it's true, the way your mom's gonna whip you is not as bad as the way your teacher's gonna whip you in school, man. Because she has no emotional connection to you.
That's
They
why
just, you do something wrong, they're gonna whip the hell out of you.
That's why sometimes some of us cannot relate with what is going on in the West, because sometimes when I hear the conversation where like what people fight for, it's just crazy to me. Like that's non-issue to me. Why can't I be the what bathroom am I going to use? Is it you have bathroom for male, you have for women, female, then you have another one for the numbers people? No. We are not dealing with that here. It's chaotic over there.
But one thing I respect about the West, though, they believe in evolution. Like you have to evolve culture, you have to evolve, the way you're thinking. You have to evolve. But sometimes it becomes kind of a little bit too. Yeah, but to me, I think probably that mindset is the reason why they tend to innovate a lot.
I know, but Mike, human being needs guidance. You cannot give every human being 100% freedom.
But sometimes in Africa, we take it to a level of control, though.
Yeah, that's not
exactly. There's a difference between guidance and control. Like, for example, one thing I do notice in our culture is sometimes our parents just want to control what you become.
No, that yeah, I kind of
agree. Yeah, exactly. Like that's one thing I see that's bad about our culture. As much as they involve in trying to get you to become successful, but sometimes it becomes more of a control than actual guidance.
Yes, I saw a family post. I think this last weekend of a guy getting married to a girl, and the family said no, we are not going to recognize that marriage. I was like, what? That's a grown man.
Exactly. That's more of a control right there.
No, that's too much. That's too much. They are stepping out of their boundaries. That's too much.
I had that issue with my dad, like literally, like because I was that generation where we more like, okay, we have to make our own decisions, kind of like that, So I'm that generation. He's from that generation where his dad, just tell him what his dad says is a final.
No, that's not good.
So he was doing that with me. I'm like, yo, when you say you can't be final, man. Even to this day, my dad is like very old man, and he still does it. Like I'm like, dude, you know how old I am now. Like he's like we want to discuss issues. Like you can say he says it, and that's it. Okay, dude, that's not the way the world works, man. You can't. I mean, and he thinks that's the way. I'm like, maybe that's why we're not advancing in Nigeria. That's why you guys didn't really advance, because this idea of controlling it's not good, man.
Yeah, let me ask this question. I'm a little curious here, right? So, Nigerian first. How do you feel about like these old geezers telling you young kids like how to live your lives? Like, how does that strike you, right?
Yeah, that's why sometimes, yeah. See, when they are to me, sometimes they are correct, maybe in how to live your life in a proper and a decent manner. But
Right.
if they want to like go too far, as a man, sometimes you need to put your foot on the ground and say, no, yes, this is not. You are crossing into another territory. Don't, because to me, I believe everyone should be able to choose their partner by themselves. You understand?
Oh, okay.
For
So
instance, when my younger sister was getting married, I think I saw the guy, immediately I told my dad, I said, man, I don't like this guy. Why would my sister get? My dad gave me one advice. He said, this is the person she picked. He said, when we don't allow this marriage to take place, and maybe later in the future something went wrong, he will say, I deny him of someone he wanted to marry that he loves. And I sat back and said, wow, I think my dad is right. I need to step aside. And I said, okay, I gave them my blessing,
I got it.
I donated to the wedding and I left them. But I'm not gonna lie, it's been like 8 years now. They are doing pretty well. And the guys, there's progress, but I'm not gonna lie, back then they were not like, it's like the guy was just coming up. So I was like, no, I don't want my sister to get married to a poor person. But they are doing well. They are doing well now. So I think she made the right.
The difficult one is the intertribal marriage. Oh my God, that one, man. It's
No, I don't involve my ex. I think that's why I actually after then I actually respect my dad. I said, wow, my dad.
Was it your sister or your brother that was marrying someone?
My sister was getting.
So she was married a guy from a different ethnic group. Is that what it was?
No, I just felt that I didn't care about the ethnic group, but it's like the guy was just coming up financial,
So because he didn't have money, so he didn't want your sister to marry.
Yes, I was like, he won't be able to take care of my sister. That was just the case for me. But along the way, it worked out for them. They are doing well. They have not called me once and asked me for any help. So even when my mom passed away,
my younger sister just married a guy who's Ghanaian. That's like the first person in my family to marry a non-Nigerian. Dude, wow. The good thing is the guy's a very cool guy, though, man. Very good guy, And then his family, Ghanaian, is so cool. But initially, when she says she's, the guy should go marry from Ghana, I'm like, I just never had the experience of my relative. I don't even the closest thing to outside of my ethnic group is like my cousin, where his dad is from Benin, like in your place now. I do.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a lot of people from my family married from Edu. That's like literally I would say that I do. That's not close to my. But then she's going as far as another country, dude. Like Ghana. But the only thing that made me approve it was that I just like the dude, man. It's a very cool guy. Cool, that was the only reason I approved it quickly. Like the guy was a cool guy. I just liked him so much, But apart from that, I was like kind of finding it weird. Like, yo, in our culture, like the children belong to the father's ethnic group, So I always picture my niece and nephews to come from my ethnic group, So basically, our kids are not going to be from my ethnic group. They basically just going to be.
Me, I don't. When it comes to marriage, I don't care about ethnicity. Anywhere you can find peace, then that's it. That's how it should be, because peace matters a lot. If you follow ethnicity and you went ahead and marry someone that will that will cause you sleepless nights, then no. What every man wants is just peace of mind. If you have that, every other thing is just
No, yeah, peace of mind is the primary thing. It's paramount. It's the paramount thing to focus on. But what I'm saying is other traditional customs and things like that. Well, they can always participate. Like for example, my spirituality and things like that. Like hey. At the other side, gonna allow the kids to come, like you Yorubas, we're deep in ancestral worship, So, hey, are they gonna? Well, They can still do that.
But Mike, the one I don't like is when the man allow the family to involve in their private life too much. I don't think that's not how men should behave.
Well, be more specific. What does that mean? Too much?
See, sometimes, like the woman was maybe the man's family will say, no, that woman, we don't like the way she behaves. We don't like our career path and all that. They want to involve in all areas. You understand me? And also, they won't allow you guys to live in your home. They'll be coming to spend time in your homes all the time. And for me, I don't think that's.
Oh, yep. Welcome. See, now this is a problem that the U.S. did. We technically had this problem probably Victorian era. Like the whole idea of like kicking grandma and grandpa out, like they lived in their own home versus like, living with like the parents and then the grandkids kind of thing. It's weird because there's arguments that go both ways. On one hand, it saves an incredible amount of money when it comes down to like childcare. But on the other hand, like on the flip side, one of the things that go out the door with it is that thing called privacy that everybody generally wants. They don't understand it until they've had like a little bit of it. This is why like the youth would like run off to their own little clubs, hidden away from the old geezers from watching. That's a normal. But if you're at that point now, it's already too late to turn that back. Hate to tell you this, Mike, but as a conservative, I tend to agree with you. Problem is some of those doors, once they're open, you can never get them closed back again. Like never.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
So like the idea that separation between the generations, at least within the house, meaning that grandma and grandpa generally live with like their kids and their grandkids. They're all kind of like under one roof. It's called the extended family model, not the nuclear family model. Nuclear family is just mom and dad and the kids. Extended model is grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, and grandkids together, right? But if you're at that point where like that's starting to take hold. Do what?
I said, which one do you say do you prefer personally? Like,
I've never seen like like within white culture, we haven't seen it since I would say the Victorian era, but I'm preferable toward the extended family. But then again, that's actually more common globally speaking. The US basically just went like full scale individualism. Yeah. That comes with a really nasty cost, but you won't see that. Mike will be dead by the time that really takes hold. The problem is you've already opened the door. You can't get it shut. Like, I mean, you could pretend like you're going to fight it, but it's already too late. Once it's exposed to like even 2% of the population, it just grows from there.
Yeah, that's what I see now. That's true. Yeah, it's growing. It's growing. Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you.
The cost is that, some, let's say, mother-in-law or some certain things like that. Like, yeah, he's your son, but sometimes don't always involve in the in both of them when they are arguing or having a quarrel. Allow them to not involve in their marital affair or issue. Sometimes that normally causes.
Well, you have see you're becoming the generation Joshua just described of we're becoming that individual kind of. But also understand that back then, the people that used to resolve marriage conflicts were the grandparents of both sides, or the parents and grandparents, the elders. They're usually the one that resolve the dispute between the husband and the wife. Because they're usually younger people when they get married, still in their 20s, 30s. They don't know too much. They're not thinking ahead. Like, hey, we need each other for this reason. They're getting fed up of each other's behavior, or whatever. If the elders are coming with their wisdom to say, okay, check this out. When I was in my 20s, married to your mom, we were just fighting over these stupid things like this too. They kind of counsel them, make them see the picture of, what they're not understanding or what they're misunderstanding. They usually want to help them resolve it. But nowadays, people have to go to marriage counseling. They have to go pay for it. And some people don't even consider the idea of marriage counseling or even think about it or even know that it exists. So they just trying to figure it out. Eventually they just divorce, or break up.
I'm not gonna lie. Well, so that's my education. My master's is in psychology. I'm psychology. We actually had a conversation, kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. I think it was earlier today. Well, yesterday for you guys. The concept of marriage counseling, is it effective? And it's really, the answer is no. And it's usually not effective because for it to be effective, both parties have to actually want to be in their situation, which generally speaking, if you've gone to that point where you're already separated and you're wanting to go, it's usually too late, right? You've already made up your mind. So it's never going to go back. Again, certain issues, once a door is open, you can never get it closed. So when they're talking about like these, well, like the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, I married a Vietnamese. The thing that holds that marriage together is society, the shaming part of it. Oh, you got divorced? Well, you're a piece of shit failure. Like that has more of an influence on it than any let's get together and talk about our problems.
You got a point there. And also, like with the family things, like usually when the two people get married, that means the families becomes one. Like the two parents are now friends or relatives and things like that. And both the two grandparents, they're not friends or relatives. So it will be, how do you now go face, because now if you want to divorce, we have to go explain to both sides of the family, like, okay, I'm divorcing her or I'm divorcing him. Now that means they have to have that conversation among themselves. The two parents have to now discuss, like, well, what's going on? Our friend, like, well, what is the issue with our sons and your daughter, or your son and our daughter? So, like, I agree with you, definitely. The old way where the older generations, the parents, grandparents are involved, what's the way, Like, in fact, they would, whatever the issue is from the early part of from the early stage, they would have seen it and kind of nip it in the butt, like, oh, okay, we see them trying to start to argue over this or trying to fight over this, whatever. Compared to marriage counseling, usually people go to the marriage counseling towards like the end when it's already like so bad that it's already irreparable, So
Nigerian
what
first.
What about in the case of like marital promiscuity, like someone?
I'm on a much different, so I'm also a Christian nationalist. I'm an atheist, but I'm like a big fan of Christian nationalism. I have no problems with promiscuous affairs. Yeah, affairs, things like that. I have no problem with dragging people out in the street and just shooting them in the back of the head. That does not bother me, never bit.
What do you like, an evangelical or something like that?
No, a Christian nationalism. I guess the vast majority of them. There's no rule that says you can't be like Protestant and be a part of it, but it's the vast majority of them are Orthodox, so they're like the more stricter variations of it. The reason why I have like staunch, like extreme views on it, it's because I'm kind of an authoritarian. Like you say that word, most people think like white nationalist. It's really about taking the most extreme punishments that are within, like, say, Bible stances. Right. And again, keep in mind, I'm an atheist. I mean, I lack the faith, but it's taking the most extreme stances and apply it to society. I also don't believe in choice, right? Like, the idea is that if people have like a large group of choices in front of them, they're generally going to take the most
undecisive.
Like the most lazy one, which is usually like associated with like the most debauchery way of living, right? It just is what it is. But we also like apply these rules like across the board differently. Like the idea of like in Western culture, apparently they want to treat men and women identical. That's really just generally not true, simply because like men, as a man, it's your job to go out and go to work, run the grind 10, 12 hours, come home, be tired, and just be done with it. This is life, right? Like the whole idea of like life is fair. That's not a fairy tale they generally sell us men, at least not until recently, right? And then women kind of get the luxury of like, kind of like running the house, right? And the reason why we allow them to run the house is because, well, that's a lot of drama we don't want to deal with in the first place anyways, right? It just is what it is. So people, instead of being like useful, it's really about I want. Like I said, once that door of individualism has been cracked open, you'll never get it shut, ever. And it's kind of heartbreaking from like a conservative point of view, because like if you really want to piss off conservatives, that's the question you ask: what have you conserved? None of us can ever answer anything.
Hello, can I speak?
Yeah. Welcome.
What's up, bros? Yeah, welcome. What's up, man? I was listening from the chat. My name is Quincy. I'm in the chat. Basically, what you said, I slightly disagree with, because I feel like people, the part about conservatism, like I feel like people are creating their enclaves, even in America, in the Caribbean, in Africa, and Europe, that they escape to when they feel like the society gets too liberal. Like one of the biggest reasons is expats in Europe, of Europeans leaving or going back to Europe, or Africans going back to Africa, the African descendants, I mean, is because they are seeking some level of conserving, whether it's their bloodlines, whether it's their culture, whether it's some kind of level of something that they feel is important, that they feel like it's more retained in Europe or Africa or wherever. So I feel like it's like based on like your beliefs. So if you believe in more of a family value system, you're gonna go to wherever that exists, whether it's church or whatever. So I feel like conservatism is based on that individual person in whatever degree. Like I think Mike was talking, and he said something along the lines that Nigeria needs to be more liberal because it creates more advancement. But realistically speaking, like one of the quickest growing societies was China. So China grew fast due to the fact that it was more levels of control. So you couldn't do or say whatever you want, which means that they can point the people to certain directions to allow the society to grow quicker. Even though America is a great country, their structure can't compare to China. I think they will never grow as fast as China because China is more structured, it's more controlled.
So I sort of like, I understand your point, and I think this is kind of like a definitional problem. So conservatism is kind of like preservation of a lifestyle. It's like kind of like the overall encompassing definition. So conservatism within the United States would be like different in, say, some of the northern states versus some of the southern states versus like the western or the midwestern parts. And it also applies in the same concept of like, say, the Baltic regions. I'm talking about the cultures I'm aware of. I can't include Africa. I don't know anything about any country within Africa. Never been. But it's generally based on a specific group of people and them trying to preserve their lifestyle. It doesn't really become a priority among people, usually until they're, depending on the culture, middle-aged, right? Like when you start family becomes important when you have one, at least for the guys, right? None of us guys are really like graduating high school and thinking, oh yeah, I want to have kids, right?
But may I ask you, are you talking about in the West, like in America?
No, that definition applies like even within, say, like Norway, right? Like it's a universal definition. It's a preservation of a lifestyle. So
I'm saying like the element of people are not seeking to have, or they don't get conservative values until they're older. Like you said, something around like 30. You don't think it's like an American thing? Like America in the West, they kind of preach like a lot of liberalism and you have to experience life before you live life. While like certain societies promote like, they try to train you. That's why like some of the people get married younger in other countries.
Well, so like when you say like preaching, I'm assuming you mean like the universities and things like that. The problem
universities, the media, stuff like that.
The problem with it is it kind of undermines the youth. That's the whole idea of growing up. Like say you're like 10, 11, 12 years old, right? Your job is to kind of go out and explore the world. So you're very idealistic by the nature of this is just how you learn. The only way to really learn within, a given period is you kind of got to go out there and touch the stove, right? That's the whole idea of liberalism. But the idea, like you got to go out there and experience it, and then you decide. The problem is you want to learn those lessons as fast as humanly possible. So within the United States, that issue really going to boil down to, we just basically made kids stay kids into their like late 20s, right? As opposed to like tossing them out the freaking door at 18 and saying, you know what, now you got to sink or swim, right? Pay your bills or starve to death. I mean, obviously you're not going to let your kids starve to death, right? You just don't tell them you're going to, you don't tell them you're going to be their security blanket. But that's just, it's too much of a, like when you just say like it's being taught, yeah, media teaches people, right? But that comes down to bad parenting. If you're letting YouTube or TV raise your kids, you're already doing it wrong as a parent anyways. But you also can't like say that, oh, well, the schools are teaching kids to be kids. That's kind of the nature of, being kids. It's just the really only easy, or the only real problem is you kind of want those kids to learn those lessons earlier in life versus later in life. And I do mean like, 21, this shit should be all out of your system. You should be focused on what the hell your next step is. Keep in mind that's like, I think you guys go to college a lot more than us. For us males, like maybe 30% of the male population actually goes to university. So like there's not huge numbers there. I mean, I'm very anti-liberal, but I can't condemn them for that concept because it's natural to be in a youth. Like you're going to want to go out and change the world, right? Like that's that drive to be productive.
But my point of view is a little bit like somebody else want to speak?
I think maybe it would serve to go back to the definition that Joshua Jones and hello Joshua, that
hey, how's it going?
Of liberal and conservative and what that actually means. Because the definition that you put forward is not necessarily the definition that I would put forward. So before we can talk about the analysis of what should happen in terms of social interaction, to kind of nail that down, because I think the definition is simpler than what you put forward. But if you wanna clearly state what you say is liberal and what's conservative, and then I will give you a different perspective on that.
My definition or his?
Yours.
Yeah, my definition is just preservation of a lifestyle.
Okay. My definition is conservatism is essentially where people remain in the hierarchy of what their parents did. So if you were a stonemason, your child will be a stonemason and his child will be a stonemason. That's conservatism. Liberalism is where that child of the stonemason has a choice. Thus, it's liberal because he is not automatically pegged into what his identity in that society will be. That's liberal.
Yeah, I would agree with the definition if we could go back to the point where education was so unavailable that people really didn't have like a lot of choices when it came to employment. Generally speaking, like if my dad was a stonemason, I would generally become a stonemason because I'm not really going to be exposed to education and, or fields of industry from others, unless maybe I had an uncle that did something different, right? I'm generally going to learn whoever's willing to teach me. It's just in that time period, it would have been like, my dad.
Well, that, and also the society has certain needs. And so one way that you guarantee that those needs are met is to lock people into a skill. And usually they would be more skilled, because if you come from 4 generations of stonemasons, in theory, you would innovate because the son would be more skilled, he can learn from the father, and so on. So therefore, a 5th generation stonemason is a much more sophisticated stonemason than if the guy was a fisherman and he becomes a stonemason. So his father was a fisherman, and then he goes to school and learns how to be a stonemason. That's only one generation. So
I think it sounds like you're speaking in a direction of like a caste system kind of thing.
Well, no. He's talking about what was really a thing. I'd say about 300-400 years ago. Like that really was a thing. That was how society operated, right? And the only reason I would disagree with him is only because like the economy, technology, like all of those choices or all of those technologies that brought, you could call it like say the modern industry, or modernity, I think is what most people like. That alone would have brought about multiple choices for people, and that's the only reason I disagree with them on definition, simply because I don't think that can ever go back. But I want to I'm trying to basically hammer them down on what this is. What do you mean by deciding what a society needs?
Well, based on the economy of that society, there are certain structural things that you have to have in order for it to function. You have to have people that work on infrastructure. You have to have people that work on food production. You have to have
who would control that? Like who would dictate what people go to work for? What industry?
Well, this is the whole point, that in a monarchy, the king would decide. In a royal court with a monarchy, the king and the court would decide. And then that court would be regents, right? Or vassals. So in a feudal society, that it was the elites that would decide. In a mercantile society, then the merchant class decides. And the king steps back. And then you have a parliament that sets forward the administration of the king's powers. The reason why I'm taking you through this is because in some of the things that you are putting forward, that it leads to certain things. And I'm trying to find out if you actually agree with those things or not.
Oh, I have a hard. Yeah, I'm gonna end up contradicting myself here. So for one, I'm a very big fan of corporatism, but that's also obviously because I've already fallen in love with that concept of wealth. There's again, that's a door. Once open, you'll never get it shut, at least until you get tired of it, and then you can't escape it. But if you're talking,
you're not alone on that one.
Yeah, but
you're not alone on that one. Once you become an entrepreneur and you start progressing, he'll become that.
It always seems to be the case when the individual makes the decision. They generally make a decision that just leads them to their own self-destruction, and we do it with a smile on our face. So I'll agree. It becomes a horrible amount of problems. But the question really comes down to, and I think this is his point, is the impact that it has on society. So from what he's talking about is somebody, and again, now we're trying to hammer out who would generally, depending on, so monarchy not going to work with us because the United States, my God, we have this problem with that. Even the idea coming about it, that's a big issue. We probably would welcome the merchants being an authority. They talk like they hate corporatists until the corporatists are giving them a paycheck. So I can't say that society would go against that. I think they just talk a lot of shit against it. But he might be right there that that's probably an option, at least within the US and probably Western Europe. I just don't know. You'd actually have to hide that from people, because if they thought that an authority was controlling the choices of, say, employment, I kind of think they would naturally rebel against it considering the fact that they've already had a taste of choice before. You'd almost have to like basically kill everybody off, start over with like basically kids that never knew any better.
May I interject?
Sure.
I don't think that's true. I feel like with time, sometimes people self-remove themselves from certain things when they see like the over like excessive element of like things. Like
this is true, but at a date where it doesn't matter anymore. It's kind of like what Mike was just saying, right? Once you age up and you get the experience, you say, oh, this was great for the first 10, 15, 20 years, right? It paid my bills. It gave me a level of comfort. But now I'm freaking tired. I'm stressed and I can't escape it because it's like a never ending. It's like a roller coaster. You just can't get off. I mean, you could get off, but you're pretty much going to damn your entire family over it, right? Like, so it's like now you're punishing them as opposed to you're punishing them for, you know, what you decide to change your mind about. You can't really go ahead.
You don't think that's a weakness in one of the, like a lot of liberal societies that like in many traditional societies they're like more structured to the point in which
it's a problem of individualism. It's you as an individual making your own decisions. And it's just
you don't think individualism is more alive in the liberal versus the traditional?
Well, it depends, right? Because this is why I can't really like. I'm very anti-liberal, but you cannot contend with their position at the end of the day, right? Like they have a position that has enough claims that they're just kind of like evidently this is what it is. If it is the case that his idea of liberalism could be brought back, it might not be a bad idea. It's just I don't know how to. I can't pretend like I have an idea of how to bring that back. Like I'd have to go to.
You don't think that in a liberal society, like any like action, whether it's liberal, conservatism, whether it's like a pan, whatever element, it has to be from self because it roots from the element of the big part of liberal societies is the idea of you decide for yourself. Like in many cases, like some people argue, like the Black community is in his own peril because they themselves do not want to go to certain directions. You know what I mean? So they have you yourself must go or decide to be a church member or whatever.
Yeah, the idea of what he was talking about. No, he's basically explaining like who would decide who would take what jobs, right? So like example, like your dad's a stonemason, right? But basically you're going to graduate, let's just say high school, right? And then you're going to go off to whatever trade school based on some authority's dictation. Meaning it could be the merchant, it could be the king, queen, you know, it could be the monarchy. It's just going to be some group that's going to decide for you. Not particularly individualistic. I agree with him. If it's the case, you can find some way to actually put that into practice. I don't know how to do that to humans without a huge amount of force. Then again, I don't oppose force anyways, but I wouldn't know how to do that. And they already had a taste of that freedom of individualism, right? Like it's naturally, like it's like kids are naturally rebellious because it's just naturally part of the learning process, right? Once they've gotten a taste of a little bit of freedom, they can't ever unknow that freedom, right? And that's the issue with like, if you're talking to large society, you'd have to get rid of that. And I don't know how.
I still feel this. I feel like you witnessed that with churches, you witnessed that with the army, you witnessed that with a lot of things. People willingly give their liberal freedom elements away to those structures if they believe those structures is going to help them advance further. So I feel like it still goes back to the family. It still goes back to that person. That person will have to be like, okay, this system worked for my father and worked for my mother. You see that in still like societies and communities, like in certain African families, certain
that is a
Jewish
very
families.
That is
they have like
yes. That is a very rational way of looking at it. But I'd have to ask you the question is, how many people do you know at the age, let's just say 18 to 25, that look at life in that way?
I feel like people that come from the more conservative kind of settings, that are like molded in that direction. If you ever engage with people who's from more structural backgrounds, they're more different than those who are more liberal, everything goes backgrounds.
So from my stance, I agree with you, but we're talking about his stance, which he's got a point, right? Like he's got a point. I don't want to contest it because it is a definitional thing, right? He might have a point if you can pull it off, right? So now I have to investigate. Well, we all technically have to investigate whether that's even possible.
So can we tie this into like reality? Like, go ahead. Sorry.
No. To take this a step forward, so what is the position of the merchant class relative to the state? Is the merchant class and the state the same thing, or is it separate?
Depends on the goals, right? So if you're talking about like an extreme socialistic economy, they'd be one and the same. If you're talking about a mixed market economy, which appears to be like what most countries are, like even the ones that lay claim to be socialistic, or even like even the West, right? We're pretty much a mixed market economy, like real big time. Who's in charge is basically the consumers. They just don't know enough. Like they're too stupid to know they're in charge.
Okay, so let's take an example. Mussolini's Italy. Is that a model that you think can be reformed or will work?
No.
Okay. What country do you know of that is implementing what you are for?
About 400 BC, maybe 500 BC. Like we're going back long time, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I've just put us back in the Stone Age, which people are generally going to oppose, right? I mean, I'm not on the winning. The idea of winning hearts and minds, that ain't on my side, right? That's just not going to happen.
So for this channel, so that it's relevant, what is your view of the government of Somalia?
The government of Somalia, don't have enough information about Somalia to be able to make.
I mean, we don't have any Somalis up here, but just as a general principle, we do have a couple of.
Big bro Philip, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What about Job Corps? Do you think that they could organize Job Corps to like somewhat engage in what he like, even like have like tests and stuff like that, and pick out people's elements in which they like the most, like different jobs or different skill sets that they have, and kind of assign them to a job? You don't think that like in 2024 we cannot like advance Job Corps in high schools to like do better job placements for the community and the society? Like the schools and Job Corps can play a bigger role and stuff like that? You don't think so?
Well, what Joshua is talking about, that wouldn't exist because that requires the state to be like a nanny state, and that's not what Joshua is proposing. Is that correct?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm an authoritarian. It would. My system, like my ideal system, very authoritative, right? Like think of like the Roman Catholic Church, basically kind of having like a noose around your neck, and you're going to do or you're going to die. Them is your two choices.
But like if you was the president tomorrow of America, how would you implement that? Like you have to take conservatism and meet it with liberalism to create like a modern variation of something that can last. You know what I mean? I feel like if you take Job Corps and you create tests and match people to skill sets.
Yeah, if I can tell you now, I'm like an evil
Christian nationalist, so he would do it through Christianity.
Yeah,
but but you don't think like? I'm sorry. Go ahead. My fault.
Yeah, like to answer your question.
I was just trying to redirect you so you know what to ask him. That he told you earlier on, he's a Christian nationalist. So how he would do it is through Christianity, correct?
Correct. And it would be the most extreme rule set. Like it wouldn't be the oh, you know, Jesus loves everybody, kumbaya kind of stuff. It would be Mosaic law. You're into pornography, you're executed. Like there's no.
May I ask you, are you like a Catholic? Are you Catholic?
No, I'm actually an atheist. I just simply lack faith. Yeah, but when it comes,
how you're atheist Christian? How does that work?
Oh, Christian nationalist. It's kind of like I'm not particularly a real super big fan of like debauchery. Like say if you look on some of the panels, they're talking about like relationships, like issues. Apparently that seems to be yeah, those issues wouldn't be real issues simply, and that would be on both sides of the board. I don't support the idea that women have the right to vote. I also don't support that kind of mentality where some dudes are like, you know, well, the whole point in life is to like fuck bitches and get money. Like to me, that those would be people that would be executed on sight just for even saying the words on the internet would get you executed.
Well, for me, like you don't think there should be like a level, like in between level where, like you make the like, to me, I feel like you should make conservatism cool. You should make traditionalism cool. That way people selectively, you know, that's what the liberal do. The liberal makes the debauchery cool. He makes hoeing cool and being a player cool.
Yeah, the idea of cool is kind of like popularity. I don't consider society. How to explain this one? So my view on society is, if society is given like 10 choices, right? The 10 choices option that they're going to take, right? It's going to be the option that's going to be like the most convenient for them. And that's usually the problem, right? People like shortcuts, people like things. And for them individually, it works out really well for them at first. Then it usually comes at a nasty cost to other people later. So the idea would be to limit choices. The only reason that I'm a Christian nationalist is I'm a little biased toward Christianity because it's kind of like, it's the culture I grew up in. You could easily replace it with, say, like Islam. Or if, you know, the Jews wanted to come back and bring back like the traditional, it could be them as well. I'm just being...
But you're overlooking like a key element. All those religions have like a charisma, winning people over element to it. So they're not just blatantly doing whatever they're doing. They're authoritarian ties to like almost like election of favor to some kind of multitude. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. So that's kind of like, I hate to say this, it's kind of like a modern take on Christianity. So like an example would be like homosexuality. Do you believe that anywhere in the Bible there's like, or I'll say the King James Bible, whether you believe in the 66 or the 80 book version, do you believe that Christianity condones or tolerates homosexuality in any form or another?
Hell no.
Right. So now look at, and it won't just be the United States, but they do seem to be the ones that are all like, you know, this whole freedom of choice concept. Do you believe that the Christians, in this case, would be like mostly like Protestant concepts? Do you believe that they would be like, you know, do you believe they're accepting of homosexuality in the West?
In the present day?
Yes.
It's a mixed bag. It depends on what denomination, what kind of church, stuff like that.
This is true. This is true. Like, so orthodoxy, why I'm kind of more of a fan of orthodoxy is because they have something called like catechumen. It's a person that basically you go through like a membership process. It's like a screening process. So when you walk in the door of a church to become a member, you kind of got to prove that you're not full of shit, right? Like you can't just walk in, you can walk in the door and say anything you want. They're going to make you prove it. It'll take some time. As opposed to, say, like more Protestant churches where it's kind of very welcome. It's generally welcoming to everybody else. Some churches, there are exceptions to that rule. But generally speaking, I oppose the whole, what you would consider modern Christianity, I wouldn't consider anything other than just selective cherry picking.
But are you white?
Yes, sir. I'm typical redneck white dude. Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna give you an example from like our group, our race, from like the African American branch, the Nation of Islam. They created a conservative group, taking people from liberal, loose drinking, wino, whatever kind of lifestyles, and they remolded them through charisma, through selection, and they created a group based on that. So I feel like if you look at real life realities, those things are possible through like through choice. No, Apple. All right, through choice. So I feel like you're right, but you're not looking at it from a realistic standpoint. And I feel like a lot of your viewpoint is going to be skewed because you're not looking at it. How can you practice it and put it into actions today?
Yeah, correct. If it is the case that people have like standards, you would be correct. I'm not of the view that people generally have standards. I think generally people will maintain it for a certain amount of time until it's no longer in their best interest, and then they'll change their standards. So they're just hiding behind a word that they're calling standards, but because they changed it, they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's why the element of cool is necessary. The element of making whatever you're preaching understandable and cool to the whoever you're preaching it to. That way they retain it even when they're far gone. That's why, like, even in the Bible, they preach that the parent is supposed to raise their children up in the way of God. So when they leave and depart from you, they still retain God wherever they go. Because if you're raised right or you train right or the core belief or whatever you were taught is always going to, not always, but oftentimes will overrule whatever's going on in the world. So like for me, I'm no longer outright Christian, but in many ways I still align with Christians more so than the hood rat, thieving, robbing, stealing, shoot 'em up culture, because I see that even though I'm not fully a Christian, I see the value of Christianity. Even, you know what I mean?
All right. Here, I think this might be, maybe this might be easy to counter. Let's see if I can give an example. Let's say I tell you something about God, like it'd be something trivial. Yeah. Let's just say God's tall, right? Like this is the thing I'm trying to instill to you. Now, if I come back tomorrow and I ask you the question, is God tall, right? And you say, I don't know. And then I change this and just put like a gun to your head and say, is God tall? Are you going to be kind of motivated to remember that thing that was taught to you?
You're going to be motivated to remember, but the best people that I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named I think Pan-African Strike Back. Sometimes he tried to attack one of the leaders of the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, right? And the people have a genuine love for this guy. Me, myself, I do. Although I don't generally agree with everything he says, there's a general love for him that you would defend him. You have a natural inclination to defend him. I feel like if you threaten somebody, the moment somebody come and so-called liberate you from the person that's mistreating you, you just drop them. But if you love that person, you have respect for that person, even if it's controversial, even if you're at work and somebody says something about Farrakhan, you go back, I don't agree with everything he says, but he's a powerful man. He pushed people to do better, etc. That means that whatever he taught retains with whoever he taught it to.
Yeah. Like,
so that's more powerful. Like there's a power in being loved. You see what I'm saying? There's a power in being that lesson being accepted and received versus force.
Yeah, if you can demonstrate love, it might have validity.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, you'd have to define it and demonstrate it.
Who you talking about, me?
Yeah. I mean, no offense. I'm not trying to debate you.
So a perfect example is that America doesn't put a gun to nobody's head and say America's great. You by understanding of what the values of America is, comparing it to other countries, you say America is great. I remember one time I was having somebody in my job, she stopped me. She said, "Oh, do you think America is racist?" I'm like, "Yeah, America is racist, but is it the most racist? No." And I started defending America. Why? Because some of the values of America don't exist outside of America. In Brazil, there's blacks in Brazil, they're getting mixed out, they're getting killed, they're getting all types of stuff that's happening to them. But because they don't have the same voice and impact, like America gives a lot of African Americans, Haitians, Jamaicans, whoever, to speak out, that allows for them to suffer in silence. You see what I'm saying? So some of the values of America make you step back and say, I love those values that America has. I can never say America is not a great country. You see what I'm saying? All I can say is that America does stifle the growth of other nations, including my country, including Africa, the motherland, stuff like that. But it's a great country. you can see the values of it, and some of the values must be imitated
Right.
for us
And
to,
that-
develop.
Right. I think I get what you're saying. Like, I almost agree with, but it would be like me. It's bias coming from me. I'm American, right? But the issue with it is right. Like, somebody from an outside, let's just say from another country, right? And they say, well, we like America, we love America, whatever, like whatever descriptor you want to put on there. Do you think it's because like America gives a shit about other countries, or do you think it really just boils down to money?
It boils down to depending on the person and the propaganda. Because certain people, propaganda is a fictional America. Like me, I'm Haitian American. So when you speak to a Haitian from Haiti, their definition of what America is not really what America is. So they'll tell you, oh, there's no corruption in America. There's no like people doing lobbyist type stuff and taking money under the table. That doesn't exist in America. I'm like, bro, this stuff exists in America. And they got fancy names for it, like lobbyists. You feel me? But they, in their mind, this stuff don't exist in America. You see what I'm saying? So they have a fictional interpretation of what America is.
Yeah, everybody from the outside's got like an opinion from, like on the inside. It's kind of like it. Damn, I don't want to call it propaganda. Like it could be. I know Voice of America. God, I hate my department. Like it is a thing, right? I can't counter that. Hell, I wouldn't even try to contest it. But it's like trying to put the shoes on the people from the outside, seeing how they're looking at America. I wouldn't. Do I believe that immigrants walk in the door and see something different versus usually takes them a good 3 generations to adjust? I'm not knocking them, right? This is just how it is. And it's usually because they have one idea. And then there's that whole assimilation process that just apparently seems to take 3 generations.
I don't think it takes that long. I think once they step foot, they'll realize, okay, there's different things that they didn't never see in the media that they're seeing in reality. You know what I mean? So it's a term. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, according to the State Department, it usually takes about 3 generations. It's not their fault, right? Like it's like a middle-aged dude walking into America, right? Like he's bringing his, his wife and maybe a couple like young kids. They all have to learn like the new rules of the system it takes away. But they also have a belief in their mind about what the system they're getting into, usually based off of money, right? But that entail kind of lies with the problem of the United States. Most people are individualistic. They want to do the thing, at least within their youth, to gain the most amount of money, usually through the most shortcut methods they possibly can, right? Can't blame kids for taking shortcuts when so many shortcuts are available. Those shortcuts usually debauchery. Women will get on OnlyFans. Why? Because it's an easy way to make money. You could, in fact, basically like ban OnlyFans in the United States. The problem is something else is just going to take its place. It's always been, it's just always been the case. And so you kind of realize that people have too many damn choices, and they make these decisions because they have too many choices. So it seems to me the most efficient solution is to take the choices away.
But you don't think it's about percentages? Like it's not about everybody doing the right thing. It's about if the multitude, like if 80% of the people do the right thing, then you're successful. Versus if everybody do it.
If you could get like 40%, I think you probably have something. But I'm not. I'm now a very cynical person. I don't hold that belief any longer. Like my problem really comes down to is like if you were to walk down any street in America, I would say like 95% of people are just like you'll get civility, you'll get nice, you'll sometimes get polite, but it's like honestly boils down to the concept of them doing the right thing. No, they'd sell their own mothers for $1.
But do you think that's liberalism, or you think it's just I think that's a little bit too far.
I don't point it down to like a political system, because at the end of the day they're all participants. I'm a staunch Republican, but like I obviously we've got our hands dirty, right? But I also believe kind of everybody is, just generally because of the nature of the environment. too much individualism has gone on for too long that you just really can't close the door. Well, I don't even know if like basically annihilating 2/3 of the population because they're doing some debauchery stuff. I don't even know if that would actually fix it. It's just I advocate for a system that might.
Well, like I said, it's like a lot of things is about making things favorable. So you have to make things cool. You have to make, like, even with the European Crusades, they had to make being a part of that crusade cool. They had to make it like, we saving Europe. We're kicking off the Moors. We're saving our women. They have to make it cool. So the same thing has to apply for like the same concept of, what you try to talk about. Like, if the people have to want to see those things as something that they want. You know what I mean? The same way, like I think like in France, they talking about nuclear, but America doesn't agree with nuclear. So I think France utilized nuclear energy. So if France, if France want to utilize the nuclear energy, it has to go on a global campaign to convince the world that this energy is safer, the technology is better, stuff like that.
Huh?
You can't just,
I'm sorry.
Like,
no, I get it. France is like the leading export of nuclear reactors, right? Like they make.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm saying America's against it. They call it like dirty energy. So they have to convince the world that it's clean.
Yeah, it's not that.
Okay, Mama.
Yeah, it's not that Americans. It's not that America believes it's clean or dirty. It's that Americans don't want a nuclear reactor in their backyard. Everybody's kind of concerned that it'll affect their real estate property values, right? Like, I mean, really, what it boils down to.
But the thing about it, I'm saying, is even then, even if they're afraid that it's going to affect their real estate property value, et cetera, nature, going to tear down the environment, they to anybody, whether it's France or America, to convince the people to go along with it, they have to show them the new technology and advancement of cleaning and refining nuclear that makes it safer than it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You see what I'm saying? You have to go on a campaign of convincing people. I think like you're trying to remove, like, even the authoritarian, he has to have some element of likability and favor. If you look at any one of them, like whether it's Putin or whoever, these guys have to go out there and show the people and shake hands and kiss babies and give special speeches to convince people to buy into the ideology. You think it's just going to be, I'm going to force this person, force this person. You're going to be looked at as an enemy of the people versus the person who's giving out speeches.
Right.
And
That
babies and.
Yeah, that ultimately is the problem, right? So if it's the case that people wanted, let's just hypothetically, you're going to have to give them some type of propaganda to work with, whether it's true or not, right? Like, you're going to have to give them something, right? Most of the time, it's going to be bullshit. Let's just say that the propaganda is that nuclear energy is going to be a cheaper cost to the end consumer. So therefore, you should, kind of like build more nuclear reactors. That's not a good
propaganda. Your propaganda got to ties into the fears of the people. Like, if they fear that the energy is dirty, you got to convince them that it's clean. You got to drink water with nuclear in it to show them that you know what I mean?
They could easily, actually, no, it's real easy. You could just basically point at all of the events in history where there's been like some type of nuclear, problem. Like, say, Chernobyl, there was Japan with the earthquake. Like, there was all different things. There's always like some level of risk, but generally speaking, compared to like coal or something like that, if people want to hate it, they're going to find a reason to hate it. They don't need a reason. Like, it just is what it is. What boils down nuclear reactors being a problem in the United States is the fact that you can't build one anywhere you want. You have to get the residents' permission. And they almost always go against it because they believe if I've got a nuclear reactor in my neighborhood, it's going to affect my, my property values. And so what happens in 10 years when I want to sell my house? It doesn't really even, it's the media talking point, right? That they're the ones that are
Yeah.
talking about whether it's clean or whatever. It really doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the ultimate decision boils down to the residents themselves. They just oppose it, having nothing to do with it other than their property values.
But you don't think like a charismatic guy who the people love,
No,
like Trump, he can't convince the people to put them in their backyard? I think he could.
I don't.
He has a very strong.
I'm a big fan of like I'm an always GOPer. I've always been this way, right? So like by proxy, I'm pro Trump. But the idea that Trump was charismatic, yeah, that wasn't a thing. He was an asshole. That was just the nature of him, right? There were lots.
He has charisma. He has charisma. You don't think so?
If you think talking shit about people is charisma, then I guess, right? But
no, but anybody can't just talk shit about people the way he does. So he has to have some element of charisma and charm, and he kind of flatters people. And hey, African American this and da. He has a level of charisma that because anybody can just go up there and just talk shit about people and people love him.
Yeah,
he has a way of finessing and you know, rubbing your belly and rubbing your back and then slapping you in your neck. That's how he moves.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Trump's mouth got him into more problems than anything, right? But that's just like me from the outside. I'm almost sure it caused him more problems, right? And the Republicans themselves turned on him because of it. Well, they claim, who knows what's real or not, right? Within somebody's mind, but they themselves claim that he ran his mouth too much and they kind of disliked him. And then ultimately they turned on him. Caused all the problems.
They never liked him from the first place, though. You see, his charisma is what garnered the energy and got him into power. Like I feel like you, even with your ideology, you kind of remove the element of the need of charisma and charm and speeches and whatever to get the people into your ideology. Which is why I think your way of thinking is kind of flawed because you gotta.
Well, no, because the concept is it would be more appealing toward Christians. It would. I hate to say this, it would segregate everybody else outside of that. So, like, if you're
you mean separate.
No. Segregate. Most likely, it would. If I had to guess, like, it would depend on what church denomination ultimately took power. I mean, obviously, I would be more of a fan for like Orthodoxy, but there could no telling. It could also be like the Catholic. I guess it depends on who has the bigger numbers and who ultimately wins the fight at the end of the day. Generally speaking, like it would basically like the Orthodox, they would deport everybody. I'm almost sure of that one. I mean,
but you don't think like even with that element, they'll have to. Let me ask you different. Would you return back to church if they do that? Because you said you're not a Christian.
I attend church anyways. Like I have a son, well, a 5-year-old son. I have to take him to Catholic church. That's the only thing. I'm not in the United States currently. I'm currently in Vietnam. Okay. That's the only thing that I have access to is a Catholic church. And so I take him. I take him every 2 weeks. But the only reason the reason that I take him is because, well, that's what my parents did with me. And it's like the whole point of like preserving the cultures. I'm trying my damnedest to replicate what my parents did, at least the best I can, right? And so I repeat as best as I can what I can.
There's lessons to be learned in church. I don't agree with everything that happens in the church, but there's a lot of elements of strength and character that's built through the church. So I respect that. But
it's kind of like I call it the fellowship doctrine. Imagine this, right? So let's say you're having marital problems, right? And this is true, yes, low key, kind of sicko. I mean, technically, I told you like I'm an authoritarian. Imagine this, like you're having marital problems. Imagine you're having marital problems, right? And if your goal is to preserve marriage, you typically want to be around people that are going to give you advice based on preserving your marriage. It's going to be your friends telling you, hey, look, did you try this? What about this? What's going on? Right? Like they're always trying to give you solutions in that direction. That's kind of like the idea of what a church is supposed to be. You're supposed to be surrounded by like-minded people with all of, they don't have to be identical, but similar principles, right? They're kind of trying to feed that into you from day one. it just is the thing it is. That's why I kind of like look at churches that way. You can talk about like, say, the Catholic churches. Yeah, there's some like pedophilia, the stuff that pops in, at least on media, right? There's always something. There's always going to be a con that comes with any system that you have.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. That's true. Yeah, it's true. But you don't think that the Catholic Church is like is damaged image is like hurting it from like being the leader of such the concept that you believe in?
God, you know, like on face value, like if we're like looking at media and the way people talking, I want to say yes. The problem is the statistics are different, right? So within the United States, statistically speaking, Christianity as a whole is in decline. However, within membership within both Christianity and Orthodoxy, they're like the two more similar ones. Their membership numbers are increasing. So it could mean any number of things. Like an example could be like people are switching from like Protestantism toward either Orthodoxy or Catholicism. Like you could speculate at anything that means and might be just as right. It's just the idea that Christianity is in decline. Yes. But there are denominations that are in incline. Now, why that is.
That's good. I didn't know that. I thought it was an overall decline. I didn't know that certain groups were rising.
It is if you're it is if you're looking at the country as a whole, right? But it's also it's kind of a weird questionnaire that they put out there. Like it would be people that believed in superstition was included in that. Like they broke this down into like basically anybody that believes in a god or a deity or some type of like religious belief, right? It's weird. They had like a whole.
But when the numbers be higher, because more people claim to be they use the term spiritual, which means some general things. So when that number be?
Well, it depends. The word spirituality wasn't in the survey, but like if you're talking about like as a total number, yes, since like 1960s, it just included a lot of extra stuff.
You don't think the stats is funny stat? Like a lot of stats are like
they're surveys.
Manipulated to tell a certain narrative.
Yeah, they're surveys. A huge number of people could be lying. Very true.
Yeah,
I mean, they're just surveys, right? They're people like basically answering survey questions. Yes, everybody could lie, so it could be incorrect.
Not only that, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. As a black man, I've seen like surveys in which they state that 60% of black people agree to this. I never received all these surveys. So how are they taking the surveys and what is the percentage of pool of these surveys? Like I feel like some of these surveys are like fake to create narratives. You know what I mean? So they can create narratives about black people, white people, whoever people, based on what their angles are. You know what I mean?
I don't.
Using surveys.
Yeah, race was in this survey. Race wasn't a part of it, and so I wouldn't know. Like
No, I'm talking in general. I feel like surveys are like manipulative. Like it's like a survey is just like they take a pool of 10,000 people, survey them, and based on this pool of 10,000 people, they tell you to believe in this.
Yeah, to be fair, it was a U.S. Census survey, but how accurate is how accurate you believe a survey people answering questions is.
No, the census survey is more decent. I'm talking about the average online random survey, a political survey says, Fox News survey. It's very like it's just pulling random people. You don't know if these people are more conservative, more liberal, more whatever. They don't know. You don't know if they're more religious or whatever. You don't know. They take a pool of people that fits that little group and they say, okay, these people believe on these 10 things. Like even with the election, they'll say like based like I feel like they don't ask you what the values of the people are. Is it about family? Are they more like black family? Are they more open to interracial or stuff? All those different things have different nuances. They don't really ask those questions. They just ask, okay, are you Republican or Democrat? And then they get some kind of pool and then they determine these things. You know what I mean? I feel like everything is more nuanced.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about like the political parties, that'd be like one of those surveys that might take place during one of that. If you're talking about like, there are some religious surveys based off of race. I just don't. I've never really The only time, so this is weird, right? You've heard of a panel called "This Might Be Risky"?
No, I did not. I don't know what that is.
It's just, if you ever get a chance, just do like a search. This is like one of the communities that I kind of work for. It's a black community. It's a black community.
Okay.
It's kind of weird, right? Generally speaking, like if you're looking for like information on like, you know, how many black people would be attending church, it would, if you could like equalize the population and do like per capita, generally black people would be more attending churches than say white people. But again, this is because black people within the United States have a lot more family ties status than say with white culture. Our extended family culture went out long time ago. It still has some ties within the black community. I mean, it might be dwindling, but it still has ties.
So what is your job? What do you do? You
I work
collect
for
polls, or
no, I work for Department of State. I'm what you call a
no,
foreign.
you said something about you said risky, something risky. You said you.
For him, I specifically work for a server. So like I do the electronic stuff.
The server. Oh, okay. And what kind of information he collects, and what does he use it for?
Nothing. He's pretty adamant about. I'm not allowed. Believe me, if I was allowed to, I would collect everything on all of the channels. But I'm not allowed to. He's really big on none of the websites are allowed to collect data on anybody.
Oh, so what is his objective with his website?
Risky is what they call a Hebrew Israelite.
I figured that, honestly. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of Straightway Ministry?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I think I'm actually. You should look into that. I think from what it sounds like, I think you would probably like adhere to that kind of doctrine. But
I'm already part of Christian nationalism. Like I'm actually like a funding member.
Okay, yeah. So this risky what do you call it? Risky business?
Well, the channel name is This Might Be Risky. Everybody calls it an EJ account, but that's
all right. Yeah, let me look into that. But it sounds my estimation is probably similar to like Straightway Ministry, which is another Hebrew camp. But this camp is a little bit unique compared to the other ones. Like it accepts like obviously like there's like whites and everything that's a part of it, and they have like their own compound where they grow their own food, and you know they're pretty much armed to a teeth. They're like preppers and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I would be. Have you ever been to like an Orthodox church?
I mean, not really. I would say. I guess. Yeah. I grew up Protestant.
Oh, okay. So Orthodox. Well, which Protestant?
I don't know. Just non-denominational, really. That kind of like Protestant. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Orthodox churches are generally they're a lot more private. Like you can't.
Yeah.
I think the Greek Orthodox, they might be a little like in the big cities. They might be like a little open. You can walk in the door and sit in the back and kind of like pay attention.
Yeah.
The Eastern, I'm more partial to the Eastern Orthodox. You can't really just walk in the door, right? Like somebody's kind of got to invite you. They won't throw you out the door, but they're more likely not to be so welcoming. They'll be very skeptical of you.
Yeah.
It's not very. I mean, it's kind of ritualistic, like I guess in the terms of like the actual events. I'm not there for that usually when I am stateside and can kind of attend. But there'd be a lot more boring. You'd have to actually be in doctrine. Like you'd have to really be interested in the doctrine more than anything. If you're there for entertainment, no, God. Although that's what the black churches are known for. They got to the truth have damn good music and damn good food. Like that's the charisma part, right? Like it's got an appeal to it.
But when you said something about the guys, would you call him Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah, if you're talking about Risky's an Israelite.
And what is he preaches, and why is he collecting data?
Hey, that channel has nothing. There might be like every once in a while they'll have a discussion on matter of fact, everyone. If you look at you might find me on a couple channels. It's usually like the only one I cam up on. If you look through there, it ranges from anything. I want to say it's mostly the relationship bullshit. Sometimes you get pillars. Like I think we had a panel like on Passport Bros. Like it just it hit or miss around.
It's like a YouTube thing.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel.
Okay, all right, I'll look into it.
Like
you still there?
I want to say that it's entertaining, but I get kind of frustrated. But that's usually because I want the conversation to go one way. Like I really like the moral.
So hold on. So what is your take on Passport Bros and all that kind of stuff? Especially you being a conservative white male. How do you view Passport Bros?
To be fair, technically I am one. I work for State Department, so like I'm always in another country. Like that's just the part of the job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so I ended up marrying a Vietnamese.
But hold on. How does that tie into conservatism if you believe in upholding as much as conservative values as you can?
Yeah, because people believe like conservatism is like the idea of conserving like a race maybe or something like that, which it can be if that's the part of culture you come from. That's why some people like kind of think like, oh, it's white nationalism. Yeah, like that would be a big thing. Like in Norway, they would those conservatives, they would generally be like white nationalists.
You said Norway?
Norway, Finland, some of them. I think Norway, at least they're a little bit more open about their political policy. So I would say like look that way if you're looking for like examples of that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a universal definition. It's just subjective to where that culture comes from. Same thing in the U.S., right? Like a New York conservative ain't gonna be much like a Floridian conservative. They'd be opposite ends of the spectrum. Floridians would mostly be like preserving like it's a retirement state. It's like a bunch of old people, mostly speaking, right? And so they'd be interested in preserving like the things that deal with retirement, whereas New York, it depends. Now I'm upstate New York. I don't care about the city. The city could like drown. They could just drown in the ocean. I wouldn't care.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not a big city person. Like I don't. I understand they operate. I don't hate. Well, okay, so I do dislike them because at big cities you get large populations of people together in like condensed areas. Generally, they become assholes, right? It's just nature of that many people being grouped together. There are exceptions to that. Japan, they seem to be like really polite toward each other. But generally speaking, it's not usually the case. Large cities, bigger assholes, right? So I'm kind of like a out in the country guy.
Yo, so all right, so you said that you was like atheist, but I want to ask you, do you like still believe in like some of the like the prophecies in a sense of like, do you believe that like some type of cataclysmic event is over the horizons, and this is why we may need to like preserve this?
Sure, I believe it. I believe in two possibilities as a cataclysmic event, right? Roughly about 5 billion years away, either our sun's gonna like basically do like every other star, and it's gonna like basically just go out as a crude definition, or it's gonna be the case that the Milky Way and the Andromeda are gonna either they're gonna collide. As big as the Andromeda is, we might pass right through it, or we might like collide with something else. Those are the two cataclysmic events that I believe would happen.
Oh, so you don't believe like no type of like nuclear cataclysmic event happening?
No, I actually argue that like the idea of nuclear warfare would be kind of rare. Like if we have plenty of wars, right? But nuclear warfare, that one's kind of like convincing people to nuke each other. That will have to be very desperate.
Yes, I see Masonic.
Yeah, I think the future of warfare. I think the future of warfare is what
Joshua, let me ask you, don't you think
it's gonna be? Wait, man, yo, Nigerian, you've been talking, bruh. Let me speak for once.
I think the future warfare is definitely gonna be
Who's that? Is this Musanda?
Yeah, that's
bio
Masanda.
warfare, right? Like as you've seen
Oh,
with
typical Musanda,
I'll be done, Mike, and then you speak.
I'm
Seen with
not
the
desperate to
coronavirus.
speak. I'm
That's a
just asking
bio
who's
warfare.
speaking.
As you've seen with the coronavirus, with the Chinese trying to basically lower the white population within America. I think they definitely were the target market of that. So we're gonna see more diseases like this, and mainly this is how smart the Chinese are because they kind of own a lot of the financial infrastructure of the world. They can sideline that and tell people, let's all work on a cure, right? But it's weird how these people that the virus come from has the least amount of infections. It's the Americans who are the most suffering from this disease. So that's the future of warfare, definitely bio warfare. The whole nuclear thing, I think they're just gonna do that as a distraction against the real warfare of things, which is good, right? I mean, this is good. Africa wasn't as affected. The other good thing about Corona, people don't talk about, is that because European nations kind of refused to give us the IP to like the vaccines, that kind of created a big grudge against Africans. Even the elites were sellouts. Were like, well, these people are willing to let us die for whatever. So that's like one of the good thing about Corona. Corona brought such a big and good revolution to the world. Outside of the deaths, I'm just saying it did at least break the level of trust in the world, which should have happened a long time ago.
Is that a question or? Well, that was a statement. Okay.
Oh, it's a statement. It's a statement. It's a statement. What do you think about that? It's a statement.
Wait, do I think biological warfare is a thing? Yes, it's always been. It's been a thing for. Who was it? It was I think it was the Mongolians to first use it. Where like they threw dead bodies at a besieged city. Like it's always been a thing. It's always going to be a thing. And if people can get away with it, they'll do it.
The American conquest of the European conquest of like America and stuff like that. Yeah, like Thanksgiving and
it was mostly by
the blankets with
it wasn't by
smallpox.
Yeah, I mean,
some,
like
some people can argue that it was
it's a lot more efficient too if you think about it, right? If you can like it's a lot easier to kill like a huge amount of people and keep the infrastructure intact using bio warfare. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be shocked if like the UK, the US, or even any other nation that wants to win in the new warfare of the future to have this thing. But the thing is, when you're making this disease, how are you going to widespread the vaccine to your own population? I think that's the part that a lot of these nations have to like deal with the most. It's like if you're going to make the disease, how are you going to widespread the cure? Because it's definitely going to be present in your nation. But the main point is to make sure the target cannot fix himself on this.
Yeah, so I guess the that's why they have like the gain of function research labs where they create these or amplify certain disease, pathogens that's already here, and then they target a specific ethnic group or specific people. I'm sure like the cure, like they would have like access to a specific people will have access to the cure. But I'm just thinking like in a sense of like when the whole Ebola situation happened.
Like Jar, do you know how Black South Africans got HIV?
I'm guessing through a lab, through like
it was injected. They were injected with
yeah.
No, they were injected with it. Yeah. That's how it like they made sure it actually spread within that population. Because I think by that time, during the 60s, white
so
people
it wasn't because you guys were mass fornicating.
No, because I don't believe that some guy.
No. Like how did it arrive?
Raping a gorilla.
Like it didn't. There was no HIV. No. But think about this, Mike. There was no HIV prior to like apartheid and all these things. How can it just widespread at that particular part in the whole of Africa? I mean, are we trying to like blind or some shit about this? Like,
so they were walking around injecting every African.
No, they probably just inject a
few
people.
But where was HIV prior to? Like black people never had ARVs, man. We didn't have a lot of these things that can help us fight off HIV. The question that we are still alive till today without such advanced. I'm just saying we didn't have like medicines that could help us fight back initial immunodeficiency like virus and stuff. So that means it's either it didn't exist or we actually did have things to fight that off. But obviously, as we've seen, like the human body's never been able to fight it off. HIV can only be at least not fought off, but at least sustained or contained due to like atheist medicine. So you know what I mean? So Africans, I'm just saying, like there was no HIV prior to colonization. Was definitely used as but even Kaiser said it on the stream, man. I don't know why you're fighting me on this. It was highly mutated to particularly attack people without the what's it called? The Delta what gene? Something about Delta HIV gene. There's the same people that can't get it. Oh yeah, the genetic mutation known as CCR5 delta 32. Kaiser has made streams about this. Is responsible for 2 types of HIV resistant resistance, right? And then you look into where is the delta 32 gene pool found the most within the world? Guess where that is, Mike? No. Where does the gene to fight off HIV is it mostly found?
Oh, probably like Europeans, Western people and stuff.
Where in Europe? The mutation is, I'll send the link. The mutation is found principally in Europe and Western Asia, with a high frequency generally in the north, right? I don't know how to spell this word, but I'll just say. Yeah, but I'll post the link. It's like, so Europe and Western Asia is what they say. That's where the high proportion of this gene. It's not in Africa. Africans don't have this. So the whole the thing is, people fall for this propaganda of like, oh, Africans are dying of HIV. But Africans are fucking prior to like colonization. The thing is, you were fucking without the population of the Africans within Africa. Definitely.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you.
If somebody's sick with this panel.
Huh?
Yeah. Somebody's sick on this panel.
You said what?
If I believe what?
Okay, if you believe that strongly, what actions is Africa taking to better preserve themselves?
Well,
like South Africa in particular, like do they have like
if I believe what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it seems to be like a delay. Musana has like a delay.
Oh, okay. I was actually, if anything, I have to mute up. My daughter's making no noise. But can you ask them what steps in South Africa or Africa period is taking to create like their own like medical facilities and stuff like that to better like, like serve themselves? If you believe somebody is attacking you biochemically, what steps are you taking to avoid that? You know what I mean?
You wouldn't be able to. Like by the time you figured out that you've been attacked, like at least biologically, right? You'd already been exposed, or however you want to define it, right? It'd be too late by then. And for
I heard like in Senegal, they're starting to try to create their own like little vaccines. So if that's one way that they're not going to depend on the international community to give them vaccines to give to their people. So it's they're trying to create more like testing medical facilities or whatever to do for self. So I feel like what is South Africa, which is one of the bigger brothers of Africa, what are they doing to combat that? Because I heard that they invested in doing all types of stuff in Africa. This is great. But
so
what are they doing?
Mike, Musana's in the backstage. He said bring him up.
So the flaw with the question is okay, one, if it is the case that somebody's been targeted with it, right, it's already too late. You can't really do much about it. You've already been exposed. But if you're asking the question, like, what can you do about it? It would depend on what you're being attacked with, right? So you'd have to be at some point where you're aware of what biological weapons are out there. As far as I can tell, right, unless you're in some top secret government lab, right, you really don't know that answer. You'd have to know.
No, hold on. I gotta push back because I'm Haitian American. So in countries like Haiti and in Africa, they do this thing where they give like free medicine and free testing and medication and stuff like that. It's okay, mama. And basically, when they do that, sometimes they test on the population. They give them other new injections for different stuff that, say they come in for, the measles shot or the flu shot. They're going to also give you additional new shots that they create, which is not generally tested to the public. So they do like guinea pig testing in those regions of the world. So his logic is not flawed. It's more like, even if that exists, now the best way to combat it is to start trying to create your own facilities, to create your own serums and vaccines to combat that.
You could efficiently create your own weapon. You cannot efficiently create your own antidote unless you know what you're trying to construct against.
No, but you can avoid future generations being ejected of the same, sicknesses through the same method. And say they're coming through injecting, just testing new different stuff on people, including whatever they claim they're going to give.
Oh, you mean like not so like if one country is like claiming that they're I don't know, let's say like polio, something that most people don't. So if it's the case that say like let's say the United States is selling polio vaccines, right, to the rest of the world, right? You mean basically like say your country not participate with that polio vaccine? Is that what you're talking about?
No, like it's not like that. I'm saying along the lines, if you start making your own medicine throughout your own continent, you have stronger control over it. You know what I mean? Like in the case of Africa, Haiti, Jamaica, wherever, they have to create elements in which they lean towards one another more to create elements, because a lot of them complain about different stuff, whether it's true or not. The solution itself.
Shit, I can't be against that, because the moment that you state, oh, well, we should start creating our own vaccines, then the answer is yes, generally, but not based off of any like fear of, I don't know, basically being infected by another country. This is just business. If you can build your own stuff, you should.
So that's still a precaution, because I feel like America wouldn't take in vaccines from Russia.
Well, yes, but in like 10 different ways, right? Like, I mean, that's like the whole idea. Like, you want your country to be as self-sufficient as possible, right? So if you're creating your own medicine, you can also sell your bullshit to other countries, right? It just is the thing that it is. It's a no-lose situation out of that.
Can I say something about the diseases over there?
Diseases over where?
So there's a video. It's been making the round. So it's been around.
Hold on. Disease over where? That's a good question. You should answer that question first.
Are you saying Africa? Hold on. Let me say what I'm saying. So there's a video going around. It's been making the round for a few years. I think it really started making the rounds during the pandemic, and the video, but it was recorded prior, and the video was of a European guy who was being interviewed, and in the video he was talking about how he was telling everything, basically saying how they go into Africa and they be as medical personnel or churches or whatever different stuff, and they would go in there and basically intentionally inject the people with certain viruses and stuff like that to try to basically lessen the population. So I just wanted to inject that in there.
Yeah, could you clarify over where you meant by over there? Do you mean Europe?
Africa, what you guys was talking about.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure some people who are here or possibly in the audience possibly seen that video I'm talking about, because it was everywhere during the pandemic.
The thing I heard about during the pandemic was that they were trying to go to the populations they claim were least affected, aka in Africa, and test on them, and that was a public outroar. But that's the only thing I've seen. But I don't know what you're talking about in the case of giving actual injections to people. I seen like they were like, oh shit, Africa doesn't have high numbers. We're gonna have to go test on those populations to see why they, you know what I mean? So that was the thing I seen. But even with that, it comes to a level of like, what are you gonna do to combat that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I find the video, I'm gonna post it on the Instagram account. So it was a video from a few years ago. So he was basically breaking it down. He was basically saying it's this whole white supremacist agenda situation. So it's a white European guy. He was talking about it. He basically was saying what he did. I don't know why he was saying it. I don't know if he felt bad or what was the situation, but I'm going to dig the video up, and when I get a chance, I'm going to post it in the Instagram thing.
Rose, you gone, man?
No, I'm still here. But as far as
you speak Creole?
No, my family does. All my family here in the U.S. Speak Creole, but I'm from the Bahamas, so.
Okay, you from the Bahamas? Okay.
Right. Because my father was Bahamian, my mother was the Haitian one.
Okay. So can I ask you a question? Do you? Because I know out in the CARICOM, y'all, the English speaking CARICOM islands are more closer, right? And y'all lead basically CARICOM because of Haiti, constant inner fighting. But do you guys have a medical facility for testing and vaccines for CARICOM? Do you know about that?
I honestly wouldn't know. I do know. Yeah, that I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Because my country basically, they more focus on tourism.
No, but you said Bahamas or Barbados?
Bahamas.
You ain't y'all the Bahamas? Oh no, this is Barbados.
Right. Mind you, I got there's doctors in my family. You know what I mean? But
No,
but they got trained in the U.S.
There's like universities and stuff like that in the Caribbean, and I know the more English speaking islands, they be bouncing through islands like the Trinis, the Jamaicans, they be Grenadians, they be going through the different universities in the island, and so I know
right
there's some
because
kind of
I think it's called the University of the West Indies. It's in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So a lot of other Caribbean islands are come there for their education.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I wanted to say about the cure. People, because somebody said that there was no cure for what y'all was talking about. I heard somebody say that. But so I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
So does he actually believe that, the person that said that?
I think the Musanda guy, he was saying like along the lines that there was no such thing or heavy cases of AIDS in America in South Africa before colonization. So I think he was trying to say along the lines that it's something like that was being spoken about on you heard of Go Black to Africa guy?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in Brazil recently, and he was speaking to some lady from Zambia, where she was explaining that like a lot of funny stuff, fruity stuff be happening in Brazil, but somehow their numbers and the rates of HIV is lower than in South Africa regions. So she felt like they were injected with a lot of the stuff. That's her, her belief. But Masanda kind of hit along the same lines because he's saying like, yeah, this came with them. And, when she was explaining that the promiscuous life of people in Brazil was made way more crazy. Like a man would have a wife and a boyfriend type odd stuff. So she was saying like, yo, they numbers.
No, what I'm talking about was the guy. So there was a guy that said that there was no cure for AIDS, and he says that they only have treatments, I get, to treat it. So I heard somebody said that was the reason why I came up, because I'm pretty sure everybody here is familiar with Dr. Sebi, and Dr. Sebi used to use intracellular cleansing to cure AIDS, and he, and now today, so even right now today in the Black community, that's like one of the main ways of people getting rid of all of these diseases, because Black people don't really have the insurance and all of these different things. But so a lot of that knowledge that people like Dr. Sabri left, the community is helping a lot of people fight off a whole lot of these diseases like cancer and AIDS and high blood pressure. So you can see that
That's
stuff
true.
all over YouTube. You see all these people cure the
The
cancer and
herbalists.
AIDS
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
right, right. So I just wanted to
You know,
mention that.
that's one of those things that stem from like our long history. Like we always had like medicine men and all type of people, but you don't think that that type of structure should be formalized and created something like lasting in like Africa and the Caribbean and America? Because I feel like a lot of us we come up with solutions and we never like how you say put it together and then like an actual institution.
Oh, 1 second, let me just say this.
It's okay, Mama.
Was somebody saying something?
It's Kaizo.
Well, it's not there at the moment, so just carry on. So 10 more minutes, by the way, to complete a 24-hour stream. 10 more
Wow,
minutes.
really?
Congratulations, man.
24 hours? Ooh.
But yeah, like I feel like countries like Nigeria, South Africa, you know, Jamaica, CARICOM, and like you know, like I feel low key. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like AAs, African American, they should have like an actual spokesman and president. You know what I mean? Because they don't really engage fully with CARICOM or the AU.
Wait, how can you
Or
have
their own
a
people.
spokesman president when you're not a country? I mean, come on.
You can't. You don't have to follow everything the white man do. You can create your own spokesman, in which you guys can coordinate different initiatives in your own community. You don't need the white man to have it for you to have it too.
Well, Black America is not a nation. You just
But you don't think there's like Nigerians here, there's Haitians here, there's Jamaicans here, there's African Americans here. That leader person can cross coordinate and create actual initiatives using all those different groups.
To coordinate for what? I mean, for what?
Investment, housing, all these type of things that Black people do. Markets, farming.
So discrimination policy or what? I mean, like you're an American citizen. I mean, people deal with government to government. I mean, no matter, there's nothing they want to do with you without the concept of the consent of the United States government. You know, because they'll be kind of.
No, I'm not saying go against the government. I'm trying to say you create an entity which better organize your people and speak in more of a uniform voice, and also create different stuff that the community needs by organizing them. You don't think like you're Yoruba, right?
Yeah.
In Yoruba, you guys have a chief, you have a king, you have priests, and all this kind of thing. These people work together to create a unit that helps you organize and ask for stuff from the Nigerian government.
Well,
this don't exist in America.
Hold on. Yoruba is a nation. Oh, what's that noise? Yoruba is a nation of people in Nigeria.
You don't think African American is a nation of people in America?
No, you're not.
Why you say that?
You're not a nation of people, man.
I'm not African American. I'm Haitian American. But I'm saying they are African. They are a nation. They're a group of people with sets of cultures and norms, different variations throughout the different nation, and they unify under their connection to Africa and being enslaved and fighting through it, etc. No, it's not. I don't think it's a skin color. I think it's the connection to the history. Because they sometimes include like mixed race people through one drop rules, which I don't agree with, but they believe in it because they believe that that person was connected to somebody from that original source or from that similar struggle.
Have they constitutionally created themselves as an entity of people, or they're just a population of people right now?
They're public, but they need to organize, man. You're trying to compare a group that's been organized through chiefs and families and communities, and you're arguably seeing your structure that works for your community, and you say those people over there don't need that.
they're currently not in that state right now.
Yeah, they're not in that state.
Okay.
And neither are.
Okay, so right now right now there's just a population of people where it's not really like everyone have the same mindset. You know, it's just a population of people.
No, but they're also a nation. Like you're Yoruba, right? You're Yoruba, right?
Yeah, that's an ethnic. Yeah, I am.
But you guys are more like, aren't you guys more like a race than a nation, right?
We are a nation within a country.
However, no, because there's Yoruba and Benin and Togo and all these other places. They're not a part of Oyo and all that.
Okay. In fact, okay. Is that your kid or is that someone else?
That's my daughter. My daughter.
Oh, okay.
I'm
fine. It's okay. We can bear with it. It's okay. I thought it was someone, I was going to tell the other person to me, but it's fine. We can deal with it. We can since there's no choice, you know. Okay, so basically, even as a Yoruba, I cannot say I want to go get a spokesperson of Yoruba to a government of another country. I can't do that because Yoruba right now is no longer a country. It's just a nation within a country called Nigeria. The only thing I can do is get a spokesperson for Nigeria, like an Nigerian embassy in another country. That's the only thing I can do. I can't go create a Yoruba embassy in another country because Yoruba is not a nation, it's not a country recognized within the Committee of Nations. So I can't, Yoruba people cannot go deal with another country's government. We can only go through Nigerian states.
No, but you don't think in America you can seek out investments and stuff like that and coordinate better?
Yeah, you can do it as individuals or as companies, but you cannot do it as a race of people.
I disagree. I feel like to solve a lot of these problems, you gotta start thinking like outside the box. You gotta start thinking like unique different ways to strategize to create that change. And like you guys,
you have to understand the way countries have to deal with entities. The entity has to be an entity that's recognized within the international law. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So a country cannot deal with an entity that's recognized within the realm of the international law, like international. There's something called the international law, right? International recognized nations, right? So they have to, and there's a UN chapters, UN laws, and things like that. So a country cannot go deal with a population of another country without some kind of formal, recognized or established rules, or should I say, constitution or something. You know, you can't just go say, "Oh, you're dealing with this population of people." No, there gotta be some kind of recognized. You gotta be in a form of recognized entity, either a corporation, a company, or a country.
I think I kind of understand what you're trying to say. So are you trying to do you mean it as like how the native Indians here in America, like how they're kind of recognized as, even though they're Americans, but they kind of have like a separate thing going on where they have their own reservations, different things like that? Is that what you're saying?
They're constitutionally recognized within the United States, within the United States system. You get what I'm saying? But now it's something that the Native American, the nation or tribe, whatever, it's only recognized within the U.S. System. But the Native American cannot say, "Oh, since we're a group of people, we want to go start engaging the Russian government." You can't do that. That would be against the United States.
Right.
Hold on. But the Jewish community of America, they're engaged with Israel, right? And no one has an issue with that, which is a good thing. It's positive. I feel like at the end of the day,
yeah, you can recognize. You can say, "Oh, yeah," like me, for example, I'm a Nigerian American. I'm an American citizen. Yeah, as a person, I can say, "Hey, I recognize Nigeria," but I cannot go engage the Nigerian government as an American as an American, like group of Nigerian American cannot go engage Nigerian government as one entity, start dealing with them separately from the American, apart from
no, but I'm talking on the basis, like a simple basis of business, investment, housing, course coordinating, like medicine, studies, education.
You can.
Those things exist even with Europe. There's foreign exchange programs where American students can go to Europe and study, and they can go over there and work and invest. You see, I feel like if we had a more coordination, we can have those systems.
There's nothing stopping you from doing that right now. That's the thing. There's nothing. A lot of these things you guys talk about, we need to do. There's nothing stopping people from doing it right now.
No,
right on an individual level. On an individual level.
I'm saying on an organized level. Like you know what I mean? Like, cause I feel like the Nigerian community is here, the Haitian community is here, the Jamaican community is here, the African American community is here. We need somebody that's gonna come through with. We don't gotta be in everybody's face all the time. You can say, hey, we're gonna invest in housing. We have a housing fund. We're gonna invest in education. We have an education fund. Right? And this leader will go coordinate.
Why do you have to do it? Why do you have to do it as an entire Black American? Why can't you do it as you and maybe a couple of people start a company and go do your company, go do your business? Why do you have to be? Why does it have to be as a nation of people? Why do you?
I think it's a bulk of,
I don't know why you guys always have to approach everything together. Like you have to, a whole Black America have to go do it together. Why can't group of you or individuals or just come together, start a company, and go do these things that you talk about? Why do we have to wait the entire? Go ahead.
I think the FBA and ADOS movements. I think that's the reason why they're organizing politically, because within the African American community, because for all those years that the African American community have been decimated. If you go around the country,
let me finish your point. I would say one of the biggest mistakes you guys always make is you guys focus too much on movements and waiting for some kind of entire group of race of people to come together before you guys want to get things done. I don't see anywhere in the world where people do that. They don't do that. It's usually a group of.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Okay,
that's not necessarily true.
Give me an example.
Everybody else, the Jews, when they got reparations, they got it as a group. The
reparations as a group, really? In what sense?
The Japanese, when they got interned here in the U.S., they got reparations as a group. The Native Indians,
but now you're talking about reparations. Hold on. I'm not. Wait, I'm not.
Well, I'm using it as an example, but go ahead.
No, I'm talking about getting something done, like going to
right. No, there's a reason why I'm using that as an example, because that's
different. That's
so
not
like
something done. That's just maybe an entire group of people. Something was done to them, and then the people want to just give reparation. That's different. But I'm talking about people that want to do something, maybe business or establish something. They're always talking about, Black America, the whole Black America have to be on board in that idea before we can get it started.
Right, and I'm saying
not the whole.
I was using that as an example.
Or saying the thing got to be done as Black America. No, that's not way. There's no people that's ever get something done like that. Where you take an entire group of people on board to go get it done. No.
Yeah, 1 second, Mike. Let me hang on, Rose. Let me just shout out again. So, guys, we finally made it for 24 hours live stream over here and One Man's Media. So, if you want to support the show, send a fast super chat, and we'll see if we can do this another time again. I do appreciate everyone's support who came through, the panelists, obviously this as super chatters, etc. This has actually really been great. It shows that we can actually do things. And a shout out to the most recent one from Rose of Ma'afa. I will share your video later. Shout out to you for support for the $10. And also Zongo Native. Congratulations to Kaiser for streaming for 24 hours on behalf of the Zongo people. I'm donating this for electricity and internet bills. Shout out to you. So I appreciate the support. But yeah, let's get it.
Salute, Kaiser. Salute.
Kaiser didn't wait till they get the whole can on board before he decided to do the 24-hour show. So he just did it. He did it on his own. So let's learn from Kaiser.
No, but you got to look at it from a standpoint. We a different coalition of different Africans or blacks supported him. See, the logic is we got to start thinking outside the box to our own solutions. You see what I'm saying? So if we need housing, rather than we could pull money from here, from the different, like everybody, Nigerian, American, don't give a fuck about building up the community. They just care about the community. There's some people that really, really care. They can coordinate with other Haitian Americans, Jamaican Americans, Trinity Americans, African Americans, and they'll create entities.
Wait, 1 second. Wait, 1 second. Is this Princip? What is that?
Yeah, it's me. That's me.
Oh, shout out! Also, I forgot to shout out to you as well for the $10 paper. £10 paper.
Congratulations,
bro.
Shout
out. Yeah, no, shout out to you as well. I appreciate the support. You watch all the videos, you comment, and you share the videos. So I do appreciate the support. So shout out to you for the £10 PayPal the other day. I didn't shout it to you because I was a bit tired, but I do appreciate the support.
You good,
100%.
Salute, bro. But may I ask you a question? Can you comment on this? Don't you think that's more practical rather than begging the government for different stuff or complaining? If we create like networks on which we can just find investment pools, school, like we can do like cross school training, stuff like that. That way we can think outside the box using a spokesperson to coordinate us better in America and throughout. Don't think that's better?
Okay. These things you're talking about, are these businesses you're talking about?
It could be businesses. It could be schools. It can be different elements, the different things that we see that's the need for the community.
Schools are also from a business. Schools are also businesses.
Yeah, but they have HBCUs here in America. They have universities there in Nigeria, right? If they do like a student exchange thing, that can increase revenue, that can increase knowledge transfer.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're gonna start to run into a few problems on the business side, right? So like there are some things you can do. Yes, you could technically own the business. You as a business, you're gonna have a little problem. Like let's just say you wanted to employ only a certain group of people, or like as a concept of a school.
Right, right.
Yeah. Like if you're trying to pull that off in the US, you're gonna run into some weird problems there.
I don't think that's true. If the majority is black,
anywhere in the world,
See, the best claim, well, this is my personal belief, that the best way for anything to be organized like that, because to be honest with you, black people in America should be a protected class, the same way as yes. The same way.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Protected from what? Protected from what?
The same way as the Native Americans, and there needs to be.
So you want your own reservation? Is that what you're saying?
There should be. I feel like at least with the African American population, and I do believe that that's probably the reason why they are organizing. I believe that's the reason why they're organizing. Using delineation.
Wait. Let's get to that point.
For these purposes.
But that doesn't make sense, though. Go ahead, Mike. My fault.
Let's stick to that point you're just making. Saying to organize and start schools and start all these businesses, right? So
not start. They already exist. This cross coordinate. They already exist.
Okay.
This cross coordinate.
Okay.
Well, actually, they not necessarily.
Coordinates
in
what sense? Like what? To what?
Like the HBCUs already exist.
Right? HBCUs is not. They're not black. They're not black.
Dude, let's.
Yeah, they were started for blacks.
Yeah, but they're not. They're white owned, white funded.
That's not what we're talking about, man. Let's stick to let's get in line of what we're saying, man. Let's not diverge. Let's just trying to understand where we're going. So okay, let's coordinate and to achieve what?
So economics, bro. Mike, you always talk about economics.
Okay, economics, which is business, right?
Yes, sir.
If we're saying we come together as blacks and starting businesses, is this business only for blacks?
Primarily, yes, absolutely. You got partners with other people, but the majority, the bulk should be shareholders should be black. Investors should be black.
Okay.
The majority.
You're gonna start business only for blacks, black customers, black rum, black everything. So
absolutely, what's wrong with that?
So you run a business and excluding other races of people? What is the purpose of you starting a business? Is it not for profit?
It's not excluded, man. You gotta understand, like there's Jewish people who have their own businesses. There's Russians that have their own businesses. There's Italians, there's Latinos who have their own businesses and hire their own. There's places in America that tell you that you shouldn't apply if you don't speak Spanish, bro. But you're not offended by that. You're not offended at all by that. So when a black person say, let's coordinate to build up our own, you have an issue with that. You're concerned about the Latino that have zero issues discriminating against you for not speaking Spanish.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait.
Because let me say something because everybody cuts me off when I start talking.
But you always trying to take us towards different things. Let's like stick to what we're trying to argue about.
Right. Yeah, but you don't never let me finish. So that's the reason why. You don't never let me finish. You never let me land my plane. I say like two sentences and you jump in. I can't never get to finish my train of thought.
Well, I'm saying because that's what you've been doing. Like we're trying to end one conversation and take us to something completely different. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to say. So the way y'all saying this, or the way y'all framing this. So the reason why I brought up the FBA ADOS.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Let me finish. I see there's a connection.
The reason why I brought up those. This guy.
Go ahead.
So the reason why I brought up those movements is that so their main focus is delineating, and the reason why is that they want to bring a justice claim to the United States government because of the way they were treated over the last 400 years, all of the things that's been taken from them, the 50 plus cities that and property that they had that were burned down, etc., etc. So. And they want to use that justice claim as a kind of like how the Native Indians are, to be like a protected class, so that they could be able to have a financial footing, right? So not all of us who are in America are the same. So we have people like myself that is from the Caribbean, and you have people that are from Africa. So. So I'm not saying that people.
Okay, we get your point. We get your point. Different people, this and some want to get reparation. We get that, but we're talking about business here, starting business. That's what we're trying to. I'm trying to understand. He's talking about getting together to start business.
Is that Judah? Is that Judah?
And I'm trying to understand why it's necessary for a race of people to come together.
So let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'm going to land. I just got here. I could barely get a sentence out. So what I'm trying to say, plus I'm trying to build a thought in my mind of what exactly what I'm trying to say, because I'm not that very good orally. Like I'm not a good talker like that. So I'll be having ideas in my head, but I don't know how to get it out, or I don't know. My vocabulary is not that vast, so I don't have a vast vocabulary to draw from.
Don't worry, you're doing very well. Mike, let him speak.
Yeah. Yes. So if that is possible, and if they, well, I'm saying in the event that would be possible, and they were able to get a justice claim, that actually would be good for other people because the whole entire black world have a justice claim. Now I understand that this world is not sympathetic. The world basically kind of strives on black suffering and exploiting black people, but that still could be a push and a motivation forward. Because to be honest with you, let's be real. We really don't have anything. You understand? Anywhere you go,
I have something. Maybe you
black
don't have
people.
anything. I have something.
Well,
I
understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying.
That victim, that misery thing. I have something.
I'm not talking about on an individual level. I'm talking about as a group. When you go to Nigeria,
a lot of us have something.
When you go to Nigeria,
Rose is right. Though Rose is right. He has a point. But
the vast majority of the world is what? Maybe 10% of the people. Whereas if you have 207 million people, how much poverty that is? And it's the same thing if
okay,
you go
but
into
that's
the
the same thing
Caribbean.
in India.
That's
That's the same thing.
So, and I'll give you another example. So right now you go on TikTok, right? They got these things where you will have these like coming into immigration and like the people who they stop, right? And if you will notice, most of the times they stop Africans, and I mean it would just be some simple shit, just somebody visiting a family or whatever. And I mean they, you know, but that don't happen to other people and other Europeans.
Well, that's
And
fine. That's
and
their
so
policy. What does
so
that have to do
hold
with
on,
me?
let me finish. I'm trying to drive home the point. So it's made difficult for black people to come together and to be able to work together. Another example, Africa is the best example because it should be cheaper for me to fly from Ghana to Nigeria. But why would it be more expensive to fly from Ghana to Nigeria than to fly from Ghana to London? Like that don't make any
Well, start
sense.
your own
So what
airline
I'm
and make
saying
it
is,
cheaper.
so I was trying to work with this guy in I was trying to do something with this guy in oh Lord, what's the name of that country? It's the country on top of Ghana. One of those Saharan
Burkina
regions. This
Faso,
was a
Burkina
few, yeah,
Faso.
Burkina Faso, right, right. The problem is that those people was charging me so much. The price I was, man, it was just ridiculous. It just didn't make any sense to even
Man,
go
you
into it.
negotiate your price. Negotiate your price. God damn, man. How's that make you a victim now? If someone want to charge you
No,
something,
but hold
negotiate
on,
your
hold on,
price.
hold
Tell them
on,
how much you
Mike,
want to pay.
Mike, wasn't
It's
it
not,
recently there was like a
Why do we have
airline
to be
guy?
victim all the time, man? What is all this victim
No,
shit,
hold on,
man?
hold on.
Mike,
We are
Mike,
being oppressed. I-
Mike, you're
Mike,
not practical. You're not practical. You
So,
understand?
Mike,
People could do things on an individual level, but trying to do things on a international level is difficult. You could act
man,
like it's not
well,
going to
African
change that.
countries are doing things on the international level, man. We have
bro,
government, we have embassies
Rose,
all over the world.
Rose,
Every black
ask them
country, hold on,
Okay,
America.
Africa is perfect. Africa is perfect. I get it. I understand.
No,
Well,
Caribbean
Rose.
we
countries
here in
also,
the West, we're
Jamaica,
not perfect.
huh? No,
You
no, no, don't
understand?
say that.
We
Caribbean
have a
countries,
whole
they all have
history
embassies.
that we're dealing
Hold
with.
on. Bros.
Yo,
History is
Rose,
gone, man. History, brother, history is gone. Forget you're not dealing with any history. History is gone. Slavery is
Rose.
gone. All that shit is gone. Bros, Caribbean countries, they all have embassies in other countries. They are nations on their own. They deal with people. So this I get it. The black race, we are all these victim and we are these things. No, it's a lie. It's a fallacy. When we were
Caribbean, they got countries, but the people who run the place are micromanagers. They're micromanaging it for the white power structure. The people at the bottom don't really have no opportunities like that.
Mike.
That's how the whole world is run. Even Nigeria is run like that. Ghana is run like that. And Africa is run like that.
Mike,
That's why all the money is at the top and nothing's at the bottom.
Mike,
everything it runs on exploitation. Exploitation.
Can I?
If you a leader and you would they will come in and say, listen, you okay? Do you mind oppressing? You all right with oppressing your people? Then you could have something.
Rose to respond, though, man. You're gonna go for like 5 minutes and come on, man. I see you make
Rose.
Come on, calm down,
Rose.
man. Let us respond at least.
The
fact of the matter is this.
Oh, sorry.
The fact of the matter is this.
No, I'm here.
Stopping. Listen. If you experience lopsided deals, whatever it is, it's because you're not making it. You're not negotiating well, or you're not being productive, or whatever it is. So you can see and say we're victims because maybe European society are being more progressive, or Asian society are being progressive. It's because they're more productive than us. That's all it is. So you need to step up your own productivity. That's the game. None of these, we being exploited.
None of that. I don't disagree with that. I agree with that.
No,
I agree with that
100%. Hold on. Wait,
I never said you never had opportunity, though. I never said that.
You said the people. Hold on. You said the people don't have opportunity. That's not true. Everyone
I figured out what your problem is.
And be innovative and advance. Everyone have the freedom to be innovative and creative and become successful. In Africa, you see examples of people that decide to be creative and innovative and became wealthy.
On an individual level.
All over the world.
On an individual level.
What the hell are you talking about?
on an individual level.
Why in the world is innovation not on an individual level or the company level?
Bro,
America
I would not
competing.
go into a whole history lesson with you on here today.
But why are you talking? Is this history that we're talking
Because
about?
you're not practical, bro. You think we're living in la la land. You think this whole thing is imaginary.
Can I ask you a question?
Stuck with this slavery thing, bro. You saying we were slaves, we were decent? That's gone. We live in a different era.
Bro. No. What I'm saying is, Nigeria is poor now. I'm saying the mass majority in Nigeria, the people in Nigeria is poor now. The mass majority of black people in the United States are poor now. The mass majority of black people in the Caribbean are poor now. Not in history, now.
So what does that have to do with what? What does that have to do with other people? What does that have to do with?
That's practical. I'm telling you something practical.
Okay.
Yes, I'm listening.
Because they're not productive. They're not.
Bro,
individuals
come on, man. Come on, man. Stop it, bro.
Mike.
Bro. What makes hold on. What makes this wealthy countries wealthy? What makes China wealthy? What makes China wealthy?
Let me tell you what makes China wealthy. Let me tell you what made China wealthy. What made China wealthy was cheap labor, and it was the United States that sent all of the industry over to China. And because they sent that industry over to China, China just was smart enough to all of the plants that they sent over there. They copied everything and they started making stuff cheaper and exporting it over the world.
Okay, what's stopping you from being smart enough and go copy and do whatever it takes and become wealthy yourself?
Coordination is what's stopping us. And back to the point, United States of America, they coordinate with the EU. Am I correct? Nigeria first, Mike, everybody. Is that true or false? So I feel the same way. Huh? United States coordinate with England. They coordinate with France. They coordinate with Spain. They do cross trade. You want Nigeria to be an island. You want African Americans to be an island. You want Haiti to be an island rather than coordinate and make money and trade.
Okay. I get your point. They call it coordination, right? Was this coordination done on a government-to-government level, or is it on people-to-people level?
But why are you following everything that the whites, the Chinese, the Indians do to a T?
You're the one taking me there, but you're the one taking me there.
No, because the Chinese thought outside the box and they created their own solution. They didn't imitate white people to the T. They created their own. You saying we don't need a spokesman. I say we do need a spokesman and we do need coordination. You telling me why did the whites not do it? Who cares why the whites did not do it? We got to do what we got to do to help ourselves. That's what you're implying. That's not what you're saying. That's what you're implying. You said we don't need it.
I believe, this is where we disagree. What I believe that it takes for your race of people to start looking good and start creating wealth is individuals. Individuals start.
So
wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can I talk?
I'm listening. Yeah, my bad.
This is where life works. This is where life works. No matter how much you want to take a group somewhere, if you yourself as an individual, you haven't taken yourself anywhere, you're just wasting your time. So the steps to a group to go somewhere is for members of that group to first start with themselves, build their life, build their family, and then once you build yourself enough where you're so self-sufficient, and then you can start thinking about building a country, a nation. But you can't be a guy that has nothing in the head and hasn't even built yourself, broke, and you're talking about, I have to build a nation.
What you said was correct, right? What you said was correct, but has nothing to do with what system.
Mike, you know.
I don't mean you as an individual. I'm just saying.
Mike,
you can be calling a bunch of poor people to get together.
Joshua John.
But they can put a dollar or two together.
Had a great conversation because those conversations were actually enlightening and make sense. Right now, we are descending into the ABS. I don't know what to say. This is not how.
So Nigeria first. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So you're telling me that Nigeria? I was talking about economy earlier with the white guy, cool guy, whatever. But you guys was talking to him about Nigeria, right? Y'all was talking about how Nigeria is progressing, is moving forward. He was asking you questions like, what do you think Nigeria needs to get to the next step? My question to you is, what do you think Nigeria needs to get to the next step? And what do you think African Americans and Haitians and Jamaicans and whoever else need to get to the next step?
I think Mike already answered that question. We need to be productive, and we are not productive.
Exactly.
Do you work, sir? Can I ask you, do you work?
We need to be disciplined. We need to be productive. See, we need to invest our money more because black people black people always consume, and they care about themselves.
I agree.
That's all. So that's what we need to do. We need to do what other race of people are doing. Follow the the template is
Nigeria first.
Go ahead.
So what's wrong with coordinating together? Your plan sounds not that far from my plan of coordinating with other countries.
Okay, what are you coordinating on? Because
so you're Nigerian. Why are you not coordinating with Togo, Benin, Mali, all these places? Why is
there's already intertrade between Africas. That is already ongoing.
At what level? What's the percentage of trade? Because I know it's very low and it's high with Europe.
In the local and on the government level, it's all like.
Do you know why? Do you know why we trade more with Europe than we trade with our neighbors? Because Europeans are more productive. They have more.
Stop it, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Stop it.
Because you don't think it's because you guys are preaching more for like individualism
in the fantasy world. What's the reason you trade them with Europe again? Say it. What's the reason you are trading with Europeans again?
Europeans have things that I want to consume. Togo doesn't produce the shit I want to consume. If I want to buy high food,
you see what I'm saying? To this guy, the world is a cartoon. To this guy, the world is a cartoon. So you acting like African countries are not being exploited by Europeans right now. So that's not happening. That's not happening.
We are not discussing that.
Even if so,
that's not what we are discussing. That's not the.
Even if so, that's not the issue. The issue about
practicality. That's life. That's what's happening right now. You acting like it's not.
Bro. Listen, I want to trade. I want to buy iPhone, and I have.
Okay.
Who do I trade with? Is it Togo or freaking United States where they produce iPhone?
Hold on, but you don't think Nigeria will be stronger if Togo was stronger and they can cross trade?
You're telling me to trade with Togo over United States because we are black. Okay,
bro. No, that's because you will have more share over Togo than America. You can have more share in the economy of Togo than America. What share of America do you have as a Nigerian?
Are you answering my question? Does Togo produce what I want to consume?
iPhone or electronics? No, they don't.
Exactly. What did you go to?
Rubbish, man.
No, not rubbish. What about Innocence? What about Nord? Right, these cars exist. So if you was to support it to a level, no.
Let's not.
Listen, Nigerians already they participate in buying those products in Nigeria, and it is not enough. Nigeria is a massive country of 200 million people. Those guys cannot, they cannot sell.
So why are you not thinking about the region, ECOWAS? Why are you not stretching out to control more of the ECOWAS? Why are you not trying to be like China?
Because there's nothing there. God damn it, man, there's nothing there.
Oh, you're lying to yourself, man. So why is Russia's there? Why Russia's there?
They are just there to take.
Why is America mad that they get kicked out? Why is America mad they get kicked out of Mali?
It's not what I want. What
America's
what I'm looking for.
Why is France mad that they get kicked out? If there's nothing there.
Man, all you guys understand is race, man. Skin color.
No, not race. It's about trade. As a race, you should control your own trade.
Man, listen. You live in a cartoon world.
Damn, man.
You are not reasonable. You understand?
Yeah, I'm wasting my time.
And you want me to tell you the reason why? You want me to tell you the reason why you think like that?
You know, black people, man. I was enjoying my conversation with Joshua, man. I don't know.
I will tell you the reason. I will tell you.
Joshua, let Joshua speak. Joshua, what is your opinion on this?
Have some sense. Like when I talk to you guys,
he's still here. Joshua, are you still here?
So yeah, I'm here, and I guess it depends on what you mean. So like, I'm assuming you mean like neighboring countries, and
exactly.
Here's the issue: is the reason why I agree with it is because generally, like, it's a you as in trade, you don't go straight to the big fish. You just can't.
Thank you.
Like, so you would generally start off small and work your way up. It's just kind of that's how it works. So it's more of an economical thing than, I guess, a race thing. I mean, I guess you could
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, sir.
But
Thank you.
Joshua, we already
you
have
understand what just like saying. You're just thanking him.
No, he's saying it's economic. It's smarter to eat up Togo than to try to go up America.
Hold on. I think Mike actually asked you a question. Togo does not produce or manufacture electronics, mobile phone, these things. So if we want to purchase, we will always go to the West to purchase those things, or Asia.
Joshua, can I ask you a question?
So I don't understand.
Nigeria first, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you believe that Nigeria economy needs to expand and take over more shares of a nation, or the business shares to trade oil, to trade cars, etc., you think America is going to take in Nord and in a sense, or you think Togo or the neighboring country will be more accepting to buy Nigerian cars? You both can answer. Let's talk economics. Who's going to be more open to buy your products, America or Togo, Benin, Mali, Chad?
If the products are good, yes, Togo will purchase from Nigeria. However, Togo as a country, they don't produce electronics. So, Mike,
why you just focus on electronics? You can focus on other things. You can focus on
because as I speak, I
steel,
cannot.
Manufacturing.
I'm trying to think of what Togo produce, but I cannot find any at this moment.
I think the base of what we're talking about is, he said, why do we trade more with non-blacks than we trade with black? That we should trade with blacks more. And I'm telling you that it's not possible to trade with blacks more. For example, we cannot trade with Togo more than we trade with the West or China, because Togo is not as productive as China. China produces more things that we want to consume than Togo. So there's no way I can trade more with Togo than I will with China.
Why is that the case?
Why is that the case? That's what I want. Are you listening? Togo does not.
No, I'm sorry. I'll say it one more time. I didn't hear it.
Togo is not as productive as China.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. So I'm asking you, why do you work more with the West than you do with even other African countries?
We work with everybody. In fact, we work with. When you say work, what is work? Are you saying
trade?
Trade.
What
is work?
Okay, trade.
Okay, trade. Exactly.
Why do you work with the West more than you work with? Why does anybody in the world, the whole entire world, the global South, South America, everybody in the world, why do they? And let me ask you this. Because obviously the West is the main power on the planet right now. So, and one of the reasons why they're so rich is because of the way that they are exploiting the global South, and that's just a fact. Like this, you can't get around that.
It's not about their innovation. No. Why they are rich is more about their innovation and then invention.
Percentages.
Hold on, you said what? What did you say?
Off the market.
What did you say?
It is the reason why they're wealthy is more about their innovation. Their innovation.
Bro, the reason why they're wealthy is because of slave labor. You understand?
Get the hell out
of here. Do you understand that?
Not just slave labor.
Listen, the reason why America is rich is because of free labor.
Do you know that?
If you kidnap, I'm not going to use the word kidnap.
Okay, can you?
But if you have a slave that's going to do the work for you, of course you're going to be rich.
We get it. Yeah. They make money on slavery. But hold on, we get that. But calm down. By 1920, United States went through a Great Depression. They were broke. So all that slave money you're talking about was gone. You get what I'm saying? United States was broke by 1920.
They still benefit from the power, the money, the innovation.
It became industrialization. It's what made them so wealthy today. It's not no goddamn slave. What the hell are you talking about? And
so why Nigeria is not taking the same path?
That's
Why
what we
Nigeria
need
not
to
take?
do. We have to. That's
But you
what we're
say
preaching. We have to be productive.
not only that, but now
I gotta sit down with a bunch of broke ass
no, but
niggas talking about.
you overlooking America also take heavy shares of percentages from other nations to boost its own economy. So why is Nigeria not doing that with surrounding nations, the Caribbean, etc.? Why the AU is not doing that with the CARICOM and African Americans in terms of trade and coordinate? Again, you're concerned about Europeans. I'm like, okay, even if we have 80% of the situation moving is African and black, we can have 10% other. Who cares? At the end of the day, the majority of the people is going to be black, and the beneficiaries are going to be the black people en masse. You're more concerned about other people being there than the progress of the black race, the progress of Nigeria.
I'm going to explain it to you one more time. African countries already have unions. We have the African Union, we have the ECOWAS, we already have regional unions. We trade with ourselves. We deal with ourselves.
You said they trade more with Europe because they're more productive, right? That's what you just said 10 minutes ago.
If I want, that's where I'm going. That's precisely what I'm about to say right now. It's exactly what I'm about to say, if you allow me. But we trade with everybody, but we trade more with who has more to offer us as individual countries.
As you should.
Exactly. So what is the argument here?
You're like there's the same way African Americans should look to how they can capture more lion shares of the spending power. Rather than celebrating spending power, you should find ways of how can we keep and retain the money in our community, invest, etc. Nigeria should be looking, Ethiopia should be looking, South Africa should be looking how we can expand ourselves in controlling more of the economics of Africa, controlling more of the trade in Africa, controlling more of the trade
we have to first produce. We have to first be productive first. We have to produce things first. You can be broke. You can be unproductive.
Let me get in on this. Let me get on this. And let me get in on this. And see, here's the thing. I want to back you up. What's the Nigerian brothers on here? What's your name, sir?
Nigeria First or Mike?
No, the other gentleman who was talking to the gentleman who's talking about like why
I'm not Nigerian. I'm Haitian American.
Okay, okay, okay. I want to back you up, sir. And let me just say this: is that brother, you have to understand that when we get together and we have these types of conversations like this, these are not social conversations. These are not social conversations about the black community and representation in the black community and stuff like that. This is not what this is about. These conversations about geopolitics and global trade and global interaction. That's what they're about. And just like the brother told you, you can't trade with the country, okay? Unless that country is productive, unless that country is actually producing something for you to trade. That's the whole goal. That's the first thing countries look at when they look to trade with another country. They look, okay, is this country productive? Does this country have capital, that they can use to buy our goods? If you trade with them, if so, you can have a productive trade relationship. There's no such thing when you talk about geopolitics and trade, right? There's no such thing as a black community. The black community is something the black community is something that exists on a micro level. We're talking about macro here. Macro is large scale. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about these little micro.
You don't think that if Togo is not producing anything like you both guys are saying, where's the AU to say, hey, Togo can produce rice and we can cross-coordinate it for famine nations, etc.? Where's the thinking?
Okay, who said? Okay, now who said? All right, now let me respond to that. Okay, who said Togo can produce rice?
No, I'm just saying that's an example. Like any nation, like
okay, so
Senegal,
you're saying no, bro. Hold on, you got to be specific. No, bro. Let me listen. You said the EU was saying that okay, Togo can produce rice. You're saying that the
I said AU, African Union.
Okay, so the AU said Togo can produce rice. Well, guess what? Haiti can produce rice too.
Yeah,
Haiti has tons of swampland. Okay. They can produce rights too. Why aren't they doing it? Why isn't
again coordination? It goes back to my original point.
No, it's not coordination.
Where's CARICOM
that
country's efforts in business and investment?
It's not. It's that country's internal problem and issue.
You think
about why they're not developing their economy. I don't know. That's their problem. That's not anyone else's problem. That's not anyone else's fault.
All right, so skip over Haiti. Let's talk about neighboring nations nearby Nigeria, in which Nigeria can invest in key markets and expand their own market. Why aren't they doing that?
You have to look at Ethiopia. Is it feasible?
Scaling up.
Let me address them. Is it feasible? Is it feasible for them to go and do that? Because if those countries are not producing anything, and a lot of those countries have really low GDPs and stuff anyways, if they're not producing anything to begin with, then it's not feasible for you to go and put your money in there. If they're not trying to do anything, on their own to try to be more productive. See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but you're overlooking the factor that other nations such as France can come to these countries and invest and do certain things. Why can Nigeria not
here's
do
the thing. France. Now let me call that out. Here's the thing, brother. France does not do anything for those countries. Okay, France was.
They have businesses in those countries, bro.
Bro, I'm not done, bro. Listen. You gotta listen to me, bro. Look, France was basically a colonial overlord of those countries. They had them using their currency. They would put them in debt. They had them in debt for decades and decades, and only now is countries like Burkina Faso finally getting, Africa out of that cycle.
80% of
but you can't. But see, here's the thing. You can't look at a colonizer. Okay, here's the thing. It's disingenuous to look at a colonizer and say the colonizer is doing more because the colonizer is interacting.
Exactly. That's what I
is. He is doing more than Nigeria. He is doing more than Nigeria.
Okay, see, the thing is, those nations, right, like Togo and places like that, they're gonna have to. See, a big part of why the African countries have the issues is they don't mind these like European countries coming in and getting their resources and taking it out and paying them pennies on the dollar. They have to say, look, if we need to start refining our own resources and then selling the finished product ourselves, they have to do that. They have to find some kind of way. Ibrahim Traore is doing it. I mean, he's going all to Rwanda trying to find out how Rwanda is about to build a nuclear power plant.
Coordination.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's going and doing his market research and going and finding out how other countries are doing things and figuring out how he can implement that in his own country. And it's up to these other countries to do the same thing. No one is going to hold their hand.
You sound like you agree with me.
No. Here's the thing. They have to do that themselves. A lot of these countries, they don't want to do that. They don't want to go and go and. Yes, they can.
They owned by America. America owns.
They're not. That's another lie. That's another lie. See, here's the thing. There's no such thing as a country being owned by America. If that was the case, then countries like Iran, that were under sanctions from America for decades, shouldn't be where they are today. Iran still, today. But brother, I'm not done. You know Iran. Hold on. You know Iran has one of the. Let me finish, bro. I'm not done. But you know Iran. Hold on. You know Iran has one of the highest performing stock markets in the world today. How the hell is that possible if they were under sanctions from America for decades? How is that possible? How is it possible?
Trade.
No, it's because their own people invest into their own economy. That's the only people that buy the only people that buy the only people that buy Iranian stocks. Listen to me, bro. The only people that buy Iranian stocks are Iranian people.
But
that's the only people that buy it. So it's their own people buying their own stuff, and that is how you build your economy up. It starts with that country. It's not anyone else's fault but that country.
That's kind of a little misleading, right? Like when you call it the largest.
It's not misleading.
Yeah. Well, I lived in Iran for like 2 years, so this is actually a really.
So you should know then. So if anyone would know, you should know.
Yeah, I know what it means, right? Like you're describing it like saying it's the largest stock market, right? Yeah, it is true that it's like the local Iranians that buy the stock, mostly because nobody would have an interest. Like you really can't do business within it. Right, I agree with you to a point, right? But then you get to the concept, like you say, it's the local or the largest. What do you mean by that? Because that sounds a little disingenuous.
No, Iran's stock market is one of the biggest in the world. I know that. It's not the biggest, but it's one of the biggest in the world. It's because their own people invest into it. So to top it off, brother. But hold on, I don't want to drag on.
No.
You know, I'm gonna pass the mic. I'm gonna to top it off.
Comparing what? Like the number of stocks
in the region. But I don't want to get bogged down by this. To top it off, is what I'm telling you, brother. Is that? But hold on, let me address the brother. When you and brother, you know, I appreciate you coming up here and having an intelligent conversation with us. But you're gonna have to go and just research like Africa economically, but what you can't do is you can't come up here because a lot of times as Black Americans we have this Black community mindset. You know, we think the rest of the world experiences the world the way we see it, but they don't. They have more of a global geopolitical economic trade mindset, and they just want to see their economies grow. That's all they want to see. They don't care about what happens in the Black community in America or the Black community in London or the Black community over here or over there. They just want economic growth for their own countries. That's it. That's what they want. So you're going to have to go and research the economies in those countries before you have these conversations. But don't come up here, on that Umar Johnson stuff. Talking about, well, what about the Black community? What about this? And what about the poor children that don't have any ravioli to eat? And what about? Don't do that, bro. But go ahead. I'll pass the mic. Go ahead.
Mama,
are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Oh, he left. Boss man,
whoever, just go ahead.
But I was going to say, like, you overlooking the factor that, like, Iran may have close allies that they work with that helped them battle what they had embargoes and all that type of sanctions on them. Like, you telling me that Nigeria should skip over their neighbors and building up their neighbors and building up a marketplace somewhere in Gambia and a steel factory somewhere in Niger. They're supposed to overlook those things that they can do to have larger market shares of Africa in total to go trade with America, who's going to only give them a small percentage of shares of anything. So they could be the king of their own jungle and build up their own jungle the same way China did with nearby nations. You're telling me don't do that. Focus on the West.
But you got to be fair a little bit to the point, right? If it is the case that that's what your goal is to keep everything Black, right? You'd also be keeping the exploitation as Black too, right? So like, I would agree with you. Like the idea, like take Toga, right? I would basically be going after their phosphate mines, right? That you could do a lot of building up with, but because their like GDP is like, like $5 billion or something? Like it's tiny, it's almost negligible, right? They'd be willing to sell off small, right? You're making products, you're selling off. So you're just basically using them as a resource. And you'd also try to basically use your own labor force, meaning you use Nigerian labor force to go over there. However, that business practice would be taking advantage of the black tokens, right? So you're now doing what everybody else does. So like, if it is the case that you're trying to do it based on moral grounds, you ain't going to get there. You're just going to be like the rest of us. But if it is the case that you're after, like, yeah, making the capital, yes, you start off small and work your way up, because it's really just what you can do.
That's true. I'm just saying that this. I look at what Europe is doing in America. America's greatest ally is Europe, right? So they're building amongst themselves. I'm not saying other people can't participate, but the majority of the people, 80%, I like to say, should be our own. At the end of the day, there's different markets around us. There's different opportunities around us. And he's saying that France does not participate. I can name countless businesses that exist in Ivory Coast that belongs to the French. There's countless businesses such as Total that exists in Haiti that belongs to the French. There's different stuff that still belongs to the French. Nothing wrong with that. Again, it's how do we compete? How do we take more lion's shares of the economy rather than complain? That's my whole logic. African America,
you'd have to. So that's the problem with capitalism, right? There's no such thing as a moral claim within capitalism. You can do it, you just can't do it and also do like that whole like, well, black thing first. You could definitely be like,
how so?
So because, like for the example,
not
like
in America.
Not even
it can be done if it's political, though. If it's under a protected class. So basically,
no. Just simply by just
or as a justice claim. Because
let's work on
repairing somebody, that's something different. So if the United States government recognized that they have wronged some people for a very long time, it can't be done that way.
Well, let's work off of that. Are you opposed or like, are you for or against the idea of, say, Nigeria taking full capital advantage, let's call it exploitation, of a neighboring country, economically speaking?
Well, that's not exactly what I was talking about. But because I was referring to here in the United States, and I was referring to those groups.
Yeah, the United States, Black Americans, the 65% are middle-class Americans. They are not doing bad at all.
That's not true, sir.
That is absolutely true, according to the labor.
No, that's not true, sir. That's
just
absolutely,
9 months
that
ago.
is absolutely not true. So can I explain to you, sir? Can I explain to you what's going on, Joshua?
Sir,
can I explain to you what's going on?
Sir, that's literally based off the Department of Labor.
Joshua, listen to me. So the reason why those folks is bringing a justice claim now.
Sir,
hold on. Let me finish. You gotta let me talk. You gotta let me talk. I heard you. Now you can let me talk.
Let me finish, man.
Yes. So what's happening is that the reason why they want to delineate is because the other black groups are messing up those numbers, because you have a lot of Nigerians and you have a lot of people coming from the Caribbean, and you got black folks coming from South America who are doing well.
Help me with the definition.
So I'll give you an example, Joshua.
What is? Hold up. Help me with the definition, because I'm white, right? Like, I understand what a Black American is. What is a other Black American? What the hell is that?
Like myself, I'm Haitian American, so he's referring to people like
myself, who is Haitian American.
When you say black,
and the other guys on the panel who are Africans from Africa, but they migrated to America.
Okay, that's where the part where I'm kind of. When you say like Black Americans, or when you say black, right? Are you saying, oh, really what you mean is like, say, Haitian Americans or Somalian Americans or something? You're just breaking it down that way?
No, we're talking about so when people say black, they're usually talking about, because it's an American term, is used to refer to the African Americans that are from here, the ones who are descended from the people that were enslaved here.
pretty sure I thought we meant skin tone, but okay.
Right. So basically, so you have a lot of people. You have a lot of people who are from other communities who have who come to America with advantages. I'll give you an example. Like I live in South Florida, so if you look at some of the affluent, which is a large Caribbean community. If you look at some of the affluent Caribbean people, these are people who family are like close relations to the government back in the country. And,
That's a lie, man. Come on, man.
Hold on, let me finish.
Most immigrants
they have like import export trade businesses where they import. They're part of the. I'm telling you my experience. I don't know about you, bro. I'm telling you my experience.
Black immigrants, they don't do no goddamn. They don't make their progress or money through import and export.
You from Nigeria? You from Nigeria?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will use Nigeria as an example.
Immigrants,
so
we don't have any connection with our homeland government, with our government. We don't.
So bro, just calm down because you're not making any sense. So
really,
I'll give you an example.
Because
I'll give you an example for you to understand.
Mike, I think he's talking about your parents, not you.
So let's take Davido. Davido was born in the United States and grew up in the United States, right?
No, he grew up in Nigeria actually.
He grew up in Nigeria, but he was always back and forth.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, let me finish. So he was always back and forth, right? He's a Nigerian, young black Nigerian kid.
Give from a wealthy family. Okay. Go ahead.
His father is a billionaire. It's not the same thing.
Is it your network as bad or is it me?
Rose, we're not hearing you clear.
Oh,
breaking up.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Hello?
Oh, yeah, you hear you good?
Okay, you're better now. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was saying, so you take Davido, right? His father is a billionaire. You understand? So you have people like that whose numbers are being mixed in. What's going on in the African American community? Because they put all those numbers in there. So I'm sorry for that. I'm having a phone call. Hold on.
You like to stretch your simple point. We know what you're saying. You're saying one individual, his father was a billionaire that that says Nigerian celebrity.
It wouldn't
because
matter,
he came to America. Now it means all of us that came from there, a huge number of us, our parents were billionaires in Africa before we came. Is that the point you're trying to make here?
Yeah, the problem with this is these stats are from the Department of Labor. Unless they're employed, they couldn't be in there. Now, if they have a job, right? Like if they're drawing revenue from somewhere, then they would be in that. They might not be. Like if he's a millionaire, he wouldn't be in that 65%. He would be in the top 10%, which is the next 10%. Meaning if you add the middle class at 65%, and I think the upper class is at like 10 or 11%, right? You now have 3 out of 4 black people inside of the United States are either middle class or upper class.
Tell them.
This idea that black people are like basically poor in America is bullshit.
Tell them.
The vast majority of black Americans are doing fine. Now we might hate the idea that the black or that like middle class people are not where we think they should be, right? But that's like a weird, it's just a claim, right? It's like saying, oh, well, that level should be a little bit higher, right? Like they should be at a higher pay rate or something like that. We can argue that, but the whole concept of what's being measured here is 65% of black Americans, according to the Department of Labor, are middle class. And that is the thing that basically props up a country. You couldn't even basically argue the idea that black people are like dragging America down, right? Because statistically, you got 14% of the population, meaning they're kind of like minuscule, and then they're holding up 65% there. That's pretty damn good stats. Even
that's good stats. Tell him. I think he's trying to make the argument that there's a group called FBA. They believe that they should have a separate game because they're super disenfranchised, yada yada yada. But I feel like at the end of the day, they could just simply do that. It doesn't block them from another claim.
He
of
also made a
financially
claim that I want to
growing
put. Yeah, he also wanted to make a claim that I thought he was talking about Nigeria.
Yes, I'm back. Yeah, I had a phone call. So go on.
Let Joshua finish, bro.
Well, he missed it. Does that mean I'm supposed to repeat it?
No, yeah, do your thing, man. Joshua, repeat it, man. Repeat them. Tell them about the numbers that the overall numbers in America of blacks overall.
Your example of some, I don't know, millionaire within South Florida or wherever it was, right? It actually doesn't really much matter, right? Is he getting counted? No.
I didn't say millionaire. I said billionaire. A Nigerian kid.
Yeah.
His father is a billionaire.
Because I'm going to repeat this again. Department of Labor. He would have, to get counted in this statistic, you have to draw an income. Meaning you have to
Joshua.
Yes, sir.
You are hilarious to come on a panel and try to lecture a black person about their living conditions. That is hilarious. And use Department of whatever statistics.
Where
you understand?
Do you think?
I'm on the ground here in the United States.
Rose,
you understand?
Rose, he's right though. He's talking about.
No, he's not right. He's not. He's absolutely wrong.
Okay.
What did he say? Matter of fact, hold on a second. So if he's right,
what is this supposed to use, man?
I'm gonna disappear for a quick second and get the real numbers, right?
I'll be right back. He's right because the lower end of middle class is like 30,000, 40,000. That's where it starts at. But again, then you have to talk about cost of living, what city you live in, and then it factors how you spend it as well. Then the money goes away. But overall, a lot of black people are working middle class, lower middle class, etc. You see what I'm saying? So technically, Joshua's correct. You know what I mean? But overall, he's trying to make that claim because he's trying to say that that 60% is not really African Americans. It's foreigners. We don't even make up that big of a portion. He's drawing straws.
Right. He's basically wanting to say it's not based on your skin tone. You have to be like, I don't know. So it's based on the concept of being black skin tone, right? However, right, like I get his ideas is like, well, the Africans aren't the same as, I don't know, like the Europeans blacks or some, like I get that kind of concept. The problem is that's not how the data gets recorded. It's a checkbox. You're either black or you're brown. Pick one.
And also, he's overlooking the fact that foreign black immigrants only make up a certain percentage of blacks. You see what I'm saying? So if we're 20% of overall black, how can we be 60% and the numbers are ultra skewed? He's making, he's reaching.
Well, I mean, but the whole who's black and who's not, I mean, fuck it. You guys can have that argument.
No. The thing is, we're all black. He's trying to say that the distinctions of black, the same way you can be all European, but there's a French, there's an Italian, there's an Irish. So he's trying to go by those guidelines to specify who's who, which is all understandable. But at the end of the day, the majority here is African Americans. The majority of blacks here is African Americans.
Right. So hold on and help me because I might not be understanding this. If you're black Irish, right? Like you're black and like say you immigrated from Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Are you not considered black?
You consider black under the general government census, but as a group, when we deal with one another one-on-one, we kind of look at each other. Okay, he's a Haitian American, he's an African American, he's a Nigerian American, he's an Ethiopian American. So he's bringing it down like that.
You guys differentiate between who's black and not black. Is that am I?
We're all black. It's about what type of black. Let's put it like that. That's what type of black. It's a better way to say it. Okay, he's the black from America. He's the one that was here during slavery. This guy is not from here. He's from Haiti. This guy's from Jamaica. like that. So if that's his concept, at the end of the day, the foreign black only make up a certain percentage. We're only like 20% or 30%, arguably, if you want to include the kids like myself who are included in America. But I'm technically, my mother and my father is American. My daughter, is Haitian. My daughter is Haitian. So Haitian American, put it like that. So by his definition, we're not technically African Americans. You see what I'm saying? But to the white person, Chinese person, we're all black. Yes, we're all black. You know what I mean? But my whole concept is just coordinating better, because he's trying to go to the claims, what you're going to go ask the government for reparations and this, that, and the third, and special classification groups. Those things is a swing or miss. What we can do practically is like, okay, we can create funds to create housing, which we don't have to ask the whites. We don't have to ask the Chinese. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, okay. So so there's a certain agenda, and then okay, yeah, it makes sense. Like why you would look at things that way if that's your intention to make. I get it.
They're trying to make reparation claims, so which is a swing or miss. I believe they do deserve it, but you can't waste your life asking people for something that they kicked down the road. They could have gave it to you initially. They kicked the can down the road, and you think they're going to give it to you now, where you're only 13% of the population, 14% of the population. You see what I'm saying? They're going to play with, African Americans, which is our cousins and stuff like that. But I think they're trying to, string them along for votes. Rather than do that and waste time, we should be coordinating, utilizing our education system, trying to investing in banks, doing our own thing. You know what I mean?
I'm starting to. So can I ask, like, how many? Okay. Because now I'm confused. When I say black, I really just mean black skin tone. But since there's a differentiation being made, right? How common is that among the black community? Like, how often? Like, how many of you like basically make that differentiation? Like within, I don't know, measuring each other.
It's semi-common. It's common, but it's not that drastic. It's just like, hey, he's from Haiti. Okay. It's not that common. But with the Russian reparation claims, is like an increased calling for like some kind of grand separation and distinction. But everybody already knows this distinction exists. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm initially from New York. There's different groups there. There's Nigerians, there's Haitians, there's Jamaicans. We all know, okay, this guy's from Jamaica. Oh, this guy, this, But we, at the end of the day, it's like your group, but we cousins. We're akin to Africa. You know what I mean?
Right. So I
just put it like that.
If his goal,
there's a groups.
Yeah. If his goal is like basically the intention of reparations, well then fuck. I mean, all of us white people just differentiated into ethnicity. And so since all of the Confederate whites are no longer in existence, you got nothing. Because
you can argue that they mixed in with the liberal whites. And that's why sometimes when they take the DNA test, like Ben Affleck, you'll find that they were slave owners. You see what I'm saying? So it's a given, you know what I mean? But my thing is, I don't. Principe it means principle in Creole and French.
Oh, okay, principe. Do you guys know that the majority of white Americans today actually migrated to the United States after slavery? You know that, right?
Yeah. Again, but that ties into the politics that you like. Mike likes to say that white people don't see color.
A lot of time, when I say black people walk into a white person and say, "Hey, you enslaved me or you hold me," this, I'm like, dude, do you know that most likely this person they came here after slavery was over?
No, but they benefit from the American. They benefit from the established American built by African American work and labor.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you're saying all Americans now who use reparation, they including Asians.
Yes, not me. I'm Haitian American. I'm talking about African American.
No.
They do own them.
Okay, not you. Okay, the Black Americans always say white Americans owe them reparation money or something like that. So now I'm telling you that if majority of white Americans actually were immigrants after the slavery was over. A lot of them started coming influx around, from Italy, Spain, different part of even Germany, all different part of Europe after slavery was over. So now
that's the hilarious part. Like my grandfather immigrated from Italy in 1930s. My grandma on my mother's side, my grandmother immigrated from Germany in the 1930s. They were Nazi party members.
It's what it is, right?
Like I said, at the end of the day, the collective of white benefit from America. The collective of white benefit from colonization. My point is
what
simply
about
that
a collective of? I mean, when you say collective of white, are you saying like Americans, white Americans?
Europe was going poor and broke when Mansa Musa was reigning strong. So that means that them coming to America shift the trajectory of Europe. Them colonizing Africa shift the trajectory of Europe. That means they're benefiting from us. The same way to this day.
What about
Eastern
Europe? Wait. Are you saying the entire? Hold on, let's get one thing straight. First of all, the amount of European countries they engaged in the slave trade, they're not up to 10% of the entire European countries. You know that, right? It was literally England. Hold on. The main countries were England, France, Spain, Portugal, and the Dutch. And I can think of maybe a few others, but majority of